At merely 8 years of age, you were simply startled by the heavens when you fell. He was confined in the pitch-black depths of the 6th level of Impel Down. Yet, there is always a glimmer of hope in the darkest of times. The advent of the cultivation system has bestowed upon you a path to survival, instantaneously rewarding you with chi cultivation prowess and a spatial ring from the system. Moreover, one can escape from Impel Down within a single day. One can attain the formidable deity of the Great Achievement Town, dominating the world with unparalleled prowess. At this moment, you are being scorned by the Golden Lion. Ha 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 ha. Little ghost. You are quite audacious. Do you require me to enlighten you? As to where you are? Beside you, a serious expression adorns your face as you utter, the 6th layer of the city's advancement in infinite abyss. Do you still fail to comprehend the implications of this? You interrupted him abruptly, coldly scoffing. You still do not comprehend what it means to be a cultivator. You strode directly to the edge of the cell, channeling spiritual energy to activate the divine body of the prison. In an instant, a terrifying force surged within him, akin to an explosive power. His arms were infused with an inexhaustible strength. A formidable aura, vast as the abyss, emanates from nowhere, and a surge of energy blossoms within you. This scene has captured the attention of a greater audience. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, you grasped the door of the prison cell crafted from sea prism stone. With a forceful tug, the door emitted a series of strained creaks, instantly contorting under the pressure. He exerted another forceful tremor. The so-called indestructible sea stone. With a resounding thud, the cell succumbed. And he, seemingly unfazed, strolled out of the prison. In the 6th tier, the individuals who were initially poised to rest their eyes suddenly focused intently. Someone gasped in astonishment. Hey, hey, hey! Is this for real? This is the most formidable sea prison stone gate crafted by the Navy. Not a devil fruit user, yet there exists such terrifying power. The tyrannical King Katrin and his associates all displayed expressions of intrigue. I must admit, I was mistaken. I never anticipated that you possessed such abilities. Your skill has left the others in the prison utterly restless with anticipation. In the boundless abyss of hell, all souls share a singular fate, to await their demise. Yet now, they perceive in you the magnitude of escape, the hope of liberation. The young tyrant approached the prison, his drill-like hands gripping tightly the cell door. Little rabbit, if you wish to escape, I can certainly be of assistance. Meow. The corners of your lips reveal a barely perceptible smile, as if inviting me to embark on an escape together. Should you wish to proceed, the price is clear. You must join my crew of pirates and heed my command. You are well aware that it is quite challenging to escape from Impel Down on one's own. Pirates in the infinite abyss, possessing formidable abilities. They serve as excellent distractions, diverting the attention of the naval forces. To successfully orchestrate a prison break, one must first create confusion. This is merely the initial step, paving the way into the heart of the facility. Should one manage to enlist the assistance of those within, the escape endeavor would be rendered significantly more manageable. In the future, one could delegate tasks without the need to engage directly, achieving multiple objectives at once. The recruitment of subordinates is merely the second step. Once the subordinates are secured, the jailbreak operation can commence. Given his current strength, the initial step is quite straightforward. The challenge lies in the subsequent step. Each individual here possesses a rebellious spirit, each one of formidable character. To tame them requires both strength and skill, for one without the other is insufficient. Ha ha ha, what a jest. You, a mere 80-year-old, aspire to form a pirate crew like an adult? Laughter erupted, laced with scornful words. In the time when I was galloping across the vast ocean, you were still nestled in your mother's womb, yet to be born. If you possess any sense, take me out. Before his words were fully uttered, he immediately fell silent, unable to maintain his arrogance. Otherwise, how could it be? Because you charged forward with unbridled force, directly seizing him with sheer strength. Under the gaze of all, he found himself firmly grasped by your hand around his throat. The formidable power of the prison guarding force is beyond his capacity to withstand. The pirate could only sense the unyielding grip of iron death upon him. Despite his desperate struggles, his seemingly frail and slender arms exhibited not the slightest movement. Such immense strength. The onlookers were all astonished and deeply moved. The pirate's face flushed intensely. His legs trembled with desperate struggle, as if he were on the brink of losing breath in the next moment. Yet just as he was about to catch his breath, you discarded him carelessly, much like one would toss aside refuse. Your gaze swept across the multitude. A glance that bore a chilling demeanor. Who else dares to question my establishment of the pirate crew? Some pirates of mediocre strength dare not confront your gaze. On the sixth level of this advancing city. To have others heed your words. Only a fist proves effective. Little imp. Your ambitions are quite grand. The golden lion's eyes droop low. Inquisitively, he inquires. By the look of you, it seems you have yet to taste the devil fruit. The body untouched by the devil fruit possesses such terrifying ferocity. Spitting and spewing. An 80-year-old monster. Even Lingling pales in comparison to you. The people surrounding are all casting sidelong glances. None who can enter here are of ordinary stature. With a subtle lift of your gaze, you remarked, "Oh, is that not the golden lion? I did not anticipate that you, young one, would be aware of my esteemed title." Ha 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 ha. The golden lion laughs wildly at the heavens, yet within that laughter lingers the melancholy of a once mighty hero in his twilight years. A hint of desolation accompanies his exuberance as he daringly infiltrates the Navy headquarters, ultimately leading to his current plight. He pays the price for his arrogance, yet the golden lion harbors no regrets. Come, speak to me about the circumstances beyond. A smile involuntarily graced the corners of his lips. With a solemn demeanor, he stated emphatically that we are on the verge of entering an unprecedented grand era. Let me inform you that Roger has just been executed. The few words he uttered before his demise have ignited a tidal wave of upheaval across the globe. Shiki was somewhat agitated. He tilted his head back and roared in anger. How could you perish at the hands of the Navy, Roger? For him? Without Roger, the sea held no allure. You continue to say. Now, there must be countless pirates vying to seek out the grand treasure left behind by this pirate king, the legendary gate of the era. Roger has closed the door to the era of great pirates, ushering in an unprecedented transformation that has not been seen in a century. He suddenly turned to you and asked, "What did Roger say before he passed away?" In the tone of Roger, a childish voice resonated. Do you desire my treasures? If so, then seize them. I have placed everything in this world upon the Grand Line. Within the prison, a surge of restless excitement coursed through the hearts of the pirates. The long-dormant ambitions, once extinguished, now stirred and danced within them. A new era has dawned. An era of freedom. Who does not yearn to be the vanguard of this age? Do you wish to join me as my crew and venture forth, or shall you remain here, languishing in futility until the end of your days? Choose now. I shall grant you merely 10 seconds. Once I conclude my words, you simply shut your eyes. Though only 8 years of age, he conducts himself with remarkable maturity and wisdom. Inform them of the circumstances beyond their confines, stirring their restless hearts. Just now, I displayed my strength, allowing the multitude to recognize that, although I may be humble, my power is formidable. More importantly, his actions reveal to everyone the boundless potential he possesses, be it in strength or in cunning. From the moment you arrived until now. Though your words are few, how could his actions possibly deceive the astute and cunning pirates whose might instills fear, slaughtering the innocent to intimidate, enticing with empty promises? Though seemingly casual and devoid of traces, each step is meticulously calculated, with every movement strategically planned. They can also discern that the 80-year-old you possesses genuine talent, merely allowing an 80-year-old child to assume the role of their own captain. Time has arrived. I refuse to believe that no one wishes to depart. You open your eyes and gaze at the crowd with utter indifference, saying, "Those who are willing to accompany me, Yak, may step forward to the door of the cell." The calm composure and indifference truly astonished the crowd. In the confines of a prison cell, the young hunter, Ruayue, prepares to embark on a journey, her form poised and graceful. She displayed a wild grin and said, "Then we shall rely on the captain to take us out." She pays no heed to the opinions of others as long as it allows her to venture out. She cares not who steers her ship. She has truly endured enough in this advancing city. Even knowing that this is for your benefit, she has come to terms with it. Even the tyrant relinquishes his dignity, demonstrating the ability to bend and adapt. Count me in, meow. The large barrel, Uskerchot, has also arrived at the door of the cell, along with me. The malevolent wolf of San Juan diminishes its form, arriving before the cell. May I be counted among you? He. And take me along. Do not forget me. Ha ha. Now this is more like it. On the 6th floor. The pirates are clamoring, each one vying to shout at you in a frenzy. The opportunity for freedom lies before us. Who would wish to merely watch it slip away? However, while they vocally express their joy, in their hearts, they are calculating with a resounding clatter. What a knave little rascal. I am, after all, a pirate. When I eventually step out, it shall no longer be within your control, you insignificant child. Many individuals harbor such thoughts, their faces adorned with a sly smile. He disregarded all else and strode directly to the nearest pirate cell. With a vigorous shake of his arms, he exerted tremendous force, causing the cell door to warp and distort. He strode confidently into the other cell, and before everyone's gaze, he forcefully yanked. The indomitable sea prison stone hand directly transforms into 2 halves, falling to the ground. Freed from the constraints and restraints of the sea tower stone, the pirate instantaneously sensed the long-lost surge of power returning to him. He could not help but take a greedy, deep breath, exclaiming with great exuberance, the essence of freedom. Ha 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 ha. I, the nemesis of married women, shall soon set sail once again. The other pirates, upon witnessing this, found their eyes gleaming with excitement, their breaths growing increasingly heavy. This young brat truly intends to set them free. You remain silent. He gazes indifferently at the pirate. Have you not yet come to meet the captain? The person displayed a cunning expression, their face adorned with a cruel smile. He gazes down upon you from his lofty perch, pointing a single finger at your hair, and says, "Little rascal, has anyone ever taught you not to trust pirates indiscriminately?" You merely gazed at him, unwavering in your attention. Thus, you intend to treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. Very well, what I seek is your defiant voice. At this moment, a subtle sense of oppression begins to emanate from within you. The pirates were evidently taken aback, momentarily overwhelmed by your formidable presence. However, he quickly convinced himself that there was nothing to fear from a slightly stronger little demon. I am indeed quite mischievous. Upon this reflection, he revealed a cruel smile, cracking his knuckles as he assumed a posture that seemed to suggest he was about to show you the harsh realities of life. Little devil, do you not comprehend that in this world, one must rely on strength to convey their worth? I have slain thousands of innocents and children. If you were to cough. His words were left unspoken, when a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his abdomen. The agony was so intense that he could not help but cry out. He looked down in terror, witnessing his own abdomen pierced by a fist, blood gushing uncontrollably. Put! You draw back your fist, and the chill of icy disdain envelopes your face. Wasting my precious time. Although it was his first act of homicide, he felt no pangs of conscience. Another depraved individual has been removed from this world. The pirate fell to the ground, incapacitated. After a few spasms, he became utterly motionless. This scene instilled a sense of dread in the onlookers. This young rascal displayed such ruthless decisiveness. What truly sends shivers down the spine of the crowd are the words that follow. He spoke with an icy demeanor, inquiring, "What schemes are some of you concocting?" I am well aware, and I would not hesitate to make an example of one to deter others. It is not that you possess an innate thirst for bloodshed, the only ones capable of being confined within an infinite abyss, aside from the unfortunate original self, are but few who are truly innocent. However, if the other party has schemed against oneself, then one cannot blame oneself for taking the initiative first. His actions once again provoked doubt among the pirates. Could he truly be only 8 years old? Suddenly, you furrow your brow. If one were to open the door individually, the efficiency would be exceedingly sluggish. Moreover, among such a multitude, there must undoubtedly be a few impostors. It is impossible for one to lead everyone out, nor can one allow such a multitude to join the initial embrace, to become a part of oneself. In this manner, he contemplated the narrative of the One Piece saga, particularly the events surrounding Eni's lobby. Since Blackbeard has chosen those 4 houses, it conveniently saves me some time. You converse with yourself in your heart, while he directs his gaze towards the various cells. Soon, he discovered the future captains of the Blackbeard pirates, the tyrannical King Avaro Pizarro, the captain of the future Blackbeard Pirates' fourth ship, wielding the powers of the island fruit, a paramecio-type devil fruit. Ryujetsu Hunter, Katarina, the enchanting beauty. Captain of the future Black Team's sixth vessel. Possessor of the Zoan-type Inu Inu no Mi, a mythical beast. A wielder of the nine-tailed fox transformation ability. Captain of the eighth ship, Busker Jote, possesses the extraordinary abilities granted by the superhuman-type Sake fruit. Captain of the colossal battleship number 7. The superhuman-type expansion fruit belongs to Saint Juan Wolf. At this moment, there are still 33 years until the Summit War, and 22 years remain. These 4 individuals appear to be quite youthful. Especially Catherine, whose figure and appearance remain as exquisite as ever. One's combat prowess should still be in its prime. To speak candidly, one may not agree with Blackbeard's character, yet one cannot deny his method of selecting individuals. Emerging from a multitude of 6 layers of criminals, how could his combat prowess possibly be weak? Upon contemplating this, he was the first to approach the tyrannical king, speaking candidly, "Are you prepared to heed the captain's command?" The tyrant king also gazes upon you, extending his hand before you. Though you are merely 8 years old, who among us dares to truly regard you as just a child of that tender age? Truly exuding an air of formidable grandeur. The sea stone in the hands of the tyrannical monarch has been ruthlessly severed, along with the chains of sea stone that bind his feet. You cast a burden upon the tyrant king. With a single hand, you twist the sea stone, as if kneading dough, while uttering in an authoritative tone, "This time, I shall let it pass. But henceforth, you must respond to the captain's words with sincerity. Do you comprehend?" In the face of such ambitious aspirations, one can only seek to assert dominance for now. Understood. For the first time, he harbored a sense of admiration for you, a notion that struck him as utterly absurd even to himself. An 80-year-old child, with every word spoken, exudes an air of formidable dominance. You open the prison cells along your way, effortlessly assisting in unlocking those that you passed untraversed. I apologize. That is merely a stroke of misfortune for you. The pirates, having been unsealed, displayed a commendable sense of discretion, refraining from causing any further disturbances. No one is a fool. If one possesses the capability to acquire something, they undoubtedly possess the ability to relinquish it as well. Furthermore, fundamentally, the objective of the masses is to escalate the situation. At this moment, there is no need for you to intervene. Others will take it upon themselves to eliminate him first. Soon. Cat Aaron Demi. The fierce wolves of San Juan and Basque. The hand of Jote was taken. A comparative analysis of their positions reveals that you have deftly unlocked your way through, liberating over half of the denizens from the confines of an infinite abyss. Ha ha. Savor it, savor it. At last, I can break free. I shall ascend with relentless determination. Many are unable to contain their excitement. Initially, I wandered through life in a daze, but now, at last, a glimmer of hope has emerged. It is the era that calls upon me. Indeed, it is the era that has brought Captain Ike before them. A few voices could not help but cry out, as the crowd gradually grew agitated. Entering the 6th level of the advancing city, a situation unlike any that has ever occurred before unfolds. Whether one can venture outside depends entirely on this moment. Behind you stands the tyrannical king of misrule, a colossal figure resembling a barrel of wine, accompanied by 4 formidable warriors aboard a mighty battleship. Behind them, the pirates were brimming with eager anticipation. So many individuals are in upheaval. This will undoubtedly become a pivotal moment in the advancement of the city, marking the largest insurrection in history. In the confines of the cell, the Golden Lion gazed at the gathered crowd with a hint of hesitation. The era of great pirates had dawned. Could it be that he would languish and wither away in this forsaken place? Surely not. At this moment, he has regained his composure. The ocean has lost Roger. Yet it cannot be without me, the Golden Lion. I, too, wish to make an impact in this era. Roger, you have ushered in the era of great pirates. Is that not remarkable? I, an old man, seek to venture forth and exact retribution upon the governments of the world. Upon this realization, he regained his vigor. Hey, you rascal! Do you not intend to include me as well? Do you underestimate my strength? The Golden Lion boldly spoke up. You may find it somewhat surprising. In the original work, the Golden Lion embodies an unparalleled arrogance and self-importance. A person like Roger, who seeks to attract, and upon failing to do so, resorts to destruction. Such individuals willingly submit to my influence. You arrogantly inquired. Shall I take action? Are you ready to address me as captain? He does not believe that the Golden Lion would truly submit. The Golden Lion wore a defiant expression, a smirk gracing his lips that revealed his unmistakable sense of triumph. How could an old man like me, the Golden Lion, possibly be commanded by an 80-year-old child to navigate a ship? Do not jest with me. 2 streams of fresh blood spilled upon the ground, while a figure levitated effortlessly. The Golden Lion, entirely weightless, ascended into the air. His feet, shackled by chains, remained on the ground, shedding tears incessantly. Well then, you are indeed a ruthless individual. Hiss. Many pirates drew a sharp breath. How ruthless! To choose to sever their own legs. The Golden Lion binds his wounds while revealing a cruel and unrestrained smile. The old man seeks to escape from prison. What need has he for the assistance of others? Thus, due to my presence, the Golden Lion's escape was also expedited. Very well. With an additional person, we shall amplify our struggle. Thus, let us create a grand uproar. You take the lead, guiding the group towards the elevator. Infinite hell. Under normal circumstances, there are scarcely a few monstrous jailers patrolling that realm. Although the criminals are restrained by Hylu Stone, the Conqueror's hockey is not something that can be confined by it. The overwhelming power they wield cannot be easily suppressed. The patrolling soldier is destined to fall to the ground. Someone needs to be dispatched again after falling. Some offenders frequently torment the patrolling guards. The beasts and the wardens constitute a rare form of entertainment on the 6th level. Gradually, the 6th level established a routine of checking every few days. Hannibal has just ushered someone in. Today's reconnaissance mission is deemed accomplished, and consequently, there is little attention paid to the ensuing matters. Thus, despite the commotion you have caused, it has scarcely roused the attention of the prison guards. Critical export locations are under vigilant surveillance, with phone taps meticulously monitored. The various monsters of the patrol often linger at the entrance or simply refrain from entering, opting instead to scrutinize the visuals through the surveillance insect. Such work, over the course of many years, often amounts to mere superficial efforts. Regardless, the daily wages are duly dispersed. The inmates are unlikely to escape. Who would willingly venture inside to seek punishment? The careless jailer, tasked with surveillance, is comfortably dozing off, his face resting in a state of carefree tranquility. In the surveillance footage, the scene unfolds as numerous pirates emerge from the prison gates, boldly and unabashedly appearing within the confines of the monitoring room. Little Ghost, how do you intend to execute your escape plan? You stand upon the ascending and descending staircase of the sea tower, responding directly through your actions. Naturally, you have ascended. The force of the prison's might surged forth. The spiritual energy exuded an intimidating power. With a swift motion of his single arm, he unleashed a fierce punch. The grand entrance of the sea tower stone was sent flying by your powerful punch. The ascending and descending passageway immediately turned towards him. The elevator typically resides in the frigid depths of the 5th floor, seldom descending in ordinary circumstances. This passage extends to a depth of 10. However, this is hardly a challenge for you. Although he is at the chi refinement level and cannot fly, his leaping ability is remarkable. Throw me up, and the tyrant will instantly understand, crouching down to allow you to stand upon his palm. He exerted himself, yet to his surprise, you remained utterly motionless. You turned back slightly and said, "You cannot even muster this little strength?" Once the divine body of the town prison is activated, it bears the weight of 1,000 burdens. Shall I take charge? The scorn of those around him caused the malevolent king's expression to darken. He unhesitatingly summoned all his strength, his veins bulging on his arms, and resolutely hurled it away. Do not underestimate me any longer. This time, I have finally succeeded in casting you out. Propelled by the tyranny of the malevolent ruler, you are akin to a cannonball, launched forth with great force. Simultaneously, the force of the prison's might was unleashed, instantly shattering the switch of the elevator. The entire lift was consequently rendered inoperative. After the sound of the alarm echoed, he seized the opportunity to ascend to the 5th floor. Two tow ropes have been cast aside by you, while the pirates, one after another, rush forth with wild abandon. I shall take the lead then. Please vacate this seat. Get lost. Turn around. And behold this scene with a look of astonishment on your face. Words fail to capture my sentiments. A pirate is, indeed, a pirate. Task progress. The host has successfully escaped to the advancing city. Level 5. Please continue to strive diligently. Advancement to the 4th layer of the city. Scorching hell. This is dire. Director. As you shatter the elevator with a single blow, the piercing sound of alarms reverberates through the air. The guards swiftly realized that a significant issue had arisen. Such a considerable commotion undoubtedly warrants immediate notification. At this moment, the director was not Magellan, but rather an administrative official dispatched by a global government. At this moment, the world government has yet to recognize the significance of the prison warden's strength. It is widely acknowledged that this is the most formidable prison in history. Surrounded by the vast ocean, its walls are constructed from the most resilient granite. The passageways between levels are both singular and narrow. Crucially, the enemy is equipped with surveillance and guarded by jailers, rendering any escape attempt by the pirates utterly futile. Just send someone over. Certainly, it is implausible to possess no combat capability whatsoever. Deputy Director Magellan, alongside Rain, is collectively referred to as the impregnable fortress of Impel Down. The director, still in a daze, rose from the table, rubbing his eyes, disturbed from a beautiful dream. How intolerable it is to be interrupted. The prison guard hurriedly entered to report a riot among the inmates on the 6th floor. They have escaped. Director, it is evident that this little rascal is responsible for all of this. The surveillance footage from the 6th floor was transmitted to the projection of the bug in his hand. From your bare hands shattering the sea tower stone, a growing multitude of criminals follows in your wake, laid bare for all to see. In the concluding scene, the golden lion effortlessly unleashed 2 soaring slashes, striking the telephonic insect, resulting in a complete loss of the visual. Is he not an ordinary child? Yet he carries a peculiar air about him. How could he suddenly transform into something monstrous? Could it be that he once dined with demons? The director is beginning to lose his grasp on this world. A small spirit unexpectedly leads a group of pirates across the sea. Upon receiving the news, Magellan hastily burst in. The director's immediate concern was to urgently inform the marshal to dispatch reinforcements at once. The 6th level is fraught with grave offenses. It is truly alarming that they have managed to escape. We cannot bear the weight of this responsibility. The director wore an expression of urgent distress. Yes, quickly go and obstruct them for a while. I will contact the new marshal of the warring states. Magellan harbored a certain disdain for unfulfilled potential, lamenting the need to activate the utmost level of vigilance. The director suddenly recalled and agreed, you are right. Quickly initiate the process. Magellan gritted his teeth, the phone bug is with you, he is utterly frantic. Prisoners uprising. Moreover, it involves inmates from the 6th tier. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented event. A divine occurrence. They are prepared to face trial at Judicial Island, having failed to handle matters properly. Indeed. A peculiar red telephone bug. He produced a distinctive red one. Suddenly, with a stern expression, he commanded. Magellan. The task of containing the prisoners is entrusted to you. Do not falter. If it cannot be prevented, I shall hold you accountable for the consequences. This director is truly a genius. Magellan, with a frosty demeanor, took the call without a backward glance, swiftly striding towards the elevator corridor. Over there. He merely yearned to hasten and thwart the escape of the pirates. Simultaneously, he activated the button on the red telephone bug. In an instant, the highest level of alert resonated throughout the city. This signal has never been activated since its propulsion was established. Upon receiving a signal, many individuals instinctively harbor doubts, questioning whether it may simply be a result of the director's inadvertent error.
Until Magellan issued a series of commands, the guards finally realized that a grave situation had arisen. They locked all elevators, sealed every entrance, and closed off all cell passages. Inspect your hockey weapons, he ordered. With the prisoners attempting an escape, guards on every level entered a state of heightened alert. Through his transponder snail, Magellan disseminated commands one by one. The voice of the transponder echoed throughout Impel Down, igniting curiosity among countless pirate convicts. Who possesses such audacity to escape? I wonder who it could be? They seem rather anxious. Whoever it is, I hope they take me along. In the director's office, after Magellan departed, he hurriedly grasped the transponder snail, nearly losing his balance in his panic. Hello, hello, hello. The call reached the office of the Marine Headquarters Admiral. Sengoku, who had recently assumed the position, picked up the transponder snail. Before he could speak, the device mirrored the director's fear. Admiral Sengoku, this is bad. Wearing his signature frog-eye glasses, Sengoku had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. What is happening? The prisoners from Level 6 have escaped. Sengoku's pupils dilated sharply as he sprang to his feet. What did you say? Hurry and send reinforcements. There are too many prisoners. You must dispatch people immediately. How many prisoners have escaped? The director was taken aback by the inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, it's mainly from Level 6, a lot of pirates. Sengoku, exasperated, felt the urge to smash the table. Surely you must know someone in there. Who are they? I saw Shiki the Golden Lion, the tyrant warlord, and there's also a kid named Aike. Sengoku's frustration escalated. Time was of the essence, and this old fool was rambling without providing any useful information. He recognized that immediate action was required. If they delayed, a significant crisis would ensue. You must hold your ground. At this moment, the director seemed to regain a semblance of composure. Admiral Sengoku, rest assured, I have already dispatched that Magellan fellow to intercept them. Oh, and I will also send Shiryu over shortly. With them, they should be able to stall for a while. Those wretched criminals can only step over the corpses of Magellan and Shiryu to escape. Sengoku retorted, how can you say such a thing? He was acutely aware that regardless of the outcome, his tenure as director was nearing its end. After ending the call, Sengoku bellowed toward the door. Relay the order for Aokiji and Akainu to abandon all tasks and rush to Impel Down at once. He then made another call, this time to Kizaru. Upon connecting, he promptly stated, Borsellino, the prisoners on Level 6 have escaped. Whoa, how terrifying. Sengoku snapped. Is this really the time for your musings? You must fly to Impel Down immediately to provide support. Kizaru leisurely rose. Understood. I shall be there momentarily. The moments of idleness always seem so fleeting. Chapter 5. With a single punch, Magellan was sent flying, charging forth relentlessly. In the 5th level of Impel Down, the frigid hell awaited. The temperature at this level was excruciatingly low, with numerous military wolves, cruel and savage, prowling about. The prison guards, armed and accompanied by a pack of military wolves, launched a fearless charge towards the pirates. In Ike's eyes, they were no different from those marching to their doom. He refrained from intervening personally. The prison guardian physique was formidable, yet each activation consumed considerable amounts of spiritual energy. Given his current level of chi refinement, he could only sustain it for a mere 20 minutes at full capacity. Thus, he opted to conserve his strength. Behind him, a multitude of pirates surged forward, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. The tyrannical king and his 3 companions followed closely, making their way to the elevator leading to the 5th level. The sole escape route from this place. Advancing through the 4th level of Impel Down, where the warden and deputy warden resided, Ike remained unaware of the current warden's identity. But he knew that Deputy Warden Magellan's poison was notoriously treacherous. One by one, the guards fell around them, while the ferocious military wolves also succumbed, their bodies littering the ground. Soon, they reached the elevator connecting the 5th and 4th levels. Employing the same method, Ike shattered the door in the elevator. Just as he prepared to dash through the passageway to escape the 5th level, a fearsome, venomous dragon composed of concentrated poison barreled towards him. Startled, Ike swiftly activated the prison guardian technique, layering his fists with a protective membrane of energy. He dared not underestimate the poison. With a mighty punch, the prison guardian technique obliterated Magellan's venomous dragon. The dispersing toxin dripped to the ground, instantly corroding the floor and walls, causing them to sizzle and smoke. However, the venomous dragon was not alone. 2 additional dragons had long been lying in ambush, launching an assault from either side. leaving Ike with no time to defend. In an instant, he was drenched in poison. The force of the attack sent him crashing back down to the icy depths of the 5th level. This is bad. I must evade. Several convicts, caught off guard, were immediately tainted by the toxin. In moments, much of their bodies had been corroded away, their screams echoing in the air. Was this the infamous poison of Magellan? This is disastrous. That kid is a user of the poison fruit, guarding our only exit, and without an antidote. We are trapped. The pirates began to panic. Not only was Magellan a formidable devil fruit user, but he also possessed strength nearing that of an admiral. Coupled with the insurmountable defenses of Impel Down, breaching through is nearly impossible. Some turned to Ike, seeing his form entirely enveloped in venom, abandoning pretense as they mocked. This little brat was so arrogant just a moment ago, but now he's just a dead dog. Ha ha ha. A short-lived fool, thinking he could be captain. The jailbreak depends on me. However, before he could finish his taunt, he suddenly collapsed, writhing in agony. A pool of poison was visibly eroding his face. Rising from the ground, Ike revealed that the toxin was indeed a gift from him. Concurrently, he utilized his spatial ring to transfer all the poison from his body, visibly watching it dissipate. Fortunately, his prison guardian physique was remarkably resilient, and with the protective layer of the prison guardian technique enveloping him, the poison had failed to penetrate his body. Ike rose to his feet, and an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, none daring to utter a word of mockery thereafter. Who could possibly rival him? It seemed he had not yet established his authority sufficiently. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of venom, and in an instant, the pirate was consumed by the corrosive substance. This was the consequence of defiance. A tremor of fear gripped the hearts of the criminals. Such a thunderous display of power. The warden grinned maliciously, proclaiming, "Such a creature deserves death." Oomph. Catherine and the others merely chuckled coldly. No one mourned a lifeless corpse. At that moment, Magellan, orchestrating the venomous dragon from above, cast a watchful gaze upon the criminals below. When his eyes met Ike's, he felt an acute sense of trepidation, unable to hold his ground in the confrontation. Those who wronged you are often more aware of your innocence than you are. Magellan, the deputy warden, was acutely aware of the truth behind Ike's arrival. He pondered that had it not been for Ike's incident, the prison break might never have transpired. Ike's demeanor was grim as he declared, "Step aside, and I shall grant you a dignified death." Magellan inhaled deeply, resolutely stating, "It is my duty. I shall not yield." The golden lion approached, his expression menacing. "Ike, let me handle this." Ike cast a dispassionate glance at him, retorting, "With your legs broken, you should simply observe." To establish true authority, he must act himself. Genuine conviction is forged through strength. With that thought, he activated the prison god body once more. A swift resolution was imperative. As he channeled the power of the prison god, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. In an instant, cracks appeared in the floor beneath him, causing the ground to sink. The surrounding pirates instinctively retreated from Ike's vicinity. What manner of power is this? A monster. This is utterly preposterous. In terms of strength, he could bend the sea stone prison bars with his bare hands. Now, he shattered the incredibly solid ground beneath him. In terms of tactics, he intimidated the other pirates, inciting them to join in the escape. Is this truly something an 8-year-old child can accomplish? Magellan's expression shifted dramatically. Were the intelligence officers merely incompetent? How could such a monster be classified as an ordinary person? Boom! Ike erupted like a miniature Tyrannosaurus. Faced with the venomous dragon, he felt no fear. Battling through the toxic mist, he ascended to the 4th level. 8 desolations of the prison. This was the innate ability of the prison god body. The profound aura of the prison emanated, and his fist collided directly with Magellan's face. Bang! Magellan was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. What power is this? The guards stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to attack. Hurry up! Ike surged toward the passage from the 4th level to the 3rd. Behind him, a throng of pirates followed in an eager rush. Ha 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 ha! Follow Captain Ike. Let us break out of Impel Down. The guards began to frantically obstruct them, and a fierce battle ensued, each side sustaining injuries. Let us not forget, the guards wielded weapons laced with sea stone, putting the pirates at a significant disadvantage. However, these individuals showed no concern. The ability to keep up was a testament to their own skills. If they could not, it was merely a reflection of their inadequacy. The golden lion soared through the air, swiftly catching up with Yak, exclaiming, "Impressive, young one." The four members of the Tyrant King quickly matched Yak's pace. "Captain, majestic." The Tyrant King was thoroughly impressed. Only such a formidable being was worthy of being his captain. At that moment, they recalled the reason Yak was sent to Impel Down. Was it truly due to a fall that startled the celestial dragons? Such a creature, would it really stumble? Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Yak raced towards the passage leading from the 4th level of Hellfire to the 3rd level of Hunger. On his path, the incoming guards were no match for a single blow from him. The might of the prison goddess body was far beyond what these minions could withstand. "Director, we are in trouble. The prisoners have reached the 3rd level, and Director Magellan cannot hold them back." "What? Then send more guards immediately. We must delay them." At that moment, the director was utterly panicked. He had originally come here to bide his time and ascend to a prominent position, but now, with such chaos, his future was in ruins. The 4th level of Hellfire was heavily fortified with guards, who rushed into action. Yet, Yak moved like a razor-sharp blade, powerfully cleaving through the throng. "Quickly block that boy," the director commanded desperately, but it was all in vain. Yak charged through the gates once more, leading a horde of prisoners into the passageway towards the 3rd level. Chapter 6. The 8 Desolations of the Prison. The Death of Rain Shrew. Storming the 1st level. The Hunger level was already filled with guards. They trembled as they gazed at the door by the elevator, their hands gripping their weapons, slick with sweat. Since the establishment of Impel Down, such an occurrence had never transpired. They were utterly unprepared. A figure resembling a future domino led the others, encouraging them loudly, "Do not panic. No matter how strong they are, we outnumber them. The sea prism stone weapons in our hands are the nemesis of all powers. Follow my orders." Boom! The great door was shattered by Yak's punch. The cell doors flung open, and dust filled the air. He hastily commanded, "All weapons. Aim at them." Yak refrained from attacking. Behind him, the golden lion emerged from the haze. "How could you, young boy, seize all the glory?" The flying slash was dense and frenzied, a flurry of strikes. The barrage of sea prism bullets was deflected. The Tyrant King nonchalantly seized a long fork, skillfully deflecting the bullets. Catherine moved with agility, effortlessly weaving through the weapons. The barrel and the San Juan wolf worked in tandem, continually clearing the way for Yak. With such a brave young boy leading, their fighting spirit surged. Especially after witnessing Yak's prowess, they could not help but desire to showcase their own skills. Wherever they passed, their momentum was unstoppable. Despite the overwhelming number of prison guards, they were no match for the ferocious criminals charging forth. Victory was within reach. Ha ha ha! Freedom was just around the corner. The pirates surged forward with even greater enthusiasm, expending every ounce of their strength. With someone clearing the path ahead, Ike's speed intensified. This was the advantage of rallying others. If he were alone, he would soon tire under the relentless onslaught of the guards, given his current cultivation level. But with this group, it was different. They would fight fiercely for their freedom. The sight of their valiant struggle momentarily stunned the golden lion. This young lad. He suddenly realized that had he not been so impulsive in the past, charging alone at the Navy headquarters, perhaps he would not have been captured. Yet, without that capture, how would he have encountered a monster like Ike? Ha ha! This child is destined for greatness. He could foresee that once Ike escaped, this sea would be stirred by his influence. Suddenly, Ike's attention was drawn to a tall, robust man, over 3 meters in height. With a wide jaw and a cigar dangling from his lips, a sinister smile gracing his face. It was Shiryu, the chief warden of Impel Down. Ike halted. At last, he had arrived. The Golden Lion also noted Shiryu's formidable presence. It seemed a skilled swordsman had joined the fray. Having witnessed Ike's ferocity, he felt an uncontrollable urge to engage. His desire to recruit Ike into his flying pirate crew was overwhelming. If he wanted to attract talent, he must naturally demonstrate his own prowess. An opportunity had presented itself. "Allow me to test your mettle," shouted Shiki as he charged forward. Though he wielded no renowned blade, he deftly utilized the guard's weapons, unleashing a continuous flow of sword energy. Shiryu swiftly countered with his famed sword, Raijin, parrying each strike while delivering his own slashing attacks indiscriminately into the fray. "Young man, your swordsmanship is commendable, but remaining in this prison holds no future for you," Shiryu remarked coolly, casting a glance at the Golden Lion. "A future? Humph. Advance further, and I shall slay you." The Golden Lion's eyes gleamed with malice as he retorted, "You are ungrateful. Perish." With a fierce shout, he unleashed a colossal wave of sword energy towards Shiryu. Shiryu, not underestimating the threat, shrouded Raijin in a dark coat of haki. The clash resounded as a crescent-shaped slash met the oncoming attack. The ensuing explosion of force was staggering. As rapid and fierce slashes erupted from both sides, the air filled with the relentless sound of metal clashing. Observing their fierce duel, Ike interjected, "I have no time to watch you squander moments here." Without hesitation, he focused on Shiryu's form, sprinting forth to deliver a powerful punch. Boom! Shiryu turned to parry with his blade, but was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming weight of Ike's strike. His body was propelled like a cannonball, flying through the air. Crash! Ike disregarded him, continuing his advance toward the passage. The Golden Lion and the others stared in disbelief. Such terrifying power. Even the mightiest punch from a giant pales in comparison. Shiryu felt as though his bones were about to shatter, a torrent of bloodthirsty, murderous intent surging within him. Surrounding guards rushed over. "Director Shiryu, are you all right?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shiryu silenced him with a swift thrust of his sword to the throat. "What a heartless man," indeed, Katarina remarked upon witnessing the scene. Seemingly enraged by the earlier blow, Shiryu unleashed his sword techniques with fierce speed, swiftly taking down a multitude of guards. "Get away. The Deputy Director Shiryu has begun his slaughter again." The air was filled with cries of despair. Blood stained the famed blade as Shiryu raised his gaze, revealing a cruel and frenzied expression. "You little brat, think you can escape?" He sprinted after Ike, his blade in hand, exuding an overwhelming aura of madness. Execution slash. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing directly behind Ike. What a swift strike! The Tyrant King gasped in astonishment. Could I withstand such a blow? Ike's eyes glinted fiercely. "You seek your own demise." The prison suppression fist coalesced in his hand, visible streams of energy gathering around his fist, causing the ground beneath him to fracture with each step he took. This was the second time he invoked the divine might of the prison suppression, and the resultant force was even more terrifying. 8 desolations of prison suppression. He pivoted and unleashed a punch. Behind him, a phantom of a prison cell materialized, the immense gravitational pressure threatening to shatter Shiryu's entire form. Chains of prison suppression erupted from his back, hurtling forth with frenzied force. What? Shiryu's lethal attack was obliterated by the domineering prison suppression. This is impossible. Shiryu's expression shifted drastically. A mere child could achieve such a feat. What did all those years of swordsmanship amount to? Not just him. Even the likes of the Golden Lion Tyrant King were taken aback. Ike's punch sent Shiryu, along with his sword, hurtling backward. But Ike did not relent. He casually picked up a bent steel fork, forcefully straightening it with a flick of his arms. Then, he aimed at Shiryu and hurled it with great ferocity. Whoosh! The sheer force generated a whistling sound in the air. Boom! Like a missile striking the ground. A thunderous crash ensued as Shiryu's body was completely pierced. Instant kill. Ding! Killed the infamous pirate, absorbed fortune, unlocked the Pirate Slayer achievement. You have obtained Pure Heart Jade. Pure Heart Jade, formed from millennium of condensed pure spiritual energy. Its appearance is smooth and translucent. When worn close to the body, the jade's inherent pure spiritual power gradually integrates into the wearer, nourishing the mind and alleviating various negative emotions. With this, the likelihood of succumbing to madness in the future will significantly diminish. What a delightful surprise. Shiryu, your demise was most gratifying. Ike swiftly adorned himself with the jade. Deputy Director Shiryu has been slain. Ike's actions halted the guards in their tracks. A monster? Is he a devil? None dared pursue Ike any longer. Pursue? With what? Your life or mine? Knowing full well the inevitable death, yet charging forward. How much does a month in Impel Down pay? They watched as Ike sprinted towards the ascension passage. Shirji murmured to himself, "Why do I see the shadow of a captain in him?" The pirates were once again awed by Ike's decisive brutality. How formidable. Who is that young lad? It feels as though he is orchestrating an escape for his subordinates. If only I could join this jailbreak. I once crossed blades with Roger. Open the prison gates, and I shall guide you. The pirates who had escaped felt a surge of trepidation. The sheer power to eliminate foes instantaneously was the mark of a natural-born warrior. In mere moments, countless individuals entertained the notion that following such a powerhouse might not be so bad. They were all too aware of Magellan and Shiryu's capabilities. Ike pressed forward, fully aware that he must seize the moment to break free. The Marine headquarters of Impel Down operated in a trinity of vigilance and mutual support. Reinforcements of Vice Admiral caliber would arrive before long. At this juncture, he had no desire to engage in prolonged conflict. "Captain, leave the remaining fodder to us." Indeed, how could we always rely on the captain to take action? In the subsequent levels, the pirates courageously volunteered to thwart the guards' onslaught. Only when it came to breaching the doors did Ike intervene. As the number of escapees grew, an odd occurrence transpired upon their arrival at the first level. There was not a single guard in sight at the entrance. Chapter 7. On the verge of escape from Impel Down, Kizaru arrives. Time advanced slightly to the 4th level, the blazing inferno of hell. Director, Gold Lion Ike and his companions have reached the 3rd level. We cannot hold them back. The director bellowed in fury. A bunch of useless fools. Couldn't you send more reinforcements? They've all gone up. We simply cannot withstand them. Wasn't Magellan supposed to hold them off? Where is he? The vice director was struck down with a single punch. Utterly useless. Soon after, another came to report. Chief Warden Shiryu has appeared. He is currently battling the escaping prisoners. The director was overjoyed, a smile spreading across his face. What? Excellent. Before long, yet another guard rushed in to report. Director, Chief Warden Shiryu has been killed. What? The director's emotions were a tumultuous roller coaster. At that moment, he collapsed to the ground in a panic, utterly at a loss. Just then, Magellan, dragging his weary body, approached the director, looking as if he might fall apart at any moment. He took a deep breath and said, "Director, our immediate priority is to evacuate the guards on the 1st level and have them prepare all the ships for departure. Without ships, the pirates will never escape. Once reinforcements of Vice Admiral strength arrive, we need not worry any longer." The director suddenly jolted, slapping his forehead. Yes. It is you who thinks ahead. What are you waiting for? Duas Magellan instructed. Understood. Magellan revealed a bitter smile. How pathetic to be felled by an 8-year-old child with a single punch. It would be embarrassing to speak of it. I hope we can delay a little longer. Whoever is coming, do hurry. We have done all we can. What is happening? There is not a soul in sight. The following pirates were utterly perplexed. It must be that they recognized our formidable strength, prompting them to relinquish their attempts to obstruct us. Ha. Once we break through this door, we shall be free. The pirates erupted in jubilant cheers. As they fought their way through, Yak also liberated many pirates along the way. However, upon surveying the vast emptiness of the hall, he sensed something amiss. Someone spoke up. "This is strange. Beyond the gates of Impel Down lies the sea. Yet without a ship, we remain unable to escape." This remark instantly extinguished the excitement of the crowd. The criminals stood frozen in place, all eyes turning toward Yak. "What should we do now?" The tyrant king interjected. "Isn't it simple? We just need to seize a warship." Yak remained silent as he dashed toward the gates of Impel Down. The others followed, gazing outside at the expansive sea, their spirits plummeting to despair. All the ships and war vessels had retreated far from Impel Down. The vanished guards were crammed aboard various ships. They had indeed drawn a line in the sand, hadn't they? With such a distance, how could we possibly seize one? Unless we could fly over? In an instant, all eyes fixated upon the levitating figure of the golden lion Shiki. Ha! It seems the ultimate decision for our escape lies with me. The Golden Lion laughed boisterously, leaving others hesitant to speak further. Golden Lion, take me with you. I shall be part of your pirate crew. Take me. I once held my own against an admiral. Get lost. I am the man who outwitted Sengoku. I am the best candidate to be taken by Captain Shiki. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The chance to break free from the shackles of fate lay before them. No one wished to miss it. Opportunities like this are rare. Silence. The Golden Lion's roar silenced them, his eyes glinting with cold malice. The pirates immediately fell silent, exchanging glances. Shiki disregarded the others, looking down at Yak and saying, "What say you, boy? Fortune still favors me. I offer you one more chance to join my flying pirate crew." At that moment, the Golden Lion felt invincible. "Come, and I shall make you my right hand." This is a privilege only Roger once enjoyed. He believed he had extended an incredibly generous offer, confident that Yak's addition would hasten his resurgence. He alone held the key to their escape. The sole ticket out of this place rested in his hands, and none could challenge that. Observing the confidence on Shiki's face, reminiscent of a card player declaring, "Can you beat my 17 cards?" Yak replied, expressionless, "I refuse. You, who only think of keeping pets and concocting some East Blue annihilation plan, will achieve nothing." With his own system at his disposal, drawing upon fortune to forge an unparalleled path to immortality, he aspired to become the world's unsung king. The vast ocean was but a playground for him. The Golden Lion stood stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend. His expression quickly soured. "Yak, young boy, think carefully before you respond." Yak coolly retorted, "I will not repeat myself." The Golden Lion's face shifted from blue to red, filled with uncontainable fury. Roger was like this, and now this young boy was too. Am I, the Golden Lion, truly so unworthy of your loyalty? Very well. For those willing to follow me, I shall lead you away at once. In an instant, all the criminals surveyed chose the Golden Lion. Senior Shiki, accepting my offer will undoubtedly be your wisest decision. From this day forth, Golden Lion, you shall be my captain. The pirates erupted in jubilant cheers, filled with exuberance. The Golden Lion, however, was no fool. He activated his devil fruit powers, and a multitude of people soared into the air. "Little brat, you stay here and wait." The Golden Lion's countenance was fierce. Just as he prepared to ascend with his throng toward a naval ship, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air. A blinding yellow flash illuminated the sky. "Here he comes, the fastest man has arrived." Ike instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the ground that erupted beside him. A flurry of yellow flashes coalesced into a dazzling spectacle, too bright for the eyes to behold. "Ah, you truly managed to escape." A navy cloak billowed dramatically, clad in a striking yellow-striped suit and yellow sunglasses. The tall figure exuded an air of formidable authority, with stubble adorning his face and an exaggerated mouth as he spoke. One could perceive a uniquely contradictory aura of lewdness and charm in his presence. The Navy's Vice Admiral, Kizuru, had finally arrived. Such a multitude of escapees. However, this is where your journey ends. Upon witnessing the throngs of criminals fleeing, Kizuru spared no effort. With a swift motion, his photon-infused body ascended into the air, and in the next moment, countless radiant energy projectiles rained down upon the criminals. Initiating an onslaught? As Ike summoned his Hell's Prison technique, he deftly evaded the barrage. The criminals who had emerged from various levels fled in a frenzy. Yet the first level offered little in terms of cover. Kizaru's assaults were overwhelmingly one-sided. Realizing escape was futile, some picked up weapons, exclaiming, "Damn it, let us fight back." But Kizuru instantly teleported to their side. "Oh, have you ever been struck by light?" He executed a light kick. With a swift motion, the speaker was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing against the wall with a thunderous sound. Immediately after, the air was filled with a series of explosive impacts. Kizaru unleashed a flurry of kicks, each capable of sending foes soaring. Run. But how could they outrun light? Furthermore, the Vice Admiral was a veritable monster in his own right. These pirates were no match for Kizaru. Those with lesser strength were knocked unconscious in an instant. Only the criminals who had ascended from the 6th level barely managed to maintain their footing. Of course, a few could withstand the onslaught. After showcasing his overwhelming prowess, Kizaru's gaze leisurely swept over those still standing, pointing at each individual while reciting their names. The Golden Lion, Tyrant Wong, Hunter, Giant Warship Big Barrel. Suddenly, Kizaru's eyes landed on Ike, and he paused in surprise. It is quite peculiar that a child remains here amidst the colossal warship, which emits a rather unintelligent air. This is our captain, said Yak. Well, I truly appreciate your presence. Chapter 8. The Astonished Kizaru. Yak inquired, have you ever been struck by fists as heavy as sandbags? Kizaru, taken aback, bent slightly, scrutinizing Yak as though attempting to discern his essence. Oh, so you are indeed a notorious criminal? Yak met Kizaru's astonished gaze without flinching. Notorious? Is it your judgment? Kizaru appeared even more astonished, recalling the recent incident involving an 8-year-old child imprisoned. I heard a rumor that an 8-year-old brat was brought into Impel Down not long ago. Could it be you? Yak showed no deference to Kizaru. With so much idle chatter, are you stalling for time, waiting for others to arrive? How terrifying! Kizaru, with his hands in his pockets, remarked in his distinctive manner. You figured it out, little brat. Must you be so obvious? A cutting attack from the Golden Lion, Shiki, surged forward with overwhelming force. Borsellino, are you alone? Kizaru swiftly drew his sword, the Amitsukami, to defend against the onslaught. Clang! Is that so? Shiki soared in with a flurry of rapid and fierce sword strikes. A mere vice admiral, I do not regard you as a threat. Clang, 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 clang. Kizaru remained unperturbed, each sword stroke executed with precision, not granting Shiki a single opportunity. As arrogant and prideful as ever, the Golden Lion, Shiki, Yak, indifferent to the unfolding battle, seized the moment to survey the horizon. Identifying a specific warship, without looking back, he declared, Are you four ready to follow me? Behind him, the fearsome king of tyranny, Catherine, and the Saint Juan Wolf exchanged glances. The young Catherine, with her vibrant red lips stretched into a grin, placed her hands on her hips and said, Having decided to follow the captain, I shall see it through to the end. Though lacking a vessel, she detected not a hint of panic in Yak's eyes. Faced with the admiral-level Kizaru, she felt no trepidation. She had witnessed Yak's performance thus far. She was prepared to take a gamble. Moreover, she had no alternative course of action. Perhaps this seemingly 8-year-old boy could surprise her. The young king of tyranny nodded. I trust in the captain's strength, Meow. The drunken-looking barrel-shaped man declared, Command us, Captain. Saint Juan Wolf, with a silly grin, added, Hee, I want to follow the captain. The four displayed their perceptiveness, and Yak was unwilling to overlook such promising subordinates. Regardless of their sincerity, seizing the ship required a command. He was determined to rescue and take them along. With a serious expression, he gazed at a warship and stated, We shall take that vessel. The four looked out 5 miles ahead, spotting a small warship swiftly retreating from Impel Down. They saw the ship, yet the question remained. How to reach it? Catherine pondered, Could it be that you can fly? Indeed, Yak replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he abruptly unleashed the power of the prison suppression technique, a forceful surge enveloping his entire being. With a vigorous shake of his arms, he leaped to his feet, causing the ground to shatter with a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the distraction, Yak seized the malevolent king with his left hand and Catherine with his right, exerting a tremendous force to hurl them both away. Oh, what a sight! The two traced a parabolic arc through the air, and had it not been for the malevolent king's timely pull, Catherine would have surely plunged into the sea. With a resounding crash, the guards, witnessing the chaos, rushed forward, igniting a fierce clash between the two factions. The large barrel-shaped figure, startled by the sudden turn of events, felt an inexplicable panic wash over him, his mind snapping back to clarity. He mustered the courage to inquire, Captain, your aim seems rather lacking, does it not? Lacking? They landed on the warship, did they not? If my aim were truly poor, your escape would have failed. Stand still, or I shall kick you overboard. On the other side, the Golden Lion found himself embroiled in a fierce battle with the Yellow Ape. That scoundrel Yak, treating me like a mere weapon. Here I am, bleeding and fighting, while you conspire to flee. Suddenly, the yellow ape turned to behold a moment etched in his memory forever. Yak effortlessly hoisted the gargantuan busker chot, whose size dwarfed his own, and casually flung him outward, sending him sailing through the air. Even more astonishing, the massive warship St. Juan, weighing several tons, was lifted with a single hand by Yak. The ground at the city gate had completely collapsed beneath the sheer force. How terrifying! Which of you truly belongs to the giant race? You appear merely as a small potato, yet possess the strength to defy mountains and seas. Even an immature giant may not wield such power. The yellow ape muttered to himself, realizing that Yak was the most formidable escapee that needed to be stopped. In an instant, he transformed into a flurry of yellow particles, launching himself toward Yak. For Yak, who was fully channeling the prison suppression divine body, even several tons of weight posed no challenge. The power granted by the prison suppression technique was as heavy as 1,000 June. Even though he was merely at the chi refinement stage, the might of the prison suppression divine body was still formidable. Yak leapt skyward, causing the ground of the advancing city to crumble entirely. Just as he believed he could bound across, a blinding flash of yellow light appeared behind him. Have you ever been kicked by light, boy? In that moment of solidification, the yellow ape's luminous kick struck perilously close to Yak's head. Without hesitation, Yak enveloped his arm with the dark prison suppression technique, gathering energy towards his palm. With a fierce grip, he formed a fist, his gaze searing as he challenged the yellow ape. Then, have you ever been struck by a fist as heavy as a sandbag? Boom! The luminous kick, imbued with radiance and dominance, could fell a small mountain with a single blow. The 8 desolation prison suppression fist, born from the relentless accumulation of the prison suppression technique, was a punch of tremendous weight. When the two attacks collided, an explosive force erupted, sending waves of water from the sea outside the city surging away. Even the golden lion, poised to retreat, felt a jolt of surprise in his eyelids. He was capable of withstanding such a ferocious blow from the yellow ape. I have certainly underestimated him. The current generation of children is indeed formidable. The photon body of the yellow ape materialized violently, its suit-esque cuffs bursting into golden fragments. The distance between them expanded, and in the next moment, the tips of his fingers gathered blazing yellow points of light, radiating brilliance. The eightfold J.G. Yumi. Countless laser projectiles poured down like a torrential rain. Aike's prison dominance surged forth, as the chains of his prison deity shattered one after another. An unending stream of power surged forth, amplifying the terrifying intensity of his aura. Clearly visible, a pitch-black force field formed frantically around Aike, distorting and collapsing the surrounding space in an eerie manner. The momentum surged relentlessly, each wave of energy more powerful than the last. The yellow ape was astonished to discover that the particle projectiles hurtling toward him suddenly veered off course as they approached Aike. What a peculiar ability. Yellow ape, brace yourself. Just when he thought Aike was about to unleash a devastating attack, Aike's lips curled into a subtle smile. Farewell, yellow ape. Aike plunged directly into the sea, vanishing beneath the waves. How could he possibly escape in the air against the yellow ape? Underwater, however, the yellow ape was unable to pursue. Aike's maneuver left the yellow ape utterly bewildered. Was a confrontation supposed to commence? Such a terrifying and bizarre power. And he was even a devil fruit user. Once submerged, capturing him would prove difficult. Did you think you could withstand me for long, you little rascal? As Aike made his escape, the golden lion turned and began to curse vehemently. Unexpectedly, you little brat attempted to distract me. He immediately soared into the air, fleeing into the distance. However, before departing, he unleashed a fierce slash, cleaving through the first layer of the Impel Down walls. The walls crumbled, and in an instant, seawater began to flood the entrance of the passage. If it could delay them even for a moment, it would suffice. How cunning the golden lion Shiki truly is. The influx of seawater into Impel Down. Was this an attempt to hinder me? Observing the aftermath of Impel Down, the yellow ape couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Should he pursue or not? That was the question. Just then, Magellan arrived, accompanied by Hannibal and several beast wardens. His body was bandaged layer upon layer. He glanced at the encroaching seawater and the unconscious criminals strewn about, saying, "Vice Admiral Yellow Ape, leave this to us." The doctors of Impel Down, coupled with the unique physiology of the denizens of the pirate world, can handle this. These are not fatal injuries. It won't be long before they recover and roar back to life. Is that so? Then I shall entrust this to you. Kazan fixed his gaze upon the sea ahead, his expression grave. Report. Impel Down is now in sight. Report. A warship has appeared in the southwest direction. Confirmed. The criminal known as the evil tyrant, Yukitsuki Hunter, along with a massive warship and a large barrel on board. The young Kazan looked towards the southwest, which coincided with a Kainu-esque course. Well, let us not concern ourselves with them. Understood. Suddenly, a marine atop the lookout spotted a figure on the surface of the sea. Report. At 10 o'clock, there is someone on the water. Is that a child? No, wait. He-s wearing prison garb. He-s an escapee. Kazan muttered. What in the world is that? Chapter 9. The completion of the prison suppression divine body and the acquisition of divine powers after defeating Aike. Aike entered the depths of the ocean, swimming resolutely in a singular direction. His taut nerves began to relax slightly. Ding! You charged forth with astonishing momentum, bursting through the oppressive darkness of Impel Down, and have been rewarded. The prison suppression divine body has reached completion. In that instant, Aike felt the prison suppression chains within him shatter one by one. An overwhelming gravity descended upon him like a mountainous weight, causing the surrounding seawater to become denser, dragging him downward with a heavy force. He could distinctly hear the sound of iron chains scraping against the ground, as if his very being embodied the dominion of the 9 netherworlds. Excellent. The divine body is complete. The completion of the prison suppression divine body has granted you the divine ability. 8 Desolation's punishment. Upon comprehending 2 divine abilities, the host has automatically unlocked the prison suppression divine ability. Heavy prison 8 calamities. With the divine body complete, born for battle, your combat skills have enhanced, automatically entering a state of proficiency. 8 calamities? Well, thankfully, I am not surnamed Zhu. With merely my chi refining cultivation, I wonder if I can truly unleash its full potential. The divine abilities of the prison suppression divine body are undeniably formidable. Its only flaw lies in its excessive consumption of spiritual energy. The unexpected enhancement of my combat skills is quite surprising. Heavy prison first calamity. 8 desolation suppression. Invoke the body as suppression force, wielding boundless gravity at will, suitable for both offense and defense. Heavy prison second calamity. 8 desolations punishment. Summon the prison suppression chains imbued with the flames of suppression to assist, capable of pursuing or binding enemies. Heavy prison third calamity. Insufficient cultivation, unable to discern. Heavy prison fourth calamity. Insufficient cultivation, unable to discern. Heavy prison eighth calamity. Insufficient cultivation, unable to discern. As for the latter abilities, their obscurity is of little consequence. The second divine ability gives me the sensation of becoming the king of chains. But for now, I must leave this underwater realm. Aike swam toward the surface, and upon breaking through, he directed his course toward the warship. However, as he swam, he suddenly sensed something amiss with the vessel before him. He had stumbled upon the fugitives. On the port side deck, the naval soldiers raised their rifles, aiming directly at Aike. Well then, this is decidedly not right. Curse it, have I swum in the wrong direction? Wasn't I heading toward the faction of the Tyrant King? On the warship's deck, Kazan observed Aike with a hint of nonchalance. Ah, you're the little brat confined and impelled down, aren't you? An 8-year-old child imprisoned by the world government directly in the depths of the 6th level. Such a rumor had circulated among the higher-ups. It was indeed absurd. Yet, they found themselves powerless to alter such a reality. Only after being promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral did he realize the revolting machinations of the celestial dragons extended far beyond a mere few incidents. Now, witnessing Aike firsthand, Kazan felt a tremor in his eyelids. So small, it's quite remarkable that he managed to escape. Am I the only one aware of this? Aike felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that the one aboard the ship was Aike. Had it been Akainu, he would have already unleashed his hellish onslaught. Let us have someone bring him aboard first. A bunch of scum, thinking they can escape? Akainu's countenance was stern and frigid, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Caitlin and her companions. Meteor volcano, a searing wave of heat erupted as colossal molten fists ascended into the sky, cascading down like a torrential meteor shower. A mad dog has arrived. It seems the captain will not be coming. We must retreat. The four of them summoned their haki, desperately warding off Akainu's onslaught of punches. Captain, good luck. We shall seek you out once we escape. Quickly set sail. The San Juan wolf swelled dramatically, wielding a massive stone pillar and crashing it down onto the ocean surface. With a thunderous boom, countless waves surged forth, rushing towards the warship occupied by Akainu. The ship seized the momentum and swiftly distanced itself. Akainu, with his iron will, bellowed, "Pursue with all your might." Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shiki soared wildly through the air, while behind him, Kizaru unleashed a barrage of laser beams. Wounded, Shiki had no desire to engage further. The more he fought, the greater his disadvantage. The paramount objective was to find a sanctuary, to strategize for the future. However, Kizaru was relentless, clinging to him like a tenacious parasite. Damn it! Is it necessary for you to stick so closely? The Golden Lion was on the verge of cursing. Hey, you are a notorious criminal capable of breaching the Navy headquarters. If you escape, then what? Once more, countless particles of light rapidly coalesced around the Golden Lion. Flash kick. Lion's mighty wind, the surrounding sea winds, under the Golden Lion's command, transformed into a tempest resembling a lion's head, engulfing Kizaru. As the ferocious winds raged, he seized the opportunity to flee. Yet amidst the storm, streams of yellow light particles materialized, hurtling once more towards the Golden Lion. He fled while being pursued. In that fleeting moment, victory remained elusive. As Akainu and Kizaru pursued the pirates, at this juncture, Aike was standing before Kazan. Kazan, displaying remarkable courtesy, helped Aike out of the sea. An 8-year-old criminal, especially one aware of his own misdeeds, would have preferred to remain oblivious. Such absurdity confronting him in person made Kazan, cloaked in justice, feel quite uneasy. Though Kazan had yet to experience the O'Hara incident, Aike's entry into Impel Down was beginning to elucidate why Garp repeatedly declined promotions. Would you mind sharing how you managed to escape? He appeared genuinely patient, even inquiring about Aike's circumstances. This left Aike momentarily speechless. The other party seemed unaware that he was the instigator of the breakout. Among the future 3 admirals, Aike held a favorable impression of Kazan. While the concept of lazy justice was debatable, Kazan possessed a fundamental moral stance. Justice would manifest differently across varying perspectives, subject to change with one's position. And he did not question the righteousness of others as long as it did not impede his own. It was all led by the Golden Lion. Aike replied without hesitation. A chat wouldn't be out of the question. It has been rather tiring swimming all this way. Upon witnessing that even someone as diminutive as I was confined to the 6th level in a fit of rage, he severed his own legs and led us in a daring escape. Is this the infamous Gold Lion Shiki? Single-handedly infiltrating the naval headquarters, and now causing a ruckus with his prison break. What a tempestuous spirit he possesses. Does he truly believe this? Aike's gaze fell upon Kazan, who appeared lost in thought. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. To instigate chaos, he even released numerous criminals. With a serious demeanor, Aike remarked, I too escaped amidst the turmoil. Is that so? Or else? Kazan pressed. You, an 8-year-old lad, escaped from a 6th level without any assistance? Aike paused for a moment, waving his arms dismissively. I possess a certain brute strength, and being small, I went unnoticed, simply following them out. Is that so? Indeed. Do you have any further inquiries? He was reluctant to divulge too much. The more he spoke, the more errors he seemed to make. Kazan pondered, what is your name? Aike. And what are your family? Aike recalled the memories of his former self. Since I can remember, I have been entirely alone. Kazan's gaze lowered slightly, remaining silent. To be frank, Aike's earlier words were not something he could easily believe. As a candidate for admiral, he possessed his own discernment. Yet at that moment, He was uninterested in questioning the veracity of Aike's claims. A mere orphan from Sabaody Archipelago, insignificant and neglected, he could perish in a gutter without anyone being the wiser. For such a child, merely surviving was a challenge. And yet, inexplicably, he found himself imprisoned within the 6th level of Impel Down. In such a world, is there truly hope? Is the justice upheld by the Navy genuinely just? His long-standing contemplations compelled him to continuously interrogate his own conscience. Noticing Kuzan's silence, Aike raised his youthful face and asked, "May I leave now?" "You may," Kuzan replied hesitantly. "But before you go, you must demonstrate the extent of your strength." He was unconcerned with what Aike had to say. He merely wished to gauge the power of this young boy. Finally realizing the situation, Aike stood up. "You'd better brace yourself." Kuzan steadied himself. "Bring it on. Do not worry about hurting me." Aike, with utmost seriousness, responded, "All right," channeling his strength into his hand. Aike lunged forward and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The attack, infused with his strength, was utterly unavoidable. Kuzan was sent flying by the blow, crashing against the ship's interior. "Admiral Kuzan, are you all right?" Within the confines of a ship, Kuzan gazed upward at the sky. It was quite blue. "To the future, Admiral. May we meet again by fate." Aike dove into the sea, disappearing from sight like a small fish. Having struck Kuzan, he felt exhilarated. Chapter 10. The attention of the 5 elders, shocking Kizaru, and Kuzan once more the naval headquarters. Sengoku awaited news from Impel Down. The potency of Roger's words had been overwhelmingly significant. The number of pirates venturing into the seas had surged dramatically. This situation had already caused considerable distress for the Navy. And now, they faced the additional complication of a prison break by the criminals from Impel Down. Upon assuming the role of marshal, a torrent of events unfolded before me. Truly, I seemed destined for a life of relentless toil. "Brew," exclaimed Pujia. "Marshal Sengoku, what on earth is happening?" "With the strength of the vice admirals at our disposal, how can I still face the threat of a breach in Impel Down? Is this how your Navy offers support?" The telephone bug, mimicking the director's acerbic demeanor, shouted with spittle flying, clearly intent on shifting the blame onto the Navy. "If the prisoners on level 6 manage to escape, I shall certainly report this to the 5 elders, accusing you of inadequate assistance." "Hey, are you even listening to me? Hello." At first, Sengoku struggled to contain his fury, but as the tirade continued, his anger ignited. Fire seemed to blaze in his eyes. This group of officials had taken shamelessness to an unprecedented level. "What do you think you are? If you have the guts, go ahead and report it." With a resounding Pujia, Sengoku's fist crashed down, splintering the desk into pieces. Nearby, Admiral Tsuru tightened her grip on her teacup and took a sip, remarking, "Why bother getting riled up over such individuals? The higher-ups assign them here. If something goes awry, the responsibility lies with them." Sengoku, too furious to respond, found the blatant act of shirking responsibility utterly revolting. Not long after, the telephone bug in his arms buzzed to life. Hearing the voice from the device, Sengoku's mood lifted, albeit slightly. "What is the situation?" "Most of the criminals have been subdued. However, a few have slipped through the cracks, and the vice admirals are already in pursuit. Nevertheless, the situation at Impel Down is dire. We must deploy more personnel immediately. Additionally, please take the reason for the breakout seriously. I will send the footage shortly. Thank you for your hard work, Magellan." Soon, the visuals from inside Impel Down gradually materialized before Sengoku and Tsuru. The two transitioned from disbelief to sheer astonishment in the blink of an eye. He bellowed towards the door, "Bring forth the profile of the criminals on level 6, particularly that of Ace. Investigate every detail without omission." "Yes. Wait, there's no need to go." The messenger interjected. "The images before us clearly indicate that the information gathered by the agency is utterly useless." Tsuru massaged her temples and said, "I'll handle the investigation myself." A silence enveloped the room. Yet, both Sengoku and Tsuru felt a tumult of unease within. Why would an ordinary child suddenly exhibit such terrifying prowess? What other secrets lay undiscovered before his incarceration? The very notion of an 8-year-old being imprisoned in Impel Down is already preposterous, And now, you tell me this child orchestrated a mass breakout with a band of criminals. The footage cannot lie. Yet, Sengoku wished fervently that it were a fabrication. An 8-year-old capable of such feats. Could he be another Charlotte Linlin? No, he may prove to be even more formidable. A chill ran down Sengoku's spine. The capabilities and strength displayed by this ace surpassed many adult pirates. Indeed, an ordinary child, suddenly transformed into a different being? Could this child possess dual personas? In the heart of Sengoku, a whisper echoed. How fortuitous it was that the celestial dragon had confined you within. Had he joined the Navy, he would undoubtedly have possessed the prowess of a high-ranking admiral in the future. Yet now, such a prospect was rendered impossible. Report. Enter, came the command. The 5 elders summoned you to contact him. An hour later, within the corridors of power, the 5 elders stood or sat, their attention immediately drawn to the unexpected developments in Impel Down. When Sengoku transmitted the imagery from the 6th level of the prison, all eyes instinctively turned to Aike. Previously, the celestial dragon had whimsically cast Aike into the abyss of the 6th level, an act that had gone largely unnoticed. However, the transformations occurring within Aike could no longer be dismissed. Among the 5, none spoke first until the Justice Warlord, Topman Watchley, received a call from his subordinate. Clad in a deep green suit and adorned with a distinctive mustache, he spoke with poise. We have clarified the situation. The cell where that boy resides bears no particular significance. Izambla Nejiru, draped in a pristine white robe and wielding the original sword, fixed his piercing gaze upon the matter. So, you suggest that the boy possesses some uniqueness? The agriculture warlord, Shepherd Tibert, donned in a crimson suit with golden hair and beard, relayed news from the people of Sabaody Archipelago, stating that a review of the boy's experiences prior to his entrance into Impel Down revealed nothing extraordinary about him. He hesitated momentarily before adding, however, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the boy may have secretly consumed something exceptional. The scientific defense warlord, Jagor Lysiasitan, interjected calmly. The devil fruits are out of the question. No devil fruit can render one immune to the powers of sea prism stone. It must be that this boy has some inherent issues that our personnel failed to detect earlier. What is this ability of a cultivator? Nejiru inquired, raising an eyebrow. Does it hold any research value? Certainly, he responded. At the tender age of 8, he was able to send Magellan flying with a single punch and vanquish Shiryu. Such accomplishments bear considerable weight. Then let us place a bounty on him, though only for his live capture. What do you all think? Agreed. I second that. This matter shall be entrusted to Sengoku. Let the intelligence and whereabouts be assigned to the 8th Division. Meanwhile, on the evening of receiving the news, Sengoku found himself unexpectedly burdened with overtime. Half a day later, Kazan returned to the Navy headquarters. A day later, Akainu and his division returned. Although Kazuru had the longest journey, he managed to arrive the following day as well. Barely had the 3 settled into their chairs when Sengoku summoned them to his office. Zephyr, Admiral Tsuru, and Garp were all present. Prior to their return, Sengoku had already been apprised of the results of their pursuit. The Golden Lion had ultimately reached a populated island, where he leveraged his threats against hostages to ensure that Kazuru did not continue the chase. The warlords, encountering inclement weather and dense fog, were unable to pursue further. Although Akiji had been lenient, Aike had taken to the sea, making pursuit impossible. This prison break, while primarily not our fault, would ultimately fall upon us to resolve. In the Push City, the former director is undergoing trial on Judicial Island. The deputy director, Magellan, displayed remarkable composure in the face of adversity and has since assumed the role of director. Additionally, a considerable number of incompetent prison guards have been taken away by the authorities. Zephyr, wearing his inverted triangle glasses, lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Magellan is quite impressive, he remarked. Suddenly, Akiji interjected, Wait, are we expected to be concerned about Push City as well? Sengoku cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, We need not worry about that side. Our focus should be on minimizing the repercussions of the Push City incident. Kizuru took up Sengoku's statement, saying, The sea has already begun to exhibit signs of chaos, with a significant rise in the number of people venturing out to sea. The higher-ups have approved our proposal to establish additional branches and recruit new soldiers. The weapons department is also diligently researching new forces. It seems we shall be quite busy in the coming time. Well then, take a look at this, Sengoku said as he replayed the footage of Ace's prison break. Kizaru and Aike had already met Ace and even clashed with him, yet they were still taken aback upon witnessing him bend the sea prism stone handcuffs with his bare hands. As the video concluded, Kizaru's distinctive tone echoed in the conference room. How terrifying, that little Ace. I still underestimated him. Chapter 11. Bounty of 100 million berries. The Devil's Son, Ace, stirs the turbulent seas. Akainu wore a solemn expression. Even the sea prism stone is ineffective against him. Akiji's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as images of Ace's attack flashed in his mind. This kid has deceived us with his age. One would never suspect he possesses such skills and strength. I truly wish to recruit him into our navy. Garp laughed heartily. However, they all understood that after the celestial dragon's meddling, the likelihood of him joining the navy was zero. Sengoku spoke slowly. Ace must harbor secrets unknown to us. Taking over the conversation, Sengoku declared, Indeed, but now is not the time for such inquiries. The Gorosei have explicitly stated that Ace is to be placed under a bounty. Alive. A sense of apprehension washed over everyone. An 8-year-old child warrants such a significant response from the Gorosei? Are they truly that interested in Ace? The bounties of notorious figures like the Golden Lion Shiki and other fugitives from Push City have increased by 30%. Now, let us discuss the bounty for Ace. Under normal circumstances, the bounty of a pirate would not require Sengoku's intervention. Yet, Ace's situation is anything but ordinary. Borsellino, what are your thoughts? Kizaru asked. Borsellino sighed. Why must you point at me? However, after some contemplation, he responded without further ado. That kid's combat prowess is on par with that of a supernova. Aike concurred indeed. He is a rather cunning child. Sengoku remarked. A bounty that is too high may attract unwanted attention. After a period of reflection, Sengoku concluded. Let's set the bounty at 100 million. Akainu, Aike, and Kizaru exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. Yet they refrained from voicing further objections. A bounty of 100 million berries, aimed at an 8-year-old child, would undoubtedly pose a lethal allure for both pirates and civilians alike. Sengoku continued. The justification for the bounty has already been devised by the authorities. The offspring of hell, a perilous entity, possesses the eerie ability to summon the abyss of the inferno. This statement conjures images of Aike confronting Shiryu in a spectral form. To the public, the world government proclaims that this demon's progeny poses a threat to civilian safety. Thus, in the interest of protecting innocent lives, he is imprisoned within Impel Down. Subsequently, events unfold as expected. The demon's offspring seizes the opportunity to escape during the chaos of the Golden Lion's breakout, though this detail remains understated. Crucially, upon hearing of the demon's perilous nature, the populace promptly alerts the world government, effectively allowing the celestial dragons to cleanse their hands of any wrongdoing. Akainu lowers his naval cap, remaining silent. Kizaru and Kazan also refrain from speaking. The silence is deafening. Everyone understands the underlying truth. A familiar tactique. The world government has crafted a narrative that resonates with the masses, portraying a tale of justice. How could the progeny of a creator possibly err? Truly, what a despicable justification for a bounty. Carp laughs heartily. Those who wrong you often understand your plight better than you do. Sengoku abruptly slams his hand on the table. Carp, this matter is settled. Next comes the issue of branch personnel. The escape from Impel Down, a significant event, would typically remain buried by the world government. However, a young journalist named Morgans inadvertently uncovers this information and rushes to the gates of Impel Down to capture a few photographs. He then mobilizes his entire network to ascertain the list of escapees from the world government. This maneuver aims to generate a monumental news story. Days later, following Roger's execution, the first earth-shattering headline emerges. Morgans pens the article himself, titled The Signal of an Era. The indestructible myth of Impel Down is shattered. In a grandiloquent exposition exceeding 1,000 words, he declares the dawn of the great pirate era, heralding the emergence of a formidable pirate figure. The name of the golden lion, Shiki, ignites fervent discussions across the seas. The article reveals that Shiki, in a drastic act, amputated his own legs within prison and spearheaded the escape operation at Impel Down. Ultimately, for pirates successfully evade capture, the tyrant Alvaro Pizarro, the bounty hunter Catarina Devon, the colossal warship Saint Juan Wolf, and the barrel-sized Basque Chote. These names swiftly capture the attention of numerous pirates, who begin to seek their whereabouts. Some wish to recruit them, while others aspire to gain renown through their demise. Morgan's audacious actions lead to the immediate closure of his newspaper, yet fortune favors the prepared. Having long since established an independent outlet, he employs his resources to extricate himself and swiftly founds a new publication. Utilizing the power of the newsbirds, he disseminates his journalistic endeavors throughout the Grand Line. The world government, recognizing his influence, dispatches representatives to engage with him. No one knows the details of their agreement, but henceforth, news articles and bounties can be distributed globally through the newsbirds. In a latest bounty announcement, a peculiar notice has captured the attention of many. The Devil's Son, merely 8 years old, is subject to a staggering bounty of 100,000,000 berries. Morgan's received the meticulously crafted script from the world government, and soon the name of the Devil's Son, Aike, spread across the seas. Whispers suggest he was among those who successfully escaped from prison. Some even speculate that the Devil's Son, Aike, conspired with the Golden Lion to orchestrate this daring jailbreak, with myriad opinions swirling. The veracity of these rumors remains shrouded in uncertainty. To have a bounty placed on such a young criminal, who can only be captured alive, is unprecedented. Countless bounty hunters have proclaimed their intent to procure information regarding the Devil's Son, Aike. The notion of a cursed child of the devil is utterly revolting, a testament to the world government's vile tactics. On a remote island, the Golden Lion disdainfully tossed Aike's bounty notice to the ground. Just wait. I shall undertake an endeavor that will astonish you all. Somewhere on the vast ocean, the formidable warship Saint Juan Wolf. Fixated on the bounty notice, the captain has been marked. The amount is quite substantial. The barrel-shaped drunkard, inebriated, remarked, "We too have become figures of renown." Catherine gazed out at the sea, contemplating, "Surely, many are seeking news of the captain. Let us remain patient. The moment we hear of him, we shall make our move." In Rowtown, the youthful red-haired Shanks, having just parted ways with Buggy, prepared to set sail alone. The bounty notice for Aike piqued his interest. The Devil's Son, Aike? He might just be an intriguing individual. Should I encounter him, I must extend an invitation to join my pirate crew. In a tavern in Rowtown, Dragon sat alone, sipping rum while others around him engaged in fervent discussions about the Golden Lion's prison break and the Devil's Son, Aike. A tale emerged of a boy who, cursed by the devil, had become exceedingly dangerous and was subsequently imprisoned by the world government in Impel Down, such a narrative fraught with inconsistencies. Yet, many seem to accept it without question. Should I discover Aike, I would never inform the world government. He mused. To be valued at such a bounty, he must harbor secrets. The power of the devil. Perhaps he conceals the mystery of a devil fruit within him. Yet, I remain more enamored with the notion of the grand treasure. I shall reach the Grand Line, without a doubt. Dragon understood that tumultuous tides were rising in these waters. Chapter 12. The Warrior of Daughter Island? The Scoundrel of Daughter Island. Unbeknownst to Aike, events unfolded across the vast ocean. After departing from Kuzan's warship, he summoned his spiritual energy to swim onward. Fortunately, his cultivation allowed him to harness some spiritual stones within his ring. Otherwise, he might have been adrift in the boundless sea for an eternity. Days later, Aike finally set foot on a small island. Upon arrival, he decided to make himself at home. As he traversed the island, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura of hostility. With his limited perception, he could detect danger within a 20-meter radius, and nothing escaped his scrutiny. Whoosh! He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading an arrow that struck the tree behind him. Is it a mere child? A coolly attired Amazonian warrior parted the branches and was taken aback upon seeing Yak. "Child, how did you arrive here?" This is a windless zone where no vessel can navigate. It is utterly inconceivable for a child to set foot on this island. Yak, patting his stomach, replied, "It's a long story. Could you spare me some food?" He recognized her attire and realized he had indeed arrived at the Island of Women. Sharp hesitated. She had no provisions on her person, and any food would necessitate a return to the village. However, this was the Island of Women, where no man was permitted to enter. Yet, here stood a mere child. A moment of internal conflict ensued. Seeing her indecision, Yak seized the opportunity to embrace the role of a helpless child, saying in a pitiful tone, "I was shipwrecked and have not eaten for days." Sharp's heart softened, and she believed his words without question. "Very well, follow me." After all, what malice could a child harbor? Following the warrior, Yak entered the village of Amazon Island, where buildings adorned with Chinese architectural influences were sparsely arranged on either side. As he gazed down the street, he observed that it was filled entirely with women. Each donned short skirts that revealed their long legs, with fabric covering their chests that sometimes barely exceeded the size of a palm. Suddenly, a simple English tune echoed in Yak's mind. Beside the women slithered snakes of various hues, gentle and quietly entwined around their bodies. Some wielded long spears, exuding a formidable presence. "Sharp, you've returned from the hunt." "Yes." "Oh, look behind you." Sharp addressed the crowd. "This is a boy who is shipwrecked." A boy. The moment Yak appeared, he became the center of attention. Adults and children alike, having never seen a man before, crowded around him. A little boy. He is just like us. Yak felt like a monkey in a zoo, scrutinized by all. Before him stood a sea of legs. The last time he had seen so many legs was during a parade. He glanced upward, confronted by towering figures. His hair is so short. His chest is rather flat, yet quite firm. "Oh, men have such small chests." "Is that so?" Some bold souls ventured closer, casually touching his arms and hair as they spoke. Fortunately, their intentions were innocent, and Yak paid them little mind, equally curious about the women of the island. He recalled that the Nine Serpent tribe was a warrior nation composed entirely of women, who believed that strength equated to beauty. From birth, they were raised as warriors, shouldering the burdens of their families and labor. Upon reaching childbearing age, islanders would venture to the sea to conceive before returning. Strangely, only daughters were born, the reason for which remained a mystery. "Boy, I've heard that men are quite different between their legs. I would like to see." Yak exclaimed, "Wait. You all are not behaving quite right." Sharp hastily gestured, "Do not frighten him. Everyone, please step aside. This child has endured a shipwreck and has barely managed to drift to our island. He is just a child and has gone several days without food. Let him eat something first. That is the least we can do. Once he has dined, we can all gather to observe him." "Hey!" Ike's eyes widened in alarm. He quickly interjected, "Eating is one thing, but do not take liberties. How did I end up in this den of wolves?" Ike swiftly retreated as a multitude of legs approached him. "Is it just a glance? You won't lose a piece of flesh, will you?" "Indeed," they echoed. Sensing the dire situation, Ike turned to flee. "Female warriors? More like female ruffians. Do not run. We are merely curious. Catch him. Do not let him escape." Ike summoned his spiritual energy, nimbly darting through the throng of bodies. Shark called out, "Stop this ruckus. Do you not wish to eat?" Ike dashed towards areas where food was present, exclaiming, "I will help myself. Is it unreasonable for you to let me take something after you have gawked at me? Little man, do not flee. Can we not just take a quick look and discuss? What are you saying? Quickly block him. With so many of us, how can we not subdue him?" Chaos ensued along the street, with people leaping and scurrying in disarray. Given Ike's current cultivation level, had he not restrained his strength, the ground would have surely cracked underfoot. A throng of scantily clad women failed to catch Ike, who continued his flight unimpeded. Soon, his stomach was satisfactorily filled. Being pursued by so many maidens, he mused that if this were a small ball, it would be a tale to boast about for a lifetime. Since he was here, he intended to see if he could absorb the fortune of the daughter island. The palace of Nine Snake Island lay not far off. He certainly could not leave empty-handed. "Thank you for your hospitality, everyone. Until we meet again." With that, he leapt and sprinted towards the palace, soaring several meters high, astonishing the onlookers. Can a man truly leap like that? He resembles a monkey. This is bad. That direction leads to Her Majesty's palace. The female warriors panicked. Hurry, block that little rascal. He must not pass. What began as playful antics now threatened to escalate into calamity. Ike raced towards the palace. Stop him. As warriors, they swiftly knocked arrows, launching a barrage of potent projectiles towards Ike. However, for one with Ike's level of chi refinement, it was akin to mere tickling. With a series of agile leaps, he soon vanished from their sight. The pursuing female warriors exchanged glances. Quickly, report to Her Majesty. Inside the palace, Ike stealthily surveyed his surroundings. Having infiltrated, he pondered the possibility of encountering the Empress, reminiscent of Luffy's escapades. Wait a moment. Roger has only just perished. The O'Hara incident has yet to occur, and the event of the Empress's capture has not transpired. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, Hancock should only be 8 years old. 8 years old? Wait, I'm also 8. Chapter 13. Attaining Foundation Establishment. The Empress's happiness is my responsibility. At the tender age of 8, one is truly in the season of childhood romance. Alas, I must hasten to locate Hancock. With my presence, you shall never again endure the humiliation imposed by the celestial dragons. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Host detected at the Amazon Lily Palace, absorbing the fortune of this realm. You have attained the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. Acquired 1,000 premium spirit stones. What a delightful and unexpected reward. In that instant of enlightenment, Ike's aura surged dramatically. A formidable pressure emanated from the palace, engulfing much of Snake Island in a weight akin to mountains. The prison divine body lay dormant, yet with the elevation of his cultivation, its power was awakened. Instantly, all gazes turned skyward, where a colossal phantom of a prison materialized above the palace. Ethereal chains of order wove through the air, as if poised to strike the palace at any moment. This commotion could spell trouble. Ike quickly willed the phantom to vanish. Meanwhile, a torrent of spiritual energy surged within him, coursing through his limbs with vigor. Where the energy flowed, his meridians solidified with remarkable density. His cultivation soared uncontrollably. From the early stages of Foundation Establishment to the later stages, culminating in the perfect completion of Foundation Establishment, the liquid spirit energy within him approached saturation, merely a final step away from coalescing into a pill, perfectly established at the pinnacle. However, during this moment of triumph, a sharp voice pierced through the air. You audacious thief! How dare you intrude upon the palace of the Empress? Such a ruckus did not go unnoticed by the patrolling female warriors. They swiftly knocked their arrows, aiming directly at Ike. With a playful grin, Ike jested. I advise you not to act hastily, or else. What will you do? A commanding voice resonated from within the palace, imbued with an undeniable authority. Toritoma, the current Empress of Amazon Lily, gracefully descended the palace steps. Her imposing gaze caught Ike's attention, while her short hair and beauty mark rendered her captivating. Her figure, accentuated by a chi pao, exuded an alluring maturity, enchanting those who beheld her. The reigning Empress? Toritoma? The former of Hancock? The one whose longing became a malady? She appeared far from ill. No, I must not let relations sour. I still need to find Hancock. I cannot offend everyone before even meeting her. With a quick thought, Ike adopted a cheeky demeanor, saying, otherwise, I shall surrender. Toritoma fixed her gaze on Ike, her eyes glinting with intrigue. A sharp-witted little scamp. Was that formidable aura truly emitted by this 8-year-old child? It cannot be mistaken. He is the only outsider here. She had anticipated a powerful pirate's arrival. Only to find this. You little brat, you dare not kneel before the Empress, exclaimed an elderly woman beside Toritoma, attempting to assert dominance. As Ike glanced at the figure before him, he observed a face adorned with wrinkles and a cascade of white, wavy hair, with a flower delicately tucked into the left side of her hairline. Instantly, he recognized her identity and nonchalantly remarked, Old lady, are you the Emperor or is she the Emperor? Giroliosa, infuriated, struck the ground with her serpent staff and retorted, You little brat, how dare you speak back? Nevertheless, seeing that Ike bore no malice, she commanded, Come in and speak. Inside the palace, Toritoma sat regally upon the throne, her legs crossed in a queenly manner. Beneath her, a large azure python coiled languidly around the seat. Upon hearing Ike had escaped from the Push City, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Push City? A mere 8-year-old like he was imprisoned there? This is utterly absurd. Just as Ike was about to respond, he was abruptly interrupted by Gerolios's icy voice. Humph. You don't even bother to prepare a lie. Do you have any idea what Push City is? Ike's eyes suddenly turned cold, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. The oppressive force surged, causing the palace drapes to billow violently. Had it not been for Ike's unintentional restraint, the female warriors within the palace would have been knocked to the ground. However, even so, the elderly Geroliosa, caught slightly off guard, stumbled and fell, her speech quivering with astonishment. Seeing this, Ike lost interest and lazily remarked, "What else with the call me daddy?" Geroliosa, now incensed, leaped up and shouted, "I'm at the Conqueror's hockey. Do you understand the importance of respecting your elders, you little rascal?" Her words hung in the air as she was struck with shock. This child exhibited such potential at this tender age. What would he become in the future? This was a talent rarely found among the kings of the sea. Even more astonishing was the apparent ease with which he wielded this power. He was merely 8 years old. What a terrifying gift. She had once been a member of the Rocks Pirates and had witnessed the pinnacle of power upon these seas. Ike before her evoked a sensation of the unknown. Had the world outside become so extraordinary? At that moment, even Toritoma's expression grew serious. The aura he had displayed was no illusion. This child possessed a formidable and fearsome strength. "Grandmother, you may step back," Toritoma asserted, for she was still alive, and the Empress's authority lingered. Reluctantly, Geroliosa turned her head away, silenced by her astonishment. Curiously, Toritoma inquired, "Ike, what crime did you commit to be imprisoned in Push City? Is that really important?" Ike replied, hands clasped behind his back. What crime could a mere innocent boy commit when he fell from a tree while watching Roger's execution, startling a passing celestial dragon? As he recounted the original body's misfortunes, an involuntary chill coursed through him, as if the past grievances lingered. "Do not worry. Having inherited your body, I shall avenge you. The celestial dragons will all pay for this," Ike vowed silently. "And how did you manage to escape? How did you come to Lily Island?" "The Calm Belt is home to various formidable sea kings," Toritoma pressed on. She fathomed the most improbable possibility. Witnessing the formidable aura emanating from Ike, she realized that whether she believed it or not, she had to accept the truth. Having escaped from prison, he had traversed a long journey to arrive here. Toritoma's expression instantly turned grave. How could anyone possibly escape from Impel Down, renowned for its impregnable fortress? Ike retorted, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Chapter 14. The Empress. "You saved me. Why not stay?" Ike had no intention of falling into self-justification. Considering the earlier intensity, Toritoma refrained from further inquiries and remarked coolly, "If you truly possessed the ability to escape from Impel Down, the world government would undoubtedly have taken notice. Well, this matter will be revealed in due time by the newspapers." Before Toritoma could finish her sentence, a whirlwind of dizziness overcame her, and she collapsed onto the throne. Ike was taken aback. "I haven't done anything." Toritoma! Toritoma! Geroliosa immediately rushed to support her, but upon seeing Toritoma's pallor, she cried out in alarm. "Oh no!" At this moment, her homesickness has struck again. "Homesickness?" Ike responded, "Ah, I had forgotten about that." Almost every emperor suffered from this malady, which gradually weakened them as they longed for someone they could not see. In severe cases, it could lead to death. It seemed that the former empress, the very one before them, had succumbed to this illness. Geroliosa promptly began to employ the healing techniques of their island. Strangely, she produced a pouch containing several silver needles. Ike was astonished. Surely she isn't considering acupuncture? Oda, the crafty creator, had infused many of the structures on Amazon Lily with a Chinese aesthetic. Perhaps Geroliosa possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese acupuncture as well. After several needles were inserted, Toritoma showed no signs of awakening. In fact, her complexion grew even graver. Oh dear, could it be that the acupoints were not accurately targeted? This should be the correct position, Euroliosa muttered to herself, causing Ike to sweat profusely. Let me give it a try. Without a moment's hesitation, Euroliosa admonished. What do you know, child? Don't meddle. Ike stood proudly, arms crossed. Huh. When it comes to saving lives, I'm certainly more capable than you, old woman. With my foundational cultivation, a mere bout of weakness poses no challenge. What is beyond the reach of a cultivator's spiritual energy? Besides, my pure heart jade can alleviate negative emotions and heal her without issue. Euroliosa ignored Ike. She instructed a female warrior to bring over a bowl of medicinal broth, the recipe seemingly prepared in advance. However, as she assisted Toritoma in drinking it, the Empress promptly vomited it back up. Following this, there was a flurry of pulse-checking and breath-listening, yet Toritoma showed no sign of awakening. After a series of futile attempts, Euroliosa wore a troubled expression. Alas, will our Empress of Amazon, Lily, never escape this curse? Each ruler, upon falling in love, succumbs to homesickness, and no remedy has proven effective. Ike observed the scene in silence, thinking clearly, it is your medical skills that are lacking, old woman. At that moment, Euroliosa caught sight of Ike's disdainful demeanor and, with a determined demeanor, approached him. Hey, Ike, can you truly save the Empress? She decided to take a gamble, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Yak turned his head away, saying, No, I prefer the defiant demeanor you displayed moments ago. You. Granny New was so enraged that she was left speechless. It was clear she was trying to provoke her. As long as your method to save the Emperor proves effective, I can promise you one condition on behalf of the Emperor. Yak's eyes glimmered with interest as he carelessly replied, Just one? This is the Emperor's promise. What do you take it for? I shall require 3. Gloriosa sternly refused. No. Whether you can save the Emperor is still uncertain. Well then, there's nothing to discuss. Gloriosa gritted her teeth, seething with frustration. In her youth, she had ventured out to sea for love. Her successor, the next emperor, had also set sail for love. Currently, Toritoma, under her persuasion, had no intention of sailing, yet he was gradually weakened by an ailment of longing. She was anxious. Lily Island could not afford to lose its emperor, just as the Navy could not be without its commander, and the West could not bear to lose Jerusalem. After a few seconds, Gloriosa took a deep breath, seemingly resolved. 2 conditions, and they must be within our capabilities, otherwise you may leave. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, she was no stranger to cunning tactics. How could she allow herself to be outmaneuvered by an 8-year-old child? Yak pretended to sigh, a surge of spiritual energy flowing through him. He gazed at the azure python beneath Toritoma. Oh dear, why does this snake appear so listless? Is it perhaps too weak? With a casual wave of his hand, he cast spiritual energy upon the azure serpent. The snake visibly rejuvenated, its entire body beginning to writhe. Hiss, come along with my left hand, right hand in slow motion. The azure python, almost human-like, affectionately coiled around Yak. It lowered its head submissively, allowing Yak to stroke it. The essence of spiritual energy is a creation of heaven and earth, and the creature instinctively recognized the benefits it had just received from Yak. Gloriosa was left in awe. With her keen eyesight, she could immediately discern the vibrant condition of the azure python. It was bursting with life. Could this little brat truly possess such abilities? I shall let you have this essence rich in vitality, Yak feigned regret. Oh, but alas, it seems someone is unimpressed. Well then, I shall take my leave, as I am no longer needed here. Yak swaggered towards the door, hands in his pockets, exuding a carefree demeanor. Gloriosa's breath became heavy as she urgently called out, Yak, wait. We can agree to 3. This little brat's method might indeed be useful. Yak's lips curled into a smile. It would have been better if she had agreed sooner. He would not press further. Turning, he sauntered back towards Toritoma. Even before he drew near, a fragrant aroma wafted toward him. He summoned his spiritual energy, gently placing his hand to channel the power of the pure heart jade into Toritoma's meridians. Her body, weakened by excessive worry, gradually revived under the nurturing energy. The color in her face brightened, and she appeared like a rose regaining its vibrant bloom. Not long after, Toritoma opened her eyes. Have I fainted again? Whenever she refrained from addressing her affairs, her longing would resurface. The persistent yearning gnawed at her body. Yet she found herself powerless to resist thoughts of that man. Prolonged contemplation had drained her vitality, and such sudden, fainting spells were no longer rare occurrences. Doritoma, pull yourself together, Guruliosa reminded her from his side. Thanks to Aike, you might not have known when you would awaken from this fainting spell. Please call me the young master who heals and saves. Aike chimed in, proudly tapping his foot and humming softly. Toma slowly sat up. Upon hearing Guruliosa mention the conditions she had agreed to after her fainting, she immediately regained her regal demeanor. 3 conditions are acceptable, as long as we can fulfill them. Suddenly, she laughed. Though our Lily Island strictly forbids the entry of men, today you saved me. Why not remain here? Her gaze towards Aike sparkled. The more she looked, the more charming he appeared. With such capability, even if he couldn't stay on Lily Island, he could easily be accommodated on a nearby isle. Aike shivered. Is it really that thrilling? He mused, feeling as if he were transforming into a figure from a tale. No, this woman surely harbors ulterior motives. Chapter 15, Aike thought. The position of captain of the 9 snake pirates shall be mine. Absolutely not. Guruliosa insisted, striking her staff against the ground. The rules of Lily Island cannot be broken. Toma, with an air of haughtiness, crossed her legs and chided Guruliosa in a queenly tone. Silence. I am the emperor of Lily Island. But, are you questioning the emperor's decree? Toma, as the reigning sovereign, harbored suspicions towards Aike, an unfamiliar outsider of uncertain status and seemingly formidable strength. However, the advantages of his abilities were undeniable. Retaining him would outweigh the disadvantages. Once he matured, she could persuade him to take a girl from the island as his bride, and perhaps another girl could inherit his powers. She hesitated to contemplate further. Aike, oblivious to her thoughts, merely remarked in exasperation. Could you all consider the opinion of the person involved? You may speak. Though your conditions sound appealing, let's adhere to the rules. As a cultivator, Aike knew he could not be ensnared by a daughter island. Observing her serious expression, he continued, I am aware of your regulations regarding the prohibition of men. Thus my first condition is to remain on Daughter Island. Toma's eyes lit up. Isn't that tantamount to agreeing to my conditions? Aike rolled his eyes in disbelief. I have yet to finish speaking. Within 3 days, or even sooner, I shall depart. He pondered for a moment and declared, I do not fear revealing my purpose for being here. In the face of impending tumult, I am preparing to establish my own pirate crew. Lily Island serves as my first refuge after escaping Impel Down, and I intend to recruit a crew member here. Once I find one, I shall take my leave. Capturing Hancock is merely the first step of my plan. The master of the immortal gate, the sovereign of the world. How could there be no queen? Matters concerning the immortal gate cannot yet be divulged to others, for even if disclosed, they would scarcely be believed. For now, I must merely assume the guise of captain. Naturally, there must also be a vessel sailing upon the vast ocean, a place to call home. Guruliosa admonished in a tone befitting a senior. You, an 8-year-old child, who would trust you to be a captain. That is of no concern to you, old fool, she retorted, her grip on the cane trembling with indignation. Toma's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, as if contemplating something. Indeed, you must have another ship on Lily Island. Given that I saved you, it wouldn't be unreasonable to grant me one. Child, that vessel is a treasure of our snake tribe. How do we get to an outsider? Guruliosa's words seemed to spark a revelation in Toma. After a brief pause, she continued, I actually have an idea. Both Aike and Guruliosa looked perplexed. Toma addressed Guruliosa. You have stated, dear Granny, that the era of great pirates is upon us, and we must understand the changes in the outside world. We cannot remain stagnant, lest we fall behind. Thus, I have been secretly preparing to establish a pirate crew from our 9-snake island. A smile suddenly graced her lips, a distinct charm illuminating her countenance as she fixed her gaze on Aike and said slowly, I have already chosen a name, the 9-snake pirate crew. Venturing forth alone, without a ship or companions, will undoubtedly hinder your endeavors. You might as well join the 9-snake pirate crew. Among the crew, only you could persuade them to follow you willingly, and I have no objections. The island's inhabitants had dwelled on Lily Island for generations, yet as empress, she was somewhat aware of the happenings beyond. With the advent of the great pirate era, one must not lag behind. Rather, one should embrace it. The establishment of the nine-snake pirate crew was a notion she had contemplated long ago. The island's external trade relied upon two venomous sea serpents guiding the vessels. Hoisting the pirate flag would ensure the ships were readily available. She had already selected a cadre of elite warriors. The foundation was laid, and the pirate crew would come to fruition. Should Ike join, the crew's mortality rate would be significantly diminished. This would undoubtedly be a wise investment. Ike, of course, was oblivious to Toritoma's scheming. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and declared, "Joining the nine-snake pirate crew is out of the question. Unless what? I become a captain." Toritoma gazed at Ike in surprise, her eyes filled with scrutiny. "Your earlier bravado was remarkable, but what of your combat prowess? As an 8-year-old, how much strength can you truly muster? Do I appear weak to you? I trust only what my eyes can see. Presence and actual combat ability are two different matters. Just as some men in the outer seas may appear robust, yet falter within 3 minutes of battle. Very well, we shall agree. Should I defeat the others aboard, the captaincy shall be mine." Toritoma could not suppress a chuckle, clapping her hands. "Since you are so confident, then let us proceed." The palace's female guard entered with utmost respect, and Toritoma whispered a few words into her ear. He then added, "Go ahead, and do not forget to prepare the ape-woman carriage. I am headed to the arena." "Yes." Toritoma turned his gaze back to Ike. "State your second condition." "Help me find someone." A glimmer flickered in Toritoma's eyes. "Who shall I seek?" Ike smiled confidently, declaring with unwavering conviction, "Your future empress." Toritoma chuckled, his domineering laughter resonating throughout the palace. "Do you not believe me? Indeed, being 8 years old is quite inconvenient. Conveying the truth of the future lacks persuasiveness. And when one earnestly reveals such truths, others merely dismiss them as jest." Ike spoke with utmost seriousness. "Listen closely. The person I seek is named Boa Hancock. In the future, she will undoubtedly succeed you and become the Empress of Amazon Lily." Toritoma's smile faded. "Is that so? I must meet this individual." "You seek the future Empress just to have her join your ranks?" "Of course. I shall arrange for someone to locate her, and once found, I will persuade her to join the Kuja pirates." "Very well. The 3 conditions are thus established." "3? What 3 conditions?" Ike nearly fell into Toritoma's trap. Toritoma, speaking with a queenly tone, asserted, "Remaining on Amazon Lily is the first condition. Seeking the individual is the second. Persuading her to join the pirate crew is the third." "Is there a problem?" Ike retorted, "You cannot calculate like that. You find them for me, and I will convince them to join the pirate crew. Without my command, no one may enter the pirate crew." "Humph, I am the captain. The decision to join rests with me." "No, you are not yet. I am the empress here. Whether they join or not is my decision." "You? How infuriating." "Indeed, my mother was right. Beautiful women cannot be trusted. You are quite formidable." Toritoma's lips curled into a slight smile. "Little man," Ike turned his head, "when I have defeated your subordinates, I hope you can still smile." "Is that so?" A subordinate approached with news. "Your Majesty, the arena is prepared." As Ike followed Toritoma to the arena, a row of female warriors already stood upon the circular stage. Some were large in stature, resembling small giants, standing there like formidable mounds of flesh, wielding massive axes that hinted at their fierce nature. Others were slender, exuding a unique feminine grace, yet radiating the unwavering spirit of a warrior. They bore great swords and donned female armor, exuding majesty and power. Some even carried longbows that would be challenging for even an adult male to draw. Toritoma ascended to the Emperor's observation seat, surveying the scene below. "Ike, as long as you can defeat them all, the position of captain of the Kuja pirates will be yours." Ike raised his eyes, filled with disdain. "Just them?" Toritoma chuckled softly. "They are the elite warriors of Amazon Lily, each capable of defeating 10 opponents. Do not blame me for the warning. A mere strike from them could leave the island's formidable beasts either dead or severely injured." Ike let out a contemptuous smile. "Oh, you must be unaware of how I traverse the doldrums. The position of captain of a Nine Serpents pirate crew is surely mine. Chapter 16. A strike that shook the arena. Ike declared, I am your future husband and captain, Nine Snake Island, as a nation that venerates martial prowess and strength, understands that a moderate display of power can avert unnecessary troubles. Upon ascending the combat stage, Ike's diminutive frame nearly eluded the gaze of the female warriors. Is this little brat challenging us? Have you been weaned? They jeered. Ike's expression darkened. Do you doubt my ability to break your spirit? Once on the arena, one must be prepared for the potential of death. Even if you have saved His Majesty, here, we will show no mercy, the female warriors warned. The onlookers in the stands were equally intrigued. This little squirt probably can't even wield Maria's weapon. Maria is a fearless warrior, unafraid even of sea kings. Isn't this Ike? The one sharp rod? Why has he stepped onto the combat stage? Has he offended the Empress? Such cruelty I can hardly bear to watch. Those bewildered speculated, with some even covering their eyes. At that moment, Ike, growing impatient, addressed the warriors. Stop wasting time. Come at me all at once. Maria, with her fierce glare, retorted, Arrogant little brat. In the stands, the observer, Girolio, gazed at Ike in confusion. She could not fathom the source of confidence emanating from an 8-year-old. Even if he possessed royal potential at such a young age, how could he dare to duel an adult warrior? Talent does not equate to combat strength. The archer, Kalia, remarked, I've heard of you. You cause quite the ruckus in the streets. Your speed is impressive, but my arrows fly faster. Ike, now exasperated, urged, Are you in a fight or not? Little brat, just don't embarrass yourself too much. At that moment, Toritoma issued the command from above. Let the battle commence. With that, Maria, exuding ferocity, launched her attack. If you are so eager to meet your demise, we shall oblige. Behind her, the female warriors simultaneously brandished their weapons, unleashing an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The warriors of Nine Snake Island possess an innate sensitivity to such presence. They activated their observation haki to firmly lock onto Ike's form. As they charged in close combat, the archers drew their bows, aiming at Ike. Now, this is more like it. Ike licked his lips, the Jinyu power circulating within him. An overwhelming force suddenly enveloped the stage. Jinyu, behind Ike. A terrifying phantom of Jinyu materialized above the combat stage. Within that ominous silhouette, endless flames could be seen, and from the flames, dark chains writhed like serpents. A vast abyssal aura spread throughout the entirety of Lily Island. All spectators were taken aback. Heavens, has hell itself descended? How terrifying. In the stands, some audience members could no longer contain themselves and rose to leave. At this moment, Toritoma was utterly astonished. The overwhelming aura she had previously sensed reemerged, its might magnified countless times beyond her prior experience. Her gaze became unusually grave. If, at the tender age of 8, he genuinely possessed strength commensurate with such a presence, then his claim of escaping from Impel Down was likely true. Even his assertion of being captured by the celestial dragons and imprisoned in Impel Down should hold merit. Upon the combat stage, the terrifying town suppression technique surged forth like a mighty thunderclap, overwhelming the fierce female warriors charging forward, their bravado utterly unable to withstand it. 8 Desolation, Town Suppression. Ike delivered a punch that seemed to summon the roaring winds and thundering energy, akin to a force that could move mountains. What? They felt as though they had been struck by a colossal mountain, an intensity they had never before experienced. Remarkably, Ike's fist had not even made contact, yet they felt as if they had endured a crushing blow. Moments later, the large figures of several warriors could not withstand the force and were sent flying backward. The surrounding audience gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Even Toritoma found herself at a loss for words. Gorori Osa stared at Ike in a daze, her thoughts mirroring Toritoma's incredulity. This young boy was exceedingly powerful. How formidable! At that moment, those female warriors in the stands who had once pursued Ike were left wide-eyed in disbelief. A man, such a strong man. On Nine Snake Island, strength was revered as beauty, and Ike possessed an irresistible allure in their eyes. Were it not for the separation between the combat stage and the audience, Many would have rushed forward in a frenzy. Should we continue fighting? I have yet to exert myself, and you have already fallen. Oomph. Maria and her companions had retreated to the edge of the combat stage. A mere 2 steps back would lead them to a pit brimming with sharp blades. They hastily knelt, bowing to the Empress and expressing their apologies for their ineptitude. Toritoma waved her hand, showing no resentment toward them. She understood that it was time to uphold her promise. Before the many members of the Nine-Snake tribe, she boldly announced the formation of a pirate crew. Simultaneously, she solemnly declared, henceforth, Aike would be the inaugural captain of the Nine-Snake Pirates. Aike! 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 Many female warriors shouted in unison, their voices rising like a tidal wave. In Nine-Snake Island, strength commanded respect, irrespective of age. Maria, Kalia, and others respectfully positioned themselves behind Aike, collectively proclaiming, Captain Aike. Aike turned his gaze toward the combat stage, his expression brimming with pride. At that moment, Gloriosa wore a serious countenance. While his ability to save lives was commendable, his combat prowess was truly fearsome. A hint of relief finally graced her features, yet deep within, she harbored a tinge of concern regarding the arrival of this outsider, whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. Thus, Aike's appointment as captain of the Nine-Snake pirate ship was firmly established. The news of Aike's captaincy spread throughout the island, igniting a flurry of discussions about him. Numerous individuals sought out Sharp to inquire about her relationship with Aike. Unbeknownst to Aike, these rumors were circulating. An hour later, the 8-year-old Hancock was brought into the palace. Aike finally encountered the young Boa Hancock, her cascading hair framing a delicate visage, with 2 playful strands accentuating her cheeks, adding an endearing charm. Her petite frame had yet to fully develop, but in conjunction with her exquisite features, she was undeniably a budding beauty. Unlike others who were wrapped in 3-piece garments, she donned an off-shoulder top, her slender legs peeking out from beneath the hem. She surveyed her surroundings with a mix of curiosity and confusion, as everything here was foreign to her. At this moment, she had not yet endured the torment of the celestial dragons, nor had she consumed the Mero Mero no Mi. Her temperament remained untainted. Though her gaze was timid, she carried herself with an air of grace. Toritoma observed her for a moment, puzzled by Aike's assertion that she would be the next empress. There are many girls like Hancock on Amazon Lily. Why did Aike single her out? Boa Hancock. I pay my respects to your majesty. She curtsied. Toritoma remained silent, turning his attention to Aike. Aike scrutinized the 8-year-old Hancock with keen interest and declared, It is not your empress who seeks you, but I who am in search of you. Hancock regarded Aike with bewilderment. To her, he was merely a stranger. She knew nothing of the chaos in the streets or the battles in the arena, being just a child of 8. I am your future husband and captain. Would you like to join my pirate crew? Hancock's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Aike. Really? Does that mean I can set sail? For a child, especially one raised in the secluded environment of Amazon Lily, the longing for adventure on the high seas was innate. Aike responded with a cheerful grin, of course. Chapter 17. The Turmoil Caused by Aike. Departure for Sabaody Archipelago. Aike's smile widened. Haha, I've got this under control. Ding. You have successfully recruited the future Empress Hancock, absorbing her fortune and receiving the reward. Xian Nu Yu Mei Jing, a unique technique for the Empress. Hancock leaped for joy. Wonderful. I want to join the pirate crew. She rushed closer to Aike, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. By the way, I have 2 younger sisters. Can they join too? Feigning diffusel, Aike replied. No. Her expression instantly fell, disappointment washing over her. Ah, just kidding, Hancock exclaimed, raising her tiny fist in indignation. You tricked me. Do you believe I could strike you? I am a formidable warrior of the Kuja. Aike chuckled lightly. But I am the captain of the Kuja pirates. Once aboard, you must obey my commands. If I say go east, you cannot venture west. If I say wear shoes, you must not remove them. Do you understand? Upon turning, Aike found Hancock had vanished. Where had she gone? She excitedly dashed outside to share the thrilling news with her sisters. During Aike's time charming the maidens of Amazon Lily, Sabaody Archipelago became abuzz with activity. With the bounty notice of the Devil's Son in circulation, nearby bounty hunters flocked to the streets, eagerly seeking information regarding Aike. Someone profited modestly by peddling falsehoods about Aike. But it wasn't long before he was taken away by the authorities. After his abduction, he vanished without a trace, instilling fear in those who might consider exploiting misinformation for gain. In a tavern, patrons gathered, their glasses clinking, exchanging tales of the abilities of Aike, the Devil's Child. His prowess, said to be unparalleled, was exaggerated with each retelling, claiming he could bring about cataclysmic destruction. What? You doubt it? Pray tell, how can an 8-year-old possess such remarkable abilities to warrant a bounty from the world government? A scruffy pirate lowered his voice, remarking, "A first bounty of 100 million berries, and it demands him alive. This is no jest." Alas, no one has laid eyes on Aike since. Within the tavern, a group of individuals discreetly sipped their drinks. In recent days, they had been far from idle, moving like phantoms throughout the corners of Sabaody Island, leaving no stone unturned in their search for clues, whether from those who had encountered Aike or self-proclaimed witnesses. Regrettably, their efforts yielded nothing. The leader, Philip, instructed some to remain in hiding for the long haul, while others set forth to search the island. Meanwhile, in the recently opened bar, the Bamboo Stick, Shaki observed Rayleigh at the counter, enjoying his drink. Several bounty posters adorned the bar, and he took particular interest in Aike's. Lately, unfamiliar faces had been increasingly frequent on the island. Shaki, elegantly smoking a cigarette while polishing a bottle, exhaled slowly. Indeed, many have come for the Devil's Child. He is a walking bounty of 100 million berries. Even I am tempted. Rayleigh chuckled softly, taking a swig of his drink. Is that so? Perhaps you should try to locate him. I find myself intrigued by this little imp as well. Shaki flicked the ash from her cigarette, responding, "That won't be easy. An 8-year-old boy with a bounty of 100 million berries, alive only, 3 stringent conditions placed upon one individual. I am curious. What makes this boy so extraordinary? With Roger's recent demise, this child has stirred quite the commotion. What secrets does he hold?" Shaki had thoroughly investigated Aike's experiences on Sabaody Island, concluding that he was merely an ordinary orphan. The sole anomaly was the fright he instilled in the celestial dragons when he fell from a tree. From that point onward, things began to unravel. Rayleigh finished his drink in one gulp, asserting, regardless, this boy's affairs merit continued observation. Yes, do remember to cover the tab, Shaki reminded him. Rayleigh's expression turned serious. I assure you, next time. The fervor surrounding Aike on Sabaody Island brought mixed emotions. Some rejoiced while others lamented. The slave traders were undoubtedly pleased, for with so many flocking to the island, the disappearance of a few dozen or even hundreds would likely go unnoticed. They had been stockpiling goods during this time. A slave trader thought this way, and so did the others. With everyone operating under the same pretense, the multitude of slave traders was enjoying substantial profits. Meanwhile, the Navy was left troubled. Several groups of swindlers approached children, disguising themselves as bounty hunters to claim rewards. Upon learning of this, Sengoku was enraged. These individuals initially sought to make a quick fortune, only to find themselves imprisoned in Impel Down. Following the turmoil caused by the con artists, the situation escalated to involve the Navy due to the relentless efforts of slave traders. Although slave trading was not under the Navy's jurisdiction, the traders, observing their competitors profiting, began to engage in a competition, even targeting the residents of Sabaody Archipelago. Proximity to the Navy's headquarters prompted the civilians to report their grievances. With the disappearance of the populace, Sengoku furiously smashed his desk. Reluctantly, they dispatched a significant naval force to pursue the slave traders. However, complications arose. Many of these traders had connections with officials and nobles of the world government, some even providing slaves specifically for the celestial dragons. Sengoku, determined to take action, disregarded the pleas of these officials and nobles. Yet that very night, a certain commander paid him a visit. The following day, a large portion of the apprehended slave traders were released. Nonetheless, those who emerged were considerably more subdued. Beyond the Sabaody Archipelago, Shanks encountered Jesus Burgess and invited him aboard his ship. Kaido had become a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 2 billion, commanding countless subordinates. Whitebeard welcomed his 18th son, Mihawk decisively defeated his master, setting sail alone in a small boat. As night fell and the moon hung high in the Emperor's chambers, Toridamesu rested her chin on her hands, unable to sleep. To avoid drowning in her thoughts, she reflected on the events of the day. The Kuja pirates were envisioned as a vital channel for external communication, yet the captain's pivotal position was occupied by a seemingly mysterious youth. Upon reflection, she realized her earlier actions might have been impulsive. However, words once spoken are like water spilled. Deliberating further, the youth's words seemed difficult to discern between truth and deceit. Having arrived at Amazon Lily for the first time, how could he possibly know the names of the island's inhabitants, let alone seek her out? This suspicion added another layer of doubt regarding the youth. Suddenly, from her elevated vantage point, she spotted two furtive figures stealthily moving under the moonlight toward an open area within the palace grounds. What could this boy be up to? Aike, do you think sneaking out like this is wise? Hancock crept along, appearing as though she were committing a transgression for the first time. Aike responded boldly. What is wrong with it? Don't you want to see my treasure? Hancock eagerly replied, fearful Aike might change his mind. Yes, yes. If you want to see it, let us hurry. Aike led Hancock to an open space. At the tender age of 8, it was the prime age for persuasion. The area was illuminated by the moonlight, unobstructed, with several massive stones scattered about, appearing quite extraordinary. This place is perfect, though these stones are in the way. With a swift motion of his small hand, he effortlessly tossed aside a boulder that was comparable to his own height. With a thunderous sound, Hancock rubbed her eyes in disbelief. This was a diamond fished from the sea, something even our mightiest warriors could not lift. Yet, Ike effortlessly raised the colossal stone, tossing it with the ease of a child playing with a toy. Is that so? Hancock's small face was completely dumbfounded, her tiny hands covering her mouth in astonishment. Oh, her entire form seemed frozen in place. Ike, you are truly remarkable. The giant stone shot upwards, and with a single punch, Ike shattered it into fragments. Instinctively, Hancock raised her hands to shield her head, fearing the stones would fall upon her. Yet, as debris rained down, a protective barrier of formidable energy enveloped both Ike and Hancock above their heads. Ike remained calm and collected, boasting, "Do you wish to become as formidable as I am? I shall teach you." Hancock's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hugged Ike tightly. "I want to learn. I really want to learn." She was elated. In her fervor, Hancock eagerly inquired, "Will I be able to become as powerful as Empress Sama in the future?" Ike waved his hand dismissively. "Her? You will be 100 times stronger than her." Hancock threw her head back in laughter, embodying the essence of an adorable little sorceress. "Ha! That's wonderful." In the next moment, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she skeptically asked, "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" Unable to resist, Ike playfully pinched Hancock's little nose. "What benefit would I gain from lying to you when I am this formidable? Since childhood, I have harbored a dream to surpass Empress Sama and become the most powerful ruler of Lily Island." Above, Toritoma narrowed his eyes in surprise. "This little one has aspirations I did not perceive." Unbeknownst to Ike, who was oblivious to the observer, he grinned. "With my presence, your dreams will surely come true. Now, close your eyes." Though innocent and naive, Hancock had heard adults speak of such matters. Her face flushed crimson under the moonlight, rendering her even more enchanting. Her heart raced. However, when she felt Ike's hand resting on her shoulder, she realized her thoughts had strayed. A refreshing and soothing energy suddenly flowed from Ike's fingertips, gently entering Hancock's body. Ike channeled his spiritual power while imparting the mystic arts of the Xiannu Yu Mei Jing into Hancock's mind. Bathed in moonlight, Hancock radiated a delicate glow. The techniques gradually manifested in her consciousness, and she joyfully exclaimed, Ike, my mind is overflowing with knowledge." I placed a finger over Hancock's lips. "Close your eyes and immerse yourself in the content, allowing your breath to flow in accordance with the teachings." Hancock obediently complied. "What?" Toritoma gasped in astonishment. She witnessed Ike, as if performing a magic trick, produce a stone and place it in Hancock's hands. This so-called treasure was merely a stone? The moment the stone appeared, An overwhelming aura emanated from it, visibly radiating in all directions. The surrounding flora and vegetation responded to this energy as if injected with hormones. Growing wildly and exuberantly, she gazed in astonishment at the scene below, pondering internally. Is this his method of healing? What is that stone? Or perhaps it is a manifestation of his devil fruit powers. Did he employ this technique while I lay unconscious? How much more is there that I remain unaware of? On the open ground, with Ike present, a consummate foundation cultivator, the spiritual energy of the spirit stones was unlikely to dissipate. However, the formidable power of the exquisite spirit stones was overwhelming. Even though I could control it, the energy was still absorbed by the surrounding flora. Naturally, a significant portion was absorbed into Hancock's body, elevating her cultivation to the first level of chi refinement. As a product of the system, the might of the Zuan moon charm scripture began to reveal itself. Hancock felt a newfound lightness and comfort enveloping her entire being. I feel an inexhaustible surge of energy. She attempted to clench her fist and struck a nearby boulder, instantly leaving a small imprint upon it. Overjoyed, Hancock exclaimed, "This is amazing." She recognized that all of this was thanks to Ike. "Thank you, Ike. Oh dear, such a grand favor. How shall I repay him? I've heard from the elders that great kindness cannot be repaid, so I suppose a blush crept across Hancock's cheeks, making her resemble a tantalizing red apple. Utterly charming. Ding! Hancock has successfully embarked on her cultivation journey, unlocking the achievement of the first cultivator under her tutelage. You have received the Empress's exclusive reward, Immortal Beauty Pill. Perfect. Immortal Beauty Pill. Envy of the heavens brings calamity. Upon consuming this pill, the enchanting beauty may be reborn after death. Isn't this the standard pill for a wife? I turned to Hancock and said, "Hancock, I have a golden pill and a silver pill. Which one would you like to consume?" With the task completed, his spirits were lifted. I want to choose. I want both. That is not permissible. You must select one. Then I'll take the golden one. Very well. Here is the silver one for you. Hancock blushed deeply. You're so mischievous, yet I really like it. The moonlight shone brightly as the laughter of children echoed beneath it. Above, the onlookers couldn't help but smile. Ike remained on Amazon Lily for a few more days, primarily awaiting the replenishment of supplies for the pirate ship. As captain of the Kuja pirates, Ike was relieved of any mundane concerns aboard. After the basic supplies, water and food, were completed, the ship was poised for departure. A considerable crowd gathered to bid farewell. Although Toritoma did not attend, she sent old woman Neo in her stead. Set sail. The three Hancock sisters excitedly dashed across the deck. It was their first time at sea. Some crew members were raising the anchor, others were steering, while others kept watch. Ike had no worries on his mind. From Toritoma, he had acquired a permanent log pose to Sabaody Archipelago. To venture elsewhere, he would need to purchase a new permanent log pose at Sabaody. For Ike, places like Water 7 and O'Hara held a higher priority. Water 7, the shipbuilding capital, was highly likely to reward him with a flying vessel. O'Hara possesses the largest library in the world, and should one wish to unlock the celestial gates of the Tao, this place is likely to bestow profound teachings. Furthermore, Mariewa, as the epicenter of the pirate world, undoubtedly harbors formidable rewards. "Hey, little brat," shouted old Granny Neo as she watched them embark on their journey. "Make sure you bring them all back." "Che, isn't this just a trivial matter?" replied Ike nonchalantly. "You should stay back and rest, given your age." "Impertinent little rascal. Farewell, old Granny Neo. Until we meet again." Hancock waved goodbye to the crowd on the island. "Ensure you return laden with treasures. We shall await your triumphant return to showcase the might of our Amazon Lily." Amidst the chorus of farewells, the Kuja pirates set sail. Ike sat at the bow of the ship, relishing the comfort of a ready vessel. Gazing into the distance, he bellowed, "Set the sails, let us embark." The future master of cultivation had commenced a new chapter in his grand ambitions. Chapter 18. A glance to deter the giant sea king, Ike. Basics. No compromise. Shortly after departing from the island, a newsbird wearing a news cap soared across the sky. Nico Robin, cherishing the information from the outside world, beckoned it over. The news bird promptly landed beside her, and after she exchanged some berries, it retrieved a newspaper from its pouch. Upon opening the paper, her pupils constricted in shock at the contents. Simultaneously, Ike's bounty notice fluttered into view. The image depicted Ike, unflinching and resolute, gazing steadfastly ahead. This image, captured from the footage of Impel Down, was notably clear. Nico Robin's expression became dazed as she recognized the haunting resemblance between the determined gaze of the son of the devil and the cunning Ike. She rushed towards the palace. "Torihito, look at this. What happened? Did something go wrong during the voyage? This isn't an accident. No, it's far from it." Torihito was bewildered. "Do you wish to hear yourself speak? Just look." "Huh?" She curiously accepted the newspaper, and upon seeing the content, she gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "The golden lion has escaped?" The son of the devil, Ike, 8 years old, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Torihito murmured, "What exactly is this little brat's background?" Old Granny Nyo, with a serious demeanor, stated, regardless of his origins, he's a target of the world government. "Torihito, we must make the right choice." Torihito's expression darkened. "Are you suggesting we report his whereabouts to the world government? What else do you propose? To stand against such a colossal entity as the world government?" Nico Robin's face was grave. "This is not a wise choice." Torihito fell silent. 100 million berries, and only for capture alive. He must be concealing some significant secret. Those whom the world government covets. Should we become entangled, even the slightest misstep could plunge Amazon Lily into the abyss. "Torihito, you must think this through." Nico Robin's gaze was fixed on him, pressing for an answer as if fearing dissent. "This concerns our Kuja tribe. Do not act impulsively." Had it not been for the events of last night, Toritoma would have indeed pondered the matter further. However, what transpired has revealed that Yak is not malevolent. A person capable of sharing his peculiar abilities with a stranger on Amazon Lily must, at the very least, not be an evil soul. The world government's bounty for his capture, alongside the rewards for verified sightings, clearly indicates their covetousness towards Yak's powers. To some extent, even the seemingly absurd claims made by Yak might hold a kernel of truth. This matter need not be mentioned again, Toritoma. Do not forget, I am the Empress. You are pushing the Kuja tribe into the flames. I am weary. Summon Granny Nu to retire. Toritoma. The sun shone warmly. Serpentine vessels glided through the tranquil waters of the doldrums. Hancock relished such weather. What splendid sea breezes. What glorious sunshine. Exhausted from running, Hancock reclined on the deck, gazing at the sky with a joyful smile. She had never felt such happiness before, not merely due to the voyage, but because of her burgeoning strength. After practicing the Xian Nu Yu Mei scripture yesterday, today, her casual attack rivaled the full force of many adult warriors' arrows. Her prowess was soaring rapidly. What thrilling adventures await us? Yak and Hancock engaged in light conversation, exchanging remarks until the sun grew increasingly fierce, prompting them to retreat to the cabin. Once settled, Yak delved into the intricacies of the system. It was uncertain what rewards might be triggered by the Sabaody Archipelago. From current experiences, it seemed that any relatively large island could draw upon fortune and yield rewards. The rewards for advancing to the city included a divine body, while Amazon Lily offered the Empress a chance to cultivate her powers, altering her destiny, along with techniques and elixirs of immortality. There appeared to be a mysterious correlation between locations and task rewards. "Captain, we have a situation," a lookout shouted. "The waters ahead are bubbling violently. Something is emerging." Yak's thoughts were interrupted as he rushed to the deck to observe. Hancock, ever the shadow, followed closely behind. Let me see. As Yak unleashed his divine sense, the sea churned wildly. Upon discovering it was a sea king, Yak could not suppress his astonishment. "What the hell? This is incredible." Towering waves surged skyward as an enormous, suffocating shadow suddenly loomed before them, the terrifying form of the Sea King blocking their path. The vast shadow cast over their vessel made it appear as diminutive as a mere serpent SI. A giant Sea King? How utterly magnificent! Wait, what a colossal serpent! Hancock gasped, collapsing to the ground, her large eyes wide with a mix of excitement and fear. "Sister, Danger. Sandersonia quickly warned. Malia's expression shifted. This is bad. It's the great king's serpent. To encounter such a terrifying creature on our first voyage. Malia and the Amazon warriors tensed, their bodies taut as strings, their eyes ignited with fierce combat spirit. They firmly grasped their weapons and swiftly formed ranks, exuding an unyielding aura that radiated determination. Unbeknownst to them, the cultivators, endowed with spiritual energy, were akin to a veritable feast for the Sea Kings. Alas, it was unfortunate for Aike. As the massive sea serpent was merely prowling near the surface, suddenly detecting the tantalizing essence wafting above. A different denizen of the deep might have remained oblivious to such a lure. The colossal sea serpent loomed before the pirate ship, its gaze fixed menacingly upon the nine-snake vessel. The warriors readied themselves for battle, yet Aike regarded the serpent with utter disdain, setting aside his perfected prison body. Even his foundational cultivation was beyond the capacity of any mere sea king to withstand. "Do not panic," he declared, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm as though the imminent peril was but a fleeting illusion. This insignificant sea king failed to elicit any urgency from him. He slowly lifted his gaze, a sharp intensity sparkling in his eyes, and unleashed the formidable aura of his foundational cultivation towards the sea serpent. With a resonant hum, a torrent of overwhelming energy erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption. That force surged like a stampede of 1,000 steeds, instantly engulfing the entire sea. In that moment, even the waves seemed frozen in time, suspended mid-motion. The great sea serpent trembled violently, resembling a frightened creature, its eyes bulging and pupils constricting in terror. Realizing it had misjudged its target, it hastily swung its massive body, retreating in a frantic escape. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the vast ocean, leaving ripples on the surface as evidence of its fleeting presence. Melia and the others stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Their mouths agape. They were filled with disbelief. Had they truly driven away? The sensation felt surreal. They knew Aike was powerful, but never had they anticipated such terror. Merely a glance had sent a colossal sea king fleeing in disarray. In past ventures, such encounters often led to injury or catastrophe. Yet now, their hearts brimmed with relief, and they were completely convinced of Aike's might, harboring a newfound reverence for him, unwilling to underestimate his youth. At that moment, Hancock's enchanting visage was alight with admiration, as though Aike were a deity of unparalleled strength in her eyes. He was astonishingly formidable. "Aike, how did you achieve this?" She marveled. Aike, maintaining his composure, feigned a cough and remarked, "Ahem, it's merely basic skills, nothing extraordinary." Chapter 19. The sailing slave ship, the wrath of Hancock, the sea breeze howled, and the waves surged. A massive merchant vessel sailed swiftly, its sails billowing in the wind. On the deck, several emaciated slaves, hunched and weary, strained to adjust the sails under the whip's relentless command. Their tattered garments barely concealed their skeletal frames, swaying precariously in the gusts, as if they could be swept away at any moment. Beside them, neatly arranged cages were clearly visible, filled with despondent slaves. The ship's sides were fortified with thick wooden planks, erected as barriers to prevent any chance of escape. Within the cramped confines beneath the ship's deck, darkness and dampness prevail. The slaves are tightly packed, shoulder to shoulder and hand to hand, finding it nearly impossible to turn even slightly. The narrow cargo hold has been exploited to its utmost capacity by the slave traders, leaving no room for an additional soul. To avoid the lash, the slaves huddle together, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Their hands, feet, and necks are shackled by heavy chains, rendering them unable to move freely. The sea breeze seeps in through a small ventilation hole, mingling with the foul stench of excrement, the acrid smell of human sweat, and the nauseating odors of vomit from those suffering from seasickness, creating a semblance of air circulation. The sound of waves crashing against the hull intertwines with the desperate and fearful sighs within the hold, yet no one pays heed to these sounds. On a higher deck, A variety of mermaids, possessing notable beauty and physique, are confined as high-value cargo. Their treatment is somewhat better, although they too are crammed together. They are afforded a modicum of space, and occasionally, buckets of cold seawater are poured over them. After all, should they perish, their market value would plummet. The passenger quarters occupy a significant portion of the vessel, characterized by spaciousness. Here, a long table is set where a group of elegantly dressed agents indulge in gourmet cuisine. Their crystal glasses clink together, and polished cutlery conveys morsels of delectable meat to their lips with civility and grace. Outside the passenger ship, individuals continually transport cages from the hold. How infuriating! With so many slaves, when will this end? One exclaims, setting down a cage as he expresses his displeasure, kicking it in frustration. The cage rolls several times, causing the mermaid slave inside to tumble, sustaining multiple bruises on her body. Yet, she refrains from crying out. A scream would only invite a harsher punishment. Hey, Lord Joss instructed that even defective merchandise be handled with care, someone nearby reminds him, but he pays no heed. Oof. The master has also stated that damage to goods is inevitable. A few slaves die, what does it matter? A guard overseeing the transport of mermaid slave cages concurs, casually tossing the cage onto the deck. The mermaid inside trembles, desperately covering her mouth to suppress any sound, her eyes wide with terror. Another individual lowers a newly brought cage, exclaiming, I envy Lord Joss. With so many slaves, this trip will surely yield millions of berries. I could never earn such a fortune in my lifetime. He laughs heartily. Once the rewards are distributed, you'll have enough to buy a young, beautiful slave to take home. Hee, I want to buy too. I adore the look of their pitiful, despairing little eyes. Another chimes in, laughing heartily. Inside the cage, the young slave girls listen in horror to the brute's conversation. They have either been deceived or forcibly abducted, enduring inhumane treatment along the way. A villainous transporter kicks the cage, sneering, what use is buying women? Just buy these mermaids. They can perform for me, and I'll sit back and collect the money. A clever fellow you are. The mermaid, imprisoned within her cage, is confined in an exceptionally cramped and arid space, her scales shedding in large patches. Once vibrant and strong, her tail now hangs limply, radiating visible anguish. Her throat is hoarse, rendering her incapable of uttering a sound. She had already lost her voice when first captured aboard the ship. The whip has taught her the art of silence. The beautiful young slave girls huddle in the corners, their terrified gazes trembling, too fearful to survey their surroundings. Their bodies bear the scars of brutal torment, gruesome wounds inflicted by the very savages nearby. Adjacent to them lies a cage containing the warrior slaves. Though they are robust and imposing in stature, the prolonged imprisonment and torture have etched profound weariness and resentment into their eyes. These individuals await their fate like lambs led to slaughter. Attention! Unidentified fog ahead. A lookout on the crow's nest cries out. Steer the ship. It's too late to change course. Reduce speed, comes the response. The order is understood. The vessel slows and cautiously navigates into the fog-shrouded waters. The weather along the Grand Line is indeed peculiar. This fog was absent moments ago. Ah, could there be any peril? Fear not. We have a significant figure aboard. What danger can mere fog pose? Unless we encounter pirates. You seem unaware of our esteemed guest's prowess. He hails from the ranks of the 8 commanders, capable of subduing even bounty hunters worth over 100 million. Is he truly that formidable? Keep your voice down. Our esteemed guest prefers discretion. The slave ship gradually ventures into the mist. Within a lavishly adorned private chamber in the cabin, a man clad in a white suit and mask indulges in a sumptuous meal. Suddenly, a knock resounds at the door. The slave trader Joss approaches with utmost humility and respect. Lord Dick, our ship has inadvertently entered the fog. Dick's voice is cold and devoid of emotion, and what of it? Joss chuckles awkwardly, maintaining his deference. I worry about potential mishaps, so I humbly request that Lord Dick come out to oversee matters. Should anything arise, it would be convenient for you to intervene. If trouble arises, I will naturally appear. Go now. Joss quickly complies, of course. Take your time, my lord. He closes the door and, once outside, promptly adopts a fade of indifference. A subordinate approaches and whispers, "Lord Joss, the provisions you requested have been delivered to your quarters. Everything is in order? Rest assured, it is all freshly harvested meat, guaranteed to be succulent. Well done." Joss gazes into the distance, his eyes seemingly piercing through the fog. "Once this transaction is completed, I shall become a wealthy merchant on Sabaody Island." With the fog obscuring visibility, the ship's navigator advises a swift exit from the mist. Although Aike is confident that no misfortune will befall them, he entrusts the professional matters to those more skilled, primarily because he is too lazy to worry. At that moment, he is instructing Hancock on the usage of her haki. The technique aligns perfectly with her abilities, and before long, she has grasped its essence. "Aike, I can truly perceive the circumstances outside." Hancock's eyes shimmered, her face adorned with an unmistakable smile. "Of course," Aike chuckled lightly. "When have I ever deceived you? This observation haki is still quite effective." In her perspective, while the observation haki could primarily detect the presence of objects, true awareness allowed for a complete visualization beyond one's immediate sight. By extending her consciousness in a particular direction, she could perceive even greater distances. "Really? Let me give it a try," Hancock exclaimed, eagerly compressing her awareness and extending it forward. "Oh, there's a ship in this direction. Wow, it's a large vessel." Suddenly, Hancock's expression froze. Her bright eyes filled with horror. Her face turned icy, and her gaze blazed with fury. "This is outrageous. These people are utterly intolerable." Chapter 20, Acquiring the Buddha's Palm. Perfectly healing the devil fruit Melia, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Aike sensed something amiss and curiously projected his consciousness outward. Almost instantaneously, he grasped the dire situation aboard the slave ship. His expression turned frigid. These individuals were unworthy of being called human. Aike had no intention of showing them mercy. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, his foundation established, piercing through the clouds and landing directly on the deck of the slave ship. Ding detected host discovery of the slave ship. "Absorbing fortune, you have received the reward. Buddha's palm. Healing devil fruit, Buddha's palm. A profound grade divine ability. Unleashing a vast palm of spiritual energy that amplifies its power immensely when descending from the heavens. Healing devil fruit. After system restoration, this is a devil fruit that fears not the sea and possesses no weaknesses." "Who goes there?" a voice inquired. Just a little brat? Could it be a slave escaped from a cage?" Aike remained silent, his cold gaze unyielding. "Not speaking, are we? Then prepare to meet your end." The guard raised his weapon, ready to strike. Yet in the blink of an eye, Aike darted like a bolt of black lightning, sweeping past, leaving the guard sprawled on the ground. A closer inspection revealed his neck had been snapped in an instant. "Intruder." The guards reacted swiftly, their faces contorted with malice as they surrounded him. Those wielding firearms frantically squeezed the triggers. Yet the bullets fell harmlessly before Aike, failing to pierce even his skin. What is happening? Is this kid impervious to blades and bullets? Joss, noticing the anomaly, rushed onto the deck. Upon arrival, he found Aike's face cold with determination. "Brat, leave now, and I shall let the past be bygone." He drew a revolver, aiming it at Aike. "Daring to come alone? You must be the legendary devil fruit user. I've procured sea stone bullets at great expense from the black market. Move, and I will fire." His demeanor was chilling, laced with murderous intent. In truth, having dispatched his subordinates in such a brief span, he dared not underestimate Aike. Noisy. Without further ado, Aike unleashed a surge of spiritual energy as heavy as a mountain. Joss reacted quickly, pulling his subordinate in front of him as a shield. The individual who stood in for him to fend off the assault immediately ceased to breathe. Even more terrifying was the fact that the spiritual energy had directly penetrated the body of the person in front and landed squarely upon Xiao Si. Curse be it. His complexion turned ashen in an instant, and a profound sense of trepidation surged within him. Bang, 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 then go perish. The anticipated scene of Yak collapsing in a pool of blood did not unfold. Instead, he appeared as a demonic entity, with a shadow of imprisonment manifesting behind him. exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression as it advanced. How is this possible? Xiao Xi's mind roared in frenzy. Do not approach me. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Yak's words were frigid. I demand your lives. The moment he finished speaking, he surged forward like a bolt of thunder. Observing this, Xiao Xi hastily activated the powers of his devil fruit, transforming into a hybrid of man and hyena, roaring defiantly. Do not presume that I fear you. I am a user of the animal-type hyena fruit. He swung his fist forward to confront Yak. Yet, upon the instant his fist met Yak's, his arm felt as though it had collided with steel, snapping instantly. Yak did not hold back, unleashing the might of his oppressive energy, the overwhelming force erupting forth. Xiao Xi's entire arm was obliterated. My hand! The anguished cries echoed through the sky. Lord Dick, save me! The agony of his severed limb rendered him a wailing specter, pleading loudly for rescue. The slaves within the cage were struck speechless, the timid ones cowering in the corners. A mere child, in the blink of an eye, had reduced this accursed demon's hand to shambles. This was more terrifying than the devil. At that moment, the cabin door was violently thrust open, and Dick emerged with a cold demeanor. Upon seeing Yak's visage, his expression shifted dramatically. The devil's son, Yak. What? Is he the infamous brat with a bounty of 100 million berries? Xiao Xi was left dumbfounded. How could a mere slave trader cross paths with such a figure? Sensing impending doom, Dick retrieved a telephone bug from his pocket, pressing a button to declare, I have located the devil's son Yak's position. Having completed this, he cast a chilling gaze upon Yak and asserted, Bounty criminal Yak, if you accompany me, you may yet suffer less. As he spoke, several agents clad in white suits emerged behind him. Their expressions were icy, short firearms aimed squarely at Yak. Trained as assassins by the world government, they were killing machines that struck terror into the hearts of countless pirates and villains. They had originally ventured out on a whim, yet unexpectedly encountered their target aboard this humble transport vessel. Yak stood proudly upon the deck, the brisk sea breeze tousling his short hair. Just as he was about to speak, another voice interrupted him. Yak, the Nine-Snake ship drew near, as Hancock leapt across. After Yak's disappearance, she had informed Maria and the others of the situation here. Seeing their captain advance, they naturally followed suit. You arrived just in time. The individuals in the cage are entrusted to you. Yak remained unperturbed, knowing that she, now at the chi refinement stage, could easily protect herself. Moreover, he was still present. The individuals before them are utterly incapable of turning the tides. It is upon us. They began to cooperate, wielding their formidable weapons to sever the chains of confinement, striking with fists and palms to break open the prison and rescue the captives. Dick, with a cold gaze, inquired, Are there accomplices? Perfect, let's capture them all. Boom, 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 boom. Bullets infused with formidable power surged forth, yet Ike evaded them effortlessly with his agile movements. It appears your superiors have failed to inform you of my abilities. A fierce aura emanated from Ike. The agents found their bullets ineffective, charging at him with reckless abandon, arriving at his side in an instant. With a finger gun, in a critical moment, just as the agents were about to strike him, Ike vanished from sight. What? Where did he go? In the next instant, whoosh, 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 whoosh. He moved with the grace of a specter, materializing behind the agents, unleashing a flurry of punches. Bang, 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 bang. With each strike, the wind howled, carrying an overwhelming force that sent the agents flying as if they were mere straw dummies, crashing heavily to the ground. Dick's expression shifted to one of grave concern. This lad is excessively powerful. Ike showed no mercy in his onslaught, and within moments, the remaining agents lay defeated upon the ground. Flee! Without hesitation, Dick ascended into the air, stepping lightly, as if on the moon. In the air, aboard the ship, Ike had to consider the lives of the slaves and dared not unleash his full fury. But now, there was no need for restraint. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Ike's hand, striking like a raging serpent, and with a sudden flick, Dick was obliterated in mid-air, leaving no trace behind. The slaves were left in stunned silence. This child witnessing this scene, Josie felt as though all strength had been drained from him, collapsing weakly onto the deck. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally, as if driven to madness. It's over, utterly over. We run into a formidable force. He was bound, offering no token resistance whatsoever. Chapter 21. Hancock as the caregiver during the day. Hancock led a group to liberate all the slaves from the hold of the slave ship. The expansive deck became increasingly crowded. Reluctantly, Ike instructed Maria to dismantle the wooden planks on either side of the merchant ship, using them to create a rudimentary bridge connecting their pirate vessel, while discarding the cages from the deck into the sea, thus clearing up considerable space on the ship. The lower hold still contained many prisoners. A rescued fisherman slave cautiously alerted Ike. Just as he spoke, Boa Marigold emerged with the slaves from the hold, one after another. They had all been washed by the waves, their stench significantly diminished. The fisherman slave was momentarily taken aback. Did they know in advance that many slaves were being released from below? The deck grew ever more congested. The mist above the sea gradually dissipated. A ray of sunlight poured down, causing some slaves to kneel and kiss the deck, tears streaming down their faces uncontrollably. Others collapsed onto the deck, sobbing uncontrollably. The sunlight, once a mundane presence, had transformed into their warmest and most luxurious solace. Only through experience can one truly comprehend the terrors encountered along this arduous journey. I have survived. At last, I am no longer to be sold. Ha ha! Sandersonia retrieved the keys, methodically freeing each of us from the shackles binding our hands, feet, and necks. After half an hour, all the chains that had restrained the slaves were cast off. As the last pair of shackles fell to the deck, Sandersonia, with a grave countenance, proclaimed, "Listen carefully. The one who has rescued you is our captain, Ike." With a commanding voice, Sandersonia directed every gaze towards the figure of the captain, whose stature seemed modest. Those emerging from the lower deck were astonished that their savior appeared so youthful. The slaves who had witnessed the battle bore expressions of trepidation, uncertain of how this captain would choose to treat them. Nevertheless, as they basked in the light of freedom after their harrowing ordeal, many were moved to tears of gratitude. One by one, the former slaves knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, Captain, for saving us from the brink of despair. Thank you, Captain." They were acutely aware that without Ike, their fates would have been tragically dire. As the savior of the slaves, Ike too received their heartfelt reverence. At that moment, Maria, having bound Joss, turned to Ike and inquired, "Captain, how shall we deal with him?" Ike looked at the freed slaves and replied with a grin, "Well now, he is in your hands." The slaves were momentarily taken aback. They had yet to be delivered to the celestial dragons, and their spirits remained relatively unbroken. Witnessing their cruel leader bowing in submission, they were filled with a blazing hatred. "I shall kill him. I want to flay him alive. I will break his limbs." Striking first was not one of the warrior slaves, but rather an inconspicuous girl who, summoning her courage, cried out as she plunged a long knife into Joss's leg. "You devil!" With the knife in hand, she hacked furiously, driven by an unexplainable strength. The other slaves quickly seized weapons from the ground, encircling him. Joss screamed for an hour before finally falling silent. The minions of the slave traders aboard the ship did not escape either. Their wails echoed for 2 hours. After avenging their torment, some erupted into laughter, while others, caught in the tumult of emotion, wept openly. For Hancock, who embarked on her maiden voyage, this was her first encounter with the stark reality of the pirate world, leaving her momentarily speechless. She finally grasped that such inhumane acts transpired on the high seas. "Ike, the villains out here are truly wicked." She noticed that many of the slaves bore numerous wounds. Many were grievously injured, and without treatment, they would perish. Is there any way to help them? With her pure and kind-hearted nature, she turned to Ike, unsure of what to do. "Have you heard of the devil fruit?" He feared Hancock might be unaware and prepared to clarify. Hancock, with wisdom in her gaze, replied, "I know. It is said to be a fruit that grants one the powers of a devil upon consumption." He produced the healing devil fruit awarded by the system and declared, "This is not a legend. It is a healing devil fruit without any side effects. Upon consumption, You shall acquire the formidable ability to heal. Eh. Hancock's eyes sparkled with amazement as she fixated on the fruit, momentarily rendered motionless before finally reacting with awe. How impressive! Aike gazed at Hancock with utmost seriousness, and the astute and intelligent woman seemed to grasp something profound from his expression. With a slight lift of her delicate face, she interjected before Aike could inquire. I want to eat it. Since she had proposed the idea of healing, there was no reason to let this opportunity slip away. At that moment, her sole desire was to save everyone. Aike, too, was intent on her consuming it. To possess the fruit, yet not partake of it, would be wasteful. After all, what could be amiss with his future wife serving as a healer? By day, she could nurture, and by night, she could continue her benevolent care, an advantageous duality. Hancock took the healing devil fruit from Aike and inserted it into her mouth. Ugh, how dreadful it tastes. The revolting flavor was something she never wished to experience again. Just a single bite suffices. Now, try to activate your ability, Aike encouraged. Hastily, Hancock discarded the remaining fruit into the sea, and with a mere thought, a radiant dandelion materialized in her hand. Wow, how marvelous! Aike prompted, try directing the dandelion towards their wounds. Hancock complied. As the luminous dandelion touched the wounds, it seamlessly merged into them, and gradually the injuries began to heal. It truly works? Hancock's eyes sparkled with wonder, captivating in their brilliance. Aike smiled and continued to elucidate. Be mindful when wielding this ability. Ordinary healing will have no effect on you, while excessively powerful healing may cost you your life. He then considered that with her chi cultivation, her prowess and lifespan would only increase in the future. The price of the healing fruit would seem trivial. The higher her cultivation and the stronger her body, the more potent her healing ability would become. Fantastic! Hancock exclaimed, rushing to the side of the slaves to commence her healing. In no time, under her diligent efforts, all the external injuries of the slaves were healed. As for the wounds of the heart, their recovery would depend on their own resilience. Simultaneously, Aike instructed his crew to gather all the food aboard the ship. After the healing, they distributed the provisions, and the slaves expressed their immense gratitude. However, having saved so many, a new dilemma arose: how to handle them. Captain, this individual wishes to join us. Melia suddenly approached, accompanied by a fisherman's slave. Aike regarded the newcomer, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. This was the very person who had mentioned there were still individuals in the cargo hold. What is your name, and why do you wish to join us? He inquired. The fisherman's slave replied earnestly, strictly speaking, I wish to stay by your side for a while. My name is Fisher Tiger. I am an adventurer. Learning that there were our kind among the slaves aboard this ship, I sought to come and liberate them. Initially, I could have succeeded only with these slave traders. But there are also agents of the world government hidden on the ship. As a result, I too was captured and confined within the ship's hold. Ike was taken aback. No wonder he found this fellow familiar. Although he lacked the exaggerated beard depicted in animations, the tied headscarf, voluminous curly hair, and broad mouth were unmistakably reminiscent of the young captain of the Sun Pirates. Chapter 22. Joining of Tiger, Commander Philip, the future captain of the Sun Pirates, made a daring ascent to the holy land of Mariewa, storming the world government's headquarters to rescue his fellow fishmen, who had been bought as slaves by the celestial dragons from human traffickers. In the process, he liberated thousands of enslaved individuals from various races. Had it not been for Ike's intervention, the Hancock sisters would have had to rely on this tumultuous escapade to escape the clutches of the celestial dragons. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, it was now he who was rescuing the Hancock sisters. With a serious expression, Tiger stated, As for my reason for joining you. He paused. As a human, you are indeed strong, yet you do not look down upon us as fishmen. Therefore, I wish to stand beside the strong and grow even stronger. Only by becoming more powerful can I rescue more of my kin. The agent who had subdued him was obliterated by Ike's single punch. He had never encountered such an extraordinary human. Those agents possessed unique skills, and he had suffered greatly when facing them. Suddenly, he realized why fortune had favored him aboard the slave ship. It was due to this young man, as presence. As a character likely to influence many fates in the future, he was rewarded with 2 accolades. Ike pondered. Accepting him would not be a poor decision. He nodded. Very well. With an additional potential ally, Ike naturally harbored no reservations. At that moment, Sanji Sonia approached, holding a ledger. What is this? Ike inquired. Captain, we found this transaction record from that slave trader. Upon examining it, Ike discovered meticulously documented transactions by the slave trader Yossi, including, but not limited to, dates, population counts, transaction locations, personnel involved, and profits. The more he flipped through it, the darker his expression became. The individuals involved included naval personnel, government officials, and nobles. May I take a look? Tiger asked tentatively, eyeing the ledger in Ike's hands. No, Ike replied brusquely. Tiger's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. You should be asking, Captain, may I take a look? Tiger? Ike retorted. Can't you even call me Captain? Stumped, Tiger managed a forced smile. Could you please let me see it, Captain? Ike, grinning widely, replied. Oh, of course. Here, take it. Tiger found it amusing. He hadn't expected the captain to possess such a playful demeanor, revealing that he was not a difficult person to approach. After flipping through the ledger, he remarked, Captain, the contents are quite sensitive, involving the Navy and high-ranking government officials. That fellow Yossi likely intended to use this as a talisman of sorts. In critical moments, he could threaten those above him with it, and it would be foolproof. Ike rolled his eyes, speechless. A talisman? More like a death warrant. Should this matter come to the attention of the world government, one can only speculate on the consequences. For a moment, Tej was at a loss for words. He and his superiors would be doomed. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed a plausible outcome. However, now that it was in my possession, the situation had changed. In what way? You ask. The world government and those above them would face their demise. Tej remarked, You certainly know how to articulate. Maria, accelerate the ship towards the Sabaody Archipelago. Came the command. Understood. This time, he intended to deliver a resounding blow to the world government. Just as Tej contemplated what to say next, he was abruptly interrupted by Hancock's exuberant voice. Look, Hancock exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she lifted a wooden crate, her eyes sparkling with joy. Guess what I've discovered? Upon opening the crate, it revealed a dazzling array of gold. Countless gold coins, golden crowns, golden necklaces, jewel-encrusted golden bracelets, and golden earrings and rings. There were also glimmering rubies and sapphires, clearly of great value, and there were 2 more crates besides. What a delightful surprise. It was no wonder that pirates relished in plundering. The speed at which wealth accumulated was astonishing. This slave trader had amassed quite a fortune. Once they reached the Sabaody Archipelago, it would be prudent to scour the listed locations. Although Aike himself had no need for such riches in this world, they represented hard currency. Quickly, have someone assess the value of these items. Soon, Aike received an approximate valuation, 90 million berries. Let us secure these treasures, transferring 1/3 to our ship. Aike then turned to Tej and inquired, What were you about to say? Captain, if our destination is the Sabaody Archipelago, I wish to make a stop near island number 3. For what purpose? In a week, a grand slave auction will be held at Sabaody Island, where many of my compatriots will be sold. Aike's eyes brightened. Oh, pray, elaborate on the auction. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. However, I have heard that even the celestial dragons will be in attendance. Celestial dragons? How fortuitous. Surely, slaying them must yield a reward. Meanwhile, within an inconspicuous tavern on the Sabaody Archipelago, a man clad in a white suit and adorned with a purple flower mask pushed open the door. The moment he entered, the cacophony of chatter ceased. Do I no longer need to disguise myself upon my arrival? He quipped, and instantly, the tavern erupted back into its previous tumult. The patrons were filled with intrigue. Their esteemed leader had personally graced them with his presence. Was this the aura of authority that the leader possessed? It was formidable. Rumors circulated that their leader was not only exceptionally powerful, but also possessed a profound sense of justice, having used his wealth to assist numerous orphans. Whispers of admiration filled the air. The man then entered a concealed door within the tavern, where several agents had already taken their positions, awaiting his arrival. Leader, We have received word from Dick's side, but contact has been lost. A gentleman clad in a suit approached without any hesitation, immediately presenting his report. Commander Philip, dressed in pure white attire, spoke softly. It appears there has been a casualty. As one of the few privy to the truth behind the breakout from Impel Down, he fully understood the gravity embodied in the phrase son of the devil. The sheer power unleashed was such that he had to treat it with utmost seriousness. Let our men disperse. Upon locating Aike, we must exercise caution and refrain from rash actions. For the duration that follows, I shall personally oversee this matter. Understood. The agent hesitated momentarily, on the verge of speaking. Within the confines of the room, a subtle yet palpable pressure caused the agents to tense. We have prepared the mermaid for you in the adjacent room. Please proceed, my lord. After this statement, a profound silence enveloped the room. The agent who spoke began to perspire profusely. After a long pause, Philip's voice finally pierced the silence. This shall not happen again. Yes, please, Commander. He rose slowly and made his way toward the inner chamber. Upon opening the door, a mermaid with her mouth bound revealed a look of sheer terror. As the elegantly attired man drew closer, her eyes widened in fear. An hour later, Philip emerged from the room. As he opened the door, a gruesome scent wafted out. Inside, there was no sign of the mermaid. Bloodstains marred the floor, walls, and chairs, splattered everywhere. Have us cleaned up, he commanded. That day, a woman was seen frantically cleaning in the Chambord Islands, muttering incoherent ramblings, rumored to have had her tongue cut out. That evening, she tragically slipped and fell into the sea. Beyond being a topic of casual conversation the following day, there was little more to her tale. Chapter 23. The Chambord Islands gained a split body, only to be targeted by human traffickers. In the ensuing voyage, Aike and his companions encountered 3 waves of oblivious pirates. He refrained from intervening, allowing Hancock and others to hone their skills. Not to mention, the battle experience of Maria and her crew was significantly enhanced. 3 days later, the ship gradually approached the Chambord Islands. During their first exploration of Tree Island, Hancock and the others marveled at the peculiar sights before them. These trees are so strange. Their roots are growing on the surface of the sea. Ike patted Hancock's head, stating, perhaps these trees simply dislike the ocean floor. Hancock appeared momentarily taken aback. Oh? Is that so? Of course not, Ike chuckled. Hancock rolled her eyes, pouting and turning her face away in annoyance. Ike merely stifled a laugh. Tiger cleared his throat gently and seized the moment to explain, these trees are known as mangrove trees. The entire island is essentially formed by 79 of them. The roots remain exposed above the water, intertwining with one another, allowing towns to be built upon them, hence the island's name. Hancock inquired curiously, what about those bubbles? Ike instinctively replied, that is due to the roots of the mangrove trees secreting a special natural resin as a result of respiration. The resin expands in the air, creating bubbles. Hancock, hands on her hips, feigned anger. Ike, you're talking nonsense again. Tage mused, his expression a blend of intrigue and skepticism. No, the captain speaks the truth. He turned to Ike, astonished. Captain, have you been here before? No, I researched it in an encyclopedia, Ike replied. Tage raised an eyebrow. Skepticism etched on his face. Is that some newly published book? Ike retorted, should I mention that I perused Luffy? I must become the pirate king before my journey? Sonda Sonia, standing nearby, marveled, how fascinating. Hancock could not resist leaning over the ship's railing to take a closer look, just as a gentle breeze swept through. In an instant, countless bubbles ascended into the air. Without a second thought, Ike remarked, indeed, they are all mere bubbles. Tage continued, such extraordinary sights can only be witnessed here. Once the bubbles depart from the climate of Sabaody Archipelago, the resin components are unable to harness their full potential and will burst. Everyone gazed upward, observing that some bubbles indeed ruptured during their ascent. This place was often referred to as the Island of Failures and the Island of Second Departures. Why is that? Someone inquired. Because the Navy headquarters is located nearby, came the reply. This island is an essential stop on the way to the latter half of the Grand Line, where many pirates' journeys come to a halt. As the ship gradually approached, Hancock and the others beheld even more unique sights. bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses constructed from bubbles. Everything was intertwined with bubbles. Following Ike's command, the Snake Princess vessel sailed to island number 13, where it finally docked. Ike instructed everyone to remain on the ship, saying, "You stay here. I will find someone and return shortly." He did not forget to remind Maria, "Give the slaves some money so they can disembark here." "Captain, with Taves joining us, many others wish to come aboard," someone noted. The slaves, witnessing Ike's formidable youth, understood that following him would shield them from further oppression. This, however, posed a dilemma for Ike, as he had no place to accommodate them. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "We shall discuss this upon my return." "Understood." The crew responded earnestly, adhering to the captain's wishes. Ike leaped gracefully, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. The moment his feet touched the soil of Sabaody Archipelago, a notification chimed. "Ding! Host detected at Sabaody Archipelago, absorbing local fortunes. You have received a reward. Second avatar." "Second avatar?" Ike pondered. "Could it be due to the number of tree islands that I am bestowed with this second self?" He paused, then nimbly ascended to the treetops, seeking solitude away from prying eyes. With a focused thought, a figure emerged from within him, identical in appearance. The avatar grinned, "Greetings, my splendid self." The original chuckled, stroking his chin, "Ha! My avatar possesses excellent taste." After appraising his duplicate, Ike harnessed his spiritual energy and began to comprehend the avatar's capabilities. Firstly, the avatar was intrinsically linked to him, their thoughts intertwined. His intentions could be sensed instantaneously. Yet, it also operated independently, obedient to the original's commands, making it the epitome of a perfect companion. Furthermore, as a manifestation of spiritual energy, it could effortlessly alter its form and appearance. This surpasses mere imitation by far. That contraption requires one to touch their face to control the switch. "Hey, you first." "I understand. You must hide it first, right?" Henceforth, it shall belong to you." "I comprehend. It is your black love, understood?" Yak felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I'm my own master. There is no need for shame. Let's temporarily set aside the matter of duplicates." Yak descended from the tree and gradually made his way to the street. Along the way, while there were a few people, there were not many. Not far into his journey, he discovered a little shadow following closely behind him. How could Hancock's presence escape Yak's keen senses? Come out, lurking in the shadows. This clever girl must have stealthily followed him while Maria and the others were distracted. He, I knew I couldn't hide from you." Yak rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. "How did you know I was here? Did you forget? You taught me how to extend my consciousness in one direction." Hancock caught up, grinning as she playfully shook Yak's hand. "Oh dear. This time I just wanted to follow you." "Well, what else can we do?" "Of course, we shall walk together." With Hancock in tow, their pace slowed considerably. As they strolled, Hancock curiously looked around like an inquisitive child. During their leisurely exploration, a drunken man walking with his feet splayed and clutching a rum bottle suddenly took notice of them. "What beautiful little devils. If I sold them at the auction, I could make quite a fortune." He stealthily retrieved a sack he had hidden on him and forced out a congenial smile. Stepping in front of Yak and Hancock, "Little ones, where are you headed? Would you like Uncle to show you the way?" Hancock eyed him warily, instinctively feeling the urge to teach this brute a lesson. "Step away. Your intentions are clearly nefarious. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Yak echoed her sentiment. "Exactly. See clearly. We are 8. Hancock was taken aback. "Is this a matter of age?" The man was momentarily flustered, awkwardly responding. "Oh, 8, is it? Then you must certainly be able to tell the good from the bad. I, of course, am a good person, a drunken good person." Yak's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? That's wonderful. Uncle, could you assist us?" This little one believes me? Well, that simplifies things." Yak assumed a pitiful demeanor. "Uncle, we are lost and in search of a tavern." Hancock's eyes widened in astonishment at him. Yak responded with a wink. "Life is but a play, and it all hinges on one's acting skills." Chapter 24. Shacky. This little imp always catches one off guard. The man, confidently thumping his chest, seemed to have mastered such matters long ago. "A tavern? I know exactly where the tavern you seek is. There's only one tavern in this vicinity. Allow me to lead you there. Initially, Hancock was astonished that Yak could be deceived, but she quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind Yak's seemingly harmless smile. She feigned urgency, saying, "Let us hasten to the tavern and find Mother." The burly man bent down, a potent stench of alcohol nearly overwhelming their senses. With a broad smile, he said, "Allow me to escort you to your mother." "Thank you, uncle." "Thank you, big uncle," the two children responded, their expressions sweetly compliant. Observing this, the man appeared even more amiable, leaning in with a gentle demeanor and inquiring, "Oh, no need for thanks. What is your name? What color of sack do you fancy?" "I am called Bo Cook, and this is my brother Cook." "Ah, red suits you splendidly. As for this little rascal beside me, he would be better matched with a flaxen hue. Follow me. The tavern is this way." Walking alongside the two, the man's thoughts were consumed with, "After I sell them, shall I indulge in some drink, or perhaps more drink?" As they proceeded, their laughter resonated, leading one to believe they shared a close bond. Upon sighting the tavern from afar, Yak joyfully pointed at the sign, exclaiming, "Uncle, we have arrived." The man appeared momentarily taken aback. "Oh dear, I've been so engrossed in conversation with the little ones that I've missed my chance." Strangely enough, sharing laughter with them made him feel a twinge of reluctance about the impending act. "Oh, how could I be so foolish? Why must I go against Barry?" Contemplating this, the man's smile turned sinister. "Since we have arrived, I shall cease pretending." He drew forth a large sack, dramatically opening it with an air of cruelty. "Bo Cook, hop in the bag." Yak chuckled. "Uncle, since you're no longer pretending, allow me to take on that role." In front of the man, Yak firmly grasped his arm, a seemingly frail hand, yet the man found himself unable to break free. What are you doing?" He attempted to escape several times, but his hand felt as if it were ensnared. "Strange? Have I truly consumed that much today?" Yak slightly summoned his spiritual energy, swinging the man to the left and then to the right, again and again. "Take that. Bang. And that. Bang. Stop. Stop. I was wrong." The man wailed pitifully. "I was taking you to find your mother. Please don't hit me. Find your mother. Bang. I seek your mother. Bang." Yak lifted the hefty man as if he were a mere piglet, exclaiming, "You thought to confine us in that sack?" He cast the sack over the man's head. "Off you go." With a single punch, he sent the man soaring into the distance until he landed far out over the sea. "If only I had not shown mercy. Your fate now lies in your own hands." As Yak brushed off non-existent dust and turned to Hancock, he advised, "Hancock, remember, in a vast forest, all types of birds exist. With age comes the likelihood of encountering all sorts of oddities. Remain vigilant and cautious." Hancock pondered for a moment, then replied, "Yak, I believe deceiving him in that manner was quite peculiar as well." Yak clutched his chest, nearly toppling over. Cough, cough. "Oh, it seems we're almost there." With that, Yak strode ahead, while Hancock stifled a giggle behind his hand. "Regardless of whether you are peculiar or not, it is unlikely that anyone would abandon you. Sometimes a young girl's affections are that uncomplicated." Xiachi was leisurely sitting in her family's tavern when, through the window, she recognized the infamous son of the devil, Yak. From a distance, the world's smallest bounty criminal, she could not mistake him. She gazed at him in perplexity, sensing something amiss. Why did it seem like he was approaching her? Yak walked closer and soon pushed the door open, greeting her with a casual hello, and Xia. Xiachi held a cigarette between her fingers, observing Yak with keen interest. "Little rascal, have we met before? Do you just call people like that?" "No, wait a moment." Yak suddenly turned his head and then looked back at Xiachi. "Hey, Aunt Xia, have you eaten?" What a silver-tongued little brat," she thought. Yak brought Hancock over to Xiachi, pointing her out. "Come and see. This is the former emperor of your Lianhua Island." Xiachi's eyes widened slightly, and then she couldn't help but smile. Her identity was highly confidential. How did this little rascal know? She found herself increasingly intrigued by him. Hancock curiously examined Xiachi, noting her short black hair, styled upwards, her tall and slender figure, and her fashionable attire that included a spider-patterned top and fitted long pants, making her look remarkably youthful. Yak continued to introduce Hancock to Xiachi. "Aunt Xia, come here. This is Lianhua Island's future empress, Boa Hancock." Hello, Aunt Xia," Hancock said, somewhat bewildered by Yak's rhythm. Sabaody looked at Hancock with a gentle gaze. Hello there, future empress. The girl's clothing already provided her with some clues. As the former emperor of Lianhua Island, Sabaody had some knowledge of the national attire. Hancock stood awkwardly, feeling a bit out of sorts. Empress? That's just Yak's nonsense. Yak paid no mind to her protest, taking a seat at the bar and asking, Aren't you going to offer us a drink? While Sabaody chuckled and poured them water, she replied, Oh, you really don't consider yourselves outsiders, do you? Just to clarify, I don't have any milk for children here. Is cold water acceptable? Of course not. Only 6 or 7-year-olds drink cold water. We drink warm water at 8. Sabaody emerged from the kitchen with 2 cups of warm water. Hancock took her cup and sipped delicately, looking exceedingly obedient. Yak, however, downed as in one go. Insia, the reason we've come to you is that we have a bit of business. From Yak's words since entering, Sabaody had already surmised a few things. And with a playful smirk, she said, I know you're anxious, but hold on a moment. Let me guess, you just arrived from Lianhua Island? Correct. The emperor sent someone from the island out to see. Yak was slightly taken aback. You guessed that? Sabaody smiled alluringly. Oh, just a wild guess. A woman's intuition is often quite accurate. The women of Lianhua Island only had one purpose for venturing out, to seek men. Coupled with the recent events, it wasn't difficult to deduce that the emperor would be forming a pirate crew. She was quite taken aback that the pirate crew had become entangled with this individual. Yak crossed his small arms over his chest and, lowering his head earnestly, inquired, Can you guess why I came to find you? Sabaody smirked. This little rascal always catches one off guard. Can't guess, can you? Well, do enlighten me about your business. Thus, Yak recounted the plight of the slave ship. Indeed, they were a pitiful bunch. In light of their unfortunate circumstances, I have a solution that could benefit us both, Sabaody expressed with curiosity. Oh, do share. Chapter 25, Persuading Rayleigh to join, causing a stir at the slave auction. Those suitable, keep them to cultivate and gather some intelligence. Yak was well aware that the returning slaves could easily become targets once more. Would those who had previously known them still accept them? Would they treat them as they once did? With a profound understanding of human nature, Yak intended to address their issues as well. For him, it was merely a matter of words, yet for the slaves, those words could alter the course of their lives. After all, he was a kind-hearted individual. For those unsuitable, it would be best for them to leave. Finding them some work would suffice. So, you want me to help you arrange these slaves? Sabaody astutely pinpointed Yak's intentions, offering a win-win solution. You don't want to take them yourself, so you're passing them off to me? Hee. Those capable should bear more responsibility. I cannot trust anyone else. Am I to toil without some reward? Yak generously offered, I'll give you half of the treasure from the slave ship. Is that so? Her mind raced with uncertainty. Goodness, this little rascal seemed to have her firmly in his grasp. As a semi-professional information broker, she naturally had a few partners and informants working on her behalf. But how did Yak know this? Do I need to recount the tale of One Piece, Shock? The former empress was actually her to you? Yak quipped, You truly know how to stir up trouble, little rascal. Summer Ant, please don't refuse. As Yak spoke, a chest filled with gold and jewels appeared before Sabaody. This display of magic left her momentarily stunned. Fortunately, having seen much of the world, she quickly assumed it was a devil fruit ability and regained her composure, stating, when business comes knocking, it would be unwise not to engage. I accept this task. Yak rubbed his hands together. There's one more favor I must ask of you, and this comes at a different price. Not a problem. It seems she had agreed too hastily. Sabaody's lips curled into a smirk. Her interest piqued as she gazed at Yak. Speak. What else have you set your sights on? Ahem. Could I possibly say I have an interest in you? Yak leaned closer and whispered, You are well traveled, and Hancock has finally set sail. I would like you to assist her. Sabaody, with a knowing glance, instantly saw through Yak's intentions. Though merely 8 years old, he was remarkably astute. She suddenly chuckled softly. Are you not afraid I might sell your little sweetheart? You'd have to fetch a good price for her. Hancock huffed, appearing quite jealous. What are you two whispering about so closely? At that moment, a figure unexpectedly strode in from outside. Ike's eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomer. Rayleigh. At this moment, Rayleigh appeared relatively youthful, his golden short hair looking crisp and stylish, embodying the charm of a handsome gentleman. Here comes the future commander of my million-strong army of cultivators. Rayleigh, upon spotting Aike, was taken aback. The son of the devil. Aike? He scrutinized Aike, astonished to encounter him in this place. What do you mean by son of the devil? Be careful, or I might sue you for defamation. I'm a cultivator, do you understand? Rayleigh, unfazed, strolled over to the bar. Are you not aware that you have become quite famous? Aike, momentarily stunned, suddenly considered a chilling possibility. I'm wanted. Goodness, is the world government acting so swiftly? Shachi rummaged beneath the counter and produced Aike's bounty notice. Pointing at the amount listed. Look, it's quite a sum. ISNT it? Aike glanced at it, snatched the bounty notice, and slammed it onto the bar. His face darkening. How outrageous. Rayleigh calmly poured himself a glass of liquor. Indeed, there has never been a bounty on someone so young in history. The Navy must be experiencing a first. How could they make my bounty photo look so hideous? Rayleigh spat out a mouthful of wine. Is it the main point? Hancock leaned in curiously, then looked at Aike again, stroking her chin thoughtfully. It seems so. Shachi remarked, while Rayleigh quipped. Little one, is your line of thinking this peculiar? Hancock, intrigued, asked, what do you mean by that? It means that as long as one is alive, other wanted criminals face dire consequences, Shachi inquired seriously. Speaking of which, little Aike, could you enlighten us as to what the world government sees in you? Aike replied without a second thought, of course. It's my extraordinary talent. Do you expect me to divulge my secrets of cultivation to you? Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, suddenly feeling a small arm draped over his shoulder. Aike raised an eyebrow and said to Rayleigh, Uncle Ray, would you be interested in joining me to make some fortune? I cannot let the commander I have my eyes on escape. Are you suggesting I report your activities here to the world government? Aike shot him a disdainful look. No wonder you remain impoverished. You find value in such a meager bounty. Shouldn't you broaden your horizons? Rayleigh nearly spat out his drink again, while Shachi roared with laughter. Hancock was perplexed. Rayleigh gazed at Aike with a mournful expression. Do you know who I used to associate with? Have you heard of the Pirate King? What about the Roger Pirates? I was the second in command. When the captain was absent, I was the one in charge. Ah, forget it. I'll one T stoop to the level of an 8-year-old. Aike, with an air of mystery, declared, I have reliable information that a clandestine slave auction is taking place on Sabaody Island. We should lay in wait and prepare for a big score. You're planning to stir up trouble, little one. The Navy headquarters is nearby, Rayleigh warned. The Navy headquarters may be close, but I've seen your courage as the second in command of the Roger Pirates. If you're unafraid, why should I be? Both Rayleigh and Shachi were taken aback. This young lad seems to possess a wealth of knowledge. How can an outsider know his whereabouts? With a straightforward question, are we proceeding or not? Suddenly, Rayleigh's interest was piqued. He placed the bottle firmly on the table and inquired, what are your plans? After a barrage of words, Rayleigh couldn't help but exclaim, I must say, you audacious little rascal. You truly dared to challenge the celestial dragons. Aike declared with confidence. Just tell me if you're in or out. If not, I shall proceed alone. Rayleigh chuckled lightly, and despite his usual composure, he felt a thrill reminiscent of the excitement he experienced alongside Roger. No, it was even more exhilarating. Roger, it seems, the new generation may soon overshadow you. Very well, count me in. All the slaves aboard the ship have disembarked. One who chose to leave received 10,000 berries for their freedom, with hopes for their future fortunes. The remaining individuals who wished to stay were guided by Shachi to various locations on Sabaody Archipelago, taverns, restaurants, and shops. Their future now lies in their own hands. I wish them a prosperous journey ahead. With the slaves gone, Aike allowed Maria and the others to disembark as the ship docked at Rayleigh's coated harbor, while the crew strolled leisurely on the island. Though referred to as a casual stroll, it was indeed Shachi's directive for them to gather information. After all, those from 1's homeland are often inclined to assist without hesitation. Meanwhile, due to Tej's desire to rescue individuals, with the information he provided, Aike permitted him to accompany them. On the day of the auction, Aike disguised himself as a wealthy young master, accompanied by his dashing butler and a fishman bodyguard. Arriving at the entrance of the auction house, observing the butler and bodyguard behind him, the guards did not dare to impede their entry. allowing them passage without hesitation. Ike quietly muttered to himself, wondering why there wasn't a scene like in novels where one is stopped at the door. Soon, they arrived at the auction hall, where a sea of seats was already half filled. The auction stage was draped with red cloth, concealing the first item for bidding. Now, they awaited the commencement of the auction. Celestial Dragons, you must arrive. Chapter 26, Celestial Dragon. Do you dare lay a hand on the descendants of the Creator? Do you wish for death? Half an hour later, the seats at the slave auction were nearly filled to capacity, yet the luxurious front seats remained conspicuously vacant. These seats, directly facing the auction stage, offered the finest view. Gazing at the unoccupied seats, Ike murmured, "Will the Celestial Dragons truly not arrive?" Rayleigh wore a composed smile and replied, "No, the Celestial Dragons will certainly come. Observe how the attendees have gathered, yet the event has not commenced. Can you guess why? To await the Celestial Dragons? Precisely. To snub the Celestial Dragons at such a grand auction would be a reckless endeavor for the hosts." 5 minutes later, the hall was almost at full capacity, with anticipation palpable as everyone eagerly awaited the opening. Some began to urge for the event to start, but the organizers merely reassured the crowd, "Please remain patient. Esteemed guests have yet to arrive." What esteemed guests? Could there be anyone of higher status than us? I'm a noble who has come here with great purpose. Your auction is beneath your dignity. If you do not commence soon, I shall not hesitate to demolish this wretched place. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the air. At the entrance of a designated passage, a portly figure clad in an attire reminiscent of a spacesuit, crowned with a colossal bubble helmet, approached the doorway with deliberate slowness. The once arrogant nobles instantly recoiled, their bravado extinguished. No one dared to mock him. The esteemed Celestial Dragon had arrived. Many cast furtive glances towards the special passage, where the Celestial Dragon held a chain in his hand. The lengthy chain trailed upon the ground, its other end tethered to two strikingly beautiful women. Their necks and wrists were adorned with shackles, their eyes vacant, resembling mere shadows of life as they followed in the wake of the Celestial Dragon. Beneath him, a robust male slave crawled on all fours like a dog. An iron collar encircled his neck, and his body bore the scars of countless lashings, both old and new. With each laborious movement, his body trembled, betraying the immense effort it took to advance. Beside him, a cadre of suited bodyguards flanked the Celestial Dragon, ensuring his protection. "You wretched slave, why do you crawl so slowly?" The Celestial Dragon's dissatisfaction with the slave's sluggishness was palpable as he brandished a whip studded with gems. Crack! The whip lashed down, twisting his face into a mask of distorted fury. "Move faster!" he shrieked, his voice piercing through the bubble helmet and resonating throughout the auction hall, a sound that was particularly jarring. In that moment, none dared to utter a word. Amidst the crowd, envious glances were exchanged. What defines superiority? This is the epitome of supremacy. This is the ultimate aspiration of these nobles. Crack! 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 The whip struck the slave's back, each sound reverberating like a bell. In an instant, his skin split open, blood seeping forth and staining his tattered garments. He writhed in agony, struggling to maintain control, daring not to utter a sound. He could only suppress his pain, bow his head, and hasten his pace, for he knew that far worse awaited him should he falter. Yet you arrived swiftly, Lady Gigalucia of the Celestial Dragons, who, too, rode upon a slave, though hers was accompanied by several male slaves dressed as maidservants. Their faces were adorned with heavy makeup, rendering them androgynous. The female Celestial Dragon inquired, "What are you dawdling at the entrance for?" "It is merely my slave's sluggishness." "Then you may wait as you please. I shall proceed inside." With a sharp jab and needle into her slave, he gritted his teeth and hastened forward. "Is your fault he is so slow?" Crack! Crack! The male Celestial Dragon lashed his slave as they gradually entered the hall, while nearby agents escorted him to the exclusive seating reserved for Celestial Dragons. Settling into his seat, he remarked, "I have heard there are numerous new slaves this time. I have grown weary of the wives of 124 and 115, and I must find new replacements." The female Celestial Dragon chuckled. "The women you tire of can be given to me. They would serve as a fitting wife for my slave. The celestial dragon, in a fit of rage, declared, I would rather kill than relinquish you, Delilah. This is my slave. How dare you contemplate offering my wife to a slave for defilement? You truly are a boor commoner. Why hasn't the auction begun yet? The surrounding crowd lowered their heads, fearful of incurring the wrath of the exalted progeny of the Creator. A sense of urgency surged within Ike, who inhaled deeply, apprehensive that he might not restrain himself from delivering a fatal blow to this scum. Just 5 more minutes to live. As the celestial dragon arrived, an auctioneer promptly took the stage. After a few trivial remarks, the curtain concealing the first slave was drawn aside. Ladies and gentlemen, our first auction slave today hails from the diminutive race. Excited murmurs rippled through the crowd as the celestial dragons focused their gaze upon the little figure on the auction block. The auctioneer, brimming with enthusiasm, introduced the small slave. Though the diminutive race is small in stature, they possess remarkable strength and speed. They are certainly fit for labor and, with some training, they can even exhibit a degree of combat prowess. Their varied appearances, complemented by their adorable tails, make them a delightful choice for those who appreciate such beings. In the cage, Ike caught sight of a little one wearing a hat. The creature's eyes were filled with terror, the harsh lights of the auction stage blinding him. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, akin to ghostly flames, the little one was evidently frightened. The diminutive race excels in cultivating plants. There is no flora they cannot nurture. Acquiring one as a gardener would be an excellent choice for esteemed guests who favor such slaves. Do not miss out. The celestial dragon mused to himself, Oh, such small beings exist. This is my first encounter. The starting bid is set at 800,000 berries. Each subsequent bid must exceed the previous by no less than 100,000 berries. Hardly had the auctioneer concluded his announcement when voices began to call out bids. 1,000,000 berries. 1,200,000. 1,500,000. The bidding escalated with each voice rising above the last, while Ike remained silent, observing the wealth on display. Suddenly, Rayleigh noticed Ike scribbling in a small notebook. Curiously, he leaned to catch a glimpse and was taken aback to see a list of names, those of the auction attendees. What is he writing this for? 5,000,000 berries. The celestial dragon shouted, causing the bids to halt in their tracks. However, the female celestial dragon beside him appeared equally intrigued by the diminutive race. A fierce competition ensued, ultimately driving the price of the little slave up to 8,000,000 berries, which was secured by the male celestial dragon. This is merely the first slave, Baptist Saint. Await your turn. Is that so? I hope you have enough funds, retorted the 2 celestial dragons, neither willing to concede. As the next slave was ushered forward and the curtain lifted, the auctioneer once again expressed his excitement, presenting a female slave from the long-armed tribe, starting at 800,000 berries. Ike did not participate. Instead, he gradually closed his eyes, extending his consciousness fully towards the backstage of the auction. To his astonishment, he discovered that over 100 slaves awaited their turn behind the display, among whom were as many as 23 from the Merfolk tribe. In this place, one can encounter various races, such as the Longhand tribe, the Longfoot tribe, the Fur tribe, and the Three-Eyed tribe, some of which Yak has never seen or heard of before. The assembly boasts an array of handsome men and beautiful women, robust warriors and children, truly a cornucopia of diversity. Beyond the items prepared for the auction, the backstage area is densely filled with cages, where numerous men and women are locked away, awaiting the judgment of fate. The estimated number exceeds 2,000. Yak squinted his eyes, a smirk escaping his lips. Indeed, a comprehensive stock. The auction commenced with the slaves being paraded, the celestial dragons making bids in succession, each experiencing victories and defeats. Some exceptional combat slaves fetched prices soaring into the tens of millions. The organizers, concealed behind the scenes, reveled in their success. The auction rapidly escalated, and soon, a mermaid girl was brought onto the stage, causing Tiger to clench his fists tightly. Sensing Tiger's agitation, Rayleigh could not help but interject. urging him to remain calm. Do not act impulsively, young fisherman. Tiger inhaled deeply. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. Now allow us to present our exquisite mermaid slave. Hailing from Fishman Island. Behold, in both appearance and physique, she is truly a top-tier specimen. Purchase her, and you shall not suffer a loss. Within a transparent glass cage filled with water, a graceful mermaid girl gazed fearfully at the outside world. Her alluring figure ignited excitement among the buyers. Enough chatter. Let the bidding commence. Hurry, or I shall have this wretched place dismantled. The host forced a smile. Esteemed guests, I understand your eagerness. Please, hold your horses. Not only do we have beautiful mermaids, but soon we shall present dashing male mermaids as well. However, we shall begin with the mermaids. Thus, the first mermaid was introduced for bidding, with a starting price of 10 million berries. The buyers erupted with enthusiasm, vying to place their bids. I bid 20 million. 30 million berries. The price of the mermaid skyrocketed. Barda Saint scrutinized the mermaid with eyes brimming with greed and possessiveness. Indeed, her physique was remarkable. He glanced at his slave wife, suddenly feeling disdain. Not a single mermaid among my wives. This one shall serve as my 125th wife. In the next moment, he unexpectedly drew a handgun, aiming it at the female slave beside him. It is a waste for you to wear those chains. The female slave, taken aback by the dragon's sudden intent to take her life, gasped in terror. No, please don't. Without hesitation, the male celestial dragon pulled the trigger. A chilling scream reverberated through the air, causing all present to shudder as they turned their gazes toward the celestial dragon. What has happened? A low figure suddenly appeared, stepping in front of the female slave. An agent beside the dragon promptly drew his weapon, positioning himself protectively in front of the celestial dragon. Aiming the gun resolutely at Yak, Yak slowly crushed the bullet he held in his hand. You truly cannot sink any lower. The buyers in the crowd remained momentarily stunned, too shocked to utter a sound. The female celestial dragon mocked with derision. Ah, who would have thought that a mere lowly commoner would dare to cause a ruckus before you? How dare you, you wretched spawn? Accompanying the furious words of the male celestial dragon were the incessant sounds of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. The celestial dragons fired wildly at Ike. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, all the bullets, which whizzed through the air, were halted just before Ike's brow, mere millimeters from his skin, unable to advance any further. The host sensed impending danger and prepared to press the switch to transport the fishman cage back to the backstage. After all, it was their prized possession, and they could not afford any damage. Unfortunately, Rayleigh reminded the host with a smile, the formidable hockey firmly locks onto you. If I were you, I wouldn't attempt any petty tricks. The host froze in place. The guards of the buyers recognized that something was amiss and shielded their masters one by one. This was dire. Ha ha ha. A mere child cannot do anything. I feel truly ashamed for you. Dylira Palace, silence yourself. The celestial dragon, infuriated that even bullets could not harm Ike, commanded the agent beside him, go capture him for me. I want to turn him into my 33rd toy. Yes. The celestial dragon's guard moved like a phantom, appearing beside Ike in an instant. Spear. Surrounding onlookers gazed at Ike as if he were already dead. Had he offended the celestial dragons and still hoped for survival? This child was utterly ignorant of the world's rules. Suddenly, the agents froze. The spear, capable of piercing stone, left no mark on Ike's body. Their expressions shifted dramatically. How is this possible? He is a high-ranking agent under the world government. How could a mere child withstand his attack? Wait. The agent looked at Ike's face and abruptly realized. You are the devil's son, Ike? Only now did they recognize him. Ike, unperturbed, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, sending him flying with tremendous force. It's too late. Boom! His form was hurled backward, crashing into the wall before coming to a stop. The terrifying force caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. As he struggled to rise, Ike showed no mercy, launching a swift and powerful blow that left him lifeless. The other agents, steeling themselves, approached. Ike trembled, activating the divine body of the prison of souls. 8 desolate prisons. Suddenly, Illusory prison shadows materialized in the arena, and on the walls, gruesome instruments of torture emanated a terrifying aura. Behind him, dark prison chains shot out like spiderwebs, ensnaring all the agents that charged at him. Immediately, eerie black flames spread along the chains. I pronounce judgment. Your sins are unforgivable. In the astonished gazes of all, the prison chains plunged into the bodies of the agents, the horrific heat scorching them. So hot, so hot. Even though they had received special training, they screamed in agony as the flames of the prison seared them, for it was a fire that targeted the soul. Only those who burned knew its true nature. The celestial dragons appeared somewhat bewildered, their faces trembling with rage. Despicable little wretch. What do you intend to do? The female celestial dragon, flanked by her bodyguards, became increasingly arrogant, emboldened by their presence. You lowly scum. How dare you lay a hand on the progeny of the Creator? Do you wish for death? Chapter 27. The Wrath of Yak. Slaughtering the celestial dragons. Little brat, have you lost your mind? That is a celestial dragon. A voice trembled with fear as someone cast a terrified glance at Yak, cautioning him. Killing a celestial dragon will provoke an admiral-level force from the Navy. They are like natural disasters, monstrous beings. Some, paralyzed with fright, shrieked, quickly kneel and apologize to the celestial dragons, or we are all doomed. Hurry, you fools. Apologize. Others, trembling in trepidation, began to edge toward the exit, realizing the gravity of the situation. Clearly, this young man posed a significant threat. Why linger in this perilous atmosphere? Apologize? Yak's eyes glimmered with a terrifying intensity. The power of the prison god physique surged forth. Instantaneously, the shadow of a prison loomed behind him, as if it were about to manifest into reality. It seems you are still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I am here to cause chaos, not to offer apologies. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed the aura of his foundational cultivation, merging it with the divine consciousness of a cultivator. The overwhelming pressure cascaded over the entire slave auction venue like an immovable mountain. At that moment, he had only released a fraction of the might of his perfected prison god physique. The oppressive gravity rendered everyone breathless. His disguise was shattered by the force of his aura. Devil incarnate. Fear-stricken gazes met Yak-S, as trembling figures regarded him with dread. Boom! His foundational cultivation signified a deeper mastery over the prison god physique. The entire auction house morphed into a hellish domain under Yak's oppressive might. Everyone, save for the slaves and Rayleigh, fell to the ground in submission. It's so heavy. I feel as though my body is igniting. It's so hot. Something is trying to escape from within me. Rayleigh could no longer maintain his composure, regarding Yak with a grave expression. What is this overwhelming, hellish aura? It was hard to believe that such terrifying power resided within Yak. The aura of the Overlord flickered intermittently, arcs of electricity dancing amidst the dreadful pressure, as chains of imprisonment slithered forth like ethereal serpents. Stay away. Don't come any closer. The dark chains transformed into colossal pythons, seeking out each slave buyer with frenzied intent. The chains, ablaze with fire, inflicted excruciating pain upon those struck, who cried out in agony. Please spare me. I will pay you. I have so much money. Don't come near. I have a devil fruit hidden at home. Let me go, and I will give it to you. You devil. You are a demon. Oh, the pain is unbearable. Plans had unraveled, and Yak was compelled to act preemptively. In the midst of the chaos, Yak transformed into a demonic spider from the depths of hell, each of his legs claiming a slave buyer. As the searing flames of punishment consumed them, their cries of despair echoing relentlessly. As the inferno of imprisonment seared through the chains of confinement, the souls within their bodies transformed into skeletal apparitions, escaping only to be drawn back into the chains of torment. The 8 desolate prisons summoned chains imbued with the flames of captivity to pursue and annihilate their enemies. Those vanquished by these chains would have their souls eternally consumed. Once absorbed, these souls would endure relentless torment within the prison, doomed to suffer for eternity without the hope of reincarnation. In an instant, the entire auction hall morphed into a hellish nightmare. and the organizers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Quickly, eliminate him. Several devil fruit users, akin to ferocious beasts, charged forth. These were the hired enforcers meticulously cultivated at great expense, each possessing power rivaling that of billion bounty pirates. They activated their abilities, transforming into crocodile men, lion men, and gorilla men, attacking from 3 distinct angles. Yet, Yak remained immobile, as robust chains of imprisonment emerged behind him. The eyes of the trio widened in shock. What? In an instant, the chains of confinement pierced through their forms. With his foundational cultivation, Yak's speed was beyond the reach of these mere underlings. Once they were dealt with, Yak approached the celestial dragon, whose seemingly frail figure emanated an oppressive aura that caused the celestial dragon to tremble involuntarily. You wretched being, what do you intend to do? 2 celestial dragons cowered in fear, shrinking back in their seats, a pool of yellow liquid pooling beneath them. Realizing that no one could defeat Yak, panic set in among the celestial dragons. I am a noble celestial dragon. You will be silenced. Yak offered them no opportunity to speak. A chain of confinement swiftly pierced through both. Thud, thud, noble progeny of the divine, celestial dragons. They fell lifeless at once. Chime. Host has slain a celestial dragon, absorbed fortune, and unlocked the resistor achievement. You have received the reward, divine apothecary's tome. At that moment, Yak had no time to dwell on rewards. In the hall, all the slaves widened their eyes in disbelief. Their hands instinctively tightened around their iron chains, filled with incredulity. He actually, truly, slain a celestial dragon. Ah! The slaves and buyers in the hall screamed in terror, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. A male slave, prostrate on the ground, wept over the celestial dragon's corpse. With a hoarse voice, he let out a furious roar and began clawing at the lifeless body of the celestial dragon in a frenzy. Ah! Beside him, 2 female slaves stood frozen in horror. One began to run away in panic, while the other, filled with rage, approached Yak. How dare you? You dare to slay the offspring of the Creator. Her eyes blazed with fury as she shrieked. You dare to kill my husband. You dare to. Before the female slave could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt herself lifted into the air. However, as she looked down and saw her body lying on the ground, she realized something was amiss. My head, how is it in the air? The world around her began to fade to black, her consciousness slowly dissipating. The last image imprinted in her mind was of her body being pierced by a pitch-black chain. Madness. Tormented by madness, he himself became a madman. When confronted by such individuals, Yak acted without a moment's hesitation. It was better to seek liberation early, for the sake of everyone involved. Yak's demeanor was one of cold indifference as he slowly approached one of the agents. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body, aiding in the recovery of some of his injuries. With a benevolent smile, he said, "Come, retrieve the communication worm and inform your master of the events here." At that moment, the slaves trembled uncontrollably, their hearts racing with a frenzied desperation. Are you trying to provoke the heavens? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? To the onlookers, Yak's smile appeared utterly terrifying. The agent on the ground struggled to rise, laboriously extracting a white communication worm. Meanwhile, Rayleigh and Tiger were not idle during Yak's display of power. They worked in tandem to liberate each slave from their confinement. During this process, Rayleigh was taken aback to witness Yak voluntarily contacting the celestial dragons, his spirit shaken by the revelation. Was this young man truly so fearless? Chapter 28. The Activated Infernal Space, the Furious Chief Zero, and the Astonished Sengoku. In Mariehua, upon hearing the ringing of the white communication worm on his desk, Chief Zero's expression turned gravely serious, and he immediately picked up the receiver. This communication worm only activated when a celestial dragon was in peril. "Commander, we have a situation." The worm mimicked the feeble form of the agent, its expression one of agony and struggle. "Speak. Saint Barda and Delira have been slain." The chief's face was one of sheer horror as he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "What? Bastard, who did this?" In the auction hall, watching the worm mimic the shock of the person on the other end, Yak sneered disdainfully, "Of course it was me." With a powerful kick, He sent the agent flying, the immense force likely breaking all of his ribs. Listen, no matter who you are, no matter where you flee to. Today his voice rose again, you shall die. Yak chuckled. Oh, is that so? I shall await your arrival. With a dismissive gesture, Yak ended the call and swiftly dealt with the remaining buyers. It was then that he discovered an unexpected transformation within his body after the soul absorption by the divine prison body. When did such an infernal space manifest within me? It resembled a small prison. Despite its size, the walls were adorned with peculiar instruments of torture. Yak attempted to examine them closely, yet they were shrouded in mist, obscuring his view. Only one spike collar was clearly visible. The infernal space inherent to the perfected divine body has been activated upon the absorption of souls. The instruments may be utilized for the interrogation of criminals. The more formidable the instrument, the greater the secrets that may be extracted from the offender. I see now. The 8 desolations of the divine prison and the 8 desolations of torture. The former bestowing upon me unparalleled combat prowess, particularly in strength, and the latter granting me the capability for short-range, offensive maneuvers. What a delightful surprise this is. My doppelganger, I entrust you with the secrets from henceforth. Hee. I understand, but you must capture more souls. No problem. In the distance, Rayleigh slowly approached Ike, carrying several boxes filled with berries. He released a portion of the slaves, instructing them to seek keys to liberate more of their kind, a far more efficient method than freeing them one by one. The stragglers among the organizers were swiftly defeated by Tiger. The liberated slaves, filled with terror, fled the scene in a frenzy. The news of 2 celestial dragons' demise spread rapidly. The gravity of the situation was evident, and they knew this place would soon transform into a battlefield. It was their only chance of escape. You, a mere youth, speak with such audacity. He paused and remarked, the plan did not include the assassination of celestial dragons. Yet plans are subject to change. If a celestial dragon must die, then let it be so. Ike was indifferent to such matters. Rayleigh kindly cautioned, do you know whom you are addressing? Ike scoffed, tossing the money brought by the buyers into his spatial ring. The organization known as Zero, directly under the celestial dragons, was heralded as their strongest shield. Do you think I fear their arrival? Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, recognizing the audacity of Ike's words. You have quite the nerve. With the death of a celestial dragon, even admiral-level forces will be summoned. Are you certain you can handle them? But you are here, the right hand of the Pirate King. Ike glanced disdainfully at Rayleigh. Uncle Ray, you're not contemplating withdrawal, are you? Had I known you were this reckless, I wouldn't have taken a risk to come here. Risks and rewards coexist. One must have life to enjoy it. Rayleigh reminded Ike, do not underestimate the world government. Rest assured, if I cannot defeat them, I shall flee. I am merely 8 years old. Escaping is a reasonable course of action. Rayleigh exclaimed, you rascal. Hurry and seize the opportunity to accrue wealth. It is a travesty to squander this ill-gotten gain on the lavish lifestyles of the nobility. Ike pulled out a small notebook, and then from behind him, his doppelganger emerged. This fantastical scene caused Rayleigh to blink, fearing he was mistaken. What kind of ability is this? Ike earnestly instructed, brother, when the commotion begins here, take the spatial ring and clear out their homes. Of course, do not go overboard. I understand. The principle is to take not a single thread from the masses. Not even a scrap of toilet paper shall be left for them. He chuckled. You understand me well. The doppelganger swiftly leaped away, vanishing from sight. Rayleigh inquired with curiosity, who was that just now? Ike replied without hesitation, oh, that is my elder brother, Quark. Quark? Such an odd name. Ike suddenly shouted to Tiger, Tiger, have you finished looting? The treasures you requested are all here. When Ike conveyed the location of the treasures to the slave buyers and auctioneers through his mental connection, Tiger was astounded. Is there truly such a convenient method of communication among humans? Indeed, following Captain Ike offers a wealth of knowledge. Before Ike, a multitude of boxes brimming with berries lay stacked, their total amount likely exceeding billions. Well done. The subsequent matters pertain to conflict. You should accompany Rayleigh and take to the sea below. Remember to keep your distance. In battle, Rayleigh does not expect much from him. After disembarking from Roger's ship, he has been in a state of semi-retirement. Assisting is acceptable, Yet the primary responsibility must be borne by oneself. Who shall arrive first? The anticipation is palpable. At the Marine headquarters, the telephone snail of Fleet Admiral Sengoku rang in his office, the first words delivered as a harsh reprimand. Sengoku, are you aware that you have gravely derelicted your duties? Sengoku appeared utterly bewildered. The stern tone of the caller caused an unpleasant stir within him. Nevertheless, recalling it was the Fleet Admiral's telephone snail, he inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure. Get to the point. I am not your subordinate. Even the Gorosei are one thing. Were you? The Fleet Admiral ground his teeth. Recognizing the urgency of the matter, he promptly stated, 2 celestial dragons have been murdered at a slave auction. Dispatch Kizaru at once. What? 2 celestial dragons slain. This was unprecedented. Although Sengoku inwardly felt that the demise of the celestial dragons was a positive turn, their deaths would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions. The Fleet Admiral had reached out to him, the Marine Admiral, and he anticipated further communication with the Gorosei soon. The title of the progeny of the Creator resonates throughout the world, and with the murder of celestial dragons now public, one could only imagine the fury of the Gorosei. The world government would spare no effort to punish the perpetrators. Should the situation spiral out of control, it could very well exacerbate the turmoil of the era. Who indeed would dare to kill a celestial dragon? He swiftly seized the telephone snail and contacted the chosen worker, Kizaru. Chapter 29. Aike's Second War. Kizaru responded, How terrifying. Is he truly only 8 years old? In Kizaru's office, the telephone snail mimicked Sengoku's demeanor with utmost seriousness. Someone has killed a celestial dragon. The situation is urgent. You must depart immediately. How frightening. Someone has actually dared to strike a celestial dragon. Very well. I suppose I am indeed bound to toil. While seated in the office, calamity descends from the heavens. Moreover, it is a significant matter. To kill a celestial dragon is an act we could only dare to contemplate. Yet someone has indeed acted upon it. Should we commend the audacity of this individual? As Kizaru's particle form vanished from the office, on the plaza of Marineford, rows of naval soldiers fervently mobilized to board ships. Such a grave matter could not possibly be entrusted solely to Kizaru. Concurrently, Sengoku summoned Akainu and Aike to his office, promptly informing them of the details. Kizaru was already en route, and the ramifications of this incident were too significant. One of you must also go. This way, the Gorosei cannot find fault with the Navy's response. Yes, the death of a celestial dragon carries immense weight. Did I not send 2 admirals with considerable strength? He shall go, declared Akainu, a staunch believer in absolute justice, resolved to undertake the journey. With that, Akainu rose, leading the warships and soldiers towards the scene of the incident. Aike remained silent, his curiosity piqued by the question, which pirate possessed such audacity? Kaido, Whitebeard, or perhaps Charlotte Linlin? Yet, they all resided in the New World. How could they possibly return to the paradise? John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji, with the celestial dragons eliminated, the Navy was not the most troubled. At this moment, Admiral Zero forced himself to report the assassination of the celestial dragons amidst the power struggles. Upon concluding his statement, an air of profound gravity enveloped the room. The 5 elders wore grim expressions, their desire for blood palpable. Beads of sweat formed on Admiral Zero's brow as he continued. Currently, all individuals in the Sabaody Archipelago, especially those near Sabaody Island, are rushing to the scene. Nasu Shuru's countenance was icy as he proclaimed, The incident has transpired. We must mitigate the repercussions. The chaos stemmed from escaped slaves. They must all be eradicated. How could the progeny of the Creator be slain? If this became public knowledge, the ramifications would be dire. Activate the extermination order. However, there is no rush. You have half a day to uncover the facts. Understood. Notify Sengoku. Once the background of the perpetrator is established, we will immediately initiate the extermination order against their homeland. The deaths of 2 celestial dragons necessitate a greater toll to remind the world. The celestial dragons are invaluable. Certainly, the admiral exited the power struggle, his complexion ashen. Suddenly, he received a message from Admiral Philip. Commander, I am en route to the destination. Excellent. Activate the visual transponder snail. Do not inform me of the assailant's identity. The news of the celestial dragon's assassination spread like wildfire, and through the slave's unintentional whispers, the entirety of Tree Island number 3 became aware of the event. No one dared approach the slave auction. As the crowd fled, a yellow flash raced toward the auction venue. Upon discovering the empty auction site, Kizaru sensed something amiss. Where had everyone vanished? The ground was littered with corpses, yet he meticulously searched and found no sign of the celestial dragon's bodies. Failing to locate this crucial evidence would be troublesome. Expanding his observation hockey, he soon spotted a figure lurking in the shadows. The individual regarded him with a bemused expression, and a bizarre suspicion arose within Kizaru. Could it be him? Aike, what brings you here? Aike grinned, revealing a row of pearly whites. Surprised? Unexpected? Isn't it? Could it be that you are the warrior, or rather, the madman who slayed the celestial dragons? Aike chuckled. Oh, I merely took down 2. The celestial dragons are not extinct yet. Even Kizaru, who typically exuded nonchalance, felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this audacious claim. Truly, a daring and reckless individual. Your thoughts are chilling, little Aike. Aike shrugged. The true horror does not lie with me, but rather with the world government. The ruling class regards slaves as mere commodities, stripping them of life, freedom, and dignity, enforcing a regime of relentless oppression and exploitation. They even disguise their shameless plunder as order, cloaking it in the guise of justice. It is utterly revolting. They embellish their image, fabricate a divine right to rule, and arrogantly proclaim themselves the descendants of creators, while their actions reflect anything but humanity. Such a ruler. Does he await the new year without extermination? How sharp-tongued indeed. Last time, I let you escape. If I did not take you down this time, I will have no explanation to give to the marshal of the warring states. Huang Yuan understood that this battle was unavoidable. The news of the celestial dragon's deaths must not reach the world. He possessed a degree of political awareness. A yellow glow coalesced in his hand, and a sword of light was drawn from the radiance. The Amatsukiyumi sword. I was not able to fully enjoy our last encounter. Let's try again. Empowered by the prison suppression technique, Aike rose like a fierce tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura. The ground beneath his feet visibly sank due to his formidable physique. More terrifying was the shadow of the prison that loomed behind him, instilling an oppressive fear. Huang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. This young boy was growing far too quickly. With a flash of his figure, 3 beams of light shot forth, converging into a dazzling ray that appeared before Aike in an instant. He swung his sword, infused with a fierce sword intent, aiming directly for Aike's throat. The 8 Desolations prison, Aike shouted softly, neither dodging nor evading, unleashing the power of the prison suppression divine body. Chains of prison suppression emerged behind him. The chains converged with astonishing speed, resembling the limbs of an octopus, effectively blocking Huang Yuan's strike. Huang Yuan's heart raced. How can this boy react so swiftly? Is he truly human? I am still a light human, yet my lightspeed attack was thwarted. The 8-foot jewel. Countless dense beams of light bombarded Aike. The 8 Desolations prison. The prison suppression technique surged forth, and a terrifying force erupted. Aike expanded his senses, extending his arms and striking fiercely, absorbing all the dense beams of light with his fists. Huang Yuan could no longer maintain his composure. He was a candidate for admiral, merely a few accomplishments away from the rank. Yet this boy was matching him blow for blow. Given the situation, he had to take things seriously. With the Amatsukiyumi sword in hand, Huang Yuan's aura surged wildly around his sword. The sword transformed into a legendary black blade. Light's annihilation. A domineering and fierce slashing strike erupted from Huang Yuan's hand, cutting across the sky, capable of cleaving the entire island in half. Having killed the celestial dragons, Huang Yuan felt cornered. He could not let them perceive that he was holding back. Aike softly murmured, "You truly conceal your strength well." Clenching his right fist, Aike gathered the entirety of his prison suppression energy into it, unleashing a tremendous force. Boom! The shockwave of his punch shattered the clouds in the sky. Where the force passed, the air was compressed into visible ripples. The ground on either side of Aike was completely severed, splitting the entire island unevenly in two. How terrifying! This move is indeed on par with mine. Can he truly be only 8 years old? Chapter 30. The Extermination Operation. The Frantic Agents. What a commotion is this? Commander Philip focused intently on the source of the disturbance. With a moon step, he propelled himself rapidly towards Tree Island number 3. Hurry, pursue. The yellow monkey possesses unparalleled speed. It is evident that he is engaged in combat with the perpetrator who slaughtered the celestial dragons. The voice of the commander-in-chief echoed through the phone bug, urging urgency. Indeed, from a distance, Philip caught sight of the unique yellow flash of the yellow monkey, prompting him to quicken his pace. With an accelerated stride, he arrived at the periphery of the battlefield where the yellow monkey and the enigmatic Aike were clashing. Through the visual phone bug, the commander-in-chief finally discerned the identity of Aike's opponent. How is this possible? His initial reaction was one of shock. Why would it be him? This was quickly followed by an unparalleled fury. A criminal who escaped from Impel Down dares to commit such an unforgivable act. The devil's son Aike. Suddenly, he recalled the special bounty placed on Aike by the 5 elders. Philip, there is no need for you to intervene in this battle. Simply document the events as they unfold. This is an opportunity to observe the unique attributes of this devil's son. With the Navy involved, escape is impossible for the opponent. If he manages to flee, we might as well disband our organization. Understood. On the battlefield, the yellow monkey's astonishing slashes yielded little advantage, prompting him to initiate a frenzy of close-range strikes. The young yellow monkey's swordsmanship was by no means inferior. His attacking angles were cunning, and each slash was lethal. Moreover, beams of yellow laser accompanied his fierce strikes. Erupting with fervor, it is said that the yellow monkey enjoys leisure, but he possesses the prowess to do so. As a future admiral, his combat capability is akin to that of a monster. Aike, empowered by the jailbreaker technique, had a physique forged like steel. Various attacks left no marks upon him. Aike, I shall see how long you can endure. The yellow monkey transformed once more into a yellow flash, launching ferocious assaults from all directions with such speed that Aike found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. Light speed kicks, light speed palms, an unceasing barrage of attacks, fierce and relentless. Aike staggered backward, unable to suppress his astonishment. Truly, the yellow monkey is formidable. The intensity of this onslaught showed no signs of waning. This endurance in battle. One individual surpasses the strength of 6. For an ordinary person, they would have long succumbed to exhaustion. Alas, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Aike channeled his spiritual energy, instantly invigorating himself with a seemingly inexhaustible strength. Having achieved the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, he was already on the threshold of Golden Core cultivation, a terrifying prowess, making a prolonged battle a trivial endeavor. Once more, the ground trembled as the two figures collided. Though Aike appeared to be merely an 8-year-old child, he now resembled a war god descending from the heavens, countering every move. In the distance, Philip's expression turned grave, his demeanor cold and serious. What kind of devil fruit ability does this child possess, allowing him to match the combat power of an admiral? It is neither a Zoan nor a Logia type. Among the Paramecia, I have never heard of a fruit with such power. His strength seems inexhaustible, accompanied by strange prison-like illusions and long chains. At that moment, an agent finally arrived at his side. Sir, as soon as he arrived, Philip handed the image phone bug to him. Subsequently, Philip addressed the officer on the other end of the phone bug, stating, Commander, allow me to proceed and assist the yellow ape brat in neutralizing the target. Once we eliminate the opponent, the secrets he harbors will naturally unravel. No, you need not go just yet. This combat intelligence is exceedingly valuable. It will aid the higher-ups in discerning the peculiarities surrounding Aike. With the yellow ape involved, this little brat will not escape. Those who may be privy to the assassination of the celestial dragons pose the greatest threat. Send your subordinates to deal with them. Remember, it is better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. Center your operations around your current location and execute the extermination order. Philip's gaze sharpened. Understood. The extermination operation is a comprehensive eradication initiative that their organization may deploy for mission purposes. Its overarching directive is the legendary demon slaying order. The extermination operation spans a radius of 10 miles, eradicating all living beings. Turning to his subordinates, Philip commanded, "Did you hear me clearly? Go and execute." Understood. With that affirmation, the agents immediately leaped into action, drawing forth a communication phone bug. By order from above, those who may have knowledge of the assassination of the celestial dragons, execute the extermination directive. In an instant, the agents racing towards this location halted. Spread out from Tree Island number 3, shadows clad in black suits swiftly traversed towards the surrounding tree islands. In a humble dwelling on Tree Island number 4, an elderly man, belatedly aware of the situation, hurriedly packed his belongings in preparation for escape. He urged his spouse, who was still gathering her things, exclaiming in frustration, "What are you doing at a time like this? Leave the clothes behind." The elderly woman retorted, "These are just bought for me by our daughter." The old man cautiously secured the door and locked the windows, then pulled his spouse into a corner, lowering his voice. "Do you understand the gravity of the situation? A celestial dragon has been murdered. Divine retribution is imminent. Our priority must be to flee." "What?" Bang! The door was violently kicked open, and a cold-faced agent in a suit stormed in. Two individuals possessed knowledge. The elderly couple's faces turned pale with terror, and they clung to each other, asking, "What do you want from us?" In the next moment, screams echoed throughout the house as the couple fell lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling around them. The agent emerged from the room, his suit stained with blood. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief and proceeded to the next location. On the nearby streets, figures rushed forward, reeking of fresh blood. Their expressions were icy, showing no mercy as they slaughtered civilians. In executing the extermination orders, they afforded the innocents no chance of escape. Inside a small tavern on Tree Island number 5, patrons were fervently debating the rumors surrounding the assassination of the celestial dragons, dismissing the notion that such a thing could happen. How could a celestial dragon possibly be killed? Who could even dare to slay a celestial dragon? If such a monster existed, we wouldn't have time to flee. Thus, the news was undoubtedly false. "Let us drink." The atmosphere was thick with a sense of revelry. With a resounding crash, the tavern door was flung open by agents, their expressions devoid of emotion. They advanced with relentless fury, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The onslaught was immediate and lethal, and the realization of impending doom struck the patrons. "Damn it, we must flee." Yet, they were no match for the agents. Within 20 seconds, blood splattered across the walls and furniture. The tavern owner cowered behind the counter, trembling, pleading, "Please, we know nothing." The agents remained unperturbed. One stepped forward, kicked the counter aside, and drew a handgun, aiming it at the owner's head without hesitation, pulling the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the owner's body slumped to the ground, eyes wide open in eternal shock. In the streets, chaos reigned as civilians fled in terror, many struck down by gunfire. Some attempted to feign death to evade detection, but in crowded areas, the agents executed methodical follow-up shots. Two individuals, seemingly pirates, brandished their firearms and fired wildly at the agents. However, despite their efforts, the agents moved like phantoms, evading bullets effortlessly, while others stood firm, absorbing the gunfire with unyielding resolve. Once their ammunition was exhausted, the pirates turned to flee, but before they could escape, the agents' swift strikes severed their heads from their bodies. In the alleys of Tree Island number 7, a group of children ran in panic. Within 30 seconds of the agents' arrival, they lay scattered, lifeless, a tragic sight. Meanwhile, at the edge of the island, a throng of civilians attempted to escape by boat. Unhesitatingly, the agents fired artillery shells, shattering the vessel upon impact. Numerous individuals plunged into the water, struggling and crying for help, only to be met with a relentless hail of gunfire. Cold bullets claimed their lives with merciless efficiency. Similar horrors unfolded across the neighboring islands. Chapter 31. Ace, Red-Haired Shanks, and Kizuru. Have you ever witnessed a heavenly strike? as the agents executed their grim orders. In the noble district of the Sabaody Archipelago, Ace, holding a list of slave buyers, wore a slight grin. In his mind, he envisioned the wealth soon to be within his grasp. Although the currency held little value for a cultivator like Ace, he thought, why not seize this opportunity? Those who have flaunted their power will finally face the consequences of their misdeeds. He vanished in an instant, reappearing at the opulent estate of the first noble on his list. In the lavishly adorned room, a corpulent matron reclined, her bloated visage barely able to contain her gluttonous mouth. Surrounding her, a multitude of maids bore trays of exquisite delicacies. Ace strode in confidently, the maids so preoccupied with their tasks that they failed to notice him. This dish is far too bland. Discard it. Ugh, this is overly sweet. Are you trying to make me ill? The matron scowled fiercely, raising her hand to strike a young maid across the face. The doppelganger of Ike swiftly darted forward, seizing the hefty woman's wrist with an iron grip, and, in one fluid motion, delivered a resounding slap that echoed back on her own flesh. Still eating? He chided, gesturing at her excess flesh. This is what you deserve. A vivid crimson imprint appeared on her cheek, her entire visage swollen in response. In the next instant, an enraged roar, reminiscent of a rampaging Tyrannosaurus, assaulted Ike's ears. You insolent wretch! How dare you lay hands on the esteemed Lady Sarilang? Someone, come and restrain him. Yet, before she could finish her tirade, silence enveloped the room. The maids, trembling in terror, seemed to have the very strength drained from their bodies, collapsing in a heap. The doppelganger Ike had unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that severed her head cleanly, blood gushing forth. The maids shrieked in horror, each cry piercing the air. Ike, unfazed, released a pulse of energy that rendered all the maids unconscious. He closed his eyes, allowing his formidable consciousness to expand instantaneously. In a heartbeat, every corner of the estate lay bare before him. Hidden chambers, secret compartments, treasure chests, and the guards hastily approaching. All were exposed, devoid of any concealment. He discovered a room that appeared to be a sleeping chamber, where he found chests brimming with berries and gold, pearl necklaces, bracelets, and gemstones. Any valuables within the room were swiftly stowed away in his spatial ring. On to the next. The doppelganger moved with incredible speed, cloaked in spiritual energy, his actions unnoticed by anyone. Though the second estate seemed fortified, to Ike's doppelganger, all defenses were mere illusions. Who are you? A shrill voice echoed as he entered, and Ike felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. A beautiful woman shielded her bosom with her garments, revealing that the man previously sprawled upon her had been rudely disturbed. You scoundrel! Do these servants not know how to guard the door? With a sickening thud, a headless corpse fell to the ground, its face frozen in a grimace of fury. The woman trembled uncontrollably, a puddle of yellow liquid pooling beneath her. Noticing her wide-eyed terror, I could not help but mutter, "What is going on? I do not harm women." He turned and proceeded towards the concealed cache of berries and gold, this time discovering treasures hidden within the very walls. With a mighty blow, he shattered the wall, retrieving a chest filled with coins. By the time the servants and guard arrived, they were met only with the sight of the butler's lifeless form in the disarrayed chamber. As for the unconscious mistress and the disheveled butler, such details were of no concern to them. Moving on to the next estate, Ike's doppelganger adhered to the principle of avoiding disturbance wherever possible, directly absconding with the treasures. At the fourth and fifth estates, he transformed into a well-meaning spectator, ensuring that any valuable item that could fit within his rings was not overlooked. Nobles, accustomed to hoarding berries, gold, jewels, and treasures, always kept ample wealth at hand, whether for daily adornment or competitive gatherings. This, fortuitously, played into Ike's favor. The nobility certainly knows how to indulge themselves. As they traverse their path, they clandestinely engage with their butlers, surreptitiously with the maids, and even secretly with their pets. The scenes are nothing short of scandalous. One household suffers theft, another is robbed, and a third is invaded by unknown assailants. All valuable possessions have vanished. The servants of the wealthy aristocrats frantically call the Navy, yet at this juncture, the Navy has no time for such trifles. With the celestial dragon deceased, all matters must take a back seat. Consequently, despite the chaos in the noble district, no naval presence is dispatched to intervene. Several miles away from the Sabaody Archipelago, on the Snake Princess ship, Hancock looks up and inquires of Shucky, "Aunt Shucky, are we leaving? Will Ike be able to find us?" Shucky exhales a puff of smoke, her phone insect tucked back into her bosom. That imp Ike has stirred up quite a seismic disturbance. Any proximity to him could spell danger. Hancock, puffing out her cheeks in irritation, responds, "There must be something exciting happening, and they didn't take me along, humph." Shucky lowers her voice and speaks earnestly. "Hancock, look at me. I understand it's your first voyage, and it's okay not to grasp everything. However, I must warn you, should our connection to Ike be uncovered, it won't just be you and I at risk. Even the island of lilies could vanish from this world. Do you comprehend what I'm saying?" Hancock is momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, she replies with reddened eyes, "I understand. All we can do now is keep our distance and await news of him." Shucky reassures her, gently stroking Hancock's head. Although Ike may act erratically, he is not reckless. Staying away from him is the best way to assist him, understand? "Yes, I understand." Hancock gazes thoughtfully toward the Sabaody Archipelago. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon her. "Aunt Shucky, I want to grow stronger. One day, I will be able to aid Ike. Then, I will stand by your side." With this determination, she retreats to the cabin and begins her training with the spirit stones Ike had provided. The battle at Tree Island number 3 is fierce and frantic. Upon his arrival aboard a warship, Aike observes that the ground appears stripped bare, devoid of its original topography. Still fighting after all this time? It seems the fanatics who killed the celestial dragons possess formidable strength. With this thought, Aike feels a surge of battle fervor. As the ship docks, he declares, "Wait here," before swiftly leaping into action. Ike, engaged in a fierce battle with Kizaru, senses an overwhelming and domineering aura approaching. Ike, don't blame us for overwhelming you with numbers. You're merely outnumbering us. It's no great feat," Ike retorts. "Kizaru quips, why should I even open my mouth?" However, Aike, upon noticing Ike battling Kizaru, is taken aback for just a moment. The lava on his arm surges and coalesces into a fearsome canine shape, exuding an unparalleled aura of hockey. Hellhound, Chapter 32. Ike, Aike, Kizaru, have you ever witnessed a technique descending from the heavens? The technique, known as the Infernal Hound, is executed with astonishing swiftness and remarkable power. With a swift pivot, Yak's figure shifted, and the chains of the infernal prison lashed out like a dragon probing the depths of the sea, colliding fiercely with the fist of Aike. Aike, this is what happens when you forsake martial ethics. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have suffered significantly from that blow. His body trembled as a relentless barrage of punches erupted forth. The sound of fists striking was akin to a relentless machine gun, the force of the punches generating a tempestuous gale, leaving imprints on the ground, while trees behind him shattered into splinters, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Aikanu's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched tightly. He had not anticipated Yak's fists to be so rapid and formidable, absorbing the entirety of the damage. The more he was struck, the more his fury surged within him. Since when could such a malevolent little wretch behave so audaciously? Enough with the jesting. Great eruption. His arm transformed into a colossal molten fist composed of lava, unleashing a terrifying shockwave reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Boom! Aikainu sensed that punch land as if it had struck diamond, a tremendous recoil reverberating through him. Yak was not unscathed either. He was sent skidding across the ground, carving a long trench in the earth. Is this the technique that can shatter icebergs many times larger than giants? Blood surged within him, and Yak steadied himself, his spiritual energy swirling violently. With a resolute expression, Aikainu proclaimed in an unyielding tone, "Yak, how do you wish to meet your demise? What crime have I committed? I merely stumbled and was subsequently dispatched to Impel Down, finally escaping, and yet I encounter you troublemakers again." Kizaru intended to advise against engaging with Yak, But Akainu interjected, "Stop feigning innocence. You have committed the unforgivable sin of killing celestial dragons." A fierce heat and unparalleled dominance intertwined as Akainu bellowed, his fists continuously manifesting terrifying and colossal lava. The immense molten fists were launched skyward. In the next instant, those fists descended like a meteor shower. Meteoric volcano. Boom! 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 The ground where Yak stood transformed into a sea of lava. Is this your version of justice? Allowing celestial dragons to kill me while forbidding me from doing the same? Yak enveloped himself in the infernal force, enduring the relentless explosions that erupted around him. He braved the onslaught of molten fists with an unyielding demeanor. The searing heat posed little threat, only feeling a twinge of pain when the lava fist struck. "You dare to argue?" Akainu closed in, his molten arm morphing into a fearsome canine maw, lunging to bite. Kizaru seized the opportunity to approach, delivering swift and frenzied slashes. The lava around them churned violently as Yak interlaced his arms defensively before him. Is this your absolute form of justice? As long as you can fulfill your so-called righteous mission, you will pursue it unflinchingly? Akainu seized his chance, stomping the ground fiercely, causing it to fracture, with columns of magma erupting from below. Yak, momentarily airborne, revealed a defensive gap beneath him. Prépare-toi. Akainu launched his right arm, delivering a devastating punch. The terrifying energy erupted like an air cannon, propelling Aike higher once again. Seizing the opportunity, Kizaru unleashed a flurry of slashing strikes directed at the frenzied Aike. Aike, akin to a punching bag, was sent soaring with each blow. Yet, he adeptly harnessed the momentum, channeling his spiritual energy to ascend once more. Surely he does not intend to flee? From afar, Philip looked up. The sky had suddenly darkened with thick clouds, and Akainu's widespread magma techniques radiated an ominous heat. The air expanded and contracted, with bubbles forming steam that rapidly condensed into countless droplets of rain. A torrential downpour descended unexpectedly. At this moment, I gazed downward, aware that conversing with a cold-blooded hawk like Akainu would yield no benefit. They adhered to a singular truth: strength reigns supreme. The celestial dragons are not easily extinguished, and I shall not perish so easily. He summoned the spiritual energy within him, a tidal wave of golden Buddhist light manifesting amidst the curtain of rain. Forming his hands into a gesture, golden spiritual energy appeared in his palms. As he slowly raised his hands, palms facing each other, an ethereal semblance of a blazing sun began to coalesce between them, emitting a low, resonant hum. The surrounding space rippled as if unable to bear the impending eruption of this formidable power. Akainu and Kizaru exchanged apprehensive glances, a sense of foreboding settling in their minds. Buddhist light? Is this not the ability of the legendary admiral from the Wano era? Why is Aike wielding it? They beheld Aike's face, radiating golden light, behind him materializing a golden statue of a Buddha. Subsequently, his palms thrust forward with great force. Have you ever witnessed a martial technique descending from the heavens? The great Sun Buddha palm. In the sky, that blazing sun transformed into a colossal golden palm print, measuring hundreds of meters in diameter, its scorching radiance and cataclysmic aura palpable to all on Sabaody Archipelago. Some spectators noticed the unusual phenomenon in the sky. What is that? Anun gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. My goodness! Has the deity descended in wrath? Countless bewildered individuals on Sabaody turned their gazes toward Tree Island number 3. In the midst of the battlefield, as Aike summoned his spiritual energy, the great Sun Buddha palm came crashing down. Wherever the palm print traversed, the air ignited instantaneously, leaving behind a long trail of golden flames. The residual space in the sky was forcefully dispelled, creating a vast void. The brilliance of the palm print blinding to the eye. Kizaru could hardly contain his expletives. How terrifying! Is this truly a power achievable by a mere human? And this radiance, who is truly the user of the Pika Pika no Mi, in that moment, he had no time for further contemplation, activating his abilities to their fullest, transforming into a beam of light and darting away in a frenzy. Naturally, Akainu could not keep pace with Kizuru. He attempted to maneuver out of the palm print's range. Yet that golden imprint seemed to lock onto them, relentlessly pursuing without a hint of slowing down. As the impact loomed, Akainu maximized his haki, erecting thick barriers of magma before him. The instant the golden palm print collided with the magma barriers, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth beneath the might of the great Sun Buddha palm. The entirety of Tree Island number 3 trembled violently. At the center, the magma barrier before Akainu shattered like fragile parchment, countless molten fragments erupting outward like blazing meteors cascading in all directions. He was forcefully thrust into a pit that plunged 7 or 8 meters deep into the ground. Gasping, he coughed up a copious amount of blood. Although Kizuru narrowly evaded the direct impact with his speed, the residual shockwave still struck him. His body flew uncontrollably, akin to a severed kite, his clothing seared into tatters, and his hair charred and curled. From the heavens, a massive depression over 100 meters in diameter marred the earth, its depths still shimmering with lingering golden light. The might of a single palm, utterly terrifying. In the distance, Philip stood aghast, completely stunned. Is this the caliber of the son of the devil, capable of inflicting grave injuries upon a candidate of the Marine Admirals? For an 8-year-old child to unleash such formidable prowess, the cost must be immense. Philip, you must go and retrieve him. Such power should not rest in the hands of a mere child. Only our world government is deserving of such strength. The commander's eyes blazed crimson, bordering on madness. Should this power be offered to the Gorosei, the slaughter of the celestial dragons would scarcely be considered a trivial matter. Chapter 33. Akainu. There is a limit to underestimating the Navy. Ike, we shall meet again soon. What a sensational scoop. I never anticipated capturing such a photograph here. Click. Click. Morgans frantically risked his life to take pictures. Originally, he was merely passing through the Sabaody Archipelago, but the radiant golden light of the third satellite was irresistible. Realizing that something significant was unfolding, he stealthily approached from above. This technique is utterly terrifying. Is this the true essence of the son of the devil? Ike? He documented the enormous palm print crater below while zooming in for a close-up of Ike. The front page headline is secured. Ha ha ha. Morgan soared high above, unnoticed by anyone, including Ike, who was focused on the ground and oblivious to the figure photographing from the sky. At that moment, Ike was fervently utilizing spirit stones to replenish his inner energy. This technique, while impressive, was far more fearsome than the powers of the suppressing prison divine body. As his spiritual energy was rapidly depleted, not a single drop remained. Such techniques belong to the core formation stage, Ike silently lamented. It seemed somewhat taxing to exert as a foundation establishment stage practitioner. On the ground, despite Akainu's monstrous physique, the remnants of the great Sun Tathagata palm's force still ravaged his body, inflicting a torment he had never experienced before. How could he endure such humiliation? As a candidate for admiral, he should not find himself in such a wretched state. As Ike descended, Akainu suddenly erupted from the pit, his voice thunderous. How dare a mere child speak of justice? There must be limits to underestimating the Navy. With a ferocious roar, he unleashed an overwhelming torrent of flames, striking Ike directly despite his grievous injuries. Countless torrents of magma erupted violently, engulfing Yak's figure in an instant. The yellow ape's eyelids twitched slightly. Good heavens! This maneuver is swifter than his own flash. The yellow ape was poised to unleash another strike. Yet after a prolonged moment, no sounds of struggle emerged from the magma. What is happening? Focusing his observation haki, he sensed no signs of resistance within. Has he finally been subdued? The yellow ape pondered. What a prime opportunity. In the distance, Philip's gaze was profound, patiently awaiting his moment to enter the fray. With the manifestation of Buddha's light, prison imagery, and chains, he needed to summon these elements during combat. If he could unravel the secrets of his opponent, then he would swiftly dash forth, executing 3 swift flashes into the depths of the battlefield. You too, well done. Leave the rest to me. Akainu bellowed without a moment's hesitation. Who do you think you are? Philip remained unperturbed. You inquire about my identity? Allow me to enlighten you. His demeanor brimming with arrogance, he coldly declared, "What the Navy can oversee, we can handle. What the Navy cannot, we shall also manage. In essence, we act first and report later, sanctioned by the Gorosei. Is that clear enough?" Akainu scoffed coldly, about to retort when an overwhelming aura surged forth. The hardened magma chunks enveloping Yak shattered explosively, scattering molten fragments in every direction. Behind Yak, over 100 prison chains writhed like the tentacles of a monstrous octopus, dense and terrifying. A torrent of ominous energy rolled forth, the atmosphere thick with a forbidding presence. What? How is this possible? A freak! Simultaneously, the expressions of Philip, Akainu, and the yellow ape shifted dramatically. Philip reacted with lightning speed, retreating as if electrified. Now you wish to escape? Grasping a supreme spirit stone, his body began to recover rapidly. A robust chain shot forth, instantly ensnaring Philip tightly. Too late. His consciousness had long detected the presence of the trap's operator nearby, and he seized this opportunity to lure them out. Attempting to seize the moment? Not a chance. In Philip's eyes, the Navy had at least performed some acts of justice, while the trap was merely the loyal hound of the world government. Any means of extermination would be justified. As an officer of rank 8, Philip possessed considerable prowess. He bellowed with composure, life restored. In an instant, his form became remarkably agile. He broke free from the chain's grasp immediately. Since he had intervened, he would see it through to the end. In the next moment, he activated his devil fruit, his muscles visibly swelling, stretching his suit. His arms transformed into powerful, clawed appendages covered in scales, while his thighs morphed into the robust limbs of a formidable beast. His visage contorted into that of a tyrannosaurus, with only his eyes retaining a semblance of humanity. A bloodthirsty aura emanated from Philip, and his claws lunged forward. The prison chains were forcefully struck into the ground. TCH, indeed not human. The chains behind Yak lashed out with frenzied intensity. Boom, 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 boom. Philip's expression remained impassive, offering no response. I am indeed an ancient dinosaur-like demon fruit user, a formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex, unperturbed by a mere exhausted child. As I transform into my dinosaur form, my claws move with agility, and my attacks are overwhelmingly powerful, effortlessly fending off the chains of punishment. Behind me, the ground is left in utter disarray, shrouded in clouds of dust. The deafening noise causes Akainu's expression to sour, prompting him to dismiss the notion of your intervention. The relentless barrage continues. Soon the very earth is pierced by chains, and seawater begins to surge forth from the depths. Suddenly, Kizaru recalls something. Wait, could it be that this child intends to unleash that technique again? Just as the thought crosses his mind, the cacophony of strikes abruptly ceases. You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward. Ike smiles broadly. This is where our confrontation ends for today. However, we shall meet again soon. With a swift plunge, he disappears beneath the waves. Philip's expression darkens as he exclaims, "You coward! If you possess the skill, then do not flee." He uses a flash step to reach the position Ike had just vacated. Yet, there is no trace of his opponent. The thought of being evaded ignites his fury. To defeat someone and then vanish is infuriating. How I long to exact revenge. Kizaru remarks, "What cunning." He employs that trick again. Akainu's countenance turns frigid. Since being promoted to Fleet Admiral candidate, he has faced more frustrating battles. But never has he encountered an opponent who fights with fervor one moment and retreats the next. Is he even a man? It seems this opponent is merely 8 years old, still a boy. Akainu observes as the commotion subsides, finally allowing some Navy soldiers to approach. Philip, boiling with rage, directs his ire at Akainu. "Sakazuki, why don't you order your men to dive into the sea and search?" Kizaru gazes at him as if he were a fool. Dive into the sea? Do you have any idea how adept this child is at swimming? Ignoring the other's impotent fury, he pulls out a Den Mushi and contacts Sengoku. The call connects. "Moshi Moshi," Sengoku answers promptly, his voice rapid. "What is the situation? Who is the perpetrator?" Kizaru responds, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You may find this hard to believe. The individual responsible for the murder of the celestial dragons was beyond our expectations. Sengoku presses. Then do enlighten me. Do you recall the devil's son, Aike? Sengoku is taken aback. How can it be him? Is there no mistake? There was no one else present. It cannot be wrong. I see. Although unexpected, it is not entirely unmanageable. Sengoku instructs, in that case, bring him back. Kizaru replies somewhat helplessly. That is impossible, Admiral. What? Kizaru steels himself. It is Aike who has escaped. Chapter 34. The Five Elders' Fury. A frustrated Kizaru Sengoku takes a deep breath, fearful of losing his temper. Borsellino, you need to be serious. Kizaru feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Admiral, the facts are as they are. Sakazuki stands nearby, along with several others. They can all attest to this. On the other end of the Den Mushi, a heavy silence lingers for a full 5 seconds. In the next moment, the roar of Sengoku nearly uprooted the entire tree island. 2 generals of formidable strength allowed an 8-year-old brat to escape. Spare me such jesting. What on earth transpired? Explain it to me clearly from the beginning. Kizaru surveyed the massive palm-shaped crater surrounding them. Well, we underestimated Ace's combat prowess. This little imp possesses not only destructive power on par with a general, but can also match us evenly for a short while. The most troubling aspect is that this fellow is as slippery as an eel, slipping away into the depths of the sea amidst the fray. It's utterly unpredictable. Sengoku was once again rendered silent. He trusted that Kizaru would not jest about such matters. Yet the implications were exceedingly alarming. He could already envision the furious reaction of the Gorosei upon learning of this incident. Just as they had begun to appreciate his abilities, he turned and retaliated. What a coincidence! Now that he has escaped into the depths, how can we pursue him? After contemplating, Sengoku declared to immediately dispatch the Navy to conduct a thorough search of the entire Sabaody Archipelago. Given their previous behavior, they would likely send personnel underwater as well. However, that is no concern of the Navy. We shall search the land while you handle the underwater operations. You will remain here to command and summon Akaina back. For an opponent capable of submerging, only Aike can adequately handle the situation. Understood? Kizaru leisurely tucked the Den Mushi into his attire. Alas, it's not me returning. This burdensome existence of mine. As Kizaru contacted Sengoku, Philip likewise dialed the Den Mushi of Admiral Zero. Upon learning of the opponent's escape, Admiral Zero erupted in furious expletives. Are the 2 vice admirals utterly useless? They can't even handle a mere child. Philip remained silent, understanding that it was best to say nothing at this juncture. The Navy personnel had already commenced their search on the island. What of our forces? They are still executing the extermination operation. I do not care what methods you employ. If you fail to locate Ace, you shall find yourself summoned to the tribunal. Philip felt the pressure mount exponentially, his fists clenched tightly. Understood. Commander, locating Ace will require tracking abilities. To find him in the shortest time possible, we must summon the hounds for support. Without a moment's hesitation, Admiral Zero agreed. I can send you personnel, but you had better find him. With a surge of frustration, Philip's forehead veins bulged, and with a swift kick, he severed a large tree in half. The culprit has been identified, yet the situation has grown even more precarious. Among the multitude of corpses at the scene, the absence of the celestial dragon's body instilled a deeper fear within him. If they were to have vanished entirely, that would be one thing. However, if not, the death toll would be far greater. The hounds, specialized in tracking scents, possessed the devil fruit of the canine variety, making them unique assets of the world government's intelligence agency. Many cases of intelligence gathering and investigations have relied upon their abilities. Just a single scent can initiate tracking. Distance is no obstacle. While underwater tracking may be futile, the opponent cannot remain submerged forever. A day later, the extermination operation concluded. Centered around Tree Island number 3, all inhabitants of Tree Islands number 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 have been utterly annihilated, with the scattered remains exceeding 3,000. Had it not been for numerous individuals who had already fled upon receiving the news, this figure would have been even more harrowing. The corpses were adeptly gathered and incinerated by agents, with the acrid black smoke detectable from islands miles away. To this, personnel from the world government attributed the calamity to an outbreak of plague, declaring that no one had survived. However, in a lapse of vigilance, several photographs were captured by an audacious reporter. Yet, this incriminating evidence was swiftly intercepted by operatives embedded within the press during the printing process. Morgan sternly condemned the traitors and was ultimately compelled to negotiate with representatives of the world government. Considering the extensive information network of the opposing side, a private transaction ensued, resulting in the photographs being confiscated. Thus, the truth surrounding the civilian fatalities on Tree Island Number 3 was effectively buried. Simultaneously, the elders of the Five Stars were engulfed in fury upon learning of the assassination of a celestial dragon by Aike. An unprecedentedly rigorous search order was issued from the upper echelons of power. Sengoku received the most unwelcome yet unavoidable directive since his appointment: a thorough investigation of the Sabaody Archipelago, leaving no corner unchecked, to prevent the perpetrator from evading capture. All miners on the island were apprehended for questioning. Consequently, the naval presence was palpable across all islands of Sabaody, with soldiers moving swiftly, scouring each household like relentless hounds. Every resident was subjected to interrogation. Who are you? Where do you hail from? What are your intentions? The children of the inhabitants were forcibly gathered and monitored, with parents barred from visiting their own offspring. Every miner of diminutive stature was apprehended without exception. The cries of children echoed day and night. All suspicious individuals discovered were dealt with severely and without leniency. This situation had stirred a veritable hornet's nest. Aike, in a deserted room, observed the relentless search parties of the Navy outside, relentlessly pursuing pirates, yet hesitating in confronting the murderer of a celestial dragon. The response was vigorous. In matters concerning the celestial dragons, the elders of the Five Stars were unwavering in their resolve. The Navy scoured the islands while vessels patrolled the waters. Even with the understanding that such efforts might yield minimal results, numerous agents were dispatched to execute this mission. For the sake of the authority of the celestial dragons, the elders were determined to exhibit an unwavering commitment, sparing no expense. Otherwise, would the death of the progeny of the Creator be brushed aside so lightly? Impossible. Nevertheless, my actions remain unaffected by your influence. Is it merely about skirmishing in shadows? I possess ample time to engage with you. As an avatar, I fear nothing. 3 days after the conflict, a naval soldier, accompanied by a group, approached Admiral Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru, they lamented, our homes have been raided, with our valuables brazenly stolen. Before Kizaru could respond, individuals began to weep and plead. Admiral Kizaru, you must assist us. That wretched thief invaded our residence and made off with our money and treasures. You must dispatch the Navy to capture him and mete out severe punishment. A group of noble heirs gathered together, wailing in distress. Kizaru felt overwhelmed. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but when they mentioned that their family members had all attended the slave auction, Kizaru sensed an unusual significance. At the slave auction, the celestial dragons had perished, and other buyers had met their demise as well. This indicated that Aike was not selectively targeting the celestial dragons. Rather, all slave buyers were suffering the consequences. The homes of the buyers had been burglarized one after another. Perhaps there was a connection between these events. Chapter 35. Reverse operations targeting Mary Geos, the Divine Medicine Treasure Mirror, the Divine Medicine Furnace, and the Corpse Controlling Pill. Could it be that Aike had companions? The moment this thought crossed Kizaru's mind, it seemed highly plausible. What can you tell me about the robber you mentioned? How old is he? And what does he look like? A suspected butler emerged with a video snail, pointing at the image of Aike's doppelganger on the screen. It's this guy. Upon seeing it, Kizaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't this merely another version of Aike? Had this group not even seen the bounty notice for the Devil's Son? Aike? Well, these nobles were preoccupied with social gatherings and comparisons. How could they possibly concern themselves with bounty notices? However, how could this little imp transform and engage in theft? Was murder committed for the sake of wealth? Yet, after robbing the auction, why would he linger at the scene awaiting his arrival? It was truly perplexing. Wait a moment. Kizaru. His aide reminded him the timeline doesn't align. Comparing the times of the victim's thefts, he realized that the first burglary had already occurred while he was engaged in battle with Aike. It was impossible for Aike to be both fighting him and committing theft simultaneously. This meant that Aike must have had another individual assisting him. Kizaru pondered this. It made sense. He scrutinized the doppelganger of Aike closely. They bore such a striking resemblance. Could he be Ike's brother? How terrifying. To contend with one so troublesome, only to now face another. The records indicated that Aike was an orphan, as provided by the agency. Oh, then it was of no concern. Kizaru instructed his aide, have the video duplicated and send our men to search based on the likeness. The moment we catch a trace of his brother, inform me immediately. Understood. Before long, Aike arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. By this time, the island was in a state of chaos. After learning of Ike's astonishing achievements, he even made a special trip to the battlefield to inspect the scene. Upon witnessing the enormous palm-shaped crater, Aike finally came to a realization. It seemed he had inadvertently spared a highly unstable little rogue. Without dwelling on whether his previous actions were right or wrong, he swiftly took to the various locations of Sabaody Archipelago. He was determined to apprehend Aike personally and return him to Impel Down. 2 celestial dragons had perished in an instant. How audacious to dare provoke such a matter! The world government had suppressed the world for centuries. Did they truly believe they were so easily challenged? The death of one celestial dragon would undoubtedly lead to the demise of countless ordinary citizens. Devil's son, Aike, do not let me catch you. When the agency's hound arrived, Philip had not closed his eyes for several days. Subsequent to the extermination operation, there remained tasks to be undertaken, including sending personnel into the sea. In an effort to avoid being reprimanded by superiors, he took it upon himself to manage many matters personally. Accompanying him was another individual endowed with the powers of the divination fruit. Commander, they have arrived, he announced. Let us commence our work without delay. Philip was eager to waste not a single second. The divination fruit is a unique devil fruit from the world government's repository, allowing its user to obtain prophetic insights at the cost of their life. Curiously, the more detailed the inquiry, the greater the margin of error in the divination. Conversely, broader questions tend to yield more accurate results. The world government occasionally employs this fruit to eliminate erroneous options. In this instance, the divination practitioner merely needed to ascertain whether Ike was present in the vast expanse of the sea. Such a broad inquiry did not require precise divination, and a sacrifice of merely a year or 2 of life would suffice for an accurate response. Before long, the divination was complete. Upon receiving a negative answer, the user of the hound devil fruit made his entrance. He had been searching tirelessly in the indentation of the palm print, honing in on a specific direction through scent. The group then set sail. Naturally, Philip did not forget to relay this information to the Navy, as he still relied on the formidable strength of an admiral. Upon receiving the news, Aike boarded the vessel of the mechanism. Ike, however, remained oblivious to these developments. During the battle, Tiger was poised beneath the waves, utterly unperturbed. Fleeing after a grand conflict? Unthinkable. He had clandestinely made his way to a town beneath Mariehua and concealed himself in an empty room. He resolved to take another daring gamble. From his spatial ring, he retrieved the Divine Pharmacopoeia. Divine Pharmacopoeia, a compendium of elixirs meticulously recorded by a renowned apothecary in the realm of cultivation, categorized into 4 tiers: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, with each tier containing a staggering 9,999 formulations. Note, the majority of elixirs within the Divine Pharmacopoeia have been utilized by the apothecary, and the compendium seals the apothecary's furnace, enabling the host to concoct elixirs if needed. Apothecary's furnace, a medicinal furnace once employed by a legendary apothecary, always by their side, imbued with medicinal properties that enhance both the efficiency of elixir creation and the potency of the elixirs produced. Splendid. Cultivation relies not solely on spirit stones. Elixirs are an immensely crucial component as well. In the future, as the sovereign of the world, I shall undoubtedly establish an elixir bureau. Now, the Bureau's prized possession is secured. With both formulations and a furnace at my disposal, this is an unexpected delight. Even the system seems to believe that the celestial dragons are beyond salvation, hence the reward of medicinal resources. Now, all that remains are the herbal ingredients. Ike quickly delved into the divine pharmacopoeia with his spiritual sense. Good heavens, there is an overwhelming abundance. Minor realm elixir, Huang Tier, temporarily aids the user in breaking through their cultivation limits, enhancing their strength for a short duration to confront sudden battles. Divine healing restoration elixir, Xian Tier, used for treating severe injuries, swiftly restoring bodily functions and regaining mobility. Swift wind shadow elixir, Xian Tier, upon consumption, dramatically increases speed and agility, providing an edge in combat or retreat. Purification elixir, Huang Tier, after consumption, can neutralize most toxins and restore health. Scanning through the array of elixirs left him utterly dazzled. He could not perceive the earthly and heavenly stages, for his cultivation was insufficient to lift all the seals of the apothecary's tome. However, as he browsed through the alchemical formulas, he discerned that the formulas within the Xianhuang level could be classified into 6 categories. Those for breakthrough cultivation, healing and restoration, enhancement of attributes, assistance in training, detoxification and pest control, and those with special functions. The first 5 categories were self-explanatory, while the 6th piqued Ike's interest. Special functions? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the case. There were potions such as the X-ray elixir, the breath-holding potion, the relentless purgation elixir, and the transformation potion that alters gender, an array of bizarre concoctions. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a unique potion, the control corpse elixir. When placed in the mouth of a corpse, it would animate the body as if it were alive, allowing control for 3 hours. What a grotesque potion to control the dead. I felt a surge of inspiration. He had initially planned to publicly display the corpse of a celestial dragon, perhaps even live streaming its desecration to shatter the divine aura surrounding them. Indeed, with this potion, why not take advantage of the opportunity? The apothecary's tome contained a fair number of control corpse elixirs. It seemed that the corpse of the celestial dragon could still be put to use, a case of resourcefulness. Chapter 36, Ike's Realm. Damn the celestial dragons. My mission is to send them to their demise. Yes, I shall proceed with this plan. Ike emerged from his chamber and plunged back into the sea. 300 meters beneath the surface, Rayleigh sat aboard a coated ship. As Ike swam over, Rayleigh could not suppress his envy, exclaiming, "Ike, your ability to cultivate truly is remarkable. You navigate the waters with the same ease as on land." He recognized the immense potential of this power, far surpassing that of the devil fruits. Ike narrowed his eyes, eager to impart his knowledge. Rayleigh, intrigued, inquired, "Can I learn?" "Not yet," Ike replied. Rayleigh chuckled, "Ah, you little rascal, playing tricks on your uncle, are you?" "Fear not, Uncle Rayleigh. It won't be long before you can cultivate as well, though not at this moment." The resources at his disposal barely sufficed for his own needs, and Hancock's resources had yet to materialize, leaving no room for sharing. Most crucially was the cultivation method. Once this affair concluded, he must venture to O'Hara. Otherwise, leading others in cultivation would remain an empty promise. "I shall await your good news." With a robust physique, an enigmatic shadow, and descending palm techniques, indeed, Rayleigh was captivated. Has Tager not arrived yet? Ike extended his senses, detecting only fish in the ocean, with no sign of fishmen. Let's wait a while longer. The next phase of our plan is about to commence. They would disrupt the slave auction and eliminate the celestial dragons. While everyone presumed Ike had fled, now was the perfect moment to reverse the situation and strike directly at Mariehua. According to the original narrative, Tager, tormented by the plight of slaves, would return to Fishman Island to meet with Neptune and Princess Odoheim, expressing his unbearable anguish over the abysmal lives led by the slaves. He resolved to incite chaos at the holy land of Mariehua and liberate all the slaves therein. With formidable observation and insight, Princess Yuki heard the anguished cries of Tei's heart and vowed to assist him to the best of her abilities. Considering Tei's presence, Yak resolved to expedite the events surrounding Mariehua. After all, if chaos was inevitable, why not orchestrate a grand upheaval together? Upon learning of Yak's intention to liberate slaves, Tage's admiration for him soared to unprecedented heights, leading him to almost proclaim Yak as his elder brother. However, that was an exaggeration. Having traveled extensively and witnessed the harrowing plight of many slaves, coupled with his own experiences of enslavement and the sight of countless compatriots sold into bondage, the seeds of anger had long been sown within him. Thus, during Yak's period of recuperation, he hurried to Dragon Palace City to inquire about the situation at Mariewa from Neptune, the king who had once visited there. Now, he awaited Neptune's arrival. "Yak, there is something you may not be aware of," remarked Rayleigh, his voice calm as he recounted the atrocities committed by the island's inhabitants during your confrontation with the Navy. Clearly, he had encountered such brutality before. To serve the interests of the celestial dragons, they would indiscriminately slaughter even the people of a single island. Was it not the same during the God Valley incident? The celestial dragons hosted a killing game to occupy God Valley under the guise of an educational trip, ruthlessly exterminating the indigenous population. They transformed the slaughter of the natives and slaves into a competition, herding the enslaved onto the island for sport. This was the past, and it remains the present. He was curious to see Yak's reaction upon hearing such news. He scrutinized Yak's youthful face, hoping to discern signs of anger, regret, or other emotions. Yet, throughout it all, Yak's expression remained remarkably composed. "I understand," he finally said, his tranquility striking Rayleigh as unsettling. Rayleigh, with a smile, pressed further. "Are you not angry or regretful? In a sense, they all perished because of you." Yak replied coolly, "Uncle Rayleigh, it is the world government that commits murder. What purpose does my anger or regret serve? Should we refrain from punishing them simply because they kill innocents? Should their ability to select civilians as hostages allow them to continue their reign over the world? This is a brutal pirate world, just because they slay the innocent. Should we spare the celestial dragons? That is absurd." While Yak's heart may soften at the sight of slaves, his resolve remains unyielding. He harbors no regrets for his actions. Those individuals became sacrificial innocents, and my aim is to eliminate more celestial dragons to prevent further loss of innocent lives. The true culprits are the world government. They're the ones to be condemned, not me. My mission is to send them to their demise. Rayleigh's face lit up with admiration once more. Indeed, this young boy was exceptionally gifted, wholly unlike any typical 8-year-old. He himself had once faced a similar dilemma, burdened with guilt for those who perished due to his actions, a weight that lingered and affected his combat prowess. It was only upon sailing back with Roger that he comprehended the truth. The ones deserving of guilt and self-reproach were not him, but those who enslaved and oppressed others. If one truly wishes to champion the cause of the downtrodden, one must upend the shackles of oppression that bind this world and forge a realm of equity with one's own hands, rather than succumbing to the mire of guilt. Rayleigh was taken aback by Ike's seemingly simple words. In that moment, he comprehended the reason behind Ike's audacious scheme to confront the celestial dragons. Not only did he dare to dream, but he also dared to act. Rayleigh, with a serious demeanor, earnestly cautioned, "Despite this, I must remind you not to underestimate the depth of the celestial dragon's strength." Ike responded with a chuckle, "And do not underestimate the capabilities of a cultivator." Rayleigh smiled faintly. As long as you were aware. Ike understood that further words were futile. He could not yet lead Rayleigh into the realm of cultivation, and thus could not evoke true empathy. He directed his consciousness into the abyss space, retrieving a corpse control pill from the divine apothecary and administering it to the corpse of the celestial dragon. Miraculously, the wounds of the celestial dragon began to heal, its complexion returning to a state indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, albeit with visible signs of damage to its attire and its bubble having been ruptured. Yet, this was hardly a significant issue. Even if one were to discern the discrepancies, would a dignified celestial dragon need to answer your inquiries? In defiance of the heavens, as long as one could reach Mariewa, that was all that mattered. The celestial dragon moved stiffly, taking a few steps. It crouched down, mimicking a dog in a clumsy bow. That resembles something, Ike mused, testing various commands and attaching a fragment of his consciousness to the celestial dragon. To enhance the disguise, he pondered aloud to Rayleigh, "Are there any collars or chains for slaves aboard the ship?" Rayleigh, bewildered, replied, "Yes, but why do you ask?" "Put them on me," Ike stated. Rayleigh, perplexed, questioned, "Are you serious? What are you planning?" Ike rolled his eyes in disdain. "Rest assured, I am merely a perfectly normal individual." Rayleigh, still confused, retrieved a set of shackles for slaves from the ship. Ike donned them without hesitation and even found a mirror to admire his reflection. Strangely enough, the prison garb looked rather striking. Rayleigh sighed, increasingly baffled by the antics of this youth. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, Tiger swam swiftly. After acquiring a general map of Mariewa from Neptune, he hurried back. As a remarkable fisherman, his speed was impressive. Upon arriving at the small ship where Rayleigh and Ike awaited, he apologized. "I apologize for my tardiness. It took some time to settle the fisherman's slaves." "No, you arrived just in time," Ike replied without further ado, handing 3 spirit stones to Tiger. "Keep this stone on you. It will greatly enhance your ascent." Tiger accepted the spirit stones, feeling invigorated as warmth spread through his body. The spiritual energy radiated beyond the bubble, and a passing fish absorbed some of it, instantly becoming more agile, its eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. One extraordinary stone. Beside him, Rayleigh observed the ethereal energy emanating from the spirit stones and instinctively reached out to touch them. In an instant, his form transformed into a ravenous beast, absorbing all the released spiritual energy without conscious thought. How marvelous! Ike waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a few spirit stones, Uncle Ray, let me give you some." With that, he tossed a few stones to Rayleigh. "Without further ado, we must part ways here." Tage turned solemnly, setting off with unwavering courage and fervor towards the horizon. Ike remained silent, merely watching him depart. The Golden Lion had preemptively escaped due to his presence, and Tage was scaling Mariewa early to rescue the slaves. He would scout ahead, and there should be no significant issues. Once Tage vanished from sight, Ike donned a disguise as a slave. "Uncle Ray, you should move further away now. The waters aren't particularly safe anymore." He believed that the world government would undoubtedly devise countermeasures against his ability to escape into the sea. Rayleigh chuckled, "Just don't get yourself killed, you little brat." Chapter 37. A Rewarding Paradise. "Elder Stars, I have arrived." Meanwhile, Rayleigh navigated the ship towards the direction of Shaki and the others. Ike watched Rayleigh depart and couldn't he help but murmur, "Don't worry, I'm keeping track." With that, he slowly swam, eventually reaching the shore and entering the small town. This quaint town was inhabited by nobles of a status slightly below the celestial dragons, along with families of high-ranking world government officials and perhaps some affluent merchants. Without a modicum of wealth or power, one would not even qualify to reside here. After all, this place was the closest to the abode of the gods, theoretically the most secure location. The town boasted a picturesque environment with tidy streets. The buildings were arranged in a charming manner, creating a delightful vista. The flowers, grass, and trees lining the roads were meticulously pruned, and the air was refreshingly crisp. However, Ike had no time to savor the scenery. He concealed his presence and returned to the vacant room he had previously occupied, from which he summoned the celestial dragon from the abyssal realm. Ike addressed the celestial dragon. "From now on, I am your captured slave." The celestial dragon, with a somewhat mechanical gaze, replied, "You are a slave, a wretched slave." Ike retorted, "Damn, no wonder you still carry the pungent aura of someone who just died." The scent was overwhelming. Handing the chains over to the celestial dragon, he infused spiritual energy through the iron links, ensuring the garments clung closely to the body, minimizing the risk of exposure. Maintain an air of arrogance and disdain. After a meticulous adjustment, Ike finally emerged from the alleyway. He swiftly embraced the persona of slave, his expression numbed, eyes devoid of life. In this town, many households kept slaves, and no one would pay attention to the demeanor of a mere slave. Ike followed closely behind the celestial dragon, and the appearance of a wild celestial dragon drew the attention of everyone on the street. Almost instinctively, all who beheld it lowered their heads in reverence, too timid to meet its gaze. Unlike the commoners, who were required to kneel, the townsfolk merely averted their eyes. Goodness, how extraordinary that a noble would stroll through our humble town. What fortune it would be to be chosen as his wife. Oh, dear sir, cast your gaze upon me. I am breathtakingly beautiful. Every young maiden adorns herself in vibrant finery, radiating beauty and allure. For such individuals, even if encased within the garments of swine, the desire to wed him remains fervent. The very phrase descendant of the gods shines as a beacon of magnificence. Once married, a life of opulence and grandeur awaits. Alas, their hopeful glances are wasted on the blind. Others remain silent, heads bowed. Although the onlookers sense something amiss with the celestial dragon, they could not replicate the brazen arrogance that enveloped him. They merely regarded him as an eccentric noble who, even when venturing out, did not allow a bodyguard to accompany him closely. Aike's masterful deception successfully hoodwinked the entire town. Before long, he arrived at the colossal lift leading to Mariewa. Ascending, he would soon be in Mariewa, eager to absorb the fortunes that awaited him. Ah, dear sir, are we bound for the Holy Land? The attendant bowed deeply. Take me up, Aike replied, his words slightly stammered, yet the staff harbored no suspicion. With the press of a button, Aike boldly journeyed toward the sacred Mariewa. Meanwhile, bolstered by the support of spirit stones, Tiger ascended the Holy Land with remarkable swiftness. Though he teetered precariously on the brink of falling several times, fortune favored him, and he persevered, relying on his extraordinary willpower and years of mastering the art of propulsion. He climbed steadily toward the Red Earth continent. This place, a sheer cliff, was devoid of any visitors. Soon, Tiger infiltrated the dwelling area of the celestial dragons. As he approached, joyous laughter echoed from a nearby window. Peering closer, he beheld a mermaid adorned with a slave collar, her fishtail resting against the ground like a human foot, tattered and worn. Suddenly, she stumbled backward, her body hitting the floor with a dull thud. Remarkably, she seemed unfazed, beaming with an extraordinarily radiant smile. In an instant, she twisted and rose from the ground. Despite her tail being broken in two, she displayed no sign of distress, her face alight with a sweet smile. Once more, cheered the celestial dragons, as a line of cold-faced agents stood behind them. The mermaid, with an enchanting smile, replied, of course, please enjoy. She gracefully lay upon the unforgiving ground. Then, with all her might, her lower half arched upward, executing her performance with practiced skill. In an instant, her entire form lifted off the ground, standing upright. Ta-da! The mermaid flashed a joyful and sweet smile, exclaiming, the mermaid's performance is complete. Yet, the expression of the celestial dragon darkened, his voice booming. Your performance was not as flawless as the last. It was utterly unimpressive. Continue performing until I am satisfied. The mermaid maintained her exquisitely sweet smile, exuding utmost gentleness. Brenda, please do not punish me. I shall strive to perform splendidly. Outside, Tiger clenched his teeth tightly, his claws digging into the wall with such force that it began to crack. He understood that due to the prolonged oppression from the celestial dragons, the mermaid had transformed into a soulless puppet, and living was a torment for her. Her pain, her tears, were not even permitted to be displayed. Just wait a little longer. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Tiger's eyes. Just wait a little longer. I will surely rescue all of you. It was time for Tiger to take action. Gazing out at the vast sea from the lift, he marveled at its boundlessness. The horizon met the sky, and below, the town appeared as diminutive as an anthill. How incredibly high up we are. After approximately a minute, the lift arrived. The agent stationed at the entrance knelt respectfully, bowing, welcome back, Saint Barda. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Aike's mind once more. Detected host at the Holy Land, Mariewa, absorbing the fortune of this place. This time, the system's response was significantly delayed. Truly, this is a holy place with an enduring fortune. You have received a reward, Celestial Paradise. Celestial Paradise, a self-contained miniature world containing a medicinal garden, weaponry chamber, and spiritual platform. Among others, the medicinal garden boasts rare herbs, and the weaponry chamber houses countless ores and mystical steels for forging divine weapons. Good heavens, I have been granted a celestial paradise. Perhaps this splendid location has bestowed upon me such a remarkable gift? What I need most now is to enhance my cultivation. Of course, I could never express disdain for it. In this lifetime, I shall never scorn it. I cannot cultivate on my own, nor am I in the realm of immortal cultivation. I must rely on the system to get by. I greatly relish the prospect of using the system to enhance my cultivation. I could observe the system, while the celestial dragons remained silent. The kneeling agents dared not rise, fearing the celestial dragon's judgment. Once Ike regained his composure from the character alert, the celestial dragon spoke in a somewhat mechanical tone. Stand down. Subsequently, Ike guided the celestial dragon through the grand entrance of the Holy Land. Here I am, elders of the 5 stars. On the sea, a warship flying the flag of the world government sliced through the waves, sailing swiftly. There was no doubt. This was the correct direction. The Hound user confirmed repeatedly. During the journey, Ike had submerged in the sea, causing him to lose his bearings, leading Philip to doubt his reliability. Fortunately, the scent re-emerged shortly thereafter, restoring their course. After half an hour of travel, Philip suddenly recognized a critical issue. Where does this direction lead? Report. It is towards Mariewa. The pupils of both Philip and Aike contracted sharply. This is bad. Chapter 38. Mariewa is ablaze. Ike, let me ignite before the world. Philip retrieved his transponder snail and immediately contacted Admiral Zero, speaking urgently. Admiral, the Devil's Child, Ike, is likely heading towards Mariewa. Admiral Zero's eyes flickered. Fool, why did you not speak sooner? If he disturbs the esteemed ones of the Holy Land, neither you nor I can escape blame. Philip felt a surge of frustration. No one could have anticipated that this impudent brat, after killing the celestial dragons, would not only refrain from hiding, but would boldly charge into their very lair. What could he possibly intend? Is the slaughter of 2 celestial dragons insufficient? Hurry! Such an uncontrollable wretch, I vow. Once captured, I shall methodically crush his bones. Upon receiving news of Philip, the commander immediately rose from his seat. Bring forth the news. Lord Hughes, inquire with the guards on duty if there have been any unusual occurrences today. Soon, Hughes received feedback from the patrolling guards. Everything appeared to be normal. Could it be that my reaction was overly dramatic? Upon reflection, it is understandable. This is the abode of countless elite guardians. And that little brat couldn't even breach the premises, let alone instigate any destruction. Perhaps I have been overly anxious. If that brat dares to approach the Holy Land, he is merely walking into a trap. However, he could not afford to be complacent and commanded his subordinates. Ensure that today, as patrolling personnel, remain vigilant. Yes, just as he was preparing to return, he suddenly caught sight of thick smoke billowing from the window. Could the celestial dragons be barbecuing? The smoke is far too dense. Something is amiss. This is clearly a house ablaze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone bug near him rang, and, on the other end, the patrolling personnel spoke urgently. There has been an incident. The estate of Illy Saint has caught fire for unknown reasons. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lord, the estate of Havana Palace is ablaze. The flames are extraordinarily fierce, suspected to be arson. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lord, the estate of Ortiz Saint is on fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, 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 buzz. One after another, the phone bugs rang, and fury coursed through Hugh's veins. Relay my orders. All who hear this command must immediately abandon their tasks, and in teams of 5, escort the celestial dragons to safety. His assistant cautioned, my lord. We have already dispatched many personnel. We lack sufficient manpower now. A chill ran down Hugh's spine. The overwhelming aura within him surged uncontrollably. He roared his command. Then send them in teams of 2, or even 1 at a time. Move quickly. Yes, the agents sprang into action, racing frantically towards the residences of the celestial dragons. At that moment, within the rows of pristine white houses in Mariewa, thick smoke billowed and flames soared. The elevated terrain of Mariewa, coupled with a strong wind today, fueled the inferno, rapidly consuming an entire estate. The resounding collapse of the building startled many celestial dragons. What is happening? Is a slave from someone's household engaged in combat? Such a commotion surely promises an exhilarating spectacle. From a distance, a celestial dragon leisurely watched two female slaves dance, when suddenly two agents burst into his chamber, urgently proclaiming, "Lord Harrison's saint, you must accompany us to the refuge immediately to escape the flames." "How dare you enter here?" the celestial dragon retorted. The agent anxiously insisted, "My lord, the Holy Land is on fire. You need to take cover at once." "What? What fire? Where is it burning?" Another celestial dragon emerged, oblivious to the chaos. "I see no flames." As the flames engulfed the surroundings, one could not help but wonder if those present would take action to extinguish the fire. How audacious to intrude upon us! The impatience of the agents grew palpable as the celestial dragons remained obstinate. An unexpected crisis had arisen, placing them all at risk. "Lord Harrison, we are short-staffed. Please accompany me to safety swiftly. The blaze is fierce, and if we do not leave now, it will be too late." The celestial dragons were incensed, drawing their firearms. "How dare you command me, you wretched servant?" With a resounding bang, a shot was fired at the agent. Yet it was thwarted by the iron block the agent carried. He staggered back several paces, still kneeling, imploring, "Lord Harrison, please come with us." Similar scenes unfolded within other celestial dragon households. As pampered descendants of divine lineage, they were accustomed to ordering the agents about. After all, this was supposed to be the safest place in the world. Now, to hear of a fire, surely it was their duty to extinguish it rather than storm into their lord's abode with such insolence. Not all celestial dragons were as foolish as to wait until the flames licked at their doorsteps to acknowledge the danger. Those who caught the sound of hurried footsteps and glimpsed the ominous smoke were filled with dread. "Hurry, take me to the safest spot. I refuse to perish in this inferno." Some celestial dragons, in close proximity to the burning house, were reduced to tears, their faces darkened by the acrid smoke. Lord Brenda's expression was one of sheer terror, so frightened he had nearly lost control of himself. "Someone come save us." Yet, despite his desperate cries, no one responded. Outside, the agents had been dealt with by Tiger, who burst through the door, brandishing the key obtained from one of the agents, and approached the mermaid. "Comrade, let's create a ruckus." He pressed the spirit stone given by Aike against the mermaid's wounds, and in that instant, the healing energy surged forth, mending her injuries. Fear filled the mermaid's eyes as she struggled to comprehend the miraculous scene before her. Was she truly to be rescued? There is no time for explanations. "Will you come with me to liberate more slaves, or remain among the celestial dragons?" At that moment, a spark of life ignited within her gaze. With tears held back, she suppressed her emotions. "I will go and save them." In the distance, upon seeing Tiger, who bore no chains or adornments, the celestial dragon's fear of the fire dissipated. "You wretched fishman, how dare you invade my home? Who do you serve? I command you to halt at once." Tiger, suppressing his murderous instincts, refrained from looking back. He feared that should he linger, he might succumb to the urge to kill. If the celestial dragons were to discover that a fishman had slain one of their own, the entire fishman race would face dire consequences. His mission was solely to rescue the slaves. Truly, one destined to ignite chaos. His consciousness spread out, revealing several locations ablaze. Well done, splendidly executed. This time, let Mariawa be set ablaze before the eyes of the world. I find joy in the plight of these celestial dragons. At that moment, an agent caught sight of Aike, or more precisely, noticed the figure of Saint Bada nearby. He approached with utmost reverence, kneeling before the esteemed Lord Bartu, and implored, "Please, accompany me to the refuge." Chapter 39. Aike delivers the corrupted bone pill. Chaos unfolds in Mariawa. Aike had assumed control over the celestial dragons, immediately plunging himself into a state of servitude. "Barda," mechanically replied, "lead the way." The agent head bowed, found it peculiar that the celestial dragon's attire was tattered. However, in this urgent situation, he dismissed the thought. Moreover, the matter of the celestial dragon's murder was a secret beyond the reach of an ordinary agent, and such intelligence had been dispatched elsewhere. The agent guided Ike toward the direction of a refuge. As for the celestial dragon being accompanied by a slave, who would dare to question their master's actions? It sufficed to cooperate. Ike, with his head lowered, could not suppress a smirk. A visit to the celestial dragon's sanctuary would surely reveal many of their kind. It was only fitting that I bring a token of goodwill for our first encounter. Ah, I am rather generous indeed. As he walked, Ike began to sift through the apothecary's compendium. Soon, he stumbled upon some intriguing elixirs in the section on poisons. Weakening pill causes the physiological functions of the individual it contacts to swiftly decline, rendering them feeble and weak, as if suffering from a grave illness, significantly reducing combat capability. No, this would be too merciful for the celestial dragons. Hallucination pill, capable of disturbing the enemy's psyche, inducing vivid illusions that thrust them into their most terrifying or chaotic inner scenes, rendering them incapable of combat. Unacceptable. Even in death, they should remain intact. Toxic mist pill. Upon detonation, it releases a noxious gas that, when inhaled, induces poisoning, leading to symptoms such as respiratory distress and dizziness. In severe cases, it may threaten one's life. This pill can inflict area damage over a certain radius, hindering the enemy's movements for a prolonged period. This pill appears quite effective. Unfortunately, it has already been exhausted by the nameless apothecary. Corrupted bone pill. Upon contact with the human body, it gradually erodes the skeletal structure, causing excruciating pain and ultimately immobilization. When the effects manifest, the enemy experiences intense bone aches, followed by the gradual weakening of their bones until they can no longer support their body and perish. Oh, splendid. There are still over 130 of these. Ike promptly extracted the corrupted bone pills from the apothecary's compendium, pulverizing them with spiritual energy in the palm of his hand, and subsequently infused all of it into the celestial dragon ahead. The pills were colorless and odorless, slowly evaporating in the air. Even if the celestial dragons donned protective bubbles, they still needed to breathe. Were it not for Magellan's potent toxins, he would have arranged for the poisons within the spatial ring as well. To allow them to perish so easily, how benevolent of me. TSK. Meanwhile, the 5 elders, upon receiving news of the inferno, swiftly issued urgent commands. They instructed all personnel to forcibly escort the celestial dragons under their charge away. With the demise of a celestial dragon, there was no longer any need for their protectors to remain alive. Regardless of the circumstances, the safety of the celestial dragons was paramount, especially with 2 already deceased outside. Yes, the commands from the 5 elders were executed with precision and urgency. As the order was issued, the agents no longer considered the feelings of the celestial dragons. Those reluctant to evacuate were swiftly escorted away by the agents, their struggles proving futile. It was only upon witnessing the raging inferno outside that they comprehended the agents' benevolent intentions. Some celestial dragons, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, complied and followed the agents to safety. The sudden emergence of the flames took the 5 elders by surprise. Who would have thought that a place heralded as the abode of the gods could catch fire? Even more astonishing was the fact that the cause of the blaze remained elusive. Where was Hughes? Had the investigation into the fire's origin not yet yielded results? Was there an intruder in the Holy Land? The 5 elders were engulfed in a trio of questions, their expressions icy with fury, wishing for nothing less than retribution. This was Meriewa, the Holy Land, not some dilapidated palace of a petty noble. Was this not a slap in their faces? An agent nearby responded. Lord Hughes is currently directing the rescue efforts for the celestial dragons. But with so many people, where are they? The agent delivering the message hesitated. Lord Hughes dispatched a significant portion of our forces to execute a mission at Sabaody Archipelago. A murderous intent surged within the 5 elders. For the sake of an 8-year-old brat, so many had been sent? What the safety of the Holy Land? The agent felt a heavy weight in his heart. Had the lords forgotten that the order to capture and eliminate the perpetrator of the celestial dragons was also theirs? Who could have foreseen that the most secure sanctuary would suddenly face calamity? Was every action taken by the lords destined to be erroneous? A flicker of sympathy for Hughes crossed his mind. How passive he had become. The situation had arisen where manpower was sorely lacking. Without personnel, extinguishing the fire in a timely manner was a formidable challenge. They had to act swiftly to prevent the flames from spreading towards Lord Emu's vicinity. Contact Hughes immediately. Amidst the evacuation of the celestial dragons by the agents, Hughes was not idle, with the agents occupied in rescuing the celestial dragons. The task of investigating suspicious individuals fell solely upon him. He rushed toward the source of the flames, only to be met with the sight of slaves scattering in disarray. Where were they? His expression darkened, his observation Aike reaching an unprecedented peak. In previous times, such occurrences would have been utterly intolerable. Yet now, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. In an instant, the world around him transformed into a pale and colorless landscape under his perception. Countless sounds invaded his ears, the chaotic footsteps, frantic breaths, and thunderous heartbeats. As the commander of the Zero Division, his observation Aike was formidable. With meticulous scrutiny, approximately half a minute later, his eyes widened suddenly. He had found him. A red-skinned fisherman was organizing the slaves to flee towards the cliffs. Such a fisherman had no place in Mariewa. Judging by the actions of this individual, it was evident that he was the one who had invaded Mariewa and set the fire, just as he was about to dash forth and crush the fisherman's skull. His transponder snail rang once more. This was a special communication from the five elders, and Hughes could not afford to be negligent. My lords, the telephone bug mimicked the cold demeanor of the five elders. Is this how you handle matters for me? The elder replied, You need not explain. Have you determined the cause of the fire? Hughes calmly responded, The specific reason remains unclear. We only know that a fisherman set the blaze in an attempt to rescue slaves from the Holy Land. They are currently preparing to escape from the cliffs at the back of the Holy Land. The five elders fell into an unusual silence. The cliff soared thousands of meters high, and the notion that a fisherman could scale it was astonishing. Hughes then reported, We lack sufficient manpower to extinguish the raging inferno, but I have destroyed a section of the residences, creating a firebreak. The flames will not spread further. However, those homes that have been consumed cannot be salvaged. The tension in the brows of the five elders eased slightly. At last, they had received some credible news. Were there any casualties among the celestial dragons? A few sustained minor injuries while en route to the shelter, but they are currently unharmed. Nevertheless, Hughes felt an immense pressure, hesitating over whether to mention the matter of Aike. Upon learning of Philip's situation, he became more vigilant. The coincidence of the fire seemed too fortuitous, possibly linked to that little imp. The issue was that they had yet to catch sight of the little devil. Speak clearly. If you have something to say it. Hughes paused before stating, The devil's spawn, Aike, is suspected to have infiltrated the Holy Land. The pupils of the five elders contracted sharply. What did you just say? Chapter 40 Tiger. Captain, has anyone ever told you that you are quite peculiar? Aike, just a tad eccentric. The shelter, a precautionary structure built during the construction of the Holy Land, Mariewa, resembled a pyramid, supported by robust and heavy sea prism stone, rendering it exceptionally sturdy. For entrances bore the insignia of the world government, solemn and magnificent. Whether faced with thunder, fire, earthquakes, or calamities, it could withstand any external threat, truly an exemplary refuge. Since its establishment, this place had never been utilized, yet it was always maintained and cleaned. Although the celestial dragons feared nothing, the five elders understood the wisdom of preparing for the unforeseen. Today, they encountered just such an unforeseen circumstance. Within the shelter, the celestial dragons were gradually being struck. The cacophony rendered the atmosphere chaotic. Some wept loudly. Others were terrified to the point of wetting themselves, while some cursed their subordinates and lashed out at the five elders for their ineptitude. The pampered celestial dragons, accustomed to comfort, found themselves compelled to await further orders. Where's Saint Satan? Isn't he our scientific defense deity? How could he allow our holy land to catch fire? I am currently indulging with my 152nd wife. If he dares to send someone to escort me from my chamber today, he'll have the audacity to invade my quarters tomorrow. Silence. Jean Tammy Saint. You be quiet. Do you want to fight? Send your slaves to duel. You fool. Don't you realize we're in a shelter? Are you afraid? Have you lost your nerve? Your mother. As Ike controlled St. Bada's arrival at the shelter, the celestial dragons were on the brink of conflict. Fortunately, among them were figures resembling chieftains, striving to maintain order. Apart from the 5 elders, he was responsible for mediating the conflicts among the celestial dragons. However, Ike had no interest in listening to a group of dying individuals engage in futile chatter. The powder of his corpse bone pill had already been fully infused into the corpse of Jagor Lucia Bada. It was time to depart. Seizing the opportune moment, he swiftly darted into a nearby alley. At this juncture, the agents would hardly concern themselves with a mere slave. Their focus was solely on safeguarding the celestial dragons. Savor your final moments. I shall take my leave, Ike thought as he moved with great speed, activating his spiritual sense. It was then that he noticed, in the residential area where the raging fire had yet to spread, the celestial dragons had evacuated, yet the slaves remained frozen in place, too terrified to move. Many were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. If they were discovered attempting to flee, they would face punishments more horrific than death itself. Furthermore, this was the domain of the celestial dragons, with agents at the entrance and sheer cliffs behind them. Where could they possibly escape? Though some had attempted to leap from the cliffs, they rarely made it 100 meters before being recaptured by the agents, only to face even more brutal tortures. From the moment they were brought here, the slaves had no future. Were there still so many who had not fled? Ike, in an instant, burst into the area, disregarding the reactions of the slaves, seizing them and casting them into his own sanctuary. The slaves barely comprehended what was happening before they found themselves in a paradise-like realm. Delicate peaks rose majestically, shrouded in swirling mists. A crystal-clear stream flowed gently, revealing smooth stones and swaying aquatic plants beneath its surface. The air was imbued with a refreshing scent that invigorated the senses. Initially, she believed the celestial dragons were playing a cruel joke, maintaining her customary smile. However, as more slaves appeared beside her, she gradually sensed something was amiss. Where's this? How did I arrive here? Some were bewildered, while others, thinking they had perished, wore expressions of relief. Some noticed that other slaves, much like themselves, had also appeared in this place. Among them were individuals who had been tortured like puppets, as well as those who had recently been captured. Is it true that Mary Geos is ablaze, and we have suddenly found ourselves in this paradise? Have I died? To arrive in such a heavenly realm upon death seems rather delightful. I see someone brought us here. Me too. Someone has saved us. We are free. At this moment, Ike paid no heed to the happenings within his sanctuary. He was fervently rescuing individuals. His speed was remarkable, his movements elusive, and soon he had saved many slaves. Before long, Ike sensed the presence of Tej, who was aiding the slaves in their desperate bid to escape down the cliffs. Goodness, is this truly the thrill we are engaging in? Thank goodness I am involved. Otherwise, many would perish on this escape route. He quickly rushed to Tej's side. Who goes there? Tej instinctively threw a punch, which Ike effortlessly blocked, a smile playing upon his lips. Your vigilance is commendable. Ike, Tej exclaimed in astonishment. In the direction of the grand entrance. Did you enter through the main gate? If not, could it be that Ike has slain a celestial dragon, leading Tej to suspect he might be a lost child of the Holy Land? Leave the rest to me. Under Tej's astonished gaze, he dashed to the slaves, striking each one with a palm and unceremoniously tossing them into the realm of bliss. Tej gasped, utterly dumbfounded. Where are they? Ike chuckled and replied, I've sent them to a safe place, rest assured. Are there any more? Tej asked, his expression grave and his tone weighed down with concern. The slaves near the entrance have yet to arrive. They might encounter agents of the celestial dragons. If I go there myself, the chances of survival are slim. His fear was not for his own life, but rather for the inability to rescue more slaves. No need to go there. I've already saved everyone on my way here. What? Tej took a few seconds to regain his composure, feeling utterly dazed. To enter so boldly and rescue slaves without alarming the celestial dragons. He wondered if he had come in vain. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Captain, has anyone ever told you that you're quite extraordinary? At this rate, you might just ascend to the heavens. Ike waved his hand dismissively. Well, it's somewhat understandable for a cultivator to be a tad eccentric. Just then, Ike's expression turned serious as he sensed a formidable aura of killing intent and fury approaching. The five elders had finally reacted, their figures swiftly converging towards them. He urgently advised Tej, "I've rescued most of the slaves. You should retreat now." Before Tej could respond, Ike clapped his hands, sending Tej into the realm of bliss as well. "Ike!" Hughes roared, the air suddenly distorted by an overwhelming force, launching a powerful 6 styles of the Overlord's spear towards them. The 6 styles, the pinnacle of mechanized combat techniques, conjured a terrifying spear shadow in the air. This formidable strike contained such might that it could pierce even the hull of a warship. A thunderous explosion erupted, enveloping the surroundings in dust and smoke. Yet, Ike's figure burst forth from the haze. Damn it! With the town suppression technique activated, his spiritual energy surged forth, unleashing a terrifying force that threatened to overturn the very heavens and earth. 8 Desolations Town Suppression Fist. Chapter 41. Ike versus the Five Elders, Satan. A thunderous roar erupted from Ike's lips, his voice reverberating like rolling thunder. The air around him spiraled like a frenzied dragon, and as he unleashed his punch, a terrifying aura surged forth like a vast ocean. The sky above Mariawa was suddenly stripped bare, devoid of any clouds. Where his fist passed, the space seemed to be sliced by invisible blades, emitting a sizzling sound. The surrounding flames were violently extinguished by the sheer force, and debris was swept away. Hughes, with awe reflected in his eyes, quickly retaliated with another Overlord's finger spear to defend against the assault. Yet, this punch seemed to strike against the hardest sea floor stone, and X figure did not budge an inch. How is that possible? With tremendous force, X's formidable fist shattered Hughes' palm and surged directly towards his face. Boom! Hughes staggered back, blood surging within him, ultimately crashing heavily against the remnants of the ruins. Ek unleashed another 8 Desolations prison fist, causing the subordinate who had rushed in alongside Hughes to instinctively raise his arm in defense as his pupils constricted. However, upon contact with the fist's shadow, an overwhelming force surged forth, sending him flying. As he came to a halt, his face flushed crimson, and he coughed up blood. As one of the top agents beside the Zero Commander, he had encountered countless powerful abilities, yet he had never witnessed such a terrifying technique. The dust that was raised filled the air, and Hughes gritted his teeth. Had he not activated the advanced version of the 6 Forms Iron Block at the last moment, he too would have been sent flying by that strike. How could one withstand the full force of a cultivator's blow? In that moment, he finally comprehended the terror of the Devil's Son. Struggling to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Hughes let out a cruel laugh. Ha! His expression began to spiral into madness, and in his rage, he proudly declared, "You possess some skill. To have such combat prowess at your age is truly monstrous. However, we are monsters too." Life returns. With a fierce roar, his muscles began to swell dramatically. The muscles representing human strength erupted across his body. Previously, he appeared to be a mere 1.8-meter tall, slender adult, but in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering figure over 3 meters tall. A muscular behemoth. His entire body was enveloped in a hardened red armament color, steam rising around him. Ha ha ha! Hughes struck with both fists, a plum blossom mark coalescing at the knuckles. 6 Forms Ultimate Plum Blossom Fingergun. This was the Zero Commander's ultimate skill, said to have once matched evenly with the legendary Roger. His powerful fists hurled forward with ferocity, while Ek raised his hand to form a palm. The prison suppression technique defending around him. Boom! Ek hardly took a step back, his expression unchanged. How could the defense of a perfected divine body be harmed by mere 6 Forms techniques? Hughes's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Impossible. Without hesitation, Ek activated the 8 Desolations prison, and chains resembling octopus tentacles formed, densely and frantically constricting towards Hughes. It is your ignorance. Boom! 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 Hughes darted wildly. Each landing point barely touched before the swift, and terrifying change struck. A series of violent tremors reverberated throughout Mariewa. The commotion could not have escaped the notice of the five elders. Their gazes turned icy in unison. Enough is enough. The scientific defense warrior Jagor Lucius Satan was suddenly enveloped in black flames, with black lightning flickering with a hellish glow. On the ground, a magical array formed instantaneously. The radiance of the magic circle enveloped his form, and then Saint Satan vanished from the spot. Suddenly, beside Aike, a magic circle materialized out of thin air. A colossal figure loomed over Aike. In the next moment, a black spider leg, as hard as steel, lunged forth and struck Aike's form. "What can you do, little brat?" With a swift jab, the spider leg pierced Aike's shoulder to a depth of 3 inches. Yet to Saint Satan's astonishment, it could not penetrate Aike's body. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the cold, indifferent gaze of Saint Satan. This attack, capable of leaving even a pirate with a bounty below $1 billion in dire straits, could not breach the body of an 8-year-old child. Aike bared his gleaming white teeth, gazing at the creature beside him that bore a striking resemblance to a spider. Saint Satan, a Zoan-type devil fruit user embodying the bull demon fruit. In his bull demon form, he was shrouded in black smoke, resembling a gigantic spider, exuding a terrifying aura reminiscent of hell itself. "You old fool, do you not adhere to the rules of combat?" Aike's chains of imprisonment rose ominously from behind him, outnumbering Saint Satan's spider legs significantly. An even larger spectral figure of the underworld instantly overshadowed Saint Satan. The chains surged forth in a frenzy, and though Saint Satan had intended to evade, the sheer number of chains rendered escape impossible. With piercing sounds, the bull demon was riddled with countless wounds. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. "You possess some ability, but it is scant." As his words fell, the wounds on his body healed instantaneously, returning to their pristine state. Such was the terror of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, endowed with extraordinary endurance and regenerative capabilities, rendering him fearless in battle. Moreover, this was the awakened form of a Zoan-type devil fruit, possessing destructive power that surpassed even that of a Logia type. Saint Satan's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, a violent explosion erupted from Aike's form. However, the immense damage, capable of decapitating, proved utterly ineffective against him. "Now, allow me to demonstrate my true power." Activating all the spiritual energy within, he transformed into a godlike state, and in that moment, an unfathomable gravitational force coalesced into a terrifying sphere of energy. The downward pull of gravity shattered a significant portion of Saint Satan's bull demon form. Simultaneously, the chains that had pierced Saint Satan ignited with the blazing flames of imprisonment. The ominous aura of the abyss enveloped the surroundings, and the sky over Mariewa was instantly shrouded in darkness. A colossal shadow loomed overhead, prompting all agents to involuntarily glance upward. Was hell descending upon the mortal realm? Below Mariewa, the recently arrived Aike and Philip wore grave expressions. They had hastened to the scene, only to find themselves a step behind. "Look, how could such a thing appear in the Holy Land? My heavens! Is someone attacking Mariewa?" Aike and Philip activated their moonwalk, swiftly propelling themselves towards Mariewa. The agents behind them surged forward like a swarm of locusts, frantically rushing upward to provide support. Mary Joya. The remaining 5 elders gazed at the unfolding scene in the sky, and in the next instant, their forms vanished from sight. All that remained were 4 eerie magical circles radiating a hellish glow. Chapter 42, Abyssal Hell. The 5 Elders of Aike. A sinister aura, reminiscent of a dark abyss, surged and shattered the sky into fragments. The pitch-black chains of imprisonment erupted in flames. From Satan's sacred form, skeletal spirits emerged, their anguished wails echoing like the tormented cries of the damned from the depths of hell. They were incessantly drawn into the abyssal space. Though he was but a single entity, an overwhelming multitude of souls resided within him. In the depths of his being, Aike seemed to hear the desperate cries resounding through the void. The terrifying gravitational field weighed heavily upon Satan, rendering his movements slow and arduous. His expression twisted into a fierce grimace, as 8 spider-like legs scraped against the ground with a piercing sound, his crimson vertical pupils glinting with an insatiable bloodlust. With a roar like distant thunder, Satan's eyes flared with fury. Begone! He could no longer maintain his calm facade. Feeling as though his very soul was engulfed in searing heat, an inferno threatening to erupt from within. Channeling his overwhelming power, he commanded the flames surrounding him to swirl like a dragon, attempting to merge with the flames of imprisonment to carry them away. Hughes, panting nearby, emanated a fierce light from his eyes, his fighting spirit boiling. The 5 elders had personally descended. This was a humiliation for him as the Zero Commander. The essence of life ignited in a cerulean flame wheel. He summoned every ounce of his power, utilizing the life-restoring technique to concentrate all his life energy into a fist as red as a dragon. A terrifying blaze ignited upon his fist. As he launched a powerful strike, the flames spiraled like a wheel, transforming his robust form into that of an enraged dragon. With a thunderous impact, Aike felt his shoulder collapse under a mighty punch. Just as he believed his attack had succeeded, 2 chains of imprisonment surged forth like dragons piercing the sea, impaling his body entirely. Damn it! How many chains can he control? The flames of imprisonment engulfed the chains, and he suddenly felt as though his entire being was about to be torn apart, his body igniting in flames. No! An ominous premonition gripped him. The fear of death and the greed for power drove him to unleash the full potential of his body. I am a Zero Commander. How could I possibly fall so easily to a mere whelp? Impelled by the chains of imprisonment, he strained to unleash a devastating punch once more. But Aike would not grant him another opportunity. He frantically channeled his spiritual energy, reactivating the formidable power of the divine body of imprisonment. The gravitational sphere expanded violently, enveloping his entire form in an instant. The overwhelming gravitational force caused his body to collapse. Simultaneously, another 7 or 8 chains lunged toward him. With a series of piercing sounds, his body was riddled with holes, resembling a beehive, blood gushing from countless wounds. Ultimately, his limbs fell weakly to his sides, and a white soul escaped from his mouth. Thus, the tenure of the Zero Commander, spanning over a decade, came to a tragic close. The speed at which Aike acted was astonishingly swift, so much so that Satan, preoccupied with the dwindling of his own power, failed to react in time. Demon, today you shall meet your demise. The voice of Saint Satan resonated like a thunderous bell, his eyes radiating a chilling authority. Countless souls were drawn away to replace him. Yet Hughes was not among them. Aike roared, "Old fool, it is your turn now." With a mere gesture of his palm, a tempest of spiritual energy coalesced in the heavens and earth, transforming in an instant into a colossal hand, its overwhelming presence tearing through the very fabric of reality. Thunder roared mightily. The spirit of battle surged. The Sun Buddha's palm. With a thunderous crash, a golden giant hand surged forth, akin to the wrath of a deity, its immense power surging with an awe-inspiring force. Saint Satan's expression shifted dramatically. What? After wielding dominion over the world for so many years, he had never encountered such a technique. The golden thunder flickered ominously, casting the heavens into darkness. He frantically summoned all his strength to resist the golden palm. With a sickening cough, blood gushed from his mouth, and the ground beneath him crumbled. Around him, deep craters formed, delineating the outline of the colossal handprint. Simultaneously, the golden energy within him relentlessly eroded his body, rendering his formidable regenerative abilities futile. Damn it! Just then, magical circles materialized around him, exuding thick plumes of black smoke. Saints Nejiru, Peter, Maz, and Vacheli appeared simultaneously. The gravitational field that threatened to shatter their bodies was disorienting, yet their attacks remained fierce and unrelenting. Whoosh! Like vengeful spirits from the depths of hell, for shadowy arrows shot forth with ferocity. Thud! 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 The arrows pierced through the gravitational field, embedding themselves within Aike's flesh. However, they only penetrated half an inch before they could advance no further. Such terrifying gravity. No wonder you dare to intrude. However, this is where it ends. The four elders of the stars transformed once more into bolts of black lightning, converging from all directions towards Aike. In a critical moment, the chains of imprisonment surged behind Aike, resembling the myriad hands of Guanyin reaching out. Watch out for the chains, Saint Satan cautioned, having already lost 2/3 of his soul. He felt his body growing increasingly feeble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. An explosive barrage ensued, leaving Aike's garments in tatters. He appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his fighting spirit blazed fiercely. Saints Nejeru, Peter, Maz, and Vacheli moved with blinding speed, but chains still clung to them. Upon striking the four, the chains of imprisonment seemed to have become affixed to their very beings. At that moment, Aike resembled a demonic child, a sinister grin stretching across his face. How could he arrive at Mariewa without any preparations? The phantom of the underworld was not merely for show. Infernal abyss, he bellowed, and from the depths of the underworld, a tremendous gravitational pull erupted, instantly siphoning the bull-headed form of Saint Satan. Aike roared like a beast awakened, a torrent of energy surging forth, emanating a terrifying aura reminiscent of a bottomless abyss. Bang! 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 The oppressive force of the prison reverberated, casting a shroud of darkness across the heavens. The resonating energy was akin to thunder, as the souls within the five elders began to escape simultaneously. The true form of the bull demon emerged. The holy Satan was the first to falter, emitting a furious roar. His withered body rapidly swelled, not only restoring its former size within a second, but also becoming even more colossal. It was evident that the venom dripping from the spider-like limbs fell like raindrops, swiftly corroding the ground beneath. He maneuvered with remarkable agility, his speed and strength magnified several times over, yet he remained ensnared by the chains of confinement. At that moment, they realized something was amiss. No longer concealing their intentions, thick black smoke erupted from each of the five, disregarding the chains that bound them. As a magical array materialized beneath them, intertwining in connection. A hum resonated, and I could distinctly feel an oppressive force, stirring discomfort within him. It seems we've ventured into perilous territory. The relentless influx of souls continued to be consumed by the abyssal space, with Satan being the first to succumb. Aware of his impending demise, he bore no signs of panic upon his visage. Boom! Across the realms, an ancient and formidable aura firmly locked onto Aike. Once more, a light flickered. The five elders simultaneously summoned their powers, revealing a vague image to Aike, a fragment of the future. Behind him, indistinct forms soared into the sky. The vision was unclear, obscuring what exactly it depicted. Little demon, it would be wise for you to extinguish the light. Aike clenched his teeth, feeling as though his entire being was being crushed by a colossal millstone. The energy within him grew sluggish, rendering him immobile. As the words of the elders echoed, the sky abruptly coalesced into countless black thunderclouds. Aike sensed an imminent threat. Chapter 43. After the battle, what can you do? At that moment, both Philip and Aike, en route to Mariewa, gazed upward with solemn expressions. Within the ominous clouds, arcs of electricity danced wildly as deafening thunder erupted. Boom! The roar of a thunder dragon flickered in and out of visibility amidst the dark clouds, and in the next instant, it revealed its fearsome head. Its overwhelming presence instilled a spine-chilling dread in the two observers. Philip couldn't help but inhale sharply. Has it escalated to this extent? What is this? Aike, fixated on the thunder dragon, earnestly inquired. The terrifying storm above Mariewa prompted him to murmur. Are the celestial dragons up there truly safe? No, you are mistaken. The ones to be concerned for are the enemies marked by it. Aike, a candidate for the admiral position, felt no hesitation as Philip reminisced. I have merely heard tales. Apart from the holy knights, Mariewa wields an extraordinarily powerful force. It is said that only the elders can command this terrifying weapon. The specifics remain unknown, but once unleashed, it could obliterate entire islands from existence. Akiji's heart sank. They possessed such a dreadful power. The transformation of the sky sent waves of terror through the inhabitants of the town below. Some knelt in prayer, exclaiming, "O heavens, are the deities enraged? Great dragon saints, spare us your wrath. We shall redouble our devotion, offering you greater riches and capturing more slaves for your service." Observing a throng of agents hastily retreating, they realized the calamity likely involved the celestial dragons. They yearned for wings to flee this place swiftly. Agrave crisis lumt. The affluent nobles reacted with alacrity, hastily gathering their belongings to board ships. Their concern was not that the celestial dragons would falter, but rather that the ensuing conflict would ensnare them. Enjoying wealth is one thing, but sharing in adversity? Even the celestial dragons were not exempt from such trials. In Mariewa, Ike gritted his teeth. He had not anticipated the sheer terror unleashed by the combined might of the 5 elder stars. As a foundational cultivator, he found himself immobilized. However, he had not been unprepared. He retrieved a significant portion of exquisite spirit stones from his spatial ring. His desiccated form ravenously absorbed the spiritual energy as if he were a dragon drinking from a river. This was his contingency plan. With numerous superior spirit stones being absorbed, he could unleash a full-force eruption, ensuring his escape even if he could not prevail. Moreover, after obtaining the apothecary's divine tome, he stumbled upon a delightful surprise within. The frenzied pill. Upon consumption, his spiritual power could metamorphose into a fierce torrent, enabling him to wield tenfold his original strength for a brief duration. After the confrontation, he would depart unscathed, unchallenged. As his spiritual energy rejuvenated, he felt a measure of relief. Ike inhaled deeply, his demeanor fierce as he declared, "Extinguish? Just wait. This fire shall engulf the world." In that moment, the frenzied pill appeared in his mouth. With a decisive bite, it shattered. Boom! The spiritual energy within Ike not only surged back instantly, but also expanded like an ocean. The 5 elder stars' gazes sharpened. They had sensed the overwhelming vitality surrounding Ike the moment the spirit stones appeared. For the first time, they beheld spiritual energy. A crimson, tidal essence enveloped the form of an 8-year-old boy. In their observation, Haki discerned the unfathomable and ferocious power contained within. What on earth is this? A relentless and fierce force, capable of withstanding even our divine thunder god. Ike's eyes gleamed like a tiger's, fixated on the 5 elder stars. A smirk crept across his face as he growled ominously. "We shall meet again. Next time, prepare your necks for death." In that fleeting moment, a robust divine entity emerged from behind him, unleashing the power of the infernal realm and shattering his restraints. It surged forth with ferocity into the vast expanse. Along with Ike, he was swiftly propelled away by the divine chains. The shadowy arrows of the 5 elder stars pursued with ferocious intensity, but alas, the 8 desolate punishment realm, propelled by the frenzied spiritual energy, was beyond their reach. Their attacks fell short, yet the storm clouds above seemed incensed. Boom! Thunder rumbled ferociously. It struck Ike directly, and then the thunderous roar of the dragon surged towards Ike, its cataclysmic force nearly engulfing him in an instant. With a swift exhalation, Ike activated the prison suppression technique, summoning all his strength to withstand the onslaught. In that moment, he produced a speed elixir, consuming it hastily, his agility heightened remarkably. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his violent spiritual energy, harnessing the power of the abyssal realm to make a rapid escape. As a space inherently tied to his being, Ike speed soared as he took flight. The 5 elders were poised to unleash their magical array in pursuit, yet Ike's figure had already vanished into the distant sky. This young man had grasped an entirely new force, an energy that transcended the existing power hierarchy. The curiosity of the 5 elders towards Ike deepened significantly. The storm clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, as if they had never existed. The once vibrant sanctuary, a haven of spring, now lay in ruins, scattered remnants of destruction and decay. However, for the celestial dragons, the restoration was merely a matter of time. With a swift series of movements, Saint Nasuger and his companions effortlessly dispatched Hughes's aid, a stroke of ill fortune for the unfortunate soul who had seen too much. Saint Satan regained his human form, yet his presence was palpably weakened, kneeling upon the ground. Suddenly, a magical array materialized beneath him, and a terrifying black aura billowed forth like dark smoke. When his form re-emerged, the frail figure had vanished, standing restored as if nothing had transpired. "5 elders!" exclaimed Philip, accompanied by his team, finally arriving on the scene. In an instant, the suited agents knelt in unison. A mere cold snore from Philip sent beads of sweat cascading down his brow. These 5 were not to be trifled with. Send more to conduct a thorough search. Leave no corner unexamined. I do not wish to encounter any unforeseen complications at this juncture. Understood. With the demise of the previous chief, a position had opened up. You grasp my meaning, do you not? Philip's face lit up with unexpected joy. Ike, I must genuinely thank you. My gratitude to the 5 elders for this opportunity. Henceforth, I shall be the chief. Now, go and attend to your duties. Chapter 44. The 5 elders. Quite comfortable, the celestial dragons. Such pain. Watching Philip and the agents depart, Aike stood awkwardly in place. He had come to assist, yet the battle had concluded without him. Now that the 8 had a mission, what of his own? Aike, you may withdraw, came the sudden cold command of St. Moss. The Navy serves as the world government's enforcer against global violence. Matters here in Mariewa are not for the Navy to meddle in. What you witnessed must remain confidential, without our express command. Understood. Aike silently stepped aside and turned to leave. Once the 5 elders were alone, St. Maz's expression turned grave. The energy exhibited by that young man during battle is indeed formidable. It emanates a unique vitality that I can still sense. Ike absorbed the essence from the extraordinary spirit stones, and the formidable 5 elders naturally detected the emanating aura. As beings of unique life forms, the 5 elders possessed an acute sensitivity to such phenomena. The Holy Peter arrived at the site of Ike's prior battle, where a small blade of grass had grown significantly larger, brimming with vibrant vitality. Utilizing his observation haki, he directly siphoned the spiritual energy. As the energy flowed into his body, he experienced a warm and comforting sensation, with every cell within him rejoicing, greedily absorbing the essence. The process was utterly pleasant, devoid of any discomfort. If my conjecture holds true, the substantial influx of energy may even catalyze a metamorphosis of the spirit. The holy Nasish's expression remained impassive, yet resolute. This must be one of the reasons for his overwhelming strength. The fact that an 8-year-old brat wreaked havoc in the holy land of Mariewa is an utter disgrace to the world government. How could such a valuable resource fall into the hands of a mere child? It is a gross waste. The question arose, how did this child acquire such a divine artifact? The 5 elders fell silent as they gazed upon the deceased Hughes. The holy Satan's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he earnestly remarked, we must also be cautious of his skills. Their potency, despite not being derived from a devil fruit, is rather peculiar. The holy Vacheli snorted and pondered seriously. These matters must surely be connected to Ike's secrets. An ordinary orphan? No, they have begun to doubt this now. Further investigation is warranted. What is it about this child that seems amiss? If we could unravel this mystery, we might also uncover Ike's secrets. The matters concerning Ike were not something that could easily be discerned. Clarity would come with further inquiry. The revelation of slave rescues in the Holy Land exposed numerous issues. The holy Nasishu spoke with a tone tinged with self-reflection. Ironically, the timing was impeccable, as the Knights personnel were absent. Thus, the 5 elders were compelled to intervene personally. In the future, the Knights must maintain a vigilant presence in the Holy Land. When did the 5 elders become tasked with such unsavory duties? He is not Joy Boy. Agreed. The root cause of this incident ultimately lay in their failure to manage the oppression of slaves effectively. Roger's demise heralded an era spiraling out of control. If unaddressed, even more formidable challenges could arise. The Holy Peter stated nonchalantly, the chains binding the slaves of the world must be loosened at the appropriate intervals. Relentless oppression is not a viable strategy. Having ruled for centuries, they understood well that haste and coercion could lead to dire consequences. The wisdom of a ruler lies in nurturing the crops to facilitate a bountiful harvest. Just as the five were about to continue their discourse, an agent rushed in with haste, exclaiming, "Esteemed five elders, the celestial dragons appear to have collectively succumbed to poison." What? The expressions of the five instantly froze. In the next moment, they dashed toward the sanctuary with frantic urgency. As he traversed the path in Mariewa, Aike felt somewhat detached. Suddenly, the figures of the five elders sped past him like lightning. What has transpired now? In the sanctuary, the once exalted draconians lay sprawled in disarray, their distorted faces etched with agony and resentment. "It hurts so much. Someone help me. I cannot lift my arm. I can't stand any longer." Just 3 minutes prior, a female draconian had lamented, "How much longer must we wait? I can barely stand." Initially, her words were dismissed, but as she began to wobble, the agents grew alarmed. One agent approached her with concern, inquiring, "Lady Clotilde, where does it hurt? My body aches terribly. I feel utterly weakened." Clotilde, who had been in closest proximity to the tainted powder of the corrupted bone elixir, experienced the venom's first surge within her. She was the first to emit a wailing cry of distress. I feel so unwell. So unwell." It felt as if an insatiable swarm of bone-eating ants was gnawing at her insides. The other draconians, bewildered, gazed at her in confusion. Could she have ingested something wrong? Yet, in the next moment, Clotilde removed her protective bubble and began to claw at her face in a frenzy. Her previously immaculate visage became a chaotic canvas of tears and blood streaming down her cheeks. "Clotilde, it hurts. Help me." Her scream pierced the air, her hands initially flailing wildly. Moments later, her movements faltered, her form shrank within the confines of her protective suit, her voice turning hoarse and anguished. "No, who will save me?" As she uttered her final plea, she gasped her last breath, her limbs, face, and exposed skin rapidly deteriorating into grotesque decay. She was merely the beginning. Those near Clotilde soon collapsed. The agents who rushed to assist the fallen draconians suffered the same fate, their clothing inadequate to protect them, falling quicker than the draconians themselves. The act of collapsing seemed a death curse. As one fell, the others recoiled in horror, desperately fleeing. It must be from contact with unclean slaves. "Quickly, give me a clean protective suit. I must leave." As one body succumbed, spasms overtook it, hands clawing frantically at themselves. They gazed in terror at the shrinking figures on the ground, some limp as if made of mud, others dissolving into pools of blood. The draconians sought to evade the horror, yet they remained oblivious to the cause of their affliction, darting about like headless flies. The more they attempted to escape, the more of their number collapsed. Increasingly, faces emerged from the protective bubbles, rotting and revealing skeletal remnants, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. The living, pale with terror, desperately sought to flee. "I do not wish to die. I do not want to perish." Panic consumed them as they scrambled chaotically, yet amidst the chaos, some draconians retained their wits. "It's poisoning. Doctor, quickly summon a doctor." Upon uttering this, it seemed the draconians began to grasp their dire predicament. "I implore the doctor to save me at once." "You scoundrel, save me first." The pain is unbearable. The celestial dragons are thrown into utter panic. "Mother, I wish to escape this place. I do not wish to die." The echoes of anguished screams and cries reverberate throughout the shelter. The elder celestial dragon commands those around him not to touch the afflicted individuals. He further instructs the agents to gather the symptomatic celestial dragons together, maintaining a significant distance from them. As the agents enter, fully aware of the impending doom, each still dutifully follows the orders. Initially, they manage to maintain their composure, but upon contact with the powder of rotting bones, they too succumb. Were it not for the numerous guards outside, no one would have been dispatched to summon the elders. From a moment the anomaly was detected to the final demise, the entire ordeal lasted no more than 10 minutes. The closer one approached St. Barta, the quicker the death. In the ensuing chaos, as the crowd fled in a frenzy, it became impossible to discern where the powder was most concentrated. Only those who managed to escape evaded the disaster. When the elders arrived at the shelter's entrance, they were met with a throng of celestial dragons wailing for release. A stench of decay assaulted their senses. They quickly controlled their breathing. What on earth is happening? As their eyes fell upon the multitude of lifeless celestial dragons strewn about, the 5 gazes blazed with fury, crackling with lethal intent. Never before had so many celestial dragons perished. While they shouted in outrage, the 5 moved with astonishing swiftness. Dense black smoke billowed from their forms, and beneath their feet, intricate magical circles began to materialize. The instant the 5 magical circles took shape, they converged to form an even larger magical formation. A palpable aura of hellish energy emanated, as black dust spread like ink, wildly expanding. The corpses on the ground, along with the fallen celestial dragons, were instantly immobilized, and the decaying bodies ceased their corruption. The elders' expressions darkened ominously. Where are the surveillance feeds from the shelter? 2 agents hurried to stand behind the elders, handing over a communication device. Soon, the elders uncovered the source of the calamity. How did the long-deceased Saint Bardu appear in the shelter? Ike found himself alone amidst the vast ocean. Why such a sudden sneeze? It must be Hancock missing me. Confirming he was entirely surrounded by water. With no one in sight, Ike opened his own domain. Upon entering, he did not immediately go to the slaves. As the master of this realm, he instead ventured into the cave with the most concentrated spiritual energy, settling cross-legged to cultivate and heal his wounds. Meanwhile, during his recovery, a monumental event unfolded in the archipelago of Sabaody. An audacious thief brazenly looted over 30 noble estates during the Navy's patrol of the islands. It could be said that among the nobility of Sabaody, only a handful remained untouched, as those few were not noted in his ledger. Ike, through his clones, learned that the stolen nobles had reportedly been left with not a single coin. The Navy was infuriated. Upon learning of the whereabouts of Ike's accomplices, Admiral Kizaru dispatched agents for a thorough search. Unexpectedly, the adversaries proved to be more cunning than a rabbit, vanishing each time he arrived on the scene. In terms of speed, Ike's doppelganger could not rival Kizaru. However, this clone inherited the abilities of its original. Whenever it neared capture, it would slip into the sea, a strategy that never failed. Such audacity to disregard the Navy. Indeed, I have heard that Admiral Kizaru has grasped his movements and even led a personal team to apprehend him, only to let him escape. Ha ha ha. In my view, the thief excels in his craft. None of these nobles are worth a dime. They all deserve demise. Shoo, lower your voice. Do you wish for your own death? In the streets, many commoners whispered amongst themselves. Is this even permissible discourse here? TCH, what do I have to fear? The girl from old Jack's house, only 16, was taken by the young master of the Verdo's family, and when she was returned, she was utterly broken. And that widow across the street, possessing considerable beauty. You know all too well what happened to her. I used to patronize her fabric shop, but now I can only catch a glimpse of her in the red light district. To see her again is to witness a world irrevocably changed. You better be genuinely lamenting. Indeed, these nobles on the island are inhuman. Did you not see the tormenting photographs exposed by the thief? Each one more grotesque than the last. During the pursuit of Ike's doppelganger, he laid bare the misdeeds of numerous nobles before the Navy. Initially, Kizaru suspected Ike was merely fabricating slander. However, as the investigation unfolded, it became clear that the stolen nobles were involved in unspeakable acts. The revelations were so vile that even the most heinous crimes of murder and arson paled in comparison. With such a debacle, Kizaru found no objection to extending the pursuit by a day or two. What? Am I unable to catch a mere thief? If you can resolve the maritime issue, then I shall resolve the thief problem. Otherwise, beware of my defamation suit against the admiral-in-waiting. The nobles found themselves powerless against Kizaru. The Navy had already made arrests, with even the admiral-in-waiting taking action. Yet the enemy was simply too crafty. Additionally, a matter that gnawed at him like a fly was the plague on Tree Island now. 3. Which had become a topic of considerable discussion. They lamented how merciless and sudden the plague was. Thankfully, the agents of the world government arrived just in time to halt its further spread. Many citizens, when mentioning the world government agents on the island, could not help but give a thumbs up. When they departed, some even bid them farewell. What a truly wretched world we inhabit. Meanwhile, at the Navy's temporary office in the Sabaody Archipelago, Kizuru had just seen off the nobles when the phone bug on his person began to ring. It was Sengoku calling. Borsellino, return immediately. Have they finally summoned me back? Very well. Phew, such promptness in my recall. Could it be that Aike has finally been captured? This brother of Aike indeed possesses extraordinary luck to have been at large for so long. The Yellow Ape commanded his subordinates to regroup and return to the Navy headquarters, while he himself transformed into a flash of light and sped ahead. When he instructed for a swift return, there was certainly no room for delay. Upon returning, should I indulge in the upper drawer S coffee or the lower drawer S tea? It truly presents a delightful dilemma. Chapter 45, A Bounty of 2 billion, setting the record for the youngest bounty criminal in history. Upon arriving at the Navy headquarters, the Yellow Ape discovered that Sengoku had summoned the upper echelons of the Navy. The staff included Admiral Kizuru, Zephyr, Garp, and Akainu. Those who held sway within the Navy were all present. The Yellow Ape sensed that something troubling must have occurred. It was indeed alarming, as matters seemed to arise incessantly, leaving no respite. Sengoku entered with a frosty expression and took his seat at the Admiral's position, surveying the assembly in silence. His mind lingered on the chilling orders issued by the 5 elders moments prior. With everyone gathered, the meeting commenced. The Yellow Ape noted with curiosity that Aike had yet to arrive. Had he not accompanied the others to Mariehua? Why had he not returned? How enviable it was for him to be spared from this meeting. The 5 elders had delivered their latest decree. In saying so, Sengoku distributed the documents he held, each bearing the title, Resolution regarding the induction of certain powerful pirates. The Yellow Ape slowly picked one up and perused its contents. The first document succinctly stated, in order to counterbalance the ever-growing pirate forces, it has been resolved to recruit 7 formidable pirates, granting them the authority to plunder legally along with a certain status and wealth, thus transforming them into officially sanctioned pirates. This strategy aims to leverage their strength to maintain the balance of power in the Grand Line and stabilize the world situation. The document was personally signed by the 5 elders. As the others absorbed the information, their expressions darkened. Akainu, infuriated, slammed his hat on the table. Have the 5 elders lost their minds? What does this do for the Navy's reputation? The justice of the Navy has been utterly trampled upon. Sengoku cast a calm glance at him. He simply stated, the intention of the 5 elders is clear. Once the matter of the official pirates is settled, it will be announced to the world. The agency has provided several candidates for us to consider, which we shall discuss later. The designation, number, and particulars of these official pirates are not up for debate. It is confirmed that there will be 7 powerful pirates, to be called the 7 warlords of the sea. This decision by the 5 elders is not subject to discussion. Our role is merely to execute it. There is no question about this. Otherwise, it could lead to issues of loyalty, which would escalate into a significant affair. Secondly, I will convey an announcement. Sengoku's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he declared, Fisher Tiger, the Fishman, bounty, 400 million berries. The bounty for the son of the devil, Ace, has been raised to 2 billion, regardless of life or death. What? Kizuru, Zephyr, and Garp were momentarily taken aback. Had they misheard? That 8-year-old boy's bounty had skyrocketed to such an extent. This was a terrifying bounty befitting a super pirate. Zephyr fell into a contemplative silence before voicing his confusion. I can overlook the former fishman, but to place a bounty of 2 billion on a mere 8-year-old child, are we certain there hasn't been a mistake? This amount nearly surpasses that of Kaido. He half-jokingly questioned, has he launched an assault on Mary Geos? Sengoku cast a fleeting glance at Zephyr. You are indeed correct. What? His inverted triangular glasses nearly slipped off. What on earth? Crane had an inkling of the situation, for she was somewhat aware of the earlier incident involving the celestial dragons. Akiji's absence was likely due to some mischief caused by Akainu, wasn't it? Indeed. The subsequent information was classified, Everyone present should be familiar with the protocol. Without a second thought, Carp stood up to leave. Sengoku, I recall I have some unfinished business. Sengoku slammed the table in fury, exclaiming, Carp, sit down. Carp, picking his nose, retorted, sit down? Nonsense. The moment I heard your tone, I knew it was yet another issue concerning those celestial dragons. Sengoku, on the brink of rage, shouted, don't think your status as a naval hero grants you the liberty to do as you please. Ha ha ha. Then you could have him revoke that title. Sengoku was incensed, nearly at the point of cursing. You all are quite the handful. Crane interjected impatiently, enough. Sit down and listen before you leave. Not a chance. Crane replied coolly, you wouldn't want the world to know about the dragoness defection from the Navy, would you? Carp chuckled, as expected of an old comrade. Your moves are lethal. Ha ha ha. I just remembered the work-related matters are being handled by my aide. Carp casually plopped down, while Akainu and Kizaru pretended not to notice. Zephyr appeared to relish the unfolding drama. The devil-esque child, Aike. The gathered individuals instinctively perked up. After this young lad murdered a celestial dragon at Sabaody Archipelago, he made his way to Mary Geos. His fishman accomplice, Fisher Tiger, scaled Mary Geos with his bare hands, setting fires amidst the chaos to rescue thousands of slaves. At this juncture, Sengoku paused, inhaling deeply before continuing. As for Aike himself, he somehow managed to infiltrate the holy land Mary Geos, using the corpse of a celestial dragon as a disguise. He had concealed a deadly powder within the body, resulting in half of the celestial dragons succumbing during this incident. Of the remaining half, over 2/3 were temporarily frozen by Aike, preventing the poison from spreading further. The 5 elders were mobilizing medical resources with utmost urgency to treat the celestial dragons. This revelation left everyone visibly shaken, understanding why the information had to be suppressed. Furthermore, everyone present listened attentively with grave expressions, aware that what followed pertained to matters concerning the Navy. The 5 elders urgently issued orders, summoning the absent celestial dragons back to the Holy Land. They commanded the Navy to dispatch a vice admiral to coordinate with the personnel and ensure proper security. Sengoku was not privy to more intricate details. Aike was particularly reticent. Had he not been there, the celestial dragons might have been completely wiped out by Aike. One could only say that Aike possesses both exceptional skill and audacity. Even the infamous rocks would not dare to undertake such a venture. Sengoku pondered. Could it be that the celestial dragon's decision to send him to Impel Down fueled such profound hatred within him? But how did he acquire the ability to infiltrate Mary Geos? After curiosity came the headache. Allowing such a reckless child to roam free would undoubtedly lead him to become the most formidable adversary the Navy and even the world government have ever encountered. As for the third matter, please turn to the second page of the document. Our Navy will conduct a year-long crackdown on the illegal slave trade. Only those possessing legitimate slave certificates may engage in the buying and selling of slaves. Traffickers without such credentials will be apprehended, and organizations lacking legal documentation will be dismantled. This matter will also receive cooperation from the 8 individuals involved. Upon hearing this proclamation, the expressions of the audience lightened somewhat during the first half of the statement, but soured considerably during the latter half. Their reactions were akin to having ingested something distasteful. Ha ha ha, they are caught in a dilemma. The transgressions of the celestial dragons are well understood by individuals like Garp, yet they find themselves powerless to act. They can only console themselves with the notion that this at least curtails the rampant slave trade. The 5 elders have made this decision. It must be executed, regardless of their personal feelings. Zephyr remarked calmly, in this light, Ike and Tiger have inadvertently done a commendable deed. Kizaru could not help but exclaim, what a terrifying offspring of the devil Ike is. He should hold the record for the youngest bounty criminal in history, with a reward amount that is nothing short of terrifying. Garp grinat broadly, loving heartily. Ha, truly a promising young talent. Sengoku bellowed, Garp, mind your position. You scoundrel. Kizaru calmly continued, speaking of Ike, are you aware that he has a brother? In light of the devil offspring-s affairs, Kizaru decided to mention Quark. lest he appear negligent in his duties. Chapter 46. Reactions from around the world. Whitebeard has never had such a young son. What is going on? Everyone turned their attention to Kizu, who briefly alluded to Aike's doppelganger. Although the nobles suffered considerable losses, they remained silent, reflecting on their own misdeeds. Only Akainu maintained a stoic expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Kizaru continued unfazed. Aike's fishman accomplices have bounties placed upon them. Surely his brother, who bears such a striking resemblance, cannot be overlooked. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, puzzled by the sudden emergence of Aike's brother. His bounty could be established, just as it was for Tiger. The key question remained. Wasn't Ike an orphan? That question was futile. Tsuru interjected. I will continue to investigate Aike's identity. Sengoku added, yes, Akiji may remain at the Holy Land for a while. We'll be quite busy. Assign tasks for the escort of the Celestial Dragons. Ensuring confidentiality is maintained. The efficiency of the Navy is, of course, commendable. As the meeting concluded, 2 bounty notices, each for 400 million berries, alongside Aike's latest bounty, were urgently dispatched from the Navy headquarters. Morgans, like a cat catching a whiff of fish, quickly learned of this development. He frantically sought information on Aike, uncovering details regarding the brother from the Sabaody Archipelago. Consequently, alongside the latest bounty notices, an article pinned by Morgans was dispatched worldwide. The title read, The Most Dazzling Supernova of the Great Pirate Era, 8-year-old devil pirate Aike and his crew with a bounty of 2 billion. The article subtly referenced Aike's brother as plundering of the noble class in the Sabaody Archipelago, while predominantly amplifying the terror of the devil offspring, portraying him as an unequivocal enemy of justice. The Fishman Tiger and his suspected twin brother were also introduced within the narrative. The newspaper's headlines are captivating, and after perusing the content, countless individuals find themselves intrigued by Ace. An 8-year-old, a pirate? Our child only learned to fetch soy sauce at that age. What? Perhaps your child is lacking in intellect? People from all corners of the globe engage in fervent discussions upon seeing the newspaper. Some are astonished by Ace's bounty, exclaiming that an 8-year-old could command such a terrifying sum. Surely, this individual is a monster. Wasn't his previous bounty merely 100 million? How could it have surged so dramatically? The Navy's bounty assignments seem rather frivolous. Numerous officials, upon viewing the bounty notice, cannot help but voice their opinions. A devilish pirate, truly a master of intimidation. In the Grand Line, not long after setting sail, Shanks, shielding his straw hat from the gusty sea breeze, holds Ace's bounty notice in his hand. Indeed, he is a remarkable newcomer. Beside him, the youthful Jesus Burgess concurs, acknowledging the sudden increase in the bounty, suggesting that Ace must have accomplished something extraordinary. Shanks, brimming with enthusiasm, remarks that if he encounters this young brother, he would seek his counsel. Look, he has a brother too, with a bounty of 400 million, which is also quite formidable. I wonder when I will reach such heights. Red-haired Shanks smiles. Our bounty, perhaps, will soon be comparable. He suddenly gazes towards the East Sea, contemplating, if Buggy were willing to join me, I would indeed have a brother. In a certain town of the East Sea, Buggy is working part-time at a circus. Upon seeing Ace's bounty notice, his eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. 220 billion berries. A child even younger than me is worth 20 billion berries. A sly smile spreads across his face. If I could claim his head, I would secure a bounty that would last a lifetime. Yet, he reflects, with a 20 billion berry pirate's battle prowess, I seem no match for him. Curse it, it's all that red-haired bastard's fault for making me unwittingly consume the devil fruit. Otherwise, I would have set sail long ago. Perhaps this 20 billion berry bounty pirate could be none other than me, Buggy the Clown. Damn that red-haired fool. In a certain street of a South Sea nation, Doflamingo lounges with his legs crossed. He chuckles. Indeed, a new generation replaces the old. If I could recruit this young lad into my pirate crew, it would be rather amusing. Behind him, the Don Quixote family has dispatched a group of ruffians. In a swordsmanship dojo along the Grand Line, the young Mihawk effortlessly defeats pursuing Navy soldiers with a single move. Holding Ace's bounty notice, his cold eyes reveal no hint of emotion. In a certain aerial space of the EC, the Golden Lion has just secured 2 famed swords to his legs. Upon witnessing the latest bounty notice, he cannot help but burst into a cruel and maniacal laugh. Ha! No wonder I saw potential in this young lad. He has quickly made a name for himself. Just wait. My deeds will surpass yours in madness, and I shall be even more renowned. I, the Golden Lion, shall be the true legacy of this era. In the latter half of the Grand Line, Kaido observes that an 8-year-old bounty is nearly rivaling his own, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. At merely 8 years of age, such a staggering bounty. How amusing. Yet, following a hearty laugh, his gaze darkened like that of a beast, filled with a desire to either vanquish him or be vanquished. At this moment, the power dynamics of the 4 emperors had yet to solidify. Kaido's bounty was merely 8 billion berries. However, as a notorious newcomer in the New World, the name of Kaido of the 100 Beasts instilled fear in countless pirates. Beside him, Jin remarked earnestly, "Brother Kaido, should you choose to act, that 8-year-old brat would likely be unable to withstand even a single punch. One can only hope he arrives in the New World soon." On a distant island, a long loaf of bread was brandishing the bounty notice of Aike against the youthful Charlotte Linlin, saying, "Linlin, this little brat appears to possess the potential to surpass you. Alas, his age is far too tender. One can easily predict his early demise. We shall see if he makes it to the New World." Aboard the mothership, Marco approached with Aike's bounty notice in hand, exclaiming, "Oh my, a remarkable young lad has emerged. The son of the devil, Aike, seemingly a formidable supernova. If he ventures into the New World, perhaps we shall cross paths." Indeed, his bounty had surged from a mere 100 million to an astonishing 2 billion. It is a mystery what shortcuts he may have taken to achieve such rapid ascension. Nearby, Teach chuckled amiably. Has father taken a liking to this little rascal? We wouldn't mind another younger brother. Laughter erupted around them. Ha ha ha. When he arrives in the New World, if it seems fitting, I shall take him as a younger brother. I have yet to claim such a young son. Across the globe, discussions stirred regarding this bounty notice. On Higgin Island, when Galori Osa clutched the latest bounty notice, she dashed towards Toritoma in a frenzy. "Toritoma, look at this. This little brat bounty has skyrocketed to 2 billion berries. Do you comprehend what 2 billion implies? You must hurry and notify Maria and the others to return." Toritoma took the bounty notice, his eyes trembling in disbelief. Galori Os anxiously cautioned, "We must sever all ties with the little brat Aike." "Silence. I am the emperor here. Someone assist old granny, who is weary from her journey. Escort her out." Toritoma. Chapter 47. The World's King. Slaves bow to Aike in the New World. The Rorinoa hunters, having just seized a small island, were recuperating when they noticed the news bird delivering newspapers and bounty notices, prompting them to wave eagerly. Why is there a bounty notice included? Isn't it too early for the release of bounties? They are not issued at any random time. Upon seeing the familiar face upon the notice, Katarina's pupils dilated. 2 billion? Wasn't it just 100 million before? As she unfolded the newspaper and read the headline, a look of delighted surprise graced her face. "Muru Hiru truly is the man who led us to freedom." "What?" The tyrant king heard Katarina's voice. "Is there news from the captain?" "Katarina. Indeed, the captain has accomplished yet another earth-shattering feat, prompting the Navy to urgently update the latest bounty notice. At the tender age of 8, a staggering 2 billion. The world is bound to be astounded." The great wine barrel, inebriated, remarked, "What an extraordinary man he is." Reflecting on the prison break, he could not help but sigh. His methods, prowess, and unabashed ambition are formidable. The most terrifying aspect is that he is merely 8 years old. He poured a mouthful of liquor into his mouth, a drunken smile adorning his lips. Only such a prodigy is worthy of pursuit. The tyrant king, brimming with ambition, declared, "Our captain is destined to surpass that forbidden man. Rox D. Zebek, a name that cannot be uttered, a name that sends shivers through the seas. He holds great expectations for Aike, a ruthless individual who emerged from Impel Down with an unlimited future ahead." He took the newspaper, glanced at it, and said, Has the captain recruited new crew members again? Have we, the veteran crew, been forgotten? Meow. The colossal warship, St. Juan Wolf, stared wide-eyed at the bounty notice of Ike's doppelganger. Does the captain have a brother? Katerina, hands on her hips and a smile playing on her lips, said, regardless, we finally have news of the captain. As the first crew members to join the captain, we do not seek to overshadow him, but we cannot remain in obscurity. Let's form a pirate crew and reunite with the captain later. What should we name ourselves? Meow. The gigantic warship, in a silly manner, remarked, we parted from the captain too quickly, leaving no time to ask the name of our pirate crew. The Tyrant King concurred. Indeed, we do not even have a pirate flag. Katerina grinned. The captain is known as the son of the devil. How about we call ourselves the Devil Pirate Crew? The great wine barrel pondered. That sounds splendid. Katerina gazed out at the vast sea, her eyes filled with determination and ambition. Captain, let us aid you in becoming the new Pirate King. St. Juan Wolf, in a childlike manner, raised his hands joyfully. Pirate King, Pirate King. Katerina, the Tyrant King, and the great wine barrel suddenly froze in expression. How did this over 1,000-pound fool become my comrade? As the world outside shifted, upon Ike's entry into the cave of revival, the slaves, with tear-streaked faces, released their long-suppressed emotions. Saved, finally free from their torment. Oh, many male slaves roared. Their jaws clenched tightly. More female slaves sat in place, their eyes glistening with tears, their faces still wearing the iconic smiles from Mariewa. This expression, etched into their muscles, had persisted until this moment. You no longer need to serve the celestial dragons. Tiger repeatedly shouted, urging these pitiful beings, now numb like puppets, to awaken. Again and again, his reminders echoed, and at last, tears began to flow down the cheeks of the female slaves. In their moment of salvation, they had forgotten how to express genuine joy. At this instant, even those tortured into a daze found a spark of self-awareness in their eyes. The taut string seemed to finally relax. A gentle breeze swept through the cave, and they appeared to catch a whiff of something called freedom. The resounding shouts reverberated, striking at the depths of their hearts like ripples on a tranquil lake. Circles of ripples spread out at last, countless moments of torment and despair. The anguish from cruel torture, the fear of the celestial dragons, the frustration and anger towards the slave traders, the relief of being rescued, the profound emotion of survival, and the joy of having escaped from the jaws of death, all converged into piercing and mournful howls that echoed throughout the cavern. Numerous female slaves wept profusely, as if striving to release every emotion bottled within their hearts. Tig, with eyes ablaze, was especially moved upon seeing his fellow merfolk rekindle their hope. He shouted fervently, "From now on, you are all free." This cathartic release persisted for several minutes. When everyone regained their composure and turned their gaze back to Tig, he momentarily transformed into their savior. "Lord Tig, thank you for saving us. Let us follow you from now on." Tig Salma. Many slaves looked at him with fervent admiration. In response, Tig earnestly addressed them. "Listen to me. The true savior who brought you here is my captain, Ike. If it weren't for him, we might have been relentlessly pursued by the world government's minions. If it weren't for him, we could still be desperately fleeing from the precipice of Mariewa." Tig waved his hand, clenching his fist. "Without him, we would never have entered this paradise-like sanctuary." A young female slave, adorned in a black, frilly, Lolita-style dress with lace trimmings and a sweet powder blue bow atop her head, eagerly inquired, "What about Captain Ike?" The male slaves clamored to meet Ike. "Yes. Where's Captain Ike? We wish to thank him in person." Many of them had been captured to serve as mere beasts of burden, living lives devoid of humanity. Now finally liberated, they felt compelled to express their gratitude to their savior. Tig replied earnestly, "I do not know where the captain is at present, but rest assured, you will all have the chance to meet Ike." At that moment, within the cavern's spiritual realm, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Ike's power steadily escalated. The might of the hell-subduing divine body erupted, and a formidable gravity suddenly enveloped the entire cavern. Had he not deliberately controlled it, many would have collapsed to their knees on the spot. He. Ike, have risen again. Though gravely injured, the abundant spiritual energy within the cavern facilitated his swift recovery. He leaped into the air, and in the next instant plummeted downwards from the sky. The resounding crash echoed as if a colossal sea creature had landed, creating a tremendous upheaval of dust. The ground was left with a massive crater. The slaves gazed in astonishment, their eyes reflecting sheer shock. Amidst the swirling dust, they discerned a figure approaching, hands tucked into pockets. As the dust settled, they beheld a youthful visage adorned with an unexpected calmness. Many had glimpsed Ike's form during their rescue and had not forgotten him. The instant they laid eyes on Ike, waves of profound gratitude resonated throughout the cavern. "Thank you, Captain Ike, for saving our lives." They had not yet fully knelt down when Ike was about to utilize his spiritual energy to support them. Accepting the gratitude of the slaves would, in a mystical sense, grant him fortune and merit. However, Ike decisively withdrew his spiritual power, calmly accepting their gesture of submission. This scene was evidently unexpected for Ike, yet it filled him with immense satisfaction. Their gratitude signified, at the very least, they were not ungrateful wretches. Furthermore, there were none among them who had been driven to madness by torment, nor those who would speak in defense of the celestial dragons after being rescued. He considered himself fortunate. Unbeknownst to him, the spiritual energy within the cave had already begun to transform the bodies of the slaves upon their arrival, providing a certain degree of healing. Additionally, the sudden arrival in such a wondrous realm was a profound shock to their spirits. The so-called paradise was nothing more than this. The celestial dragons fancied themselves divine, yet their actions were far from human. As slaves, they had entered a world akin to that of deities, subtly altering their ingrained perceptions. Ike had saved them, guiding them to a realm of divinity, and now he descended before them in a manner comparable to a god. In the eyes of the slaves, Ike had become indistinguishable from a deity. In the unseen realm, an invisible power manifested around Ike, a mysterious aura lingering behind him. He had not counted the number of slaves he had rescued, from the previous slave ship to the Sabaody Archipelago, and now to Mariehua. Yet, in the path of cultivation, there existed an intricate web of cause and effect. "Captain Ike, you have saved us. My life is yours from this day forth," exclaimed a burly slave, his excitement infectious, prompting others to quickly join in. "Captain Ike, allow me to follow you. I shall be your most steadfast warrior." The male slaves' eyes sparkled with determination, each vying to express their loyalty. Having been forced into servitude by the celestial dragons, they possessed a deep understanding of the world's rules. The weak are governed by the strong, and the strong dominate the weak. This immutable law had endured through the ages. Thus, in their admiration for strength, they saw in Ike not just a leader, but an opportunity. To follow the powerful was to have a chance to become stronger. Ike was somewhat taken aback by their fervent response. Had he unwittingly garnered a band of devoted followers? Dismissing them seemed inappropriate. Given that he would inevitably confront the world government in the future, he would require capable hands by his side. Looking at them earnestly, Ike stated, "You may follow me, but I do not tolerate the useless." The slaves were electrified by his words. "Rest assured, my previous bounty was 300 million. My combat skills are formidable. I have a bounty of 350 million. A naval lieutenant could defeat 10 of them." Ike chose to disregard their boasts, instead turning his attention to Tiger. "You will assist me in organizing them into squads. They will be of great use in the future." Tiger, momentarily stunned, pondered, "You want me to manage all these people?" Ike, with a tone of gravity and authority, replied, "With your experience as the captain of the guard in Dragon Palace City, this should pose no challenge. Just ensure that you are not hindered by my demands. Time cannot be wasted. Devote yourself diligently, for in the future, among the myriad of cultivators, you shall surely find your place. Those willing to stay should seek out Tej. For those desiring to return home, I shall provide you with a sum to facilitate your journey. Ike has never forced anyone to remain. We wish to stay. Indeed, we shall follow Captain Ike." The majority of the male slaves were reluctant to leave. For them, this opportunity was singular, and to miss it would be a true loss. "We wish to remain as well." The female slaves quickly added, "Although we may not fight, we can contribute in other ways. Indeed, no one is a fool. Such a paradise, and none wish to depart. Very well. With so few, we can sustain ourselves. This can be considered a foundational team. Once the matters concerning the slaves were settled, Ike entrusted the remaining trivialities to Tej. Emerging from the cave, he stood before the vast expanse of the ocean. Thousands of subordinates, yet still far from a million-strong army. There remains much work ahead. Upon sensing Hancock's location, Ike plunged into the sea. He swam only a short distance before perceiving his doppelganger approaching. Before long, Ike spotted his counterpart. With a jovial expression, the doppelganger exclaimed, "Oh, did you know? Your fame is spread across the world." Ike raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance as he leaned closer, cupping his hand to his ear like a makeshift horn. "What did you say?" The doppelganger reiterated, "I said you are famous. Aike should. We are both equally renowned." With a hearty laugh, the doppelganger stepped directly into Ike's body. Upon acquiring the spatial ring, Ike's consciousness probed within, only to be astonished by the countless berries contained therein. All of this is mine. Thousands of small targets, not to mention various jewelry and gold. A modest profit. Indeed, with subordinates secured and wealth amassed, he also obtained permanent pointers to Alabasta, Fishman Island, O'Hara, and Water 7, among many other locations. Everything was progressing splendidly. Ike's spirits soared as he swam toward Hancock. "I'm seizing riches. I have no idea how to spend it all." As he swam, Ike hummed merrily to himself. A day later, on Yassi Island, Ike set foot on land. "My dear, I have arrived." However, upon his arrival, an unsettling sensation washed over him as his consciousness expanded. What is this? Why is there fighting? Ike swiftly ran toward the commotion. On the other side of the island, in the small town, Hancock and a group of female warriors from Amazon Lily were engaged in fierce combat. Hancock's delicate face was smeared with blood. It was her first time taking a life. And not just one. She overcame her trembling body and inner fears. The spiritual energy danced like a dragon in her hands, soaring and flipping with grace. The mystical enchantress, Munyue, could compress spiritual power to its utmost limits. Hancock shaped her energy into the form of a small blade, skillfully manipulating it. Zinniai, with a delicate cry, her spiritual energy surged forth like a flying dagger, swiftly darting through the air, leaving behind visible trails of blue streaks. Several pirates, under the misapprehension that she was too young to defend herself, surrounded her, only to have their throats swiftly severed. With a final gasp of defiance, one uttered so fast, before collapsing lifelessly. Her two sisters, undeterred, seized their weapons and engaged in fierce combat with the adult pirates. Despite their wounds, the duo exhibited no trace of fear. The clang of weapons resonated incessantly, intertwined with the sounds of roars, fury, and slaughter. The ground was littered with gruesome remnants, a mosaic of devastation left by the pirates as they pillaged the town and mercilessly butchered the innocents. Severed limbs and spilled entrails were stark reminders that piracy was no mere child's play, nor a romantic adventure. Drifting aimlessly on the desolate sea for a month or two, life aboard the cramped vessel often lacked stimulation. Many could not endure such confinement and monotony. They craved thrilling diversions to vent their frustrations. This is why pirates often sought talented companions, such as musicians. Typically, after each victory, the crew would indulge in grand feasts, reveling in excess. Yet, many developed more sinister outlets for their pent-up energy. Some were gluttonous for sweets, others relished in violence, while some preferred drunken brawls or adopting others as their own. Ahem. Of course, I am not referring to the four emperors. There were even more depraved individuals, those who reveled in cruelty. Such people particularly targeted defenseless civilians, deriving pleasure from their torment. Upon encountering such wretched pirates, Shucky resolutely chose to let them serve as practice foes for the Kuja pirates. In this line of work, one must not shy away from bloodshed. Rayleigh stood at a distance on the ship, gazing intently. Is this too cruel for an 8-year-old girl? Shucky, elegantly pinching a cigarette between her fingers, exhaled a plume of smoke, exuding charm. One must not underestimate a girl's resolve to grow stronger for her beloved. Rayleigh's gaze grew distant as he smiled and remarked, "After all, the world belongs to men. Women are best suited to stand behind them." Shucky flicked off the ash from her cigarette and shot Rayleigh an annoyed glance. Men are born of women, and women are no less formidable than men. Rayleigh sheepishly touched his nose, conceding her point with silence. Shucky continued thoughtfully, "Women of Amazon Lily are trained as warriors from a young age. Killing is a fundamental part of their education. The little one is inspired by Ike's strength and is striving to catch up." Shucky smiled warmly, reminiscent of a doting aunt. Truly, a pair of precocious young lovers. Chapter 49, Pirate Jerson. "You are the devil. No, you are the devil." The sea breeze howled ominously as Jerson, captain of the Blood Blade Pirates, gazed down at the tumultuous battle below, his demeanor chilling and his lips curling into a bloodthirsty grin. Towering at 3 meters tall and as robust as a bear, he stepped out from the rooftop chamber. Jerson's voice dripped with cruelty and coldness. To be bested by a group of women, such worthless beings deserve to die. With that, he extended his tongue to lick the blood from his blade. How exhilarating. All women? Will the killing lack variety? This truly excites me. His entire body trembled with excitement, anticipating the unfolding events, a climax uncontrollably surging within his mind. His predatory gaze swept over the figures below, akin to a beast selecting its prey. Finally, he fixated on the petite, agile Hancock, such a small creature, yet so formidable, a remarkable little imp, he mused. "Soon, I shall sever your head, and blood will spout forth. Spalassi, it is decided, you shall be my target." Like a ferocious beast unleashed, he leapt suddenly, brandishing his blade high. Let the carnage commence. As a colossal figure descended from the rooftop toward Hancock, Boa Sandisonia's eyes widened in terror, urgently warning, "Sister, be careful." Time seemed to slow as a lethal long knife bore down upon Hancock. In a moment of desperate reflex, she turned her head, her eyes widening in horror as the bloody blade loomed larger. She fervently concentrated her haki, her inner energy surging with fervor. Clang! She braced herself, the ethereal energy blades colliding with the bloodied knife, which was larger than her own form. The force of the blade's descent transformed into a cataclysmic burst of energy, sweeping outward. Boom! Hancock's slender arm trembled instinctively, nearly shattering under the pressure. Gritting her teeth, beads of sweat formed on her brow. What a perilous encounter. This is the nature of pirate combat. No reason or mercy afforded. There is no time for self-pity. If one is unwilling to yield, one must fight with all their might. From hundreds of meters away, Shacky was unable to reach her in time. Hancock's haki was insufficient to withstand Jerson's strike. The only reason she could withstand this blow was due to her training in the Xian Nu Mei Yu Jing, enhancing her body with spiritual energy, allowing her latent potential to surge forth, perfectly countering the impending blow. Jerson grinned wickedly, his eyes wide, revealing a chilling glint as he spoke in a predatory tone. "Not bad. You managed to block my strike." Hancock clenched her jaw, her entire being seemingly on the verge of being driven into the ground. Huh. Sensing the imminent danger, she let out a fierce cry, straining to evade the massive blade. Boom! The blade cleaved into the ground, creating a massive fissure that rapidly extended outward. "You have slain so many of my subordinates. You too shall perish beneath my hand." Jerson's murderous intent was palpable as he swiftly swung his blade again. A flurry of razor-sharp light surged toward Hancock, a relentless onslaught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8-year-old Hancock rolled and dodged, gritting her teeth as she narrowly evaded the deadly strikes. At times, the blade grazed her, leaving fresh wounds in its wake. Roar! Our captain is magnificent! Ha ha ha! Our captain has arrived. You are all doomed. The pirates' morale surged as they gripped their weapons tightly, charging forth with fierce determination. The female warriors of the Nine Snake crew were undoubtedly formidable, yet they were not strong enough to overpower this band of pirates. In a short span of time, they found themselves incapable of subduing their foes. Keek, little ones. Show them what it means to be a pirate. A suspected pirate, resembling a cadre, reached into his trousers, while others shamelessly groped themselves. The female warriors were engulfed by an ominous premonition. The pirates wore cunning, deceitful smiles, and in the next instant, they hurled handfuls of lime towards the eyes of the female warriors. A blinding white light enveloped them. My eyes, you despicable scoundrels, you shameless ruffians. I shall surely slay you. The stinging pain seared through Melia and the others, nearly incapacitating their vision. Melia, Hancock shouted urgently. Instinctively, Melia and her companions, relying on their exceptional observation hockey, caught sight of each other and positioned themselves back to back. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle shifted. Shaki, observing from the sidelines, extinguished her cigarette, a chilling intensity sharpening her expression. The situation seems to have worsened. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. As a former empress, she had claimed many lives. Rayleigh leaped forward. I'll take care of this, he thought, unwilling to wait for some young brat to confront him later. However, halfway through his charge, he halted abruptly, a familiar voice echoing in his ears. Uncle Ray, take a breather, would you? This young rascal had returned so swiftly. Upon seeing the bounty notice, he had realized that Ike had succeeded. Yet, how could it be that only a short time had passed, and the youth appeared before him, brimming with vitality? With Ike present, Rayleigh paused, intently focusing on that direction. How was it possible to convey words without even being present? In the village, Melia and her companions frantically unleashed arrows, while the pirates brandished their weapons to fend off the projectiles. They bore mocking expressions, as if the female warriors were already within their grasp. Ha ha! I wonder how long you can hold out. The cadre pirate with a grotesque visage extended his tongue to lick his lips, taunting, shoot at us now, and later, we shall retaliate in kind. Their derisive laughter echoed. I want to see the captain have his way with you before he finishes you off. Each pirate displayed a reckless, maniacal grin, unrestrained in their cruelty. Even the injured pirates on the ground boisterously proclaimed, Me too. Before I die, I want my share of the captain's leftovers. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Melia and the others turned pale. As adult women, they could only imagine the depravity of these fiends when driven to madness. Though Shaki was present to prevent such horrors from occurring, calling for help would render this bloody trial meaningless. Drawing an arrow from her quiver, infused with hockey, she notched it and shot. Hancock, the three of you go first. The arrows scattered, striking down 3 unfortunate souls instantly. Go. Jelson's eyes glinted with ferocity and brutality, locking onto Hancock's frantic movements, his battle intent intensifying. He exuded an overwhelming aura, the relentless momentum of his blade seemingly capable of compounding upon itself. With a sudden, fierce swing, he unleashed a bloodthirsty cleaver. Jerson released his grip, and the massive blade spun violently through the air. The sound of its rapid, whirling descent echoed ominously, carrying with it a terrifying force that surged towards Hancock. Her delicate visage paled instantly. It was over. The lethal blade approached with alarming speed, sending a chill racing down her spine. Desperately, she squeezed every last ounce of her spiritual energy. As a practitioner of chi refinement, she found herself nearly devoid of power. Would she be cleaved in two? Could she still heal herself? If healing were impossible, would she meet her demise? In that fleeting moment before death, Hancock's thoughts drifted. Suddenly, she recalled the face she had seen on the latest bounty notice not long ago. She remembered her myriad experiences since setting sail. The world outside was so vibrant, and there were still so many things she had yet to explore. No, she could not surrender. Drawing upon the final remnants of her spiritual energy, she narrowly evaded the cleaver. Evade? Let us see how many times you can do that. Jerson's cleaver was hurtling towards her once more. It was at this moment that the Xian Nu technique surged anew, and she broke through. Spiritual energy flooded back into her body, igniting Hancock's fighting spirit. Spirit charm radiance. Waves of circular spiritual energy shot forth from her fingertips, albeit slowly, yet unmistakably locking onto Jerson. He attempted to sidestep, but ultimately could not escape the onslaught. With a sickening splatter, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, pain searing through his wound like fire. Hancock immediately launched her counterattack. her spiritual energy flowing and coalescing around her, embodying both offense and defense. Ike observed Hancock, chuckling. "Ah, my dear, you've made remarkable progress." "You bastard!" Jerson erupted, transforming his cleaver into 3 and launching them simultaneously. At that moment, Ike appeared instantaneously before Hancock. She gasped in surprise. Ike. He wrapped his arms around her, bracing himself as the towering cleaver struck him. Hancock was overjoyed. "Is it really you? How wonderful." She leaped into his embrace. Ike gently tousled the hair of the precious girl in his arms. After all, she was merely an 8-year-old child, unlike himself, who bore the soul of an adult. When the bloodthirsty blade that could cleave mountains struck Ike, rather than the gruesome, bloody scene one might expect, he was propelled back by a surge of his own formidable energy. Blood surged forth. In its wake, several pirates were instantly slaughtered. The pirate who had boasted of wanting to enjoy himself before dying was caught off guard, sent soaring through the air, bisected by the razor-sharp blade. His trousers were torn in half, resulting in a most unfortunate spectacle. How absurd! Ike shook his head, lamenting that some died far too comfortably. Looks like we have a sturdy little brat here." Jerson's gaze darkened, a cruel smile creeping across his face. A pirate, sensing the mood, tossed his bloodied cleaver back to him. "Captain, let him see some blood." "Ah, I think using him as a human club would be quite splendid." Aike listened intently, pondering. That is indeed a splendid idea." Jerson erupted into a raucous laughter, his voice tinged with a raspy edge. It seems you are still a fool." With his blood knife in hand, his arms and body suddenly separated. "Tremble, little brat," he declared, enveloped in billowing smoke. "I am a smoke man. Having consumed the smoke fruit, the rarest among the natural-type devil fruits." With a resounding boom, his upper and lower halves abruptly split, connected only by a wisp of ethereal smoke. The upper half expanded, exuding the formidable aura of his blood knife captaincy, causing the entire town to resonate with anguished cries. "I shall ensure your demise." With a swift motion, Aike unleashed the 8 Desolation's prison palm, striking Jerson squarely in the face. A kaleidoscope of colors, red, yellow, and purple, flashed before Jerson's eyes, leaving him momentarily dazed. Beside them, Hancock covered her mouth with her small hand, her expression a blend of shock and admiration. "Oh, how powerful!" In the arena, the other pirates stood frozen, their faces etched with disbelief. One pirate finally snapped back to reality, shouting, "Impossible! The captain is the smoke man." Aike, harnessing the might of the prison force, delivered another resounding slap to Jerson's face. The first mate, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "It must be false, an illusion. I must be hallucinating." "Illusion? Ha! I must have misseen. How could the captain be bested by a mere child?" Jerson seethed, glaring at his crew as he bellowed, "Silence." The pirates fell silent, instantly cowed. Maria and the others knelt on the ground, bewildered by the unfolding events. In the air, Jerson regained some clarity. He finally comprehended that Aike was no ordinary foe. A chilling, murderous intent emanated from him, his gaze sharp as a blade, and his eyes glowed crimson like 2 flames. "Who are you, capable of striking me, the bounty of 230 million?" blood knifed Jerson. Aike, without sparing him a glance, struck again. Slap. "Your father." "Enough." "Vornity." Jerson, consumed by rage, contorted his features into a grotesque mask, his teeth grinding audibly. Mist shadow, frenzy blade. With a fierce roar, his entire form transformed into swirling smoke, seemingly intent on engulfing much of the town. With a series of resounding slaps, Aike sent Jerson reeling, his head buzzing. The final blow left him questioning his very existence. Why can he strike me even as I am shrouded in smoke? Why? Aike, no longer willing to squander time, unleashed the terrifying prison force, erupting like a raging dragon, his form barreling through with overwhelming power and lethal intent. One pirate was obliterated by a single punch from Aike, disintegrating into a mist of blood. Countless droplets fell upon the nearby pirates, chilling them to the core. In that moment, they realized that they too could become victims of this brutal slaughter. Boom! Another pirate was reduced to a mist of blood. Ike's movements quickened, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Boom, boom, boom. Run for your lives. The pirates shrieked in terror, their faces etched with fear. He is a demon. He is a demon indeed. Ike charged forward, his form ghost-like as he approached the first mate. The first mate trembled, barely able to stand, his lips turning pale as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Why, you cannot kill me. Ike replied softly, rest assured, killing you would be too merciful. Clang, clang, clang. From behind Ike, chains of imprisonment slithered forth, writhing like tentacles. He murmured, enjoy the exquisite tortures I have prepared for you. I assure you, each one will elicit a scream from you. As he spoke, the dense chains lunged forth like the limbs of an octopus, ensnaring the pirates and dragging them into the depths of the underworld. Meanwhile, the smokeman Jerson was bound by 4 chains, securing his hands and feet. Ike picked up the bloodied blade from the ground, infused with the essence of imprisonment, and swiftly reduced him to a mere husk. You are a demon. You are the true demon. Jerson cried out in agony and despair. Ike unceremoniously cast him into the underworld, disregarding him entirely. Villains deserve to dwell in the abyss. At that moment, Hancock approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Ike. You are truly remarkable. Ike shrugged lightly. Yet they all label me a demon. Hancock chuckled softly, whispering, you are not a demon. You merely send these wicked souls to meet the devil. Chapter 50. What happened to Rayleigh's promise to teach me the way of immortality? Ike tousled Hancock's hair playfully. Go tend to their eyes. It would be unfortunate if they suffered lasting effects. Upon thinking of the warriors, she hurriedly rushed to their side. Please bear with me. Dandelion essence was extracted from them and flew into their eyes. As she began her healing, Ike noticed Rayleigh and Shockey approaching from distance. Shockey, half reproachful, remarked, you've ruined what was supposed to be a solid training exercise. Ike remained silent, but seeing his wife injured, that simply wouldn't he do. She supported her arm with one hand while holding a cigarette with the other. Ike, tell Aunt Shockey, how is the scenery in Mariejois? An eyesore. There's nothing worth seeing. Rayleigh's expression turned to one of admiration. To emerge from there unscathed, you truly are a prodigy. He couldn't help but praise. His gaze swept over the 8-year-old Ike, marveling inwardly. At first glance, one would never suspect that he could unleash power capable of shaking the world. Ike smirked slightly, casting a mysterious silhouette. Ah, just an ordinary cultivator, hardly a prodigy. Upon hearing the term cultivator again, both Shockey and Rayleigh were filled with intense curiosity. I have traveled much of the Grand Line with Roger, and I have never heard of such a power as cultivation. His gaze was imbued with a sense of nostalgia as he casually remarked, it is a widely held belief that within this vast ocean, there exist 4 paramount forces that an individual can harness. Hockey, devil fruits, martial arts, and swordsmanship. Mastery of hockey, martial arts, and swordsmanship necessitates years of dedication and deliberate practice. Indeed, swordsmanship demands a certain innate talent. Those endowed with true perseverance can reach the pinnacle of either martial arts or hockey, thus becoming formidable entities in their own right. Conversely, the devil fruits require a degree of fortune or financial means. Although they may seem a shortcut, possessing a superior devil fruit and developing it to the level of awakening can yield combat prowess that rivals even the mightiest hockey users. Typically, peak-level warriors command 2 or more of these powers. As he spoke, images of Garp and Roger materialized in his mind. They had, on one hand, cultivated hockey to an almost unparalleled level, while on the other, they honed their combat techniques. Garp's fists and Roger's sword strikes underwent a transformative evolution once infused with hockey. Their techniques, even in the absence of the augmentations of a Logia-type devil fruit, unleashed devastation akin to cataclysmic forces, earning them renown as titans of the sea. In contrast, the visage of Whitebeard, the wielder of the Tremor fruit, surfaced in Shockey's thoughts. According to recent reports, Newgate had vanquished yet another band of nefarious pirates, further elevating the prestige associated with the name Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lin, the user of the Soul fruit, tirelessly expanded her dominion while constructing her utopia. Kaido, in his Zoan form as the Azure Dragon, also garnered acclaim, surrounded by a cadre of formidable devil fruit users who were not to be trifled with. The prowess of swordsmanship was undeniable, as the legendary dragon-slaying samurai of Wano showcased the might of the blade to the world. Yet, overshadowing even these formidable forces was the arcane art of cultivation, a realm they were encountering for the first time. What then is cultivation? Indeed, Hancock had mentioned that it could grant eternal youth. Was that truly the case? What you say sounds akin to a child playing with fire and burning their own trousers. Ike interjected. Cultivation is the transcending of the mundane, the pursuit of the sublime, and the quest for immortality is merely a byproduct. Rayleigh regarded Ike in silence, seemingly grasping the essence, yet remaining perplexed. To cultivate, one must first absorb qi into the body, regulate breath and energy, refine qi to establish a foundation, and condense the golden elixir, Ike elucidated. Noticing the continued confusion etched on their faces, Ike pressed on. Cultivation refers to the journey towards immortality, refining one's physical form, honing one's techniques, and nurturing one's disposition to achieve the harmonious unity of man and nature, potentially transcending the mortal realm. What is he even saying? Rayleigh and Shockey exchanged bewildered glances. They understood the concept of refining the body, but what of techniques and disposition? What did it mean to achieve harmony with nature? What was this great vehicle realm? Is this what you call cultivation? They inquired with bemused expressions. Unless I am fabricating tales, what else could it be? Ike replied, somewhat exasperated. Did they truly find it so difficult to comprehend? He remained unaware of the profound cultural chasm that distanced Eastern mythology from their own narratives. However, noticing the genuine enthusiasm of the two, Yak caught a glimpse of Hancock just finishing her treatment of the others. After a moment's thought, he called out to the warriors of the Nine-Snake crew in the distance. Come here. Rayleigh and Shockey exchanged puzzled glances, but the warriors obeyed their captain's command. As they gathered around, despite Yak being the youngest, he undoubtedly served as the pillar of strength for everyone. Captain, from now on, do not resist. I shall take you to a place where you can embark on your path of cultivation and have the chance to become as powerful as I am. Hancock, filled with excitement, asked, Can I surpass you? Yak smiled. You cannot surpass me. Nearby, Maria and the others' eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing. Who would refuse the chance to grow stronger? Yak opened the entrance to the realm of wonders, channeling his spiritual energy to transport everyone inside. In an instant, they found themselves in a marvelous land unlike any they had ever encountered. Upon arrival, each person instinctively inhaled deeply, immediately feeling a sense of lightness and comfort. How refreshing, how extraordinary is this paradise? All discomfort in my eyes has vanished. The air was filled with exclamations of awe. Hancock widened her beautiful eyes. In the distance, majestic mountains loomed, grand and imposing, shrouded in mist that exuded an indescribable mystery. Just one glance left everyone feeling inexplicably moved. Towering trees stood tall, their trunks so thick that several people would be needed to encircle them. The lush foliage intertwined, completely obscuring the sky, yet playful beams of light filtered through the gaps, casting a dappled glow on the ground. Nearby, if one approached the thicket, the ethereal mist resembled a delicate veil. In reaching out to touch, it brought forth a remarkable sensation of refreshment and softness. Such rich spiritual energy. In the next moment, she activated her enchanting cultivation technique. Finding the pace of her practice accelerated beyond the usual. If she were to cultivate here, a breakthrough in her realm was merely a matter of time. How miraculous it was that such a wondrous place existed in the world. Rayleigh and Shockey were both struck with astonishment. In the distance, Tej sprinted towards them, followed by several robust companions. He had assumed an unexpected situation had arisen and rushed over, only to find Rayleigh and the others. It's wonderful that you're here, Rayleigh, Tej exclaimed, beaming with joy, as if he had found savior. I can hardly manage all these trained warriors. With you here to guide them, I feel much more confident. Rayleigh's expression gradually shifted from shock to a serious demeanor. Wait, please clarify your words. A sense of foreboding surged within Rayleigh. Tej, puzzled, replied, I came to ask for help. Wasn't it the captain who sent you to instruct those warriors? Rayleigh responded, What happened to the promise of taking me to cultivate? Chapter 51. The Sorrow of the Weak. Only by becoming strong can one avoid being bullied. Outside, Yak remained silent. As the saying goes, if you do not enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Surely, it cannot be me. Listen closely, echoed Yak's voice throughout the cavernous realm. Treasure your days within this sanctuary. You must sense the extraordinary nature of this place. Whether in practice or repose, your progress will far exceed that of the outside world. At that moment, the liberated slaves gazed at him with fervent admiration, some kneeling upon the ground, their eyes turned skyward, exclaiming Yak. Lord Yak, Captain Yak. Yak continued. This realm is abundant in spiritual energy. The first step in cultivating your essence is to sense this energy. All of you should attempt to absorb it into your bodies. Should you succeed, the rewards will be delightful. The ability to draw in spiritual energy without any established technique signifies exceptional talent. Once we acquire the proper methods, your ascension will be even more rapid. The expanse of this sanctuary could accommodate nearly 1 million souls, yet currently fewer than 10,000 resided here. Most of them ordinary individuals, save for Hancock. If a few among you can harness this energy, we shall deem this venture a success. This clever boy has indeed ensnared both of us, remarked Shachi, casting a sly glance at Rayleigh. Are you unwilling? Rayleigh smiled sheepishly, though tasked with guiding the slaves. This haven also represented the beginning of his own dreams. For Yak, the importance of his own strength was equaled by the empowerment of those around him. Having secured this bounteous land, his foremost intention was to nurture his companions. While the slaves were a consideration for later, he certainly intended to provide them with techniques when possible. The warriors of the 9 Snake Pirates could easily serve as Hancock's elite guards in the future. This was merely an early investment in their development. Meanwhile, outside the sanctuary, Yak gazed upon the gruesome remnants scattered across the ground, severed limbs, heads, and entrails. The stench of blood wafted through the air, carried by the gentle breeze, permeating his senses. Closing his eyes, he extended his consciousness, vividly conjuring the scene within the town. He could discern numerous living presences, indicating that survivors were still present. However, as he expanded his awareness over much of the town, he discovered that those unable to escape had met with brutal slaughter and dismemberment. One pirate crew had wrought such devastation upon the settlement, revealing the rot that lay at the core of this nation. Among the countless corpses, not a single figure resembling a soldier or militia could be found. This implied that the town's defense had fled at the moment of direst need. In this era of rampant piracy, beneath the tales of valiant adventures upon the high seas, lay the blood and tears of countless marginalized souls, rife with sorrow and suffering. It was easy to imagine that even if today had not brought forth merciless pirates, the kings and nobles would still levy exorbitant taxes upon the populace. Should they fall prey to a lawless state, they would endure the extortions of cunning rogues and the deceit of unscrupulous merchants. Yak felt a heaviness in his heart. Suddenly, his senses detected the faint tremors of a wooden door nearby, which ultimately succumbed to its burdens and collapsed. From behind the door emerged a child, barely older than Yak, stumbling forth from the depths of his family's hideaway. The scene before him caused his pupils to constrict in an instant, leaving him frozen in place. Before him lay a beloved family member, fallen in a pool of blood, their arms still raised in a futile attempt to block the door. The relative's chest had been pierced by a sharp blade, the blood long since congealed, tracing a harrowing line across the ground. The youth emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Collapsing to his knees, his trembling hands sought to lift the lifeless body, but despite his desperate efforts, his body and limbs failed him time and again. Ultimately, he could only embrace the remnants of the corpse on the ground, weeping and wailing in anguish. Not far off, a disheveled young mother emerged from a room, tightly clutching her already cold child. Her gaze was vacant, as if her soul had been lost. Upon seeing her husband's lifeless body nearby, her legs buckled, and she crumpled to the ground. A girl, hidden in a stinking ditch, crawled out, slowly scraping the filth and grime from her body. Terrified, she gazed at the scattered corpses on the street, her throat constricting as she attempted to cry out, only to be seized by a violent fit of coughing. The muck inadvertently entered her mouth and nose, provoking further bouts of coughing and retching, ultimately causing her to collapse in a heap, her body instinctively curling up. She vomited again at the sight of the remains ahead. Suddenly, Aike appeared beside her, a surge of energy coursing through him, entering her body to draw out the impurities within. The girl's complexion gradually regained some color. Heart-wrenching cries resonated, each one striking at Aike's heart. The little girl was merely the beginning. One by one, Aike assisted the survivors. Gradually, his expression turned chillingly cold. Split yourselves, intensify for them. In the realm of the underworld, an array of torturous fates awaited their souls. Mountains of blades, oceans of fire, boiling oil, and various other gruesome punishments, each meticulously arranged for them. The souls taken by the chains of imprisonment retained their memories and consciousness, their faces contorted with fear as they screamed, "Let me die. Please, allow me to die. I want to die." Alas, without Aike's permission, not a single soul could perish in this realm. They howled and lamented, their cries echoing with despair, as if regretting the sins of their past. But were they truly remorseful? They were simply terrified, as more and more emerged. The air around Aike filled with a cacophony of cries and desperate pleas. Some survivors, overwhelmed by emotion, pounded the ground, their nails digging into the earth, blood flowing between their fingers without a care. Others moved like mechanical puppets, only appearing alive in their movements. Some embraced one another, weeping openly, seeking solace in each other's presence. The entire town was enveloped in an endless shroud of sorrow and despair, a heavy gloom that lingered, refusing to dissipate. Aike gently cradled the sobbing girl, his eyes fixed on the wild grass along the roadside, murmuring to himself, "Ah, these people, like you once were, are akin to the wild grass by the road, trampled underfoot by anyone who passes. Such is the lament of the weak." Aike's gaze suddenly turned cold, but you awaited my arrival. A formidable aura of spiritual energy surged around him, his presence escalating with each passing moment. They awaited me as well. His spiritual energy surged wildly, causing the grass beneath to grow uncontrollably, pulled by its force. I shall make the world aware that even a blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. In a world fraught with decay, the power of an individual is invariably limited. Only by uniting many individuals and empowering them can we ignite a wildfire of revolutionary change. Aike's spiritual power coalesced in his throat, his words reverberating. "All of you, if you desire vengeance, cease your futile weeping and wipe away the tears of the weak. Only by becoming strong can one avoid being oppressed." He summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring a fierce whirlwind. The corpses strewn across the ground were instantly cleared away. Rising into the air, his energy radiated from him, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. "To those seeking revenge, I grant you strength. Stand and follow me." Aike's voice echoed across the town, drawing the gaze of all towards his figure in the sky. The wailing boy ceased his cries, lowering his head and stepping forward with resolute strides towards the exit. The young mother's eyes finally sparkled with determination as she rose from the ground, steadfastly moving towards Aike. More individuals, their gazes cast downwards, filled with the flames of vengeance, approached Aike step by step. Hatred intertwined at this moment, coalescing into a resounding will. "I must grow stronger. I shall become more powerful. Only through strength can one avoid being bullied." Chapter 52. The Weasel. Justice may be delayed, but it arrives. Aike, the fist is justice. Time moved forward slightly. Upon the vast ocean, a warship cleaved through the waves, the Navy's flag of justice fluttering in the sea breeze. From the lookout, a naval officer held a telescope, spotting an island in the distance. Admiral Weasel, having sighted Yahi Island, stood resolutely on the deck, gripping a long blade with one hand, his gaze unwavering. The lookout scanned the horizon and quickly reported, "Admiral, in addition to the Bloodblade pirates, there is another pirate ship." Weasel inquired coldly, "Can you discern which pirate crew it belongs to?" The lookout scrutinized the vessel closely. It bore a new flag, and there were no crew members visible. as he adjusted the focus of the telescope. The gruesome scene of corpses in the town came into view. He hastily reported, "Admiral, the town has suffered a pirate attack. Relay my orders to accelerate towards the shore." The warship sped forth, and as it approached Yahi Island, the naval soldiers poured out, forming two lines as they rushed towards the town. The bloodied remains along the path made each soldier's heart quiver. Leading the charge, Weasel's anger simmered as he beheld the carnage. A cold, grim expression adorned his face, filled with murderous intent. Accelerate the march. Yes, the sound of countless footsteps resonated against the town's floor, suddenly filled with a voice filled with fury. A youthful tone, unwavering and resolute, struck the hearts of all present. Desiring vengeance, I bestow upon you the strength. Rise and follow me. The gaze of the weasel sharpens as the figure of Aike suddenly comes into view. The devil's son Aike? The very same boy who personally increased the bounty at the tender age of 8. What is he doing here? Even more astonishing is that the survivors in the town seem to believe Aike's words, one by one making their way toward him. Do not trust him. The weasel hastens to the crowded street, loudly warning the masses. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers behind him emerge, rifles trained on Aike. Your loved ones were slain by pirates. Do you truly wish to become pirates yourselves? To venture out as pirates is to oppose the Navy, to stand against the world government. Are you truly willing to walk the path of despair? Stay calm. The weasel's words cause many to halt in their tracks. Seeing the impact, he quickly proclaims, "The Navy has arrived, and with it, justice. The Navy has come, bringing the clear skies. We, the Navy, shall surely help you seek retribution." No sooner had he spoken than a fierce attack hurtled toward him. A clump of mud struck him with a splat, aware of the weight of the 2 billion bounty. He had his observation hockey firmly locked onto Aike, clearly unprepared for the civilians beside him to strike. Weasel General, the soldiers beside him seethed with anger. Little wretch. They aimed their guns at the boy who threw the mud. In a fit of rage, the weasel bellows, "Do not fire." Yet, the soldier attempted to say more, but was silenced by the weasel's icy glare. Indeed, the boy, filled with fury, questioned coldly with reddened eyes. "What do you mean?" "The Navy has arrived. Justice has come." Where was justice when the townsfolk were slaughtered by pirates? Where was justice when the soldiers meant to defend the town fled? He suddenly chuckled in a deranged manner. "Ha ha ha. When the entire town was nearly annihilated, you speak of justice arriving." In the next moment, he unleashed all his strength, roaring at the weasel. "What use is justice to me?" The boy's heart-wrenching question echoed, rendering the sky silent. The weasel tore the mud from his body, his gaze stern. "I understand your grief over your family's murder, boy." He raised his voice. "Please believe, though justice may be delayed, it shall never be absent. We, the Navy, are born for justice. If you seek revenge, you may join us in the Navy, rather than align yourself with another pirate crew, standing against justice." The weasel attempted to persuade the boy, when suddenly another cold figure emerged. "It is the very pirate crew you speak of that aided us in exterminating the pirates. And you, self-proclaimed champions of justice, besides delivering lofty rhetoric after the fact. What have you truly accomplished? Do we not come? But to what end? Can my husband come back to life? Can my child return? Or can you turn back time and resurrect the dead?" The flying squirrel fell momentarily silent, lowering his gaze in contemplation. "The departed have gone, and I sincerely lament that justice arrived too late. However, this is not a justification for your allegiance to piracy." Observing the scene below, a chilling expression crept onto Aike's face. He descended slowly, his eyes fixed intently on the flying squirrel. The surrounding naval soldiers braced themselves, hands trembling with tension. Despite his tender age of merely 8, he was a monstrous pirate with a staggering bounty of 2 billion. Late justice is no justice at all. Moreover, you naval forces cannot embody justice. Cease your deceptive rhetoric. Like the devil. Ultimately, you Navy personnel are merely pawns of the world government, wielding the banner of justice. Believing you are serving the people and upholding righteousness? He gazed at the distant warship, its white flag of justice fluttering. The essence is tainted, and no amount of superficial whiteness can disguise it. With roots corrupted, what splendid blossoms can emerge? The flying squirrel remained utterly focused, although his adversary approached slowly. Each step resonated like a beat upon his heart. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as the pressure mounted. Ike's formidable aura surgit forte. Striding with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, his gaze imposing. Suddenly, his tone sharpened. In this world, there exists but one form of justice. And that is, he slowly raised his hands toward the flying squirrel, fingers curling like claws, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted like thunder. Fist, that is justice. The world around them dimmed. All naval soldiers fell unconscious, their eyes glazing over. The flying squirrel himself could scarcely remain upright, dropping to one knee. Had he not gripped the long knife tightly, he too would have collapsed. His jaw clenched, his face twisted with the strain of oppression. As the force intensified, he could no longer endure and spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath growing heavy and erratic. He struggled to raise his head, summoning every ounce of his willpower. The renowned blade in his grasp darkening as he inhaled deeply, bellowing in defiance. "Do not underestimate us, the Navy." At that moment, the flying squirrel transformed into a fierce cheetah, rising from the ground, wielding his knife, and unleashing a frenzied roar as he charged toward Aike. This tumultuous sea is chaotic precisely because of individuals like you who revere power. Clang, his concentrated, powerful strike, capable of severing steel, fell upon Aike but could not even graze his form. Instead, it produced a resounding clash of metal. The blade became lodged just shy of Aike's figure, making no progress. Chapter 53. Aike defeats the flying squirrel. The Navy investigates Aike's background. What? The flying squirrel stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Is this the true worth of a 2 billion berry bounty? His utmost strike failed to leave a mark on his opponent. The surviving onlookers were equally wide-eyed. Behind Aike, houses were cleaved in half by the sword's formidable energy, crashing down in a thunderous collapse. The previous method that caused all naval soldiers to collapse was already quite shocking. Now, a strike capable of severing buildings could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Was his body more resilient than steel? The sheer might of Aike left everyone profoundly astonished. "You are mistaken, Admiral Mongoose," Aike remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the black blade in Mongoose's grasp. "I do not hold contempt for the Navy. There are indeed aspects of your naval force that deserve acknowledgement. I do not entirely dismiss the value of your existence. My disdain is directed solely at the world government." With a slight tremor, Mongoose's longsword was forcefully propelled over 10 meters away, and his admiral's cloak was sent fluttering down from the sky. The expression on Mongoose's face shifted dramatically. Could he truly be merely 8 years old? I gazed at the word justice emblazoned on the cloak, as if speaking to himself while responding to Mongoose. The Navy's existence still fosters a glimmer of fantasy and hope for this world. Without even the faintest glimmer of hope, despair becomes inevitable. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that you serve the world government, not justice. A misguided direction only leads to greater errors, ultimately facilitating tyranny. Mongoose roared, channeling all his strength into his arms, the hockey of armament enveloping his fists. Enough with the flowery rhetoric. This vast sea is rife with individuals like you who believe that might is everything, leading to this disorder. With a punch thrown, he wagered his unwavering belief in justice. Yet, his indomitable fist halted just short of Aike's body, not even grazing the hem of his garment. Meanwhile, the ground beside Aike split violently under the pressure of the punch, forcing numerous survivors to flee. "The ground is cracking." Aike suddenly laughed, his mirth genuine and unrestrained. Indeed, there were many who worshipped absolute power, bullying the weak and acting with impunity. Aike raised his fist. Such individuals deserve to perish. He struck fiercely, meeting Mongoose's punch head-on. "So tell me, what has led to the proliferation of such people? Answer me." With a resounding crash, Mongoose was sent flying, only coming to a halt upon colliding with a wall, blood staining his face as he struggled for breath. Aike did not pursue further violence, but instead spoke. "Do you comprehend the distinction between true strength and that of the scoundrels? Scoundrels, upon acquiring power, seek to assert their presence by preying upon the weak. When faced with those stronger than themselves, they grovel and bow. True strength dares to confront the mightiest. Mongoose clutched his injured arm, grasping the underlying meaning in Ike's words, his voice low and heavy. You are a demon. You will only lead more innocence into the abyss. For the lowest strata of society, isn't everywhere an abyss? Ike's gaze hardened. With every step they take alongside me, they are moving away from the abyss. With that, he turned away, offering Mongoose a resolute and solitary silhouette, blood trickling from his forehead, blurring Mongoose's vision as he felt a force within him ravaging his body. He gazed at Yak, who was once a solitary figure. Behind him, a single person emerged, followed closely by another, then 2, 3, and 4 more, until the crowd became so dense that their silhouettes were indistinguishable. His body felt increasingly heavy, just before losing consciousness. He seemed to comprehend why the bounty on Yak had been raised to 2 billion. On the Sabaody Archipelago, Navy strategist Crane was escorted by his subordinates into a dilapidated and narrow room. Scattered throughout were old liquor bottles, and beneath the table lay a drunken man. Deep in a stupor, Crane furrowed his brow, questioning whether he had made a mistake. There was no doubt. The female soldier, with an air of indifference, introduced the man on the floor. Wernama, a notorious human trafficker from the Sabaody Archipelago 2 years ago, amassed wealth through the trafficking of humans and became a minor noble on the island. However, his fondness for alcohol and gambling led him to accrue substantial debts. In a desperate bid to repay, he resorted to abducting over 100 young pregnant women and children. Yak was one of those children, merely 6 years old at the time. Later, the loan shark from the casino was killed by a lad named Duffled, who believed he could evade his debts and even profit. However, the individual he dealt with was subsequently slain by pirates. Upon learning this, his enemies raided his stock, resulting in the deaths of most, while Yak miraculously survived. Eventually, Duffled sought him out for repayment, causing him to plummet from his noble status to the depths of despair. Crane did not conceal his disdain. Wake him up. At that moment, 2 figures unexpectedly entered the room, dressed in suits and donning peculiar masks. They strode in with an air of assurance. It appears you have beaten us to it, remarked the leader, directing his gaze towards strategist Crane. Crane replied coolly, We are not at odds in our investigation into the lineage of the Devil's Child. Since you are here, please rouse him. Without hesitation, the suited man delivered a swift kick, shattering the glass bottles on the floor. Blood spurted forth. The drunken man's arm was forcibly torn from him. This is a real separation. My hand. The suited man lowered his gaze, visibly displeased. My hand? My leg. The man, now terrified, looked at the unfamiliar figures within the room, a Navy female and 2 suited men. What have I done to offend you? Bastards. I've heard that strategist Crane excels in interrogating enemies. Please, go ahead. Crane cast a fleeting glance at him, arms crossed, and slowly approached the drunken man. A minute later, the drunken man lay sprawled on the table, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Since we've obtained the necessary information, we shall take our leave, the suited man casually declared before exiting. Such scum need not be sent to Impel Down. Following orders, the female soldier silently took him away. In the room, Crane dialed the Den Mushi to Sengoku. In his office, Sengoku promptly answered the call. What's the situation? The capabilities of the devil fruit are swiftly unleashed, and the intelligence comes in rapidly. Sengoku spoke with utmost seriousness, articulating each word. We have confirmed that he hails from O'Hara. Upon hearing those 3 words, Sengoku found himself momentarily speechless. Why must it be from there? Chapter 54. The demon-slaying order points directly to O'Hara, Rayleigh, a true judge of character. O'Hara, a renowned archaeological sanctuary in the West Sea, is deemed a paradise by countless scholars. The island is populated by innumerable scholars and travelers from around the globe. It is said that those born there are inspired by the conducive learning environment, leading them to become inherently curious and, ultimately, intelligent individuals. This notion has evolved into the belief that all who are born in O'Hara are exceptionally bright. Consequently, despite the vast distance of tens of thousands of nautical miles separating O'Hara from Sabaody Archipelago, human traffickers still seek to abduct its inhabitants. Damn those despicable traffickers. Furthermore, the relevant parties have been made aware of this news. Sengoku specifically cautioned. It was clear that he was referring to the 5 elders having learned of Ike's homeland. You should return for now, Sengoku said, rubbing his temples, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. With the 5 elders intent to eliminate not only Ike but also those around him, Ike's homeland is bound to suffer. However, as a globally renowned sanctuary, allowing them to take action against O'Hara would ultimately tarnish the Navy's reputation. Yet, the orders of the 5 elders are not to be disregarded. Beep, beep, beep. What is it? A message arrived from the subordinates of Admiral Squirrel, who reported that they encountered the Devil's Child, Ike, while pursuing the Bloodblade pirate crew on Yasi Island. Sengoku's expression shifted, and he sprang to his feet. What? How'd Ike get up there? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He took a deep breath, preparing himself to inquire further. What were the casualties? Only Admiral Squirrel was injured. The others are unharmed. Sengoku. This young rascal shows no hesitation when slaying celestial dragons. Yet he refrains from inflicting harm on the Navy this time. Does he hold them in disdain? Or is there another reason? Sengoku was perplexed. Have you discerned what Ike was doing there? The individuals under Squirrel arrived later and reported that the Bloodblade pirate crew had slaughtered the villagers on Yasi Island, and it was suspected that Ike saved the remaining survivors. Subsequently, Admiral Squirrel clashed with Ike and, unfortunately, was defeated. Is that so? Currently, Admiral Squirrel has received treatment and is on the mend. Additionally, it appears that the Bloodblade crew has been annihilated by Ike. Understood. Instruct Squirrel and the others to return at once. A pursuit mission unexpectedly leads to Ike. This was unforeseen by anyone. Although the reason for Ike's sparing of Squirrel remains unclear, one cannot afford to take chances. Closing his eyes, Sengoku contemplated deeply for a moment, deeming it essential to issue a special reminder to the admirals. Should you encounter the Devil Ike alone during your mission, you may temporarily halt your current assignment. With an increasing number of pirates emerging, every admiral represents a precious asset to the Navy, and their loss cannot be easily tolerated. Knock, knock, knock. Sengoku. 6 people have arrived. The person knocking was Zephyr, causing Sengoku to furrow his brow involuntarily. Zephy's personal arrival signifies that the matter is indeed significant. Tasks seem to emerge one after another, leaving no respite. What is the issue? An agent from the 6th Division presented a document, the header boldly stating, "Notification regarding the approval of the Naval Science class." The proposal for the science class has received endorsement. The agent began not long ago. We dismantled an organization known as the Peace Research Institute. The research conducted there far exceeded expectations, and due to its perilous nature, it was halted by the elders. He briefly mentioned the findings related to genetic factors, causing Sengoku's eyelids to twitch in surprise. Such research is feasible? There are indeed remarkable scientists in this world. The individual responsible for this research is named Vegapunk. Henceforth, Vegapunk will serve the world government. He will provide special support as the chief scientific advisor for your proposed naval science class. Furthermore, the development of Kizaru's abilities has also been approved. As Vegapunk himself has expressed interest in it, I have come to give you advance notice. At last, some good news has emerged. If the Navy's combat strength does not enhance, it will inevitably be overwhelmed by this pirate era. Roger set the precedent, and that young rascal, Ike, has only fueled the fire. Increasing numbers of pirates are entering the Grand Line. He is already contemplating deploying Garp to the first half of the Grand Line for a rigorous crackdown. Understood. Noticing that the agent showed no intention of departing, Sengoku inquired, "Is there anything else?" The agent, expressionless, replied, "Of course." Sengoku's expression darkened. "Ha! I knew your visit would not bring good tidings." The agent gestured, and another agent, carrying a briefcase, stepped forward. The case was open to reveal a neatly arranged row of golden transponder snails. "I have brought the activation switch for the Demon Slayer order, and I am also here to convey the orders from the elders." The agent raised his voice coldly, stating, "Upon seeing the golden transponder snails, immediately activate the Demon Slayer order. Target, O'Hara." Sengoku's pupils dilated in shock. Naturally, Ike was unaware of the events at Navy headquarters. He could not anticipate that his mere presence would hasten the Demon Slayer order for O'Hara by 2 years. Within the heavenly paradise, when Ike personally led a group of survivors inside. Those who entered for the first time were utterly astonished. This heavenly place convinced them that the person before them had not deceived them. To acquire the power of vengeance, mere courage is insufficient. Ike reminded the crowd. Among them were predominantly children and women. I will equally grant you the opportunity to obtain power. The extent of your strength would depend on your own efforts. Before entering, Ike had informed them he would lead them to a place of empowerment, but none expected it to be such a treasure trove. Hancock, the second individual to cultivate in this world of immortality, practiced an exceptional technique and, in an environment rich in spiritual energy, swiftly reached the 4th level of chi refinement. Upon discovering Ike, she excitedly spread her arms and rushed towards him. However, as she ran, noticing the throng following him, she immediately slowed her pace. More people have arrived? Her exclamation instantly caught the attention of Rayleigh, who was instructing the slaves in their training. He vanished in an instant from his original position and sprinted towards Ike. He had intended to settle a score with Ike, but upon seeing so many people, his pace slowed. Ike did not offer any explanation. He merely introduced Rayleigh to the crowd, saying, "Come, he will be your teacher from now on." He turned to Rayleigh, spreading his small hand with a smile, and remarked, "Look, you've gained a few more students." Surprised? Rayleigh took a deep breath. "Am I to be grateful? You call this multitude a few? Little one, don't you think we should have a serious discussion about cultivation?" Ike, without a moment's hesitation, interjected, "You guide them, and I shall provide you with the techniques." Rayleigh crossed his arms, calmly replying, "As the illustrious king of hell, how could I lower myself to teach mere mortals for the sake of some techniques? You have misjudged me, young Ike." Ike chuckled, One must cultivate techniques to truly embark on the path of immortality." In the next moment, Rayleigh walked past Ike, addressing the crowd. "Hey, let me introduce myself. I am Rayleigh, your teacher." Your judgment of character is truly impressive." The crowd murmured. "Is this fellow truly from the Pirate King's crew?" As Rayleigh approached, some children instinctively recoiled. The Pirate King, in their eyes, was a figure of immense cruelty, a notorious criminal. "Do not worry. This fellow is not one of those tyrannical scoundrel pirates," Ike reassured them. "Not every pirate is wicked, nor is every Navy officer virtuous. You must learn to discern right from wrong with your own eyes." The children, both young and old, appeared contemplative. Chapter 55 Ike. What an arrogant name. Is this a confession? The survivors who had just entered the cave were filled with curiosity about their surroundings. They observed someone embracing a tree with closed eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Others lay sprawled on the grass, taking deep breaths, while some buried their heads in the soil, which appeared quite odd. I gazed at this scene, equally perplexed. What were they? Wait a moment, could they be? Rayleigh smiled and confirmed. "Yes, you're correct in your assumptions." He continued to address the crowd. "I trust you have already sensed the differences between this place and the outside world. The stark contrast is due to the presence of spiritual energy here. If you can absorb it, you can become a cultivator like Ike. What you see are individuals attempting to perceive the spiritual energy, striving to draw it into their bodies. You may also try this shortly." Sensing the hesitation of the crowd behind him, Ike felt speechless. It seemed that the matter of cultivation would have to be approached personally. Rayleigh could serve as a combat instructor, but when it came to cultivation, he fell short. Ike stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the future, Rayleigh would teach Luffy the Conqueror's Haki for 2 years, achieving a basic understanding of armament and observation Haki. What about teachers Kaido and Katakuri? With a single strike, one could grasp the Conqueror's Haki, and with a single thrust, awaken the ability to foresee the future. Of course, this was merely a jest. Without the prior 2 years of foundation, a sudden breakthrough before Kaido and Katakuri would be implausible. Water spills over because the bucket was already full. "Hancock, gather everyone here." Hancock's eyes sparkled as he grinned. "Are you going to share the secrets of cultivation with them?" I gently tousled her hair. Indeed, truly absorbing spiritual energy in such a manner is futile. Subsequently, once the crowd had assembled, Ike instructed everyone to sit cross-legged, calming their minds and directing their hearts skyward. After a brief practice, several hundred individuals successfully absorbed spiritual energy right then and there. Rayleigh observed this with astonishment. Why does this posture allow for the absorption of spiritual energy? Surely, those closer to the grass and trees are nearer to the energy. Suddenly, Rayleigh's gaze turned deeply resentful. Had I known this method earlier? Ike replied, should I have reminded you even if I had forgotten? Within the cave, Ike lingered for a moment, providing a few instructions. Just as he was about to lead the pirate crew of 9 snakes away, Rayleigh halted him. Kid, I know you cannot remain idle. However, guiding so many individuals cannot solely rely on me, a novice who has never practiced cultivation. If you do not leave behind someone who is skilled in the arts of cultivation, this team may struggle to advance. One individual attempted various methods to absorb spiritual energy, but found them ineffective. Yet Ike resolved the issue merely by adopting a posture. Now, that is what I call professionalism. It is far superior to aimlessly toiling. Ah, I almost forgot. Ike chuckled. Uncle Ray, I will ensure my brother stays here. You can consult him regarding cultivation matters. As he spoke, a doppelganger of Ike emerged from his form. Upon witnessing this scene once more, Rayleigh remained astonished. The techniques of cultivators are indeed ever-evolving. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy. Hooray! I can cultivate too. Hey, Uncle Ray. Rayleigh's eyes brightened. Quark, with you here, I can rest easy. His confidence soared, not only in teaching others, but also regarding his own path in cultivation, which now seemed secure. Is that so? Not quite. You're getting ahead of yourself. Rayleigh's smile instantly froze. This familiar sensation, an omen, Ike's true brother. As the doppelganger emerged, he approached a young boy. Let me see what the situation is. At that moment, spiritual energy gradually flowed from the boy's palms into his body, subsequently dispersing throughout his limbs. This boy has considerable talent. He is a fine prospect. The doppelganger's praise startled the boy, softening the youthful severity of his expression. What is your name? Ashiara Ray. The doppelganger and Ike turned their attention to the boy simultaneously. Wow, that name sounds quite audacious. Rayleigh inquired with a puzzled expression. Is there something wrong, my lord? The boy clarified. On our island of Ashiara, this name is quite common. I am named Ray because I was born on a stormy day. Nothing at all. I just remembered I have other matters to attend to. Work diligently on your cultivation and strive to embark on the path of a cultivator, becoming a formidable force and mastering your own destiny. I clenched his fist in encouragement. Ganbat. Yet, the thought of his future enemies shouting his name during battles brought an inexplicable smile to Ike's face. I leave your cultivation affairs in your capable hands. The doppelganger of Ike waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, everything is under control. Subsequently, Ike departed from the cave with the members of the 9 Serpents crew, for his journey must continue. Upon returning to the 9 Serpents pirate ship, the serpents sensed Ike's presence and turned back affectionately, nuzzling against him in a display of camaraderie. They were well aware of his formidable abilities. Moreover, even without activating the prison deity form, his aura exuded a captivating allure in the eyes of the serpents. Ike gently patted the head of one serpent, saying, Good, let me see how fast you can go. He infused a surge of spiritual energy into 2 serpents, causing their slit pupils to constrict instantaneously. In the next moment, their bodies coiled and twisted with astonishing speed, propelling the 9 Serpent ship to unprecedented velocities. Oh, what a sensation akin to flight. Hancock even felt a force pushing against her back. The crew was astounded by the potential of the serpents, yet upon recalling Ike's prowess, it seemed only natural. This man had already conjured countless miracles. Ike smiled silently, content in the moment. At a speed of 80 miles per hour, his spirit soared freely. Hancock joyfully ascended to the bow of the ship, standing tall with her hands cupped around her mouth, exclaiming, Oh! The sea breeze howled, tousling her flowing hair. The edges of her attire fluttered in the wind as a radiant smile blossomed upon her face, her youthful voice ringing melodiously. Thus, their voyage recommenced. Despite the presence of ferocious pirates upon the vast ocean, moments of beauty like this persisted. Most importantly, Ike stood right beside her. Hancock smiled softly, her voice filled with excitement as she inquired, Ike, where are we heading next? Ike gazed at her, momentarily entranced. After a brief contemplation, he replied with a smile, Our next destination is happiness. At this, Melia and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, recognizing the captain's eloquence. Hancock's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her face nearly radiating heat. Is this what they call confession? She thought, covering her blushing face with her hands. Ike was equally surprised to witness this adorable side of the young empress. Such beauty must surely be protected. Beside Melia, a robust female warrior leaned forward and asked, "Captain, where are we heading next?" Ike replied, "Well, you certainly know how to pick your moments. We are bound for the West Sea. Our destination is O'Hara." He required a method for his subordinates to cultivate their powers, and the most likely source for such knowledge would be the largest library in the world. Oh, that is quite a distance. The two serpents, racing ahead, turned back at this remark, hissing in surprise. In the next instant, the pirate ship's speed surged once more, causing Melia and the others to lose their balance, grasping the ship's railing for support. Such speed, even a naval warship would struggle to keep pace. She exclaimed in astonishment. Ike nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, let us maintain this velocity." He called out to the serpents, "You continue on. Leave the rest to me." Truly diligent little serpents, with their vitality, there was no need to worry about fatigue. With Hancock around, there is no need to worry about their safety. Perfectly. The words of Ike provided the two serpents with confidence. As long as one does not perish while swimming, one should swim with all their might. Chapter 56. The Struggles of Robin. Do you know me? In the West Sea, a traveling ship approached the harbor, and the sailors on board shouted, "O'Hara has arrived." The scholarly merchants disembarked one after another. Stepping onto the land of O'Hara, some looked up in awe. The sight before them was a lush expanse of visual delight. What a tranquil and harmonious island. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, it has been proven that as long as greenery is not above one's head, it is beautiful anywhere. The crowd erupted into cheerful laughter, and the air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. A girl in a long skirt shouted towards the island, "O'Hara, here I come." She noticed a wooden sign that read, "O'Hara, an island that has awaited your arrival for 5,000 years." Scholars disembarked and gazed at the magnificent crown of the great tree of knowledge, praising it. Truly, it is a jewel adorning the West Sea. This tree is magnificent and extraordinary. The newly arrived individuals marveled as they began their tour of the island. On the island, the scholars of O'Hara emerged from their homes in the jungle like diligent birds. Wearing hats and various scholarly garments, they stepped towards the grand tree of knowledge. The tree of knowledge, the heart of O'Hara, is also the spiritual sanctuary for the scholars. Inside the tree are preserved precious texts from around the world, where scholars study day and night, engrossed in their research. In the town, children laughed and played in the streets. Many vendors displayed books for sale, and passers-by could browse without being hurried along. Artisans showcased their exquisite creations, promoting their crafts to the visitors of the island. The aroma of food wafted from the nearby restaurants, and this island, rich in academic atmosphere, also thrived with the warmth of life and commerce. "Robin, have you finished washing the bowls?" A gruff and commanding voice echoed from within a small house, filled with authority and urgency. The 6-year-old Robin peeked out from a pile of dishes taller than herself and replied loudly, "I'm done." The domineering voice of Roji commanded, "If you're finished, hurry and take this new pile of dishes to wash." Robin chirped back, "Oh." Nearby, arms appeared like blooming flowers, working in tandem to clean the plates one by one. "No food until these bowls are washed." Young Robin responded earnestly, "I understand. I will do my best to finish." The young Robin did not lament her fate, for she knew the complaints would not resolve anything. Both of her parents were scholars on O'Hara Island. She lost her father at birth, and her mother set out to sea for research when she was 3. From a young age, she had been all alone. Although her uncle took her in, her status was no different from that of a servant, as a user of a devil fruit ability. The other children on the island regarded her as a monster and ostracized her. The only individuals she could truly call friends were the scholars working within the Tree of Knowledge. For her, finishing her chores quickly meant she could read sooner, which was one of her few moments of joy. 3 hours later, Robin completed the dishes, swept the floor, wiped the tables, and tidied the kitchen. After finishing all the household chores, she finally had a simple meal of leftovers from her aunt. At that moment, both her aunt and uncle were away, and she dashed out of the house, clutching a book. However, it wasn't long before the mischievous children who often bullied Robin spotted her. "Look, the spider girl is out with her book again. Let us snatch it from her. Fool, she can conjure many hands. You won't stand a chance against her. Quickly, throw tomatoes at her." A group of unruly children, armed with tomatoes they had prepared earlier, hurled them towards Robin. She had long grown accustomed to this scene, her small frame nimbly dodging the projectiles. Don't let her evade again. They attempted to continue their assault, but suddenly found themselves confronted by a flurry of thin little arms sprouting from Robin. How unfair! Just as Robin contemplated her next move, her arms froze mid-air. She had once tried to stuff the tomatoes into their mouths, but their parents would complain to her aunt, who would then turn on her. She had also attempted to discard the tomatoes they held, only to be accused of theft, with her aunt once again holding her accountable. Punishing them was out of the question. They would simply enlist their parents to confront her, leading her aunt to scold her. The harsh reality was that no matter how she resisted, she would invariably be the one to suffer. Silent, she clutched her book tighter and quickened her pace to leave. "Go away, monster girl." At the seaside, Robin sat alone on a branch at the top of Grand Tree. This was her secret sanctuary. The sea breeze caressed her skin, bringing with it a refreshing, salty scent that offered a momentary solace to her troubled spirit. A child who endures bullying without parental support is akin to a solitary creature, forced to lick its wounds in solitude. This had been her existence since childhood, gradually conditioning her to avoid dwelling on her sadness. Instead, she opened her book and began to read. In this way, she could escape the suffocating environment and savor a fleeting moment of tranquility. Her engrossing reading continued until the afternoon, and when fatigue overtook her, Robin lay down on the tree for a brief nap. When she awoke, she was startled to discover the sun setting. Oh no! She hurriedly climbed down the tree, preparing to rush home. She must have been too exhausted from cleaning the previous night and overslept. Just as she was about to run, she suddenly noticed a massive red pirate ship swiftly approaching the distant sea. The ship had originally been heading towards the harbor, but abruptly changed course towards her. A pirate ship? From a considerable distance, Ike's consciousness reached out and immediately locked onto Robin's form. Without waiting for the ship to dock, Ike leapt into the air. Unbeknownst to him, Hancock had already prepared for this moment, wrapping her arms around him and clinging tightly. Hancock's voice rang out in the air. "I want to go too. Hold on tight." She embraced Ike's waist firmly. As he landed with a tremendous thud, the ground shook beneath them. Ike and Hancock descended near Robin, startling her so much that she fell back onto the ground, her eyes wide with confusion. "Found you, Robin," Hancock exclaimed, noticing her and rushing to help her up. "Are you all right?" The familiar voice of the system resonated within her, detected host at O'Hara. Arriving at the tree of all-knowing can maximize fortune absorption. Could the reward be as I imagined? Contre technique? "Hello, Robin. I'm Mike," one of them introduced. "And I am Hancock." They greeted her warmly. Robin, momentarily dazed, felt a rush of astonishment. "Wait, you know me?" Ike smiled reassuringly. "Of course. I know you very well." Robin's small face reflected her surprise. "Really?" In Chapter 57, the narrative shifts to alter Robin's tragic fate. Ike stated, "This will be your home from now on." Coming from the sea, they were here to find her. Could it be? A sudden joy surged through her as she leaned closer to Ike and asked rapidly, "Did my mother send you to get me? Is she on your ship?" Her eyes sparkled with hope, but then her expression turned puzzled. "Why isn't she coming?" A hint of moisture welled up in her eyes. She had always been a person desperate for hope, clinging to every possibility. The original storyline depicted Robin's profound struggles, which were often beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Had Ike not appeared, she would have continued along her fated path of betrayal, discrimination, persecution, deception, and darkness, ultimately leading her to seek refuge with criminal organizations for survival. He smiled gently. "Do not worry. Your mother sent me to bring you to her. However, she is not on the ship." Robin's eyes gleamed brightly. "Really?" But in the next moment, a wary look crossed her face. Having read extensively since childhood, she was not easily deceived. Ike continued softly. Your mother, Nico Alvia, is a renowned archaeologist sent on an expedition. He shared anecdotes about Alvia, quickly gaining Robin's trust. I have come to the island for some matters, and afterwards, I will take you to find your mother. Is that all right? Robin was filled with joy, nearly bouncing off the ground. That's wonderful. Please, let us visit the tree of all-knowing. Yes, indeed. Robin had never felt such elation as she did today. She instinctively leaped with joy, turning to lead the way. Follow me. They traversed the lush green path to the town beneath the tree of all-knowing. As the sun began to set, the streets were sparse with pedestrians. However, looking up at the tree, the windows glowed brightly with light. Wow, there's still so many people working. Don't they need to eat? Hancock exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone inside is diligently studying, Robin replied passionately. There are countless books on various subjects. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke about her fervor. One day I too will work inside. They say my mother is an exceptional archaeologist, and I aspire to follow in her footsteps, becoming an outstanding scholar myself. Ike listened intently, not interrupting. Along the way, Robin chatted animatedly. Apart from scholars, no peers had ever lent her such attentive ears. Oh, I suddenly recalled that, at this juncture, outsiders cannot enter the tree of omniscience. Robin smacked her forehead. Ike, understanding, replied, It's all right. We can go in tomorrow. Hancock instinctively interjected. Perhaps we should head to your home first, Robin. Robin's expression instantly froze. Her gaze dropping, her small hands clutched the hem of her dress. My home, my home. Nicole, Robin, where have you vanished to? A voice abruptly yanked her back to reality, all her joy and anticipation dissipating in an instant. Aunt. Robin's aunt, Roji, a middle-aged woman with a trapezoidal figure and a portly demeanor, stood with hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Robin from a distance. There is so much work waiting for you at home, and you choose to disappear? If you don't get it done, you can forget about dinner tonight. Filled with anxiety, Robin hurriedly responded to Roji, Aunt, I'm going to do it right now. She attempted to explain. I ran into someone sent by my mother. So that's why. She suddenly pointed at Ike. His name is Ike. He knows a lot about my mother. Roji's face twisted in disgust. Her impatience palpable as she interrupted. I don't care if he asks Ike or whoever. If you don't finish washing those 1,000 bowls tonight, you want to eat or sleep. Do you understand? Hancock, overhearing, could not contain her anger. This is outrageous. How can you expect a child to wash so many bowls? Are the adults in your household incapacitated? Robin remained silent, her head bowed in distress. Ike, with his keen perception, was already aware that Robin's uncle, Orlon, was not running a restaurant. The reason for the piles of dishes was that Roji had taken on the local diner's dishwashing tasks, assigning all the bowls to Robin, while pocketing the earnings to buy toys for her own daughter. This family was certainly no good. Hancock, indignant, exclaimed, This is too much. Robin, how can you possibly wash all those bowls? If you can't manage, then you should seek help. You've been living off my generosity, and now you think you could defy your aunt, huh? You. Hancock was seething, ready to confront her, but Ike intervened. Do not worry, I will handle it. Ike pulled Hancock closer and turned to Robin, his gaze resolute. Robin, with us around, you will never have to wash dishes again. Robin's eyes dimmed, tears welling up. But if I don't wash the dishes, I won't have any food to eat. I quickly reassured her. Your mother sent me to fetch you. Would she lack the means? Rest assured. As he spoke, he casually tossed a large bundle of berries in front of her. Roji's eyes widened in shock. There must be at least 100,000 in there. Ike's gaze was frosty. Henceforth, Robin shall have no further ties with you, should you dare to command her again. He gently raised his arm, flicking his fingers, and instantly, a hollow the size of a bowl appeared in a large tree beside the street. With a thunderous crash, the tree toppled over. This was merely a taste of what was to come. Roji's eyes widened in disbelief, his legs quaking with fear. He was momentarily rendered speechless. Even Robin gazed at Ike in astonishment. Without a second thought, Roji snatched the money from the ground and fled, exclaiming, This burden is yours. At that moment, Ike suddenly raised his hand, placing one on Robin's shoulder and the other on Hancock's. Before Robin could react, he transported the two of them back to the hidden realm. Within this sanctuary, future cultivators absorbed spiritual energy, never forgetting Ike's immense kindness. Together, they hastily constructed a dwelling uniquely for him in the spirit platform. The moment Ike appeared, those laboring on the abode immediately knelt down, their eyes filled with fervor. Lord Ike, Ike felt a slight headache. These individuals knelt at the drop of a hat, regardless of his protests. Inform everyone to prepare for a banquet tonight. Understood. Robin was utterly stunned. Everything around her felt marvelously unfamiliar. Yet here, she experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort. Was this paradise? No, this shall be your home henceforth. Beside her, Hancock turned her head away, sulking in silence. Ike found himself at a loss with her jealousy. Soon, a variety of exquisite dishes were presented before her. As she ate, tears streamed down Robin's face. That night, she slept soundly and peacefully. Unbeknownst to Ike, outside the hidden realm, 10 Navy warships brimming with overwhelming firepower were racing towards O'Hara. Chapter 58, a reminder from Vegapunk system. Without undergoing tribulations, one cannot attain the Golden Core. That night, within a uniquely illuminated office inside the Tree of Knowledge, an ancient atmosphere permeated the air, for the books on the shelves were all rare editions. Only a handful of individuals within the Tree of Knowledge were deemed worthy to touch these unique volumes. The most qualified among them was undoubtedly the head librarian of the Tree of Knowledge, the archaeological authority, Dr. Clover. As Dr. Clover carefully unrolled the parchment, he opened it with utmost caution and reverence. The text inscribed was unprecedented within the library. Just then, his communication snail began to chirp loudly. Clover looked up in confusion. His phone snail was seldom contacted. Who could it be? He set down the parchment, carefully rolling it up to reveal only a corner of the content, and hurried to the phone snail. Clover, who is this? The voice of Vegapunk emerged from the snail. Old friend, can you not recognize my voice? Clover's eyes brightened, a smile gracing his face. Vegapunk, what brings you to call me? Aren't you focused on your research at the Peace Institute to foster world peace? Have you taken a break? Vegapunk chuckled wryly. The Institute is a thing of the past. I now work for the world government. Clover jested. Really? I must congratulate my old friend on his promotion. Please do not mock me. I was on the verge of arrest, yet due to my usefulness to them, I was compelled to offer my services. Vegapunk, returning to the matter at hand, stated, Listen, my friend, I am genuinely concerned for you. The Clover chuckled heartily. I am merely an elderly historian. How could I possibly be apprehended? Vegapunk, unwavering, insisted. Your research on the century of silence will inevitably attract the attention of the world government. Clover's expression turned serious, and he fell into an unusual silence. So, you have come to persuade me? No, I know you too well, just as you know me. I will not urge you to abandon your ideals, but I must caution you to exercise utmost vigilance. Dr. Clover furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously stroking the ancient parchment containing historical texts. I have always acted with caution. My studies on the Tree of All-Knowing have been conducted in secrecy. However, the day of exposure is inevitable, my friend. Vegapunk's voice grew increasingly urgent. The intelligence network of the world government is omnipresent. You must realize that the history of the century of silence is a forbidden taboo for them. I fear they will soon set their sights on you. The demon-slaying order could descend upon you at any moment. A resolute glimmer appeared in Clover's eyes. Even so, I shall not relent. I can only hope the day arrives as late as possible. I witnessed my brother perish at their hands for merely bearing a name. The truth of history must be unveiled. We cannot allow more lives to be lost in obscurity. On the other end, Vegapunk remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. I understand your determination, but now is not the time for impetuosity. Consider the people of O'Hara. If the world government launches an attack, the entire island will be reduced to ashes. Clover hesitated. Surely they cannot be so heartless as to harm the innocent? He turned to gaze out the window, where silence reigned, broken only by the chirping of insects and the calls of birds. Beneath the insect chorus lay the flickering lights of the town. I certainly wish to protect O'Hara, but evasion will resolve nothing. Only by bringing the truth to light can we truly dismantle the world government's dark dominion. Vegapunk sighed deeply. I knew I cannot sway you, Cloba. At the very least, prepare for the worst. If the demon-slaying order does indeed come. I understand, Dr. Clover interjected, no matter what occurs. I will fight to the end for O'Hara and the truth of history. If such a situation arises, I will communicate directly with the elders. With my current authority, safeguarding these people should pose no problem. As a world-renowned scholar, he still held considerable influence. Let us hope so. In the cave, Ike sat cross-legged. The energy of the prison within him circulated repeatedly, his blood flowing like a rushing river, and faintly, the sounds of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant echoed. As an 8-year-old foundational cultivator, his achievements were unprecedented. Who else could be the first cultivator in the pirate world? Although spiritual energy could coalesce into pills. Each time he managed to form one, it dissipated shortly thereafter. System, what could be the reason for this? Throughout the journey, he had dedicated ample time to cultivation. The exquisite spirit stones have been significantly depleted, yet the golden core remains elusive. Does this imply that I must endure the heavenly tribulation? The rules of this realm are incomplete, fraught with peril, rendering the tribulation clouds difficult to form. What kind of absurdity is this? Does it mean I cannot ascend? Once the host repairs this world, the thunder tribulation will manifest, and the golden core and nascent soul will be effortlessly attained. Ike, if I can mend this world, I should have already surpassed the golden core and nascent soul. Fear is often rooted in being the first. As the inaugural cultivator in this realm, I must rely on the system for spiritual energy, and fortunately, I now possess a paradise of opportunities. So, I can only depend on you for my ascension. Is that the implication? The host may attempt to breach the barriers of this world and venture into the neighboring one. Ike, sweet rain, how refreshing. Ike glanced at the 400 exquisite spirit stones still in his possession. He has mastered 3 tiers of the great divine body's abilities. The 8 desolations prison suppression, the 8 desolations punishment, and the 8 desolations netherworld. The only additional ability is the Sun Buddha Palm. The Medicine God Furnace and the Medicine God Treasure Mirror cannot yet be directly translated into combat power. The army of cultivators is merely in its infancy. It is essential to venture into new territories to harness fortune. The previous slave ship was an unexpected delight. Since cultivation seems futile, Ike has decided to forego further training. He extended his consciousness, spreading it across the entire paradise. At this moment, the majority within the paradise were diligently absorbing spiritual energy. Now, over half of the individuals have managed to absorb spiritual energy, albeit in a rudimentary manner, to truly cultivate the spiritual energy into their own abilities. They require assistance from techniques. After all, none possess particularly unique constitutions. Without techniques, absorbing spiritual energy merely serves to bolster health and prolong life. Technique. I am in dire need of an abundance of them. Ike mused, if all goes well tomorrow, I should receive relevant rewards and techniques. Advancing the city is akin to a prison, rewarding the prison suppression divine body. The Sabaody Archipelago offers an abundance, rewarding clones. The sacred land bestows the paradise. Following this pattern, the reward from the O'Hara Library should indeed be techniques. It was already late at night, and Hancock, in a meditative state, appeared to have entered a profound level of cultivation. There was no moonlight within the paradise, yet the spiritual energy was abundant, swirling around her, emanating a subtle yet formidable presence. It seems she has achieved a deep state of cultivation. Upon awakening, her realm should see a modest elevation. He turned his gaze to Robin, who was asleep nearby. Her petite arms and legs, along with her frail form, betrayed signs of malnutrition from a young age. Her attire appeared tattered and worn. Ike retrieved a nourishing pill from the Medicine God Treasure Mirror, refining its potency with spiritual power and gradually infusing it into her delicate frame. He overlooked the fact that she had always been dependent on others. Though she was deep in slumber, Ike's spiritual energy still roused her. However, she did not open her eyes, choosing to remain oblivious. As she felt a comforting warmth within her, tears welled in her eyes. No one has ever treated her with such kindness before. Ike exerted all his spiritual energy. That night was tranquil and beautiful. The Western Sea was alive with 10 warships slicing through the waves, and on the deck of one of them stood Rear Admiral Aike, his expression stern and resolute. How long until we reach O'Hara? At our current speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should arrive by tomorrow morning. Chapter 59. Attaining 30,000 cultivation techniques and golden core mastery. A new day dawned. Today, O'Hara was as bustling, lively, and ordinary as ever. Scholars who had burned the midnight oil emerged from the library, heading home for some rest, stopping briefly to grab breakfast along the way. Well-rested scholars returned to the library, ready to commence a new day of work. Yesterday's merchant ships slowly departed O'Hara, while new vessels arrived in port. In town, Robin led Aike into the Tree of Knowledge. At first glance, Aike couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, there are so many books." Just on the first floor, rows upon rows of bookshelves stretched before him, leading deep into the library. Robin confidently explained, "Indeed, this place houses books collected by scholars from around the world, a vast and diverse collection." Aike responded, "Robin, saying that makes me feel rather uncultured." Detected that the host is at the Tree of Knowledge in O'Hara, drawing upon its fortune. You have received a reward, 30,000 cultivation techniques, golden core mastery. Indeed, the techniques of the cultivators have arrived. The golden core mastery is here too. What I yearned for yesterday has manifested today. The king of the world takes another step forward. Most importantly, the plan to establish a sect is finally feasible. Thunder tribulation refinement, golden core perfection. Does the host wish to undergo tribulation now and advance to golden core? Yes? No? No. Now is not the time for a breakthrough. I shall find a secluded place to discuss it later. The tribulation of a cultivator is no trivial matter. As Robin guided Aike through the ever-changing scenery, they encountered friendly greetings from passers-by, to which Robin responded graciously. Aike spoke up. "Robin, could you introduce me to the director? Since I'm here, I naturally want to meet the old man Clover, who will one day uncover a century's worth of blank history. In the unfolding narrative, this fellow can connect with the Gorosei through a phone snail, and, just as he is about to reveal the truth of history, is whisked away by an agent. What a pity. Of course, Director Clover's office is at the top," Robin replied. She then pondered, "However, he doesn't appreciate interruptions from strangers, and he may not have time to meet us. As the most gifted and youngest archaeologist, she would certainly be able to meet Dr. Clover. Don't worry. Tell him I wish to discuss the great kingdom with him, and he will surely be intrigued." Seeing Aike's confidence, Robin prepared to lead him there. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out to her, "Robin, what brings you here? Have you finished the book I lent you?" A young woman wearing a scholar's cap approached, her glasses reflecting her inquisitive gaze. Robin's face lit up with surprise upon recognizing her. "Paige?" Paige adjusted her glasses perched on her nose. "This is Yak," she began. But Yak interjected, "Robin's brother. I am Nikolai." Robin appeared bewildered. "Huh? Are you serious about that name?" Paige looked at Robin in confusion. "I had no idea you had a brother." Yak chuckled. "Well, now you do." Robin, feeling awkward and unsure of how to respond, thought it best to go along with Yak's words. "I'll take my brother to meet the curator. Also, I haven't finished the book from last time." Yes. Once you're done, feel free to come borrow more from me," Paige replied with a smile. "All right, thank you, Sister Paige." "Oh, Robin is the cutest." As Paige spoke, she reached to pat Robin's hair, but Yak intervened. "Do you have something else to attend to?" Paige replied, "Oh, not anymore." Yak smiled slyly, "But we do." Paige looked perplexed as she watched Yak lead Robin upstairs, feeling a strange sensation. Could he really be a brother? After speaking, she turned and left. As Yak and Robin ascended the stairs, they remained unaware that someone had caught sight of Yak's face, causing their pupils to constrict abruptly. The figure then vanished within the library, navigating through several twists and turns until arriving at a secluded cottage. They retrieved a phone bug and dialed. On an island near O'Hara, Spandane was lounging comfortably in a luxurious room. The ringing of the phone bug compelled him to rise. "Commander Spandane, we have an unexpected discovery." He jolted awake. "Did you find evidence regarding that group researching the blank history?" "Well, not exactly." Spandane bellowed into the phone. "What the hell are you reporting if you have nothing?" The voice on the other end lowered, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Commander, I saw the devil Yak." Just as Spandane was about to express his anger, the mention of those 4 words caused him to leap from his bed. This individual was a harbinger of calamity for their organization. Are you sure you did not missee him? I assure you. I watched him ascend to the upper levels of the library with a little girl. It seems they intend to meet Dr. Clover. This is unacceptable. One seeks to delve into the taboo history of the celestial dragons, while the other has already rewritten history. Their encounter is perilous. This matter must be reported to higher authorities. Involving this gentleman, he dared not make unilateral decisions. After ending the call with his subordinate, he immediately dialed the number of the new commander. Upon learning that Yak was indeed in O'Hara, Philip was equally astonished. He solemnly stated, "Understood. Additionally, instruct your men to evacuate immediately." "What about our mission?" "I shall be forthright with you. The Gorosei will initiate the extermination order against O'Hara, and the warships are en route." Nanny Spandon's expression turned to one of terror. Good heavens, why am I only being informed of such a monumental event now? In truth, had Spandane not called, Philip would have forgotten that the men had been dispatched for a covert operation. After disconnecting the phone bug, Philip met with the Gorosei. Concerned that the Devil Yak's presence could incite turmoil, he was taken aback when Nasu Shuru coldly remarked, "No need to concern ourselves. This time, the annihilation of O'Hara is imminent." Jay Galucia Satan spoke coldly. "Isn't he quite formidable? This time, we shall make him witness the obliteration of his homeland amidst the flames of warfare. If he dares to escape, we shall unleash even greater power. You should attend to your duties," he commanded. Philip replied with utmost respect, "Understood." There were 3 hours remaining until the naval fleet's arrival. At this moment, Ike and Robin were already awaiting in the office of Clover. Upon learning of Robin's presence, Clover welcomed her and Ike with great delight. As a scholar, nothing pleases him more than witnessing gifted young individuals carry forth his academic legacy. "Little Robin, do you remember the knowledge I imparted to you last time?" He showed great concern for Robin, believing she possessed potential that surpassed her parents, and perhaps even himself. "I remember, Doctor, but I brought Ike to see you." "Ike? That name sounds somewhat familiar." "Greetings, Dr. Clover. Would you be interested in discussing the Great Kingdom?" Ike proclaimed, his words striking with fervor. Clover's mind buzzed with excitement. Suddenly, he grasped Ike's shoulders with fervent enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Youngster, what do you know?" Chapter 60. The Tale of the King and the Thief. The sky is about to fall. As a leading authority in archaeology, Clover had secretly studied the century of blank history, fully comprehending the significance of the term Great Kingdom. Over 100 individuals had toiled for countless days and nights to unravel the scant information. During the century of obscurity, a great kingdom once existed. The world government was established only after vanquishing that great kingdom. He was astounded that this young boy, whom he had never met, possessed knowledge of this little-known secret. Could he possibly decipher historical texts? "Oh, I merely heard a legend." Ike waved his hand dismissively. Clover, disregarding his own dignity, pulled Ike closer and urgently inquired, "Quick, tell me more." Ike, with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face, replied, "Ahem, since you are sincerely asking, allow me to share a story." "Ahem, there was a man named Little Handsome." Oops, that slipped out. "Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain stood a temple where a king resided." Robin, her curiosity piqued, interjected, "Shouldn't there be monks living in the temple?" "Ah, in the temple, there lived a king who was called a monk," Ike continued. Clover raised his hand to signal Robin to remain silent and raised his voice. "Robin, do not interrupt him." Ike continued narrating. The king, with a broad mind and lofty aspirations, sought a world where all men are born equal, hoping to create a perfect realm where everyone could pursue freedom and their ideals. This ideology spread far and wide, attracting many followers. Thus, the king and his team tirelessly developed new technologies and advanced science, such as genetic engineering, technological prowess, and even bizarre fruits. The king welcomed all innovations. Dr. Clover listened with intense concentration. However, this matter came to the attention of a group of thieves who had heard whispers of the king's formidable technology, which was said to possess the power of immortality. They resolved to unite and seize it for themselves, aspiring to elevate their status above all. Consequently, during yet another monumental scientific achievement by the king, The thieves conspired to steal the technology and even engaged in a fierce battle with him. The king, unsuspecting of the betrayal from those closest to him, found it hard to fathom that his noble and grand ideals had attracted the covetous gaze of others, eager to exploit his scientific advancements for their selfish desires. Thus began the king's war against the thieves. As the conflict raged on, the thieves, with their silver tongues, allied with 19 like-minded rogues and deceived an unsuspecting individual, culminating in a coalition of 20 thieves who utilized the king's technology to vanquish him, thereby inheriting his scientific legacy. In the face of his impending defeat, the king foresaw his fate and instructed others to chronicle his story, ensuring that future generations would carry forth his will. Dr. Clover was utterly astonished. Could this truly be the long-hidden truth of the blank century? He excitedly grasped Ike's sleeve. "Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of what you are saying?" Ike shrugged. "It's merely a story. Surely you don't take it literally." Dr. Clover pondered a possibility, inhaling deeply before inquiring. "Pray tell, how did they leave behind their tale?" "Ah, there's a lad named Oda who, upon hearing this story, illustrated it as a manga," Ike replied. "Dr. Clover, is this truly surprising to you? It's evident you've never perused his works." Ike, in all seriousness, advised, "I suggest you refrain from reading it. The manga is exceedingly lengthy, and I doubt I will complete it within my lifetime." Dr. Clover widened his eyes, murmuring, "Oda?" I longed to exchange thoughts with him concerning this narrative. He seemed lost in contemplation, savoring the tale. Robin, curious, wondered why Dr. Clover was so intrigued. Wasn't he just a story? After a prolonged silence, Dr. Clover regained his composure, reflecting deeply. "What a splendid story. By the way, you are called Ike?" "Doctor." Clover furrowed his brow, his features contorting as if recalling something familiar. "That name seems strikingly reminiscent. I believe I have heard it recently." "Perhaps you've mistaken me for someone else. I tend to keep a low profile," Ike responded, "though alas, my capabilities do not permit such anonymity." "Oh, doctor." Clover resumed his usual demeanor, questioning Ike. "So, you sought me merely to share this story? In a sense, consider it a cautionary note," Ike replied. "Am I to assume you are also curious about the history of the blank century?" His expression serious, Ike cryptically remarked, "Some matters remain undisclosed unless one refrains from wrongdoing." Dr. Clover thought, this young rogue must be aware of their clandestine research into the history of the blank century. Was this yet another warning? Vegapunk had already issued one. And now this unfamiliar youth. Dr. Clover mused, "Why does it seem that the entire world is aware of my secret study of the blank century?" After careful consideration, he concluded, "I understand now." Ike offered an additional warning. "Moreover, do not underestimate the depths of certain individual shamelessness." Some individuals remained perplexed by the enigmatic Clover. Ike, without further explanation, merely turned to Clover and stated, "Robin, we must take our leave." "Huh?" Robin was momentarily bewildered. Upon witnessing Ike take a few steps away, she hurriedly chased after him. Oh, within the confines of the office, an eerie silence descended, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. "Doctor." Clover pondered Ike's words with utmost seriousness. A seemingly simple narrative, yet instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Where could that individual named Oda be? Could it be that the vanished nation still has descendants? Impossible. How could the world government permit the existence of those from that nation? He pondered for an extended period when suddenly his assistant, Peggy, knocked and entered just as she inquired about Ike's identity and his relationship with Robin. "Robin's brother. From Long Island?" Clover exclaimed in disbelief, hands on his hips. "What is the connection here? Is something amiss, doctor?" "His name is Ike," Peggy exclaimed, her face lighting up in realization. "Oh, I wondered why Robin's brother would possess such an unusual name." Clover gazed at the obliviously naive Peggy and let out a deep sigh. Is this truly the crux of the matter? Robin has no brother. Calm down, calm down. I chose this assistant. Peggy, in her characteristic simplicity, suddenly remarked, "Ike sounds so familiar. I too find it familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have encountered it." Peggy swiftly exited the office, only to return with a newspaper and a bounty notice. "I found it, it's this." As she gazed at the bounty notice, Dr. Clover's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. He had been issued a bounty of 2 billion berries. Has he turned the Holy Land, Mariewa, upside down? Meanwhile, in O'Hara, a leisurely postman named Old Jesse was engrossed in reading the newspaper, taking a sip of water before continuing. Suddenly, a telephone snail rang with an urgent buzz. "This is O'Hara Happy Post Office. Old Jesse sends his regards." The telephone snail displayed a look of terror, its voice trembling. By the time the message was conveyed, the postman felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground. The sky is falling. It's truly falling. Chapter 61. The Beginning of Collapse. Ike, I shall see how you intend to slay demons while I am here. If all goes as expected, today should be yet another calm and peaceful day. Old Jesse pedaled furiously on his bicycle, sweat streaming down without a moment to wipe it away. The wheels spun rapidly, nearly emitting sparks. He must convey the news to everyone. The more individuals informed, the more lives saved. He spotted pedestrians and townsfolk abruptly skidding to a halt, leaving long marks on the ground. This is dire. The Navy is set to unleash a demon-slaying order on O'Hara. The warships will arrive in an hour. Everyone, spread the word. Old Jesse's proclamation fell like a thunderclap upon the tranquil surface of a lake. What? Is today April Fool's Day, Mr. Jesse? No, this is the truth. You must flee. I speak nothing but the truth. The postman inhaled deeply and declared, "Today." The merchant ship was supposed to arrive at our port as usual, but this time they encountered the Navy. The merchant vessel was informed that the world government is about to unleash a demon extermination order against O'Hara, compelling them to depart immediately. His expression was one of sheer terror, and as he spoke, his body trembled with fear. The sailors aboard reported sighting a full 10 of the most aggressive Navy warships heading towards O'Hara. There is no mistake. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Instantly, someone roared, "What nonsense is this? What have we done to provoke the world government into launching a demon extermination order against us?" The women were beside themselves with anxiety, exclaiming, "This can't be true. Tell me this is a false alarm. You scoundrel." Old Jesse stomped on the pedal frantically. "I must alert more people. You all need to prepare to flee. The last merchant ship departs in half an hour. I too shall leave once I've notified everyone." Upon hearing this, countless citizens felt as if struck by lightning. The demon extermination order. The sky had not fallen, but the ground was about to. On the streets, one and all began to flee in haste. Soon, old Jesse arrived in the town. "Listen to me. The Navy is about to arrive at O'Hara to execute the demon extermination order. This is no drill, nor a jest. Everyone must escape immediately." At first, the townsfolk were skeptical, but swiftly they began to reach out to friends and acquaintances, some of whom knew individuals aboard the merchant ship, and soon confirmed the news. Their footsteps hastened involuntarily, and in the end, those walking briskly broke into a full sprint. The demon extermination order is imminent. O'Hara is doomed. Run for your lives. In the marketplace, what was once a bustling scene of trade collapsed in an instant. Fishmongers dropped their baskets, and fish flopped helplessly on the ground, forgotten in the chaos. The tranquil town, moments ago peaceful, erupted into pandemonium. The news of the Navy's impending demon extermination order spread like wildfire, engulfing the entire island in a shroud of fear. Run! A basket filled with fruits was knocked over, sending apples and bananas rolling in every direction. The faces of the crowd were etched with terror, their eyes reflecting despair, voices rising and falling in the tumult. Why? Why would the world government turn against us? Do not question why. Under the demon extermination order, there will be no survivors. Children were swept up in the adults' panic, crying out in fright. Women hurriedly gathered their belongings while notifying the men working at the Tree of Knowledge. "Darling, return quickly. The demon extermination order is upon us. We must secure tickets to board the ship. No time for ancient texts. The Navy's order will arrive in an hour." People frantically contacted their loved ones. Rushing from their homes towards the seaside port, they wished fervently for wings so they could swiftly board the departing merchant ship. At the harbor, the captain of the last merchant vessel gazed at the distant calm sea, his heart heavy with anxiety and unrest. They too had received the news. Soon, the naval warships would emerge from that direction, ruthlessly obliterating this jewel of the West Sea with cannon fire. Sailors, filled with indignation, shouted curses at the sky, lamenting their plight. What have we done wrong to warrant such treatment from the world government? One among them slumped on the deck, his gaze vacant, muttering in bewilderment. Wasn't the Navy established for the cause of justice? With only civilians and scholars in O'Hara, why must it be destroyed? There are countless pirates at sea whom you do not pursue. Why unleash your wrath upon the innocent O'Hara? At that moment, within the Tree of Knowledge, Dr. Clover found himself utterly bewildered upon learning that the Buster Call was imminent. Why must fear manifest? Had his research been exposed? That shouldn't be the case. Doctor! At this moment, the scholars within the Tree of Knowledge were rendered incapable of their duties, gathering in disarray. Fear and despair enveloped the outside, a cacophony of arguments, cries, and shouts intertwining. Outside the Tree of Knowledge, chaos reigned, as though the apocalypse were nigh. For the scholars, the morning had begun with promise, only to be shattered by the news of the Buster Call. Would they ever return home alive? The interior remained calm, only due to Dr. Clover, the steadfast anchor amidst the tempest. Everyone, listen to me. Even if the Navy intends to initiate the Buster Call, there must be a reason behind it. Today I, Clover, will not shy away. I shall demand clarity. Dr. Clover spoke with determination. You're right, Doctor. We cannot remain passive. Let us head to the shore. Not everyone can go, Dr. Clover asserted sternly. We must leave some here. Should the Buster Call commence, these countless tomes must not be reduced to ashes. Listen, you must begin packing the books. If I fail to halt the Buster Call, throw as many books as you can into the lake. Of course, I will not force anyone to stay. Whether you choose to flee or remain is entirely up to you. Rest assured, whatever choice you make, no one will hold it against you. As they exited the library, Ike led Robin outside. Ike, what did that story you mentioned mean? Why is the doctor so anxious? You'll understand when you grow up. When you do, it will be your turn to reveal the truth of this tale. Ike continued forward, while Robin, puzzled, inquired, where are we going now? Now that my business is concluded, we are naturally going to find your mother. Really? Robin exclaimed joyfully, her eyes alight with happiness. That's wonderful. She took a deep breath, realizing for the first time how warm and gentle the sunlight felt, and how fresh the air was. Meanwhile, I contemplated how to locate Vice Admiral Harwar Sorrow within the Navy. In the narrative, it was she who captured Robin S. mother, only to be persuaded by her words to release her. Run! The Buster Call is coming. A sudden cry echoed through the crowd. Ike was taken aback. At this juncture, how could the Navy initiate the Buster Call? Had they uncovered the affair involving Clover? The timelines did not align. Had the story shifted due to my actions? Gazing at the panicked individuals on the street, Robin felt an overwhelming joy as she deciphered the terror etched upon their faces. Curiously, she probed, "What is the demon slaughter order, Ike?" Ike replied coldly, "It is a call to arms, a devastating assault on the designated area, indiscriminately obliterating all entities that pose a threat to the dominion of the world government." Robin instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, her pupils trembling in disbelief. What about O'Hara? Ike's gaze turned frosty. If all goes as expected, this place will soon be reduced to wasteland. However, I am here. I shall witness how you intend to execute this demon slaughter. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Navy and the Collapse of Dr. Clover. Ike, is there still hope for O'Hara? In mere seconds, she transitioned from elation to despair. This was her birthplace, the place that nurtured her, and the thought of it becoming barren filled her eyes with tears. Why is this happening so suddenly? It's utterly unreasonable. I cannot bear to see O'Hara turn to ruin. At this moment, Robin succumbed to her grief, weeping uncontrollably. After all, she was merely a 6-year-old child. I consoled her. You have read some books, yet failed to grasp that certain truths can only be elucidated when both parties stand on equal ground. I gazed into the distant sky. Once the balance of power is disrupted, one side will inevitably impose oppression and plunder upon the other, regardless of the form it takes. The simplest manifestation is through the coercive use of force. Why must they act in such a manner? The Tree of Knowledge harbors countless treasured tomes, the jewels of humanity. Must they also be consigned to flames? Her voice trembled with sorrow. Ike, with unwavering resolve, reassured her, "Fear not, Robin. Not a single book within that tree will be lost." Detected that the host is experiencing the demon slaughter order in O'Hara, triggering the book relocation quest. Relocate books quest description. The Tree of Knowledge, as the world's largest library, encompasses literature, history, science, politics, culture, and other domains, serving as a repository of human cultural treasures. Yet there are those who fear confronting history, anxious that people might delve into it. As a future cultivator destined to dominate the seas, please relocate the Tree of Knowledge, preserving a legacy for this world. Quest deadline: 1 day. Quest reward: Enlightenment of the Tao. Quest supplementary note: please be aware that the Tree of Knowledge is immense. Only those with golden core cultivation can relocate it. At this moment, a quest has been assigned to me? A golden core quest? Is this for real? Robin gazed at Ike in confusion. Ike wiped the tears from the corner of Robin's eyes, stating, "Certainly. You have already visited my realm. Since you cherish the Tree of Knowledge so much, I shall directly transport it to our domain. The artillery of the Demon Slaughter Order cannot possibly strike my realm, can it? From henceforth, you shall immerse yourself in the ocean of knowledge every day. Yes. Please wait for me in the realm." After Ike spoke, he ushered Robin into the sanctuary. He then swiftly leaped towards the coastline of O'Hara, intent on securing the passage. O'Hara lay several dozen nautical miles away, where a colossal vessel, adorned with numerous cannons and towering masts, sliced through the waves, forging a direct path ahead. Upon the imposing bow of the colossal warship, the pristine and expansive Jolly Roger flag fluttered vigorously in the wind. The ship's foremost artillery, the mightiest caliber, could effortlessly annihilate an ordinary pirate crew with a single shot. When firepower was insufficient, the warship could extend its ram to capsize the wooden vessels of pirates. This was indeed a true behemoth of war. 9 equally formidable ships trailed closely behind, advancing in a straight line with an air of intimidation. At this moment, on the deck of the towering vessel, soldiers clad in white naval uniforms appeared diminutive, akin to ants scurrying across a vast banana leaf as they busied themselves. Shells were continuously being brought forth. Each ship proceeded in its predetermined direction. The flagship led the formation, flanked by warships that navigated in a fan-shaped encirclement toward O'Hara. At the O'Hara port, a lookout aboard a merchant vessel raised his telescope. "They are coming. The Navy has truly arrived. 1, 2, 8, 9, 10. Indeed, there are 10 warships." His words instantly ignited panic among the crew. Upon hearing this news, some fainted outright. Those yet to board hastened their pace. "The Navy is here," the captain shouted urgently to those rushing toward the ship. In an instant, everyone's feet seemed to have been outfitted with flywheels as they dashed forward. "Wait for me. I haven't boarded yet." The gangplank became overwhelmingly crowded, and some even fell into the sea. "Do not push. I can't get up. Oh no. For heaven's sake, let the women and children board first." The arrival of the Navy felt like a death knell as voices intertwined in chaotic disarray. An elderly man displayed a look of despair, striking the ground with his hand. "Is this the Navy come to us? Good heavens, even the pirates are not this frightening." The warships gradually approached O'Hara, while on the other side, Dr. Clover walked resolutely toward the shore. He raised a gigantic megaphone toward the first warship and shouted, "I am Dr. Clover. A vice admiral from the ship ahead. Step forth and speak." Admiral Akainu emerged from the deck, his expression cold and intimidating. "Do you have any last words to convey?" Clover shouted in protest. "Why have you unleashed a massacre order upon O'Hara? What has my O'Hara done to warrant such ire from the world government?" Spandam cackled nearby. "Ha ha ha. It is solely because your people from O'Hara have slain a celestial dragon. As your homeland, you must pay the price." "Doctor." Clover's pupils constricted, and he bellowed. "To fabricate charges is not an insurmountable task. Who does not know that O'Hara is renowned for its scholars, and not a single pirate has emerged from it? How could anyone dare to lay hands upon a celestial dragon?" A member of the crew sneered. "Fool, do you think he would waste time here falsely accusing you?" Spandane grinned maliciously. "The world government needs not to explain itself to a useless scholar like you. Brace yourself for death, old man." While we have not uncovered evidence of your research on forbidden history, you are still bound to perish. He commanded excitedly. Fire at will. Akainu's oppressive gaze instantly shifted toward them. Cough. It seems I've overstepped. Accustomed to issuing orders, I forgot that we are aboard a naval vessel. He turned his head to the side, whistling. What a fine day it is. Akainu coldly fixed his gaze upon Spandam, offering him no semblance of kindness. Understand your position. Spandam, aware of his transgression, refrained from further remarks. A soldier under Akainu's command approached to report. Sir, in 5 minutes, all ships will arrive at the designated artillery positions. Upon arrival, commence fire immediately. Understood. Meanwhile, Clover, the scholar, was rendered speechless with fury. He could scarcely believe the absurdity of the world government's rationale for the annihilation of O'Hara, simply because the individual who killed a celestial dragon hailed from O'Hara. Should the weapons experts who manufacture arms bear the burden of guilt for the soldiers' deaths? Inform the Gorosei that, as the foremost scholar in the field of archaeology, I demand a conversation with him. Who cares about that? You all shall be obliterated beneath the cannon fire of the extermination order. What significance is there in speaking or remaining silent? Clover clenched his teeth in anger, utterly taken aback that they would not even grant him the opportunity to speak. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, drained of all vitality. His historical research was incomplete, and yet he was nearing its conclusion. A hollow laugh escaped him, filled with despair. He fought back tears and took out his transponder snail, shouting, "Throw all the books into the lake. Every book saved is a triumph." In the library, the hearts of all scholars grew cold. Throw them all in. We can perish, but the knowledge must endure. A tremendous sound erupted behind him, akin to a heavy object crashing to the ground. A fierce shout came from the transponder snail, "Clover!" Instinctively, Clover shielded his head with both hands. Damn it. Has the bombardment begun? He turned around, only to hear a carefree, youthful voice emerge from the smoke. Doctor, what a pity it would be to toss the books into the water. I see no need for that. Clover's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 63. Ike's trial by lightning. Spandam. I hope it strikes you dead. Suddenly, he recalled something. You are a pirate. Oh, it seems you are aware of my bounty. While I am unaware of the heinous act you have committed that has drawn public ire, it would be prudent for you to depart swiftly. I killed the celestial dragon. Clover roared with a voice he had never used in his life. You. What did you say? He nearly lunged toward Ike. Ike calmly cleared his ears, flicking away the wax. Calm down, Doctor. It's merely a celestial dragon. Clover bellowed. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the mess you've created? Because of you, the entirety of O'Hara faces being reduced to ashes by the extermination order. Countless lives will be lost in this catastrophe. Do you understand? This statement caused Ike's expression to grow cold. Clover, I believe you are losing your senses. The true threat to O'Hara comes from them, not me. The 5 elders, instigators of the demon-slaying order, sat powerfully amidst the authority of Mariawa, capable of confronting them with mere words that could awaken the old man abruptly. Clover stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a sound for a long while. Indeed, those were the true executioners. Yet I found myself losing my temper at an 8-year-old child. How ironic that I seemed to be regressing, to dare question the truth of the world and seek answers, yet find myself deprived of the chance to confront the real culprits. He regained his composure, his eyes dimming, his expression devoid of luster, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Forgive me, young Ike. You are right. At that moment, his gaze shifted, filled with unwavering determination. It was the world government that truly struck against O'Hara. Ike, with impatience, remarked, Enough of this scholarly drivel. I am here, and they shall not overstep their bounds. Clover was once again taken aback. Suddenly, he realized that the reason for the hefty bounty on the 8-year-old must be due to some extraordinary ability he possessed. Step back. I'm about to show off. Ike silently declared within himself. In an instant, the previously clear sky was engulfed in ominous black clouds, countless arcs of lightning flashing within. Thunder roared. Everyone looked up, astonished at the sudden change of the heavens. The booming thunder echoed through the swirling dark clouds above, a magnificent display of celestial power that shook the very seas. A palpable weight pressed upon everyone, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping their chests. Was the heavens about to unleash its fury? Would even the heavens punish us? In that moment, despair washed over countless faces. Clover stared in shock at Ike, unable to fathom that he possessed the ability to summon thunder. If one wished to avoid being struck, it would be wise to keep a safe distance. The lives of the thousands in O'Hara rested upon your shoulders. Clover turned and fled. On the deck of the Navy ship, Aike gazed at the suddenly altered sky, while Spandane observed the diminutive figure from a distance. The sea began to churn violently, fierce winds whipping through the air, causing everyone's garments to flap wildly. At that moment, the swirling thunderclouds began to rotate, a formidable force that nearly suffocated them. Aike's cold eyes narrowed. Just how much power does a cultivator possess? He suddenly waved his hand. Issue a command. Delay the execution of the demon-slaying order. Have our ships retreat. Retreat? The 5 elders. Withdrawing was a tactic to avoid the thunderclouds above. Do you wish to test the might of the lightning now? Then let us withdraw. Spandane, reluctant to take the spotlight, finally conceded. Seeing the Navy retreat, I could not help but smile. At this moment, the storm clouds continued to form the shape of a lightning serpent, slowly revealing its fearsome head from the depths of the vortex. Yet Ike seemed unfazed, channeling his spiritual energy, his voice resonating. Aike, why have you not executed your demon-slaying order? Listen, I will protect O'Hara. You Navy should return whence you came. Spandane, startled by the thunder above, fell back to the ground. Sakazuki, your retreat command was most timely. Please remain calm. Let us wait until this storm subsides. The spectacle before them was far from appropriate. If the lightning were to strike, we would all meet our demise. It wouldn't matter if it hit you, but for heaven's sake, let not strike me. Silence. Aike's voice rang out coldly. The Navy is not subject to your whims. Having spoken, Aike commanded, all warships retreat, exit the range of the thunderclouds. The Navy's orders were executed with precision. Simultaneously, all warships withdrew. It seems you are not as foolish as you appear, Ike said, as arcs of electricity flickered within him. Enveloped by a powerful spiritual energy, he gazed upwards at the swirling vortex of gathering thunder. This is a heavenly tribulation. It could be fatal. Boom! The thunder roared. Ike felt himself being drawn upwards, his body slowly losing control. Goodness, it seems I must attract the lightning, doesn't it? As the full force of the thunder was directed at Ike, he finally assumed a serious expression. His spiritual energy surged wildly, while the power of the prison god body spread forth, countering the oppressive weight of the heavenly tribulation. In an instant, the previously overwhelming pressure dissipated by more than half. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be angered, and the pressure intensified dramatically. Boom! The first bolt of tribulation lightning, wielding earth-shattering power, transformed into a colossal silver lightning serpent, swiftly descending from the heavens. Ike's gaze was resolute. He made no attempt to defend himself, instead bracing his physical form. Bring it on. Zzz. Ike's figure was instantly engulfed by the immense lightning. Ha ha! That little brat is surely being struck by lightning. Spandane laughed heartily, his expression filled with derision. May it strike you dead. How dare you oppose the world government? The retribution is swift. Aike and the other vice admirals watched the heavenly lightning, questioning within themselves. Could they withstand such terrifying thunder? What kind of devil fruit user is Ike? Why does he attract the wrath of the heavens? Is this the secret of being a cultivator? To be struck by lightning? Having witnessed the phone bug footage from the 6th level of Impel Down, Aike naturally had some impression of Ike's abilities. However, the term cultivator left everyone perplexed. They recognized the words, but had no understanding of their meaning. Realizing something, Aike commanded without hesitation, activate the phone bug, record this moment. Do not think Aike is solely a ruthless figure. One cannot ascend to the rank of admiral without a modicum of intellect. At this moment, the second bolt of tribulation cloud was gradually gathering strength. The quality is quite good. Thunderclap tempering. Such opportunities are rare. Now he felt that even without activating the prison god body, his physical strength alone could surpass that of an ordinary Navy vice admiral. Chapter 64. The 4-9 Thunder Tribulation Descends. Ike faces the tribulation. Break, break, break. As the thunder reverberated, Clover had already fled a considerable distance when the first bolt of lightning struck. Fortunately, all the power of the thundercloud was concentrated solely on Ike. Otherwise, his small frame would have been obliterated. Ike is truly defying the heavens. He watched in astonishment as Ike brushed off his clothes after being struck by the thunder, his beard in disarray from shock. Is it truly possible for someone to withstand the onslaught of thunder and emerge unscathed? As the sight of Ike unscathed emerged, the naval personnel were left in utter astonishment. Was he truly human? Could he possibly be a demon from the depths of hell, summoned by the very thunder itself? If even the thunder could not vanquish him, were we to contend with such a fiend? The soldiers were drenched in sweat, some gasping for breath as if it were being stolen from them. The oppressive aura radiating from Ike was overwhelming. Akainu fixed his gaze upon the figure in the sky, sensing that this thunder was not to be trifled with. The heavens had darkened, with silver lightning flashing and a continuous rumbling heralding the extraordinary nature of the storm clouds. Within the tempest, electric serpents writhed furiously, and soon, another thunder serpent emerged from the storm, its head stealthily probing downwards towards Ike. This serpent was not merely a fraction of its predecessor. It was threefold in girth. The terrifying might of the thunder made Ike finally regard it with caution. I have dealt with serpents before, he mused, his gaze lowered as the power of his divine form enveloped his being. Layer upon layer of prison-suppressing energy unfurled, crafting a defense impenetrable from all angles. Boom! The second thunderbolt descended with ferocity. In the dim heavens, a brilliant light cleaved through the sky. The thunder serpent roared, and the thunder exploded. Ike retaliated with a howl. Come forth and fight. We, the cultivators, fear not the thunder tribulation. He clashed head-on with the thunder. In an instant, where Ike met the lightning, a visible wave of energy surged forth, collapsing and expanding in all directions. The violent winds generated by the explosion swept the waters of O'Hara violently backward. On the beach, countless fish leaped and flailed, while trees near the shore bent low, their broken branches and leaves being flung into the sea. The naval vessels, without the need for their crews to steer, accelerated backward with alarming speed. The merchant ships in the O'Hara harbor found themselves in a state of grounding due to the retreating waters, teetering on the brink of being stranded. The storm cloud seemed incensed by Ike's defiance, unleashing even greater pressure. The coastline beneath Ike had sunk 2 to 3 meters deep, with the surrounding waters completely evacuated. As the second thunder dissipated, a trickle of blood finally graced Ike's lips. Perhaps he had underestimated the tribulation slightly. However, as a man endowed with a divine body, how could he yield to mere storm clouds? He swiftly produced top-tier spirit stones to replenish the energy consumed by his divine form. He is wounded. The thunder will surely slay him. On the warship, Spandon's mocking voice made Akainu wish to silence him with a single strike. Yet, his attention remained focused on Ike, who was undergoing the tribulation. In the sky, the third thunderbolt quickly took shape, absorbing the electric arcs from the clouds. This bolt shimmered with a silver hue tinged with purple, resembling an ancient, wrathful thunder serpent. It twisted and coiled within the storm clouds, drawing in more power for the tribulation. Ike's fighting spirit ignited, his morale soaring as layers of prison-suppressing energy surged within him, vast and profound. Come on, he roared, his spiritual energy surging wildly as a barrier of energy coalesced before him. The prison-like force enveloped him like a sphere, serving as a double layer of protection. With a thunderous crash, the lightning struck fiercely against the spiritual shield, causing it to tremble violently and fracture. The brutal energy of the thunderstorm rampaged through his body, igniting a sensation akin to being consumed by fire throughout his limbs and bones. Ike let out a muffled groan, blood erupting from his mouth. An opportunity to achieve merit has arisen. The devil Ike, struck by lightning, presented an unparalleled chance for capture. Although the reason behind his being struck was unclear, Spandane had witnessed the injury with his own eyes. He was exhilarated. Philip's fortuitous promotion to chief had ignited an insatiable envy within him, wishing to take his place. If he could capture Aike alive, such an accomplishment would undoubtedly leave a profound impression on the 5 Elder Stars. Promotion would be a certainty. In fact, even at this moment, Akainu felt a stirring within. He had experienced the might of Aike's physical form firsthand. Now, with blood spewing from his mouth due to the lightning strike, it was indeed an opportune moment to seize him. They merely awaited the cessation of the storm. 3 bolts of thunder had passed, with the final strike of the 4th, a golden core-level lightning tribulation, looming ahead. This last bolt was the most terrifying. At this juncture, Aike's internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and he frantically absorbed the energy within the cave. In the sky, within the vortex of thunder, all lightning converged toward the center. The 4th bolt of tribulation was silently gathering. Though it had yet to fully form, the overwhelming pressure descended with ferocity. Even with the support of a perfected divine body, Aike felt as if his very being might shatter. It was not a matter of the divine body being inadequate, but rather that its capabilities were not fully realized in the hands of a mere foundation-building practitioner. Aike raised his head as the rumbling of the thunderclouds resonated ominously overhead. At the center, arcs of electricity flickered intensely. The lightning danced wildly. A terrifying sphere of thunder rapidly coalesced, expanding with alarming speed. The suffocating aura forced countless individuals on the island to kneel in submission. The overwhelming might of the heavens was not something mere mortals could withstand. Even the Navy, positioned at a distance, nearly succumbed to the oppressive force. At this moment, the faces of all present on O'Hara Island were etched with despair. The Clover watched Aike with a mix of shock and dread. "Aike, you must withstand this." After a brief span of breaths, the arcs of lightning in the dark clouds were entirely absorbed by the central thundersphere. The furious and terrifying lightning was compressed to its utmost limit, its surface displaying a sinister dark purple hue that was utterly chilling. The sphere had grown to surpass half the size of O'Hara Island. Aike felt a tingling at the back of his neck, yet a greater sense of indomitable fighting spirit surged within him. A grin spread across his face as he faced the tribulation with fervor. Let the contest commence. The heavenly tribulation seemed to respond to his provocation. In the next instant, the thunder sphere plunged downward, locking onto Aike with a menacing pressure. In that moment, Aike unreservedly summoned the last remnants of his spiritual energy, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Ah!" With a resounding boom, Aike charged forward. Behind him, chains of the prison realm erupted like a dense formation, materializing the 8 Desolation Inferno, which loomed larger than the thunder sphere, ominously threatening to engulf it. Thunder was both a calamity and an opportunity. One extraordinary opportunity to refine the hell-binding chains. How could Aike let it slip away? Chapter 65, Golden Core Aike. Red Dog, was he not struck by lightning? How could he be even stronger than before? In that instant, a terrifying gravitational sphere reemerged around Aike, its ominous power surging forth, seemingly intent on rivaling the might of the heavenly thunder. The reflection of Aike's figure danced in Red Dog's eyes, the cold demeanor on his face replaced by sheer astonishment. Such a level of power could only be paralleled by the awakening of a devil fruit's abilities, could it not? In the expanse between the heavens and the sea, 2 spheres collided. A brilliant light erupted, akin to a sun emerging, blinding all who dared to gaze upon it. Above, the ominous thunderclouds stretched out like the legs of a thunder spider, continuously releasing arcs of lightning that danced through the air. Boom! Boom! The ground was electrified, stones flying and dust swirling, while the sea churned violently, waves soaring dozens of meters high. I could not contain a primal scream. As the searing pain coursed through every inch of his being, each part of him ravaged by the ferocious lightning. Aike, Dr. Clover was filled with dread. If Aike were to perish, O'Hara would surely meet its end. Ha ha ha. It would be best if he died in the lightning. Spandam lifted his gaze with sinister anticipation, eager to seize the moment. He had already instructed his subordinates to be the first to claim Ike's corpse. The villagers of O'Hara were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. They merely witnessed terrifying bolts of lightning descending upon them, fierce winds howling, and explosive sounds echoing around them. Finally, they beheld the luminous sphere of lightning descending, the blinding brightness forcing them to shut their eyes. As the light gradually faded, the sky returned to its clear state. They observed the dark clouds dissipating slowly. Is it over? Countless hearts filled with uncertainty. The oppressive gloom that once enveloped the land vanished, the menacing aura dissipating in an instant. It is over. Red Dog and the other vice admirals immediately sought the diminutive figure that had been airborne moments before. Ha ha ha! He must have been struck dead by the lightning. Spandam exclaimed, brandishing a telescope, commanding, "Bring his body up quickly." Ike's figure was nowhere to be seen, neither in the air nor on the ground. With the dissipating storm, the might of the heavenly tribulation gradually faded into nothingness. The displaced seawater rushed back towards O'Hara, and the naval ships surged forward, propelled by the returning tide. The soldiers aboard the warships gripped the railings tightly, while Red Dog gazed intently, searching for any sign of Ike. "It is our time to perform." Spandam smirked confidently, asserting, "Even if the devil Ike is not dead, after that battle, I refuse to believe he emerged unscathed." His words served as a reminder to Red Dog. Indeed, one cannot be struck by such lightning without suffering any consequences. Perhaps this was a prime opportunity to capture the devil Ike. Of course, one must not neglect the task at hand. Orders were issued. Execute the demon-slaying command. If he yet lives, let us ensure he is sent on his way in his weakened state. At this moment, behind a massive boulder on O'Hara Beach, Yak sat cross-legged. His garments were entirely tattered, and his skin bore numerous charred marks. Host has successfully navigated through the 49 tribulations, and the essence of the golden core is being infused. Instantly, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from within his dantian, rushing forth like a tidal wave, fervently absorbed by the golden core at the heart of his dantian. In no time, the golden core visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. Early stage of the golden core, mid-stage of the golden core, late stage of the golden core, great perfection of the golden core. Within his dantian, a vividly colored milky white pill quietly coalesced into form. The surface of the golden core shimmered with 9 intricate golden patterns, exuding a gentle aura. With a subtle lift of his hand, Yak severed the nearby boulder with his spiritual power. A casual palm strike sent tremors through the ground, raising clouds of dust and debris. He grasped a handful of fine sand from the air, wielding it with overwhelming spiritual energy, shaping it into various forms at will. Yak marveled within. This is the power of the golden core. In comparison to the foundation establishment phase, it is as different as heaven and earth. From now on, I can traverse this vast ocean with ease. With a single golden core consumed, my fate is in my hands, not dictated by destiny. Entering the golden core stage signifies the true path of cultivation. The golden core grants the ability to fly, manipulate objects, and unleash various spells. Most importantly, I no longer need to worry about insufficient spiritual energy. Once my divine body is activated, battling becomes exhilarating. He lowered his voice, chuckling. "Well, it's time to get down to business." In an instant, Yak vanished from his spot. This was true instantaneous movement, not merely a sudden leap. The first naval warship arrived at the outskirts of O'Hara, and a barrage of cannon fire commenced. All cannons aboard the ship were aimed at O'Hara, mercilessly unleashing a relentless barrage of shells. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions resonated as several shells hurtled towards the merchant vessels that had yet to depart. However, before these shells reached the merchant ships, they detonated prematurely. What is happening? The naval soldiers pondered in confusion. Why did they explode early? Yak, not even having the time to change his clothes, stood on the sandy beach, his gaze cast downwards toward the warship commanded by Kainu. "Did I not mention that I have O'Hara under my protection?" The resounding voice echoed, causing the pupils of the admirals to constrict. Not dead yet. How is that possible? And looking so vibrant. Spandane, witnessing Yak's charred appearance, felt a twisted sense of joy and cruelly boasted. A mere pirate dares to be arrogant. He was immensely pleased, boldly asserting that he would protect O'Hara. Only to be struck by lightning, right? Ha ha ha. Now you, a wounded and half-crippled fool, face our 10 most formidable Navy ships and 5 admirals. Tell me, what do you have to defeat us? As he spoke, the relentless cannon fire from the warship seemed to underscore the weight of his words. Oh, is that so? Aike felt an ominous premonition creeping in. With a sudden lift of his hand, Yak unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that surged throughout the entire realm. In an instant, all the cannonballs directed towards O'Hara seemed to be forcibly suspended, hanging motionless in the air. With a cold glint in his eyes, Ike swiftly appeared on the deck of the warship. His voice, frigid as ice, pierced through the chaos. Your agency's personnel remain as insufferable as ever. With a sudden flourish of his hand, all the cannonballs returned along their original trajectory, hurtling towards the various warships. Not good. We must stop him. Aike reacted the quickest, his arms ablaze with rolling magma, a ferocious canine rage surging within him. Dogbite Crimson Lotus. Stormfoot. The naval soldiers frantically opened fire. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bang. 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 Ike did not flinch, enduring Aike's formidable assault without so much as a dodge. The bullet struck him, akin to mere tickles. With a resounding thud, Aike's fist, capable of leaving marks on steel, landed on Ike without inflicting an ounce of harm. Nanny. Aike was taken aback, his face pale with astonishment. Hadn't he been struck by lightning? How could he be even stronger than before? Spandane's complexion shifted dramatically. This was disastrous. Even the prospective admiral was powerless against him. Had his earlier words been a death wish? Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated throughout the warship. The vessel, already laden with munitions, detonated further under Ike's manipulation, creating a chain reaction of explosions that echoed like firecrackers. It was over. Even the execution of the Demon Slaughter order was rendered impossible. In that moment, Spandane was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of regret. As he glanced at Ike, despair filled his heart. He remained standing only because his body was so rigid it could not move. Otherwise, he would have crumpled to the ground. That was quite exhilarating. Now it's my turn. Isn't it? Aike's expression changed drastically. Chapter 66. Aike, if you have the courage, face me in battle. Ike, I shall not. I'll drive you mad. Aike clenched his teeth, feeling an immense pressure bearing down upon him without restraint. The Vice Admiral's cape was instantly blown away. Ike's terrifying golden core aura obliterated Spandane, sending his lifeless body flying into the sea. None aboard the ship were spared. At such close range, how could these agents withstand the might of a golden core practitioner? The other Vice Admirals attempting to assist were nearly blasted away. Aike was forced to unleash the powers of the magma fruit, his armed haki continuously emanating to withstand Ike's golden core pressure. The surrounding sea roared with continuous explosions, the cacophony forming a backdrop to the chaos. What should have been the destructive fire aimed at O'Hara now erupted on the naval ships, countless soldiers meeting their demise. This scene painted Aike's face with a grim determination, his expression a mask of rage. He bellowed, "How can justice fail?" A torrent of flames erupted. As a candidate for admiral, his body was at its peak. Under Ike's golden core might, Aike unleashed unimaginable potential. What do the magma fruits signify? Intense heat, brutality, raw power. At this moment, Aike found his mind and body in perfect unity, having previously triumphed over Ace. He felt a deep sense of humiliation that an 8-year-old pirate could not be subdued, transforming that shame into fierce determination. Now, as he, a staunch believer in absolute justice, faced off against the notorious pirate, he found himself at a disadvantage, with warships being exploded one after another, igniting a blazing fury within him. The spirit of a resolute soldier surged forth, like a volcano erupting in the depths of his soul, as the power of the devil fruit surged to its zenith. The strength of the magma fruit was fully unleashed. In moments of life and death, humans often reveal unimaginable potential. Boom! The terrifying magma erupted from Akainu's fist, transforming the deck beneath him in a molten rock. Ace staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, his eyes widening in astonishment. Growing stronger with each strike, are we? With a powerful leap, Akainu created distance and roared, "Meteor volcano." His fierce fists soared into the sky, then rained down relentlessly upon Ace. Yet, Ace merely activated his prison-like body, significantly enhancing his physical defenses. No matter how fiercely Akainu struck, Ace remained unscathed. Akainu's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Was this truly the extent of his full power? Ace, with a calm gaze, fixed his eyes upon him and said, "Sakazuki, do you still believe in absolute justice? Are you trying to teach me how to act? You bastard." He suddenly lost his composure and laughed. In the next instant, a tremendous pressure of spiritual energy locked onto Akainu, sending him hurtling through the air. Ace, with fingers poised, conjured a colossal hand of spiritual power that grasped him firmly. Akainu's features contorted under the pressure as another fist of spiritual energy materialized. "I am indeed teaching you how to act." Boom. Did you even listen? Boom. Have you reflected on your actions? Boom. Do you realize your mistakes? Boom. Cough. Stop. Ace halted. Akainu's face turned ashen, his eyes burning like magma, emanating a terrifying aura that was truly fearsome. He resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. How could a dignified vice admiral endure such humiliation? He roared, "Ace, you brat. If you have the guts, let go and fight me fair and square." The remaining soldiers in the sea were left dumbfounded. A vice admiral-level warrior was being dominated by the devil Ace, captured in such a humiliating fashion. For the hawkish commanders, this was far more painful than death itself. Ace raised an eyebrow. "You want to fight?" "I refuse. It will infuriate you even more." Akainu nearly ground his teeth to dust. Unable to match him in combat or conversation. Today, the reputation of Akainu would plummet. My mood is quite good today, so I shall let you off this time. Killing is merely a matter of striking the head. To strike at the heart is the true art of killing. Of course, this applies to you as well. Ace glanced at the surviving Navy soldiers in the sea. He was no mere killer. The Navy soldiers were simply following orders. "Thus, I wish you all well from afar." Ike ascended into the air, swiftly moving towards the direction of the Tree of Omniscience. This time, the Demon Slayer order involved him, but it could not guarantee his safety in future endeavors. Whether for O'Hara or the mission, the Tree of Omniscience must be relocated. Moreover, shifting it into the cave realm, nurtured by spiritual energy, might incite some new transformations. Philip had consistently maintained contact with the agents on O'Hara's side. Upon hearing the silence from that direction, he realized that most of the operatives had likely perished. Given Ike's capabilities, the Navy would probably face dire consequences as well. He gazed towards the direction of the Elder's power, well aware that they had been monitoring the situation closely. Perhaps that naval soldier possessed a live communication snail. At this moment, the Elder's position between power dynamics remained silent. When the thunderstorm first erupted, they anticipated Ike would perish beneath the lightning. However, they were astonished to witness his enduring strength even after being struck. After wielding power over the world for so many years, this was the first time they had encountered such a capability. The profession of cultivators must be taken seriously by the elders. Nejiru's gaze was as sharp as a blade. There is no need for further hesitation. We shall directly employ the Heavenly King. His demeanor suggested no concern about the potential destruction by the Heavenly King. If destruction were to occur, they also feared losing their source of cultivation power. From the onset, the objective of the Demon Slayer Order had been the annihilation of O'Hara. If Ike intended to obstruct this, he must be prepared to withstand the Heavenly King's might. Agreed. Let's proceed as such. The five quickly reached a consensus. The scientific martial god, Saint Satan, rose, and instantly the ground was adorned with a black magical array. He vanished from his original location, appearing deep within Mariewa. Here, even the celestial dragons, could not approach too closely. The door slowly elevated, revealing a tall and imposing figure standing at the threshold. Facing Satan, though he bowed slightly, his eyes bore little reverence. Saint Satan was acutely aware that the Knights of God were merely candidates for the Elders. As one of the elite celestial dragons, he could not claim to be superior in their presence. Satan inquired, "How is the replenishment of the Mother Flame seed proceeding?" Feglin de Green, the proud Holy One, chuckled, "It is merely at 90%, hardly worth mentioning." The Knights of God were absent from the holy ground, engaged in the mission concerning the Mother Flame seed. That suffices. He stepped through the door, arriving at a special platform. The magical array exclusive to the Elders was summoned by him, and thick black smoke began to billow. On the screen before him, a series of characters appeared and scrolled, with some spaces left blank. Satan's fingers danced swiftly across the screen, filling in the voids. Eventually, a prominent prompt materialized. "Do you wish to activate the Mother Flame seed?" Without hesitation, Satan selected yes. Simultaneously, his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 67. Relocating the Tree of Omniscience. Saint Satan in dread. Cultivators are indeed fearsome. As Ike departed, he casually picked up the clover. The wind-summoning speed of a gold core cultivator nearly cost the clover its very existence. Returning to the Tree of Omniscience, but merely 10 seconds have passed. Subsequently, Ike boldly proclaimed before the gathered scholars that the Tree of Omniscience would be relocated to a new realm. They could either accompany him or remain in O'Hara. The scholars were in an uproar. Even Clover nearly leaped in disbelief, convinced that Ike had lost his sanity, until Ike raised his hand to unveil his pocket dimension, casting everyone within and casually informing them that this would be the new abode of the Tree of Omniscience, a completely new little world. This maneuver surpassed 1,000 words. Doctor, Clover was astounded once again. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. In his astonishment and excitement, he clapped his hands against his thigh. Now, this is what I call a holy land, an independent and secure little world, abundant in safety. To conduct research here, I would gladly dedicate my life. I could not help but chuckle. You said it yourself. From now on, you need not worry about the agents of the world government. As for the blank century, study it as you wish. No one will trouble you. Ike's words seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly rendering all present motionless. Several researchers instinctively glanced at Dr. Clover. Don't look at me. I haven't revealed anything. Rest assured. Aside from me, no one else knows. Dr. Clover suddenly recalled the young man Ike had mentioned, named Oda. Having settled the scholars, Ike then vanished in an instant, standing at the base of the Tree of Omniscience. Without hesitation, he summoned all his spiritual energy. Lift! In an instant, Ike's fervent energy enveloped the entire Tree of Omniscience. From the outside, it shimmered brilliantly, light radiating and spreading through the branches and inner hollows of the tree. Beneath the surface, the roots of the Tree of Omniscience were also enveloped and extended by Ike's spiritual power. As the energy gradually enveloped, Ike murmured to himself, "What a monumental task this is. Had I encountered this during my foundational days, the relocation process would have taken over an hour. No wonder it requires golden elixir cultivation." Meanwhile, countless citizens remained in O'Hara, unable to flee. Sensing the brilliance emanating from behind them, they turned, unaware that the threat of the demon-slaying order had been alleviated. Good heavens! Has the Tree of Omniscience manifested? Those who turned witnessed an unforgettable scene. The towering Tree of Omniscience radiated light, slowly vanishing before their very eyes. How could a millennium-old tree disappear bit by bit? Some elders even abandoned their escape, as the Tree of Omniscience was akin to faith for them. O'Hara is truly finished. Without the Tree of Omniscience, can O'Hara still be considered O'Hara? Yet the astonishing phenomenon that gripped them seemed merely the beginning. In the distance, a dark, ominous cloud rushed toward O'Hara. Within the cloud, thunder rumbled ominously, a sight of extraordinary wonder. Ike, who was diligently relocating the Tree of Omniscience, also sensed this peculiar aura. Once again, this phenomenon, Yak's consciousness detected the emergence of a unique magical array belonging to the 5 elder stars, materializing upon the verdant ground near the Tree of Omniscience. Simultaneously, a cloud formation arrived from the distant sky, halting directly above O'Hara Island. Observing the figure stepping forth from the magical array, Yak let out a cold smirk. Doppelganger, come forth and assist. When the cave realm opened, he was in a state of connection with his doppelganger. Anticipating the events that were likely to unfold, he promptly informed his doppelganger to make the necessary arrangements. The cultivation level of his doppelganger was perfectly synchronized with his own. Yak assigned his doppelganger to take over the task of relocating the Tree of Omniscience, while simultaneously, the cave realm unhesitatingly opened its passage. One after another, figures surged forth from within. Tiger, Rayleigh, Shaki, and a multitude of warriors who regarded Yak as a deity swiftly seized civilians, ushering them into the cave for refuge. On the grassland, Saint Satan materialized in his bull demon form, his numerous spider-like legs quivering as they settled upon the ground, from which billowed hellish, swirling black smoke. Yak soared through the air, confronting him, his gaze fixed upon the trembling spider legs. Old fool, it seems the lesson I imparted was insufficient. With a cold glare, Saint Satan was acutely aware of his purpose this time, his expression stern as he declared, "Cultivator Yak, allow me to test your mettle once more." Previously, they had conceded their own negligence, which had granted Yak the opportunity to strike. Now, such an opportunity would not be afforded again. Yak floated in the air, standing proudly and looking down upon them. Where are the other 4 useless ones? Why haven't they been brought along? Saint Satan's voice thundered, imbued with a terrifying pressure. Enough of your prattle. He expelled a massive toxic sphere from his mouth, the noxious fumes rising, the liquid splattering upon the grass, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. The ground where the liquid fell was entirely eroded, the soil beneath charred black, releasing a noxious stench. The toxic sphere, akin to a burning meteor, streaked through the air, hurtling towards Yak. Too slow. Yak's spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, roaring from behind him, transforming in an instant into a torrent of potent spiritual power that countered the toxic sphere. The toxin was indeed fearsome, yet not formidable enough to corrode even spiritual energy. Flames billowed, and Saint Satan, consumed by rage, his crimson vertical pupils exuding an infinite chill, his form began to swell. An overwhelming sense of oppression generating a terrifying force that caused the surrounding flora to bend and break. His spider legs, like daggers, plunged into the earth as he moved with lightning speed. Suddenly, Yak felt himself ensnared, immobilized. Without hesitation, he summoned the power of his divine body, breaking free from the constraints. Saint Satan was taken aback by Yak's swift escape. However, his assault was even swifter. With a low growl, he uttered, "Violence!" In that instant, Yak sensed an intangible force enveloping him, piercing his mind like fine steel needles. Empowered by his secondary form, this attack could obliterate an ultra-large sea creature with a mere glance. Yak braced himself against the blow, the spiritual energy penetrating his mind, instantly restoring his clarity. Saint Satan widened his eyes in disbelief. Is my method of attack no longer effective? The cultivator is indeed terrifying. Through the information relayed by Satan's saint, the other 5 elders gasped in astonishment. Is he truly that formidable? Ike's voice turned icy. It seems you only possess a trifling level of skill. In the next instant, his figure vanished, appearing behind Satan's saint in a flash. Are you prepared for your final words? So swift, Satan's saint barely registered Ike's movement. As the words left Ike's lips, a robust chain of imprisonment pierced directly through his abdomen. Just as the soul-devouring chain was about to envelop Satan's saint, a magic circle representing teleportation suddenly emerged from the ground. Chapter 68. Robin. Ike has truly transferred the tree of all-knowing. Satan's saint's gaze was frigid as he declared, "The game is over." His form ascended amidst a swirl of black smoke, and the magic circle on the ground radiated a brilliant light, quickly engulfing him. Ike's voice shifted, becoming deep and detached. Is that so? I concur. With that, The 8 desolations of imprisonment activated, and skeletal souls twisted forth from Saint's visage, emitting anguished roars before being cast into the realm of the dead. Saint felt his strength rapidly waning. This affliction was not a mere physical blow. The demonic fruit's remarkable regenerative abilities and endurance were rendered ineffective. Damn it! Saint roared in fury, the essence of his life swiftly dissipating. The realm of the dead summoned by Aike descended directly upon the magic circle beneath the 5 elders, suppressing the teleportation magic as well. Who else could manipulate space in such a manner? Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from the heavens. Aike looked up to see the same ominous black storm cloud encountered earlier in Mariewa. Do you intend to harm me a second time in the same way? Aike's spirit soared. The might of the perfected prison deity surged forth, emanating an aura of divine authority akin to a raging inferno. Boom! Gravity descended like a chasm. A formidable gravitational field bore down on Saint, forcing him to sink heavily into the ground. Aike channeled the powers of imprisonment throughout his body, a torrent of spiritual energy roaring skyward. Prison's spirit howl of 9 heavens, an utterly brutal technique, combining the 8 desolations of imprisonment with his formidable energy, accompanied by Aike's impressive nomenclature. A tempestuous force swept through the sky, surging upward. Boom! A colossal thunder dragon, fierce and terrifying, descended upon O'Hara. Unexpectedly, a powerful shockwave forcibly deflected the direction of the lightning strike slightly to the left, grazing the tree of all-knowing, and causing a significant portion of its branches and leaves to vanish. Even more alarming was the fact that the ground where the strike landed, along with the very soil itself, simply disappeared, a blow capable of erasing islands. Could this be the power wielded by the world government's celestial dragons? Huh. He even knows about the celestial dragons. The 5 elders exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing in alarm. It must have been the archaeologists on the island who informed him. This is utterly intolerable. O'Hara must not be allowed to remain. The 4 figures of power frantically channeled their strength into the magic circle beneath Saint. Simultaneously, the fiery clouds behind Saint surged vehemently, pushing the magic circle's power to its zenith. In an instant, the radiant light of the magical array illuminated the surroundings. Little Aike, it is quite troublesome to eliminate you, yet obliterating your homeland is a simple task. Bid farewell to your home. With those words, the figure of the holy Satan was engulfed within the magical array and vanished from sight. At that moment, the ominous clouds in the sky expanded ominously, and the number of thunder dragons soaring within them multiplied, their terrifying presence causing Aike's expression to darken. Defeated in battle, he pondered destruction. Although he had traversed worlds and felt little attachment to O'Hara, with scant memories of it, such blatant acts of vengeance were profoundly unsettling. As the thunder dragons increased in number, Aike hesitated no longer and rushed to the tree of omniscience. While he feared not the dragons, this time he was tasked with protecting his home. Infusing his spiritual energy with fervor, he and his clone hastened the teleportation speed of the tree of omniscience. However, at that moment, a thunder dragon emerged, its head piercing through the clouds, radiating an annihilating power akin to the end of the world. There was no time left. He would stand firm and resist. With a thunderous roar, the thunder dragon charged forth, unleashing a blinding brilliance that threatened to engulf all of O'Hara. Aike summoned every ounce of his golden core, surging forth like a spiritual colossus. Simultaneously, he conjured more energy shields, wielded by his spiritual giant, to fiercely block the impending thunder above the tree of omniscience. The overwhelming annihilation of lightning was so formidable that even Aike's spiritual energy could be extinguished. Had it not been for his perfected golden core, it would have been obliterated the moment it struck the energy shield. The might of ancient weaponry should never be underestimated. Surrounding the tree of omniscience, there was no refuge. Houses, hills, and the very earth were mercilessly ravaged, echoing with thunderous blasts. Enormous black holes emerged across O'Hara's landscape. The ground fractured, each void resembling a wound upon the island, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. The jewel of the West Sea lay shattered this day. Such dreadful power. Was this truly the decree of extermination? The bewildered survivors gazed in horror. It was perilously dangerous. Rayleigh fled rapidly, with his speed now enhanced 5 to 6-fold due to the infusion of spiritual energy. There was no time to save others. He needed to return quickly. Retreat. O'Hara had few civilians. The warriors who had flown from the caverns to rescue the populace managed to bring them back in the nick of time. The naval soldiers in O'Hara's waters, as well as those near the shore, narrowly escaped disaster. Notably, the Snake Princess ship, amidst the chaos, also saved numerous civilians. The thunder dragons in the sky grew increasingly ferocious, wreaking havoc across O'Hara. Between the heavens and islands, a terrifying white light, reminiscent of the apocalypse, illuminated the desolation. At that moment, it appeared as if the final hour had arrived. An immensely thick beam of destructive light surged forth from the storm clouds. In a critical moment, the clone channeled all its spiritual energy, completing the transfer of the Tree of Omniscience. The tree vanished. Withdraw. With a deafening roar, the king's destructive lightning descended. A colossal pit abruptly appeared at the heart of O'Hara, as the lake waters surged furiously into the abyss. In the fleeting moment when their figures vanished, a torrent of destructive lightning surged toward O'Hara. In an instant, the severely damaged O'Hara was utterly obliterated into nothingness. Boom, 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 boom. From several nautical miles away, Akainu and other vice admirals aboard a naval lifeboat gazed in shock at this spectacle. In the face of such cataclysmic power, humanity appeared exceedingly insignificant. Good news, the mission was accomplished. Bad news, it was not us who completed it. Within the cave, a vibrant atmosphere ensued. With the introduction from others, the newly arrived civilians quickly acclimated to their surroundings. They were all immensely grateful for Yak's gift of life. As Robin observed more and more civilians appearing within the cave, she realized that Yak was striving to save them. Suddenly, a sense of powerlessness washed over her. In the face of such overwhelming circumstances, she felt utterly helpless. "Robin, it's so good to see you," exclaimed Dr. Clover. They had barely exchanged pleasantries when the colossal Tree of Omniscience suddenly manifested on the grass several dozen meters away. The Tree of Omniscience. Robin's eyes widened, her small hand incredulously covering her mouth. Yak had truly accomplished it. Chapter 69. The Path of Cultivation. Yak. System, I have little experience in cultivation. Do not deceive me. After entering the cave, Yak sensed he had forgotten something. Venturing outside once more, he located the 9 snake pirates not far from the naval ships. "I almost forgot you," exclaimed Boa Hancock, affectionately nudging Yak, as if to say he shouldn't forget next time. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Yak summoned immense spiritual power and transported everyone away. Upon re-entering the cave, he hadn't even begun to act when he received a notification from the system. Transfer book task completed. You have obtained the essence of Tao. The essence of Tao. Cultivation has its principles and techniques, encompassing 30,000 types of spiritual arts, ranging from novice to mastery, with a comprehensive array of offensive, defensive, supportive, and miscellaneous skills. In an instant, various techniques related to cultivators flooded Yak's mind. From trivial dust-clearing spells to formidable fire techniques rivaling divine powers. All sorts of spells were vividly presented. As a cultivator, how could one lack even a single spell? Such a notion would surely bring disgrace to the path of cultivation. Ding! You have completely altered the fate of the Tree of Omniscience, and with auspicious fortune. You have received a reward. Talent Steel, used to assess the innate spiritual roots of humanity in the current world. Please note, once activated, its position cannot be relocated. Yak's eyes brightened. With the techniques in hand and the talent steel acquired, the grand plan for widespread cultivation could truly commence. To be honest, in a recent battle, having 1 or 2 more allies could have prevented that scoundrel Satan from escaping. The lineage of cultivation must be established. Cultivation must commence for everyone. With this thought in mind, he decisively summoned all. Yak's fervent warriors quickly assembled, while the rescued civilians remained scattered, their eyes reflecting confusion. Their homes had been destroyed, and although they found themselves in this paradise-like place, uncertainty lingered. Yet, they remain oblivious to the whereabouts of their future. As the crowd gathered, Yak ascended into the air, slowly materializing before them. The liberated slaves, their eyes gleaming with fervor, clearly sensed that Captain Yak had grown significantly more powerful. After all, he had not been capable of flying before. Rayleigh, Shaki, and Tej waited in silence for Yak's forthcoming words. With a simple gesture, Yak summoned a colossal stone tablet that thunderously descended from the heavens. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of all present towards the source of the tumult. Yak's voice resonated in their ears, and they eagerly anticipated a stirring oration. The crowd was filled with expectation, believing he was about to impart something of great importance. To their surprise, he pointed to the celestial stone tablet and declared, "Form an orderly queue for the talent assessment. First come, first serve for cultivation." The crowd responded in unison, and with that, Yak gracefully descended, leading a bewildered Robin in his wake. "Hey Robin, you go first." Rayleigh's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can we truly embark on the path of cultivation?" The crowd, still adjusting to Yak's unconventional methods, momentarily stood in confusion until Rayleigh's reminder prompted them to follow suit. Shaki gazed at 6-year-old Robin, her expression one of playful mischief. Has Hancock found a rival?" At the stone tablet, Yak gestured for Robin, saying, "Come, place your hand upon it." Robin complied, and instantly, the tablet shimmered with fine, radiant light, revealing a droplet-like pattern, 3 in total. "What does this signify, Yak?" "It denotes a superior water spiritual root," he replied. Rayleigh and Tej approached, curiosity piqued as they peered at the tablet. Yak elucidated, "The levels of spiritual roots are categorized into high, medium, and low grades, with the legendary supreme grade being exceedingly rare. The attributes of spiritual roots encompass metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with even rarer special roots. The higher the spiritual roots grade, the greater the innate talent for cultivation." Rayleigh proceeded to enlighten the others on the fundamentals of cultivation. Ahem. This particular pattern represents a first-grade root. Had it been a supreme grade, the light would manifest as a spectrum of colors. Now that we have identified the spiritual roots, we can begin our cultivation practices. System: can cultivation techniques be stored within the talent stone tablet? Affirmative. Otherwise, I would be overwhelmed with individuals seeking to receive their cultivation techniques, he mused. Robin, has a technique manifested in your mind? Yes, indeed. It is a high-grade, earthly technique, the 100-flower classic. Yak shared insights on the tiers of cultivation techniques, and the crowd grew increasingly exhilarated. Rayleigh had already experienced the benefits of spirit energy entering his body. Initially, he felt that in a few years, his physical condition would deteriorate. However, since the infusion of spirit energy, his bodily functions had significantly improved, rendering him 2 or 3 times stronger in combat than before. Spirit energy is indeed a marvelous asset. If such benefits arise merely from the rudimentary entry of spirit energy, he eagerly anticipated the effects of actual cultivation techniques. Each of you can approach the stone tablet to acquire your own, ensuring everyone receives their share. Rayleigh pressed his hand against the tablet, and in an instant, a golden square pattern emerged. Medium-grade, metal, spiritual root. Rayleigh nodded, seemingly satisfied. Within his mind, a high-grade, profound technique, the 1,000-ton mountain breaking technique, appeared. This martial art, whether combined with his swordsmanship or physical techniques, can unleash formidable combat power. A bright future awaits. He immediately settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his vital energy as instructed by the technique. Perhaps due to his innate talent, Riley's cultivation level began to soar rapidly, eliciting gasps of admiration from the nearby Aike. With abundant spiritual energy, does one have the freedom to elevate themselves at will? At that moment, Tiger could not resist placing his hand upon the stone. With a medium-grade water spirit root, he acquired a technique known as the Raging Tide, Swallowing Sea Method, a mid-tier, Xian-level martial art perfectly attuned to his nature as a merman. He too sat down to commence his cultivation. Ike observed the two and remarked, "Both of you possess commendable talents. There should be no hindrance in your pursuit of immortality." Xiaoqi approached, placing her hand on the stone as well, teasingly adding, "Well, surely I should have no issues either?" What happened next was unexpected. The former empress's spiritual root was revealed to be unresponsive. She switched to her other hand, yet there was still no reaction. Could it be that my posture is incorrect? Even after adjusting her stance, there was still no response. Perhaps I should try with my foot? Ike, exasperated, wiped the sweat from his brow and suggested, "Why not try her backside? That's a splendid idea. Can one really do that?" Xiaoqi inquired, and without hesitation, she pressed her rear against the stone. Ike was left speechless. Is this how the older generation plays? Alas, still no reaction. Ike hurriedly consulted the system. The martial talent is displayed on the reverse side. What could this possibly mean? Cultivating immortality encompasses not only spiritual cultivation, but also martial cultivation. Those who focus their spiritual energy entirely on refining the physical body are martial cultivators. Ike's eyes widened in shock. Please don't deceive me. I have limited experience in this realm. He turned the stone over and indeed found the prompt. Profound in Psalming body. Upon seeing these 5 characters, Xiaoqi also received the cultivation method for this physique in her mind. Not too shabby. Next in line were the slave warriors. Unfortunately, most of them possessed only inferior or mixed spiritual roots. The sole exception was Asia Ray, who boasted a medium-grade gold spirit root. Mixed spiritual roots offered no possibility for cultivation. The spiritual energy could not remain within their bodies for long. The only advantage was that long-term nourishment by spiritual energy might extend their lifespans and enhance their physical resilience. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Clover group, including Peiqi, were initially perplexed. Upon learning that touching the stone might allow them to become as formidable as Ike, they were utterly astonished. Chapter 70. Impeccable Insights into the Future. Warring states. This class is one no one wishes to attend. Peiqi was filled with confusion. What exactly is immortality cultivation? Why can some succeed while others cannot? Clover scrutinized the stone tablet, thoughtfully stroking his chin as he pondered. How does this artifact facilitate immortality cultivation? Even with devil fruits, we can trace their existence through historical texts. Yet this is the first time encountering immortality cultivation. What is the underlying principle? What methods exist? Are there alternative approaches to cultivation? The scholar's mind was already brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Ike floated gracefully, gently pressing down on Dr. Clover's head. "Come, doctor. Turn your head. Look back. What does it mean? This must be the second time witnessing it, right?" At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, petrifying everyone present. Peiqi adjusted her glasses and coughed, saying, "Ahem, doctor, you may go first." Without hesitation, Dr. Clover extended his hand. The instant it made contact with the steel, a brilliant light erupted, a mid-grade water spiritual root. Simultaneously, a technique titled Songhai Gui Yuan Dian manifested within his mind. He immediately followed the other's example, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. The contents of the technique were exquisite, and he greedily absorbed the knowledge within. Before the next individual could test, his aura began to surge, refining chi to the first layer, then the second. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in, engulfing his body. Dr. Clover's cultivation swiftly ascended to the 4th layer. Murmurs of astonishment arose around him. Indeed, Dr. Clover is remarkable. Our esteemed scholar. Doctor, you're amazing. Ike, intrigued by the spectacle, instinctively leaned closer to the meditating Rayleigh. Wow, Uncle Ray, someone has broken your record. After acquiring the technique, Rayleigh found many aspects interconnected, and after a brief period of cultivation, he too reached the 4th layer. Such are the benefits of a hidden realm. In contrast, Hancock was just beginning her practice and took half a day to achieve the 1st layer. Rayleigh opened his eyes, unfazed. What is the big deal? As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. The one breaking records is Dr. Clover. Another saying goes, age does not diminish one's vigor. There is no comparison. Truly. Or perhaps you should be the first mate. However, Ike also noticed that Dr. Clover seemed to have a greater affinity with the Songhai Gui Yuan Dian than Rayleigh had with the Qianjun Duan Yuju, which accounted for his faster initial cultivation speed. In a true battle, the current Dr. Clover would not stand a chance against Rayleigh. Moreover, rapid cultivation does not equate to ultimate combat prowess. Feeling invigorated, Dr. Clover suddenly stood up, ceasing his cultivation, and stretched his arms, exclaiming, "I feel an endless surge of power. I could stay awake for 10 days and nights without rest. I recommend everyone to give a try." Ike replied, "Huh? You're practicing immortality just to stay up late?" Gazing at his future director of the Education Bureau, Ike was left speechless. "This is splendid. I cannot fall behind. No one shall prevent me from pursuing immortality. Immortality brings me joy." The scholars were all raving with excitement. "Wow, I possess a low-grade gold spiritual root. Will this night shine with brilliance?" Ike muttered, "No, at most a balding head. With a low-grade water spiritual root, I shall be the night watcher. This person must have lost their mind. How could I be a mixed spiritual root? Am I unworthy of staying up late? Let them perish. What kind of people are these? Cultivating immortality. I must cultivate immortality. Immortality is the future. We must sever the future of those seeking immortality." Amidst the power struggles, the five elders wore icy expressions. The power known as immortality had greatly exceeded their expectations. As the scientific department uncovered the source of the cultivation energy, spiritual energy, Satan Saint lifted his gaze, responding, "Not yet. Current analyses indicate that the cultivation energy is remarkably abundant. Only a small amount is required to activate a mother fire seed." The other four were taken aback. Is the energy truly that potent? Secondly, the applications of cultivation energy are exceedingly broad. Any living organism, including both flora and fauna, can absorb it without any rejection. Upon absorption, even the simplest life forms may exhibit signs of evolutionary response. Thirdly, the cultivation stones presented by Ike contain this energy. Yet we have not discovered such stones anywhere else. Suddenly, Mas Saint, who had been deep in thought, opened his eyes and coldly declared, "There is one more matter. The tree of omniscience should not have been destroyed." The golden radiance enveloped the tree of omniscience, gradually fading away. We must not take such methods lightly. Cultivators. We lack any information on cultivators. This is unacceptable. Upon meticulously reviewing the events following Ike's appearance, both the Navy and the agency personnel are utterly oblivious regarding cultivators. The intelligence-gathering efforts of my subordinates have proven inadequate. They must be reprimanded. Ike's affairs cannot simply be brushed aside. An exhaustive investigation into cultivators is imperative. Let us coordinate efforts with the Navy. Agreed. Let us proceed accordingly. Just as the assembly prepared to conclude this discussion, all five suddenly turned their heads towards the direction of the flowers. Their movements were almost lightning fast as they dashed inside. Upon the void throne, a pair of indifferent eyes slowly opened. Lotim. As the eyes opened and closed, images began to materialize before the five elders. In these scenes, Ike exuded an aura of dominion, commanding a bizarrely shaped, colossal vessel. Behind him, they beheld the formidable Rayleigh, numerous female warriors, and two horned serpents, alongside a red-haired boy wearing a straw hat. As the image shifted, a cultivator appeared, their face obscured, wielding a long sword, surrounded by a swirling energy. With a mere point of his sword, energy surged forth, spanning the heavens and the earth. The scene changed once more, revealing the silhouette of an individual clad in naval attire, raising a hand to summon turbulent waves of spiritual energy. In the final image, Ike's youthful face suddenly made a playful grimace towards the assembly, as if he had anticipated someone was watching him at that very moment. On the void throne, he murmured a few words. The five elders respectfully knelt, "We understand." In Marineford, Sengoku soon received news from Akainu. Upon learning of the events transpiring there, Sengoku's expression became complex. Whenever that troublesome Ike was involved, matters grew intricate. "You all return at once." With such power unleashed, the five elders were indeed serious. Yet, despite that, they remained unable to contend with Ike. Our cultivators, a new force, beginning to awaken upon the seas? Thunder, brilliance, what exactly are cultivators? Sengoku couldn't help but feel anxious. Is Ike the sole practitioner of cultivation, or does he have many allies behind him? What are the weaknesses of the cultivators? The naval commanders are utterly oblivious. Oh, but some are aware. The 8-year-old cultivator, Yak, is already capable of effortlessly defeating candidates for the general's position. Even if a general were to come, they would likely stand no chance. He is merely 8 years old. Many of his actions defy the logic of an ordinary person. Blurb blurb. Huh. Sengoku rose abruptly. What? Upon receiving the news over the phone, I understood. After hanging up, my head felt heavy. The 5 elders ordered him to investigate information regarding cultivation. Where on earth should I even begin this investigation? It feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. Day after day, I'm inundated with these impractical tasks. I dread attending this class, even for a single day. Chapter 71, Yak's Cultivation. Tamahaha. You have quite the talent, Fran. Within the cave, an increasing number of individuals activated their talents and simultaneously acquired their unique cultivation methods. Everyone hastily found a spot to sit cross-legged, commencing their practice according to the methods outlined. During their first attempt at cultivation, many lacked experience and occasionally feared making mistakes. Fortunately, Quark intermittently offered guidance, allowing the group to stumble their way onto the path of cultivation. Equipped with techniques and abundant spiritual energy, even those with inferior spiritual roots swiftly reached the first layer of chi refinement. Soaring through the air, their steps light and agile. And is there further enhancement? Xiachi suddenly approached, scrutinizing Yak from head to toe. Remarkably strong, her sixth sense informed her that, should he unleash his full potential, this little brat could easily strike her down with a single blow. Just a golden core, merely that. Xiachi sighed in exasperation. Upon understanding the realms of cultivation, she grasped a crucial truth. Cultivation is arduous, and breakthroughs are challenging. Yet, for Yak, advancement seems as effortless as eating and drinking. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not universally shared. Sigh, while others progress steadily, diligently, and earnestly, Yak simply transcends the ordinary. The disparity between individuals is truly infuriating. Yak turned to her and asked, "Did you come over for something?" "Ah, I should go outside to procure some supplies." Moreover, she also intended to make contact with the outside world. As an information chief, it would be irresponsible to remain absent for too long. Subsequently, Yak guided her out of the cave. After flying around the West Sea and locating a large island, he set her down and returned to the cave. This incident also served as a reminder for Yak. It was time to create tokens for entering and exiting the cave. Otherwise, he would have to deal with the inconvenience of managing access himself. With this thought, Yak began to examine his Taoist texts and the Apothecary's Compendium. The Taoist texts are pivotal to his aspiration of becoming a master of the arts. The Apothecary's Compendium and the Apothecary's Furnace are essential for Hancock to become a proficient practitioner. What if she were to sustain injuries in the future? Naturally, she would need to consume the elixirs personally crafted by her husband. Hancock, darling, I'm injured and wish to take some elixirs. Yak, have 3. Is that sufficient? Hancock, that's enough. Thank you, dear. You are wonderful. As he delved into the Apothecary's Compendium, he also began experimenting with the Apothecary's Furnace to concoct elixirs. Within the cave's herbal garden, several commonly found herbs from the cultivation world were available. He prepared some for contingency. Simultaneously, whenever he had spare time, he also began studying the Taoist texts. As the future king of the world, it is only wise to possess a multitude of skills. In the first half of the Grand Line lies the shipbuilding island, a veritable wasteland of refuse in Water 7. Here, various remnants of shipbuilding accumulate, forming mountains of debris. Yet amidst this chaos stands a peculiar shipyard. To call it special might be an overstatement. In truth, it is exceedingly dilapidated. The sign proclaiming Tom's shipbuilding studio is corroded and rusted by the sea breeze, a testament to the hardships faced in daily operations. Master Tom, hailed as the world's preeminent shipwright, was condemned by the Judiciary Island for constructing ships for Joel D. Roger. Fortunately, he managed to persuade the judge with his eloquence. offering to build the sea train as penance. Nonetheless, he was relegated to reside in the junkyard. As a craftsman, the dismal conditions of the refuse haven did not extinguish his ambitious spirit. He remained focused on devising a more efficient sea train to aid Water 7 in overcoming its dire predicament. At this juncture, Water 7 was grappling with the painful pangs of transformation. Trade along the Grand Line had stagnated, and the connections between islands were sparse. Ships remained the sole means of transportation. Initially, business on Shipbuilding Island thrived, but the emergence of the Pirate King ushered in the Great Pirate Era, during which the world government prohibited the influx of timber and steel into Water 7. Consequently, commerce on the island plummeted. Shipbuilders resorted to clandestine dealings, engaging in fierce competition for a dwindling clientele. The populace of Shipbuilding Island endured considerable hardship. In the junkyard, Tom had also taken in an orphan named Frankie, a child whose origins were uncertain, whether a remnant of pirates or a castaway of the island's denizens. The solution to their plight lay in the sea train. Every year, Water 7 welcomed the jubilant laughter of the Mother of the Sea, a phenomenon that could indeed claim many lives. His vision was to create tracks that floated above the water, impervious to the destructive forces of the sea gods, thereby connecting the surrounding islands and rescuing Water 7 from its plight. For this idea, he had planned meticulously. At this moment, he was engrossed in sketching the final blueprint, calculating parameters and data. Once completed, he picked up a measuring tape to take further measurements. Kokoro, have you been drinking again? He suddenly caught a whiff of alcohol wafting through the air. Without a doubt, his diligent secretary had returned. The young Kokoro, adorned with the latest shade of lipstick and striking green curls, entered with a flair that was indeed eye-catching. It seemed that green was peculiar only atop a man's head. She sauntered in, proclaiming, "Life is meant to be enjoyed. What do you know, you gloomy fishman?" Tom, the fishman, laughed heartily. "Ah, as long as you're happy. Is Iceberg inside?" Tom called out towards the interior. The young Iceberg, with his striking purple-blue hair, whether natural or dyed remained a mystery, peered out from a pile of broken keels. "I'm here, master. Come and lend a hand." The young Iceberg, sweating profusely from his labor on the keels, approached Tom, grasped his pencil, and began to jot down calculations. "Where's Kaku run off to? I haven't seen him around lately." Kokoro took a hearty swig of her drink, smiling as she replied, "Gulp, gulp. He seems to be helping Frankie with his Rocketman sea train. Flam is always full of whimsical ideas. How could one possibly create a genuine sea train from a heap of junk?" Tom burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, that little rascal who once fashioned cannons from scrap metal is now showing interest in sea trains. Regardless, such ambition deserves resounding encouragement." As Tom spoke, his corpulent fish-like form jiggled. "Let me see your masterpiece," he added. Iceberg, with a stern expression, interjected, "Master, why are you meddling? Important matters are at hand, and this shipyard relies on your support." Kokoro chuckled, "Truly, you are the esteemed apprentice of Master Tom. It seems the legacy will fall to you." With a confident smile, Iceberg replied, "Miss Kokoro, as the master's foremost disciple, who else but me shall inherit this mantle?" With a bang, the door closed behind Tom as he departed. "Hey, master, where are you going?" Kokoro laughed heartily before adopting a serious tone. "Iceberg, you're no longer a child. It is time you learn to drink. Don't come over here. Stay where you are. Please do not approach." In the junkyard, Flam was hammering away at a rocket train, the clanging sound resonating throughout the area. "Oh, is that not the shipwright, Katif Flam?" he remarked, clad in a pair of shorts, hands on his hips, thumb brushing his nostrils with utmost confidence. "I am the genius shipwright, Katif Flam. Master Tom, I assure you this rocket-powered sea train will succeed on the ocean." "Ah, is that so? I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued. Would you like me to examine the details?" Flam, with an air of defiance, replied, "Feel free to look. I guarantee every aspect is flawless." Tom scrutinized the construction, subsequently pointing out the myriad of issues. With reasoned arguments, he rendered Flam speechless, his face turning crimson. "As I mentioned, there are over 100 issues that need addressing. Do better next time." "Honestly, I was already aware of those problems. I merely wanted you to notice them," Flam retorted. "Is that so? You possess quite the talent, Flam. Tom remarked. Laughter echoed through the junkyard, mingling with the rhythmic sounds of the young man's work. The weather was splendid. Chapter 72. The reward rises by 500 million. Red-haired. I truly wish to share a drink with Ike. The following day, all necessary materials and specifications for the design were completed and passed on to the representatives of the world government for review. After all, without their approval, no materials could be procured. They were indeed the benefactors. While awaiting a response, several peculiar individuals discreetly approached Tom. Ship modifications? I have already committed to the world government for construction and will not undertake any further shipbuilding. Seek others. Tom politely declined the pirates. Yet they were undeterred. A young man, his hand resting on the hilt of a sword at his waist, gradually emerged from the shadows. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and adorned with a straw hat, he revealed a familiar face, graced with a smile. His cheerful voice seemed to carry a certain enchantment. Master Tom, it's been a long time. Do you remember me? Tom scrutinized him for a moment. That straw hat was unmistakable. You're Shanks. He was taken aback, not expecting to encounter an old acquaintance in this place. Since you are here, how can we not indulge in a drink before you depart? Coco, make sure the drinks flow abundantly today. The secretary, Coco, leaned forward, signaling with her hand. No problem. The red-haired fellow chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Huh, drinking? How embarrassing. Where shall we sit? Tom led everyone inside. The space is a bit cramped, but there are seats available. Once settled, the drinks were served. Tom was genuinely pleased by the arrival of the red-haired man. Roger may have passed, but he had reached the final island aboard the vessel he had crafted himself. For a shipwright, nothing could bring greater joy than having one's creation celebrated throughout the world. The two engaged in light conversation for quite some time, until the red-haired man gradually revealed his purpose for visiting. I apologize for the sudden interruption, but my ship requires some modifications and enhancements. The single mast lacks sufficient speed, and I wish to convert it to a double mast. Tom burst into hearty laughter. What I have decided cannot be changed. Just consider it a favor to me. My crew is right here, and I assure you the price will be satisfactory. Is that so? However, I regret to inform you, Shanks, that I must decline. The red-haired man slapped his forehead, displaying a look of vexation. Still as stubborn as ever, I see. Well, if you insist, let's drop the matter. Although he felt a tinge of regret, he would not press the issue. Let us drink. Unexpectedly, Tom pivoted the conversation. You say I cannot change, but do I not have a disciple? The red-haired man was taken aback. Jesus Burgess and the others chuckled. Master Tom truly was a clever man. Oh, if that is the case, I shall trouble him then. You can discuss it with him yourself. Come, finish this glass, and there are still 3 more. As they passed the cups around, the red-haired man recounted amusing tales from aboard Roger's ship, with Tom listening intently and bursting into laughter from time to time. When the red-haired man reached a particularly thrilling part, he even stood up, animatedly gesturing, delighting the group. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang, and Fram entered, clutching a newspaper, exclaiming, Master Tom, do you know about cultivating immortality? He was surprised to see so many people in the room, but he paid little heed to it. Breaking news. The world government is offering a bounty. Anyone who provides information on cultivating immortality can earn a reward of 100,000 berries, provided the information is genuine. Oh, the red-haired man turned to Fram. Young man, may I see that newspaper? Who are you? With that red hair, you certainly do not look like a good person. Jesus Burgess and the others erupted into laughter. Who would have thought the captain's hair would be the subject of jest? The red-haired man retracted his hand, slightly miffed. Fram, hand me the newspaper. After Tom glanced at it, he passed it to the red-haired man. Cultivating immortality. Is that truly a term that exists in this world? Even if the captain were to return, he might not have heard of it. The red-haired man muttered to himself. Fram eagerly inquired. As long as it's information, the world government is actively seeking such knowledge. If I knew about cultivating immortality, I would certainly exchange it for 100,000 berries. Feigning anger, Tom retorted, You rascal. What do you need so much money for? Of course, to buy materials. Fram turned his head, expressing his dissatisfaction. We agreed that following you would lead to a vibrant life. Yet here we are. Tom casually picked up a hammer and struck the old iron gate a few times. Clang, clang, clang. Is this not a lively life? He chuckled. You all are clueless about cultivation. It's utterly dull. With that, Fram dashed out. As he exited, the young Beckman walked in leisurely. Beckman, when did you go out? The red-haired one slurred. I didn't even notice someone was missing. Beckman replied in a calm tone, when I finished reading the newspaper. Take a look at this. It might be related to that person. He placed a naval bounty notice on the table. Eck, dead or alive, too. 5 billion berry. The devil Eck? Why has his bounty quietly increased by 500 million? How long has it been? The Navy is too casual with these bounties. The crowd began to murmur. The world government's extravagant bounties and the quietly rising bounty on the devil Eck seemed unrelated. Yet Beckman lit a cigar for himself, exhaling a gentle plume of smoke. Each time the bounty on the devil Eck increased, it signified that he had done something to instill fear or concern in the world government. The specifics of previous events were unclear, but in light of the current situation, it was likely connected to this cultivation matter. Yes, but do you have any basis for that? Asked Jezeb with a smile. Intuition. In this world, how often does something occur that shocks the world government? If we're talking absurdity, an 8-year-old with such a high bounty is already outrageous, and now a global information gathering is unprecedented. The red-haired one rubbed his head. Well, that does seem reasonable. If I could meet him, I'd love to share a drink. Captain, Eck is only 8. Then just half a cup? Within the cave, a powerful aura began to radiate. Hancock had finally completed her training. Half-step foundation establishment. The technique has also broken through to the first level. How splendid. Her figure floated gracefully before descending. Although she could not remain airborne indefinitely, she could float briefly, utilizing her spiritual energy. Catching up to Eck is just around the corner. Ha ha ha. Hancock placed her hands on her hips, beaming with pride. Suddenly, a voice whispered in her ear, but I've already reached Golden Core. Hancock froze. Nanny, your cultivation speed is astonishing. Her curious eyes sparkled as they locked onto Eck. Do you have any secrets to share? Cough, cough, the secret is, hey, your 2 snakes have also changed. As the saying goes, when one person ascends to the Tao, even their chickens and dogs will rise. The 2 snakes, now infused with spiritual energy, had shed their original life forms and were evolving towards a higher state of existence. She inquired curiously, are they going to cultivate too? But turning back, she found Eck's figure had vanished. Where is he? Chapter 73. Arrival at Water 7. Hancock Robin. Ike, let us indulge in some delightful cuisine together. Must I divulge my training secrets? Do you truly believe I could cultivate merely by wandering aimlessly? Ike chuckled helplessly. He arrived at Robin's training location, extracting a drop of blood from her body with a technique learned from the Taoist texts. He then employed the blood tracking technique, typically used to trace enemies. Ike utilized it to pursue blood relatives, a concept entirely plausible. Why does it always ascend? Can archaeology reach the heavens? The heavens, perhaps not entirely impossible. Up there, Alvia has yet to be apprehended by the Navy. To ascend to the skies, a decent ship is requisite. Thus, a visit to Water 7 becomes imperative. No matter how splendid the snake boat, it pales in comparison to the superior vessel provided by the system. With a means of transportation, future endeavors will be more convenient, ensuring no delay in assisting Robin in locating her mother. Ike, having made a promise, would never renege. A day later, in the Grand Line, the duo was aboard the snake pirate ship, propelled swiftly by 2 serpentine creatures, their skin emanating an enigmatic vitality, their speed magnified exponentially. In the calm belt, their pace was sufficient to deliver soft tofu. On the deck, Ike and Robin leaned against the rail. I apologize, Robin. It may take me a bit longer to help you find your mother. Robin replied sweetly, It's all right, Ike. The Dr. Clover allowed me to speak with my mother, and I learned she is in a safe place. That knowledge alone brings me immense satisfaction. Having witnessed the obliteration of O'Hara, the young Robin had gained a profound understanding of strength. When I grow stronger, I will surely meet her one day. That need not concern you. It will only delay us a few days. Indeed, to say I do not miss my mother would be a lie. Offering hope only to have it dashed is a genuine sensation. Ike's words brought her genuine joy. Robin gazed at Ike, her pupils reflecting his visage. This face, should all go as expected, would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. No need to worry. Your matters are of utmost importance. The caring demeanor of Ike tugged at her heartstrings. What are you two whispering about? Hancock approached, curiosity piqued. Ike, with utmost seriousness, responded. Robin just inquired about our next destination. Hancock playfully queried, so where are we headed? To Water 7. Intrigued, Hancock asked, what kind of place is that? A city impervious to tsunamis, Ike proclaimed. Wow, do tell me more. As the ship continued its voyage, they encountered a colossal sea creature, providing the entire crew with a hearty feast. Shortly thereafter, they transitioned from the calm belt into the Grand Line, only to be met with inclement weather. More rain. Hancock pouted, hands on her hips, her spiritual energy swirling above her head, evading the falling raindrops. Though she was untroubled by the rain, she still preferred sunny days. Robin raised her hands, and an array of arms emerged, weaving together to form an umbrella of limbs. One unexpected downpour. I glanced over, flicking his sleeve, his petite face contorting in dismay. A mere cloudburst. Watch me subdue them. A magnificent aura of spiritual energy ascended into the sky, swiftly channeling the power of the golden core. In an instant, a tempest roared to life. Up above, a fierce hurricane immediately swept away the rain clouds overhead. With a series of wind incantations, within a few breaths, the torrential rain transformed into a clear sky. Robin was taken aback. Can one truly influence the weather? What limitations does cultivation have? The author mused. Apart from procreation, it seems everything else can be achieved through cultivation. Hancock nearly wore her desire to learn this on her sleeve. Her eyes sparkled. Can I learn this spell too? Theoretically, all of you can learn it. But whether you can halt the rain depends on your own capabilities. Though it is but a humble wind technique, if executed properly, it can indeed bring forth a sunny day. Robin pondered thoughtfully, nodding in agreement, while Hancock commenced her studies of the wind technique. Amidst their playful antics, the Snake Princess ship continued its voyage, guided by the eternal compass of Water 7. Not long after, they encountered a pirate ship head-on. From a distance, I sensed the metallic scent of blood wafting from the vessel. Hancock soon became aware of the situation. Something's amiss, as her spiritual awareness probed the true state of affairs. Her small face flushed with indignation. I shall slay them all. The pirates aboard were engaged in a game of throwing knives, with their targets being unsuspecting individuals. Having witnessed the cruelty of pirates, she held no tolerance for their barbarity. Robin interjected, Hancock, one must speak with a touch of elegance. Utilizing the powers of the Hana no Mi, she too beheld the horrific scene on the ship. Then what should I say? After a brief pause, Robin replied with sincerity, send them all to the afterlife. Ah, how insightful! Ike exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Robin. Leave such matters to me. Hancock's spiritual energy surged, and a delicate flying dagger danced gracefully around her. Having broken through, I must see blood. As a warrior of Amazon Lily, she faced combat with unwavering courage. In this brutal world of survival of the fittest, one must be stronger than the rest. Upon glimpsing Ike's visage, the pirates aboard the ship surrendered without a second thought. The power of his high bounty was undeniably formidable at that moment. Without hesitation, Hancock dispatched them to the afterlife. In the ensuing hours, they encountered 4 more pirate crews, none of which were innocent adventuring parties, and their fates were all but sealed. Hancock's practical combat experience surged rapidly. 3 days later, the Snake Princess ship slowly glided into Water 7. A city afloat on water, it was the first visit for both Hancock and Robin. Their youthful exuberance erupted as they marveled at everything around them. Is that the going merry? The multitude of waterways resembled a city afloat in the vast ocean. Upon the host's arrival in the city of 7 waters, the call to the Tom's workshop resonated. Tom's workshop? Ike's expression shifted, astonished by the unfamiliarity of the place. As he pondered, Robin and Hancock prepared to disembark, eager to explore this aquatic metropolis. In unison, they implored Ike, let us indulge in some delightful cuisine together. Ike replied, well, before we discuss the whereabouts of Tom's workshop, a dilemma presents itself. Whom should I accompany? Chapter 74. Ike extend an invitation to Beckman. Join me, and I shall guide you in the art of cultivation. Shopping, of course, is best enjoyed in companionship. Without hesitation, Ike took hold of each companion and set off. They were all merely children, and what harm could there be in a leisurely stroll together? What harems? I am but a child. Should one heed such brazen words? Despite the economic downturn in the city of Seven Waters, some essential shops still operated. The trio ambled about, and soon half the morning slipped away. However, Ike grew weary of the endless wandering. Goodness, do women never tire of shopping? He mused. Once items are purchased, why linger? What is so enchanting that warrants repeated glances? At last, emerging from a shop, Ike turned to his companions with utmost seriousness. You are no longer mere toddlers. It is time you learn to explore and purchase items independently. With an air of gravitas, he produced 2 boxes, each brimming with berries. Within these boxes lie 20 million berries. Purchase whatever you desire. With that declaration, Ike vanished before they could respond. Hey, Robin, still not satiated from their outing, politely invited Hancock. Would you care to join me? I prefer to explore alone, the Empress replied, turning on her heel and departing. Watching her retreating figure, Robin noticed a bookstore and decided, then I shall wander in this direction. Thus they parted ways. Though still young, they possessed cultivation skills, and Ike felt no concern for their safety. He opened his senses, absorbing the essence of the entire city of Seven Waters into his mind. Soon, he discerned the location of Tom's workshop and strolled leisurely towards it, hands in pockets, unbothered by a few unruly thugs trailing behind. He had no qualms about administering a lesson in humility should they dare to confront him. After navigating a series of turns, he arrived at the junkyard, littered with remnants of dilapidated vessels, resembling a graveyard for ships. If each ship possessed a spirit, many sorrowful souls must weep in this desolate place. Crossing through the junkyard, he approached the modest entrance adorned with the sign of Tom's workshop. Before he could knock, the door swung open, revealing a portly figure draped in a yellow coat over a green and white striped shirt. The rotund man peered down, his curiosity piqued. Who is this little rascal? Ike smirked disdainfully. Ah, what an unexpected sight. An oversized fellow. Suddenly, Rakairu leaned closer, removing his glasses in astonishment. Am I mistaken? Ike observed the portly figure adorned with small, tinted sunglasses perched atop a green hat, gnawing on a piece of meat. Wasn't this one of the individuals from the Face King's ship? Despite his corpulent stature, he was unmatched in speed during combat. Brother Fat. Are you the devil Ike? What devil? Be cautious, or I shall accuse you of slander. The commotion at the entrance instantly captured the attention of those within. The devil Ike, the one with a bounty of 2.5 billion. Where is he? Let me take a look. Members of the red-haired black pirate crew leaned in, overlapping like a stack of pancakes, eager not to miss a moment. Ike, ever familiar, sauntered inside and immediately spotted the red-haired captain. Face King, it's you. The captain's face was plastered with numerous notes, likely a consequence of a disastrous card game. The cleanest visage belonged to Beckman, with merely a couple of slips adorning his face. Approaching the red-haired captain, Ike remarked, I didn't realize you engaged in such entertaining activities. It truly is Ike. Meeting you in person is far superior to mere hearsay. We are in the midst of a card game. Care to join us for a few rounds? Such enthusiasm. Are you certain you wish for my presence? Ike raised an eyebrow. Just for fun. The loser will assist Master Tom afterward. Cool, mate. Half an hour later, both the red-haired captain and Beckman were covered in notes, whereas Ike remained unscathed. Another victory. Life can indeed feel as desolate as snow. The red-haired captain was on the verge of existential doubt from his losses. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It defies reason. How can a child constantly lament and a gambler perpetually lose? Even Shanks, generally composed, felt the strain of the moment. Ha ha. The captain has been bested by an 8-year-old. How humiliating. Beckman, having discerned the trickery, refrained from exposing it. Yet he was astounded. A cultivator could so deftly swap cards beneath the noses of others. He had been watching intently. A loss is a loss. Do not attempt to evade responsibility. Ike scratched his head innocently. Worry not. I am Shanks. I accept defeat graciously. However, could you enlighten me on how you achieve victory? Of course, it's all about cheating. Engaging in a card game with a golden core cultivator is akin to courting death. Ike declared with a nonchalant air. Call me Big Boss, and I shall reveal it to you. The red-haired captain leaned in, his expression earnest and inquisitive. Big Boss, please enlighten me. It's the ability of a cultivator, Beckman interjected thoughtfully. Each time, those few high-value cards are seized by you. Ike smiled slightly. As expected of the intellect of the red-haired pirates, Beckman, you must have heard of my name. Would you consider joining me? He added mischievously, join me, and I can guide you in cultivation. The eyes of Jesus, Blatchereau, and others brightened at the prospect. The red-haired captain couldn't resist jesting. Well, Beckman, Ike is so young, yet possesses a bounty exceeding 20 billion. His cultivation abilities must be formidable. Why not give it a try? But remember, you must return once you have mastered it. Beckman, with a knowing look, replied, your name has spread across the seas, and the world government has commenced gathering information on cultivators due to your influence. If you do not mind, may we witness your cultivation firsthand? With a playful smile, Yak remarked, this is rather simple. Please do not resist. He channeled his spiritual energy, instantly transporting everyone into the celestial realm. Concurrently, a notification echoed, detected that the host is working in Tom's studio in Seven Water City, drawing upon the fortune of this place. You have received the rewards. Void Tribulation Vessel and Spirit Energy Jade Butterfly. Void Tribulation Vessel, a spiritual spaceship that can vary in size, equipped for both offense and defense. Its speed surpassing your imagination. Spirit Energy Jade Butterfly, a core of spiritual energy designed to power the Void Tribulation Vessel. Indeed, this is a vehicle, a step closer to becoming the sovereign of the world. In that moment of receiving the rewards, he summoned them forth immediately. They materialized in the palm of his hand. Small and compact, in its miniature state, the vessel exhibited a streamlined, shuttle-like appearance, evoking a sense of agility and grace. Undoubtedly, such a design inherently reduces resistance during travel. As Yak examined the spaceship, he noted its length to be approximately the span of a hand, with a width of about a finger's breadth and a height of roughly 2/3 of a finger. Will it enlarge with the infusion of spiritual energy? The more spiritual energy infused, the larger its size becomes. Upon closer inspection, its exterior resembled a metallic texture, imbued with a crystalline quality. The emanating azure glow mirrored the depths of the ocean and the vastness of the starry sky, imparting a sense of mystery and profundity. The tail featured a part reminiscent of crystal, presenting an overall translucent lavender hue. As spiritual energy coursed through it, the tail refracted a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to a dreamlike vision. The vessel's body was equally remarkable, adorned with shimmering runes that flickered with a faint light, seemingly in perpetual motion. These runes were pivotal in maintaining the vessel's various functionalities, with some forming intricate designs, a divine dragon soaring among the clouds, a galloping leviathan, and radiant constellations. Its aesthetic was undeniably captivating. As for its specific capabilities, it can traverse sea, land, sky, and even the void, disregarding any terrain or climatic conditions. The shell is crafted from the shell of a spiritual tortoise from the cultivation realm, offering formidable defensive capabilities. It can withstand cannon fire from naval warships. Additionally, the surface is shielded by a layer of rune energy, which can automatically adjust its protective strength based on external attack intensity, effectively mitigating or rebounding assaults from both devil fruit powers and hockey to a certain extent. The vessel is also equipped with various offensive weapons. The host may explore them at will. Yak then noticed a concealed apparatus resembling a cannon at the bow of the ship. The deck was adorned with several square bases, from which straight tubes emanated a remarkably enigmatic aura. Beneath the vessel, rows of protrusions were visible. He mused that he should indeed take the opportunity to test the weaponry. "Hey, who are you? Where are Shanks and the others?" Tom entered, surprised to find the previously occupied seats now vacant, particularly startled by Yak's presence. "They have gone to broaden their horizons," he explained. Suddenly leaning closer to Yak, Tom inquired, "Haven't I seen you before, young one?" Ike chuckled and said, There must be quite a few people in the world who have seen me. Tom recognized him and exclaimed, "Ah, you are the renowned pirate Ike, the one who has stirred the world. You must certainly be the world's greatest shipwright, Tom." Tom was momentarily taken aback, while Ike smirked. Soon, both of them threw back their heads and burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, what a discerning little fellow you are," Ike exclaimed. "And you, my friend, are quite the charmingly rotund individual." They roared with laughter. However, in the next instant, Tom pulled out a massive hammer and swung it towards Ike. "So, where have you taken Shanks and the others?" Ike slightly leaned to the side, effortlessly evading the blow. "Bang! It seems you too wish to see them," he remarked with a wry smile, unleashing his spiritual energy without hesitation. No matter how swift Tom was, he could not match the speed of a golden core cultivator. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. "Oh dear, did I send him over too quickly? I even forgot to ask where Frankie is," Ike mused. "Never mind, I shall search for him myself." Expanding his consciousness, he quickly located the iceberg, Coco, who was cooking, and Frankie, who was hastily making his way over. "They are all here, which saves me the trouble of searching one by one, rather than wait for you all to rush over, asking, 'Where's Mr. Tom? Please return Mr. Tom to me.' What have you done to Mr. Tom, pirate? Why not send you all to meet him right now?" He thought. "These individuals are all talents for my future weaponry bureau. I cannot let them slip away." Without delay, I transported them all into the cave. Inside, red-haired Shanks and the others, upon realizing they were no longer in Water 7, instinctively grew vigilant. However, as they noticed the comfortable and pleasant surroundings, their bodies involuntarily relaxed. An indescribable warmth and an unfathomable tranquility enveloped them. They were entranced. Is this a place for cultivation? Could this be a realm of immortality? Beckman surveyed the surroundings with keen interest and quickly concluded, "It appears this place allows for cultivation. What a marvelous location. Even a breath here feels rejuvenating." Their arrival soon captured the attention of the nearby inhabitants. "Ah, we have newcomers," someone exclaimed. "Quick, inform Brother Tiger." Jesus was taken aback. "Are there already people here?" Red-haired Shanks could not help but marvel. What incredible techniques. Is this a mere illusion, or is it truly another existing world? We must not be careless. If Ike intends to make a move against us, it could lead to our downfall. Before long, Tiger, Rayleigh, and others were informed of the newcomers. It went without saying that it was undoubtedly Ike who had brought in new faces. Quark, as a criminal in the abyssal space, was sometimes present and sometimes absent, often unseen. When Quark was away, the task of welcoming newcomers fell to Rayleigh. In swift strides, Rayleigh soon caught sight of the arrivals. He nearly doubted his own eyes. "Shanks!" Red-haired Shanks beamed with joy. Rayleigh san. The corners of their mouths lifted in delight, both astonished to encounter each other in this unexpected place. "I never anticipated seeing you here. I'm just as surprised. After such a prolonged separation, how have you been?" Rayleigh glanced at the people surrounding him. "Are these your companions?" The red-haired Shanks proudly introduced the group, a smug expression on his face. "Ah, I personally invited them aboard. All of them are reliable fellows, huh? Is that so? Congratulations," Rayleigh said. "Allow me to introduce. This is the vice captain of the Roger crew, the right hand of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh." "Huh, merely a title, hardly worth mentioning," he replied modestly. The others were visibly astonished. The companions of the Pirate King. Even a usually composed Beckman was taken aback. Shanks had not mentioned any of this before. With a foolish grin, Shanks said, "Ah, I apologize for not telling you earlier. I was actually an intern on Roger's ship. Rayleigh-san taught me a lot back then, so he's like a mentor to me." Beckman scrutinized Rayleigh with surprise. "Such a young fellow. Does he really look 40? Rayleigh inquired curiously. "Have you encountered Ike?" Unexpectedly, they had. "Oh, by the way, he mentioned that we should come and experience cultivation." "So, what exactly is cultivation?" Shanks's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed on with questions. "Everyone in the world is eager to know, so please tell me." Upon seeing an old acquaintance, Shanks instantly became quite talkative. Despite his youth, he possessed an endearing quality that made him hard to dislike, though there were still those who found him irritating. Rayleigh smiled kindly, recalling Ike's words. He mimicked Ike's tone and replied earnestly, "Cultivation, in essence, is about transcending the mundane, aspiring to reach the pinnacle, pursuing the path of immortality, and maintaining eternal youth. That is merely the beginning. Shanks replied. What difference does that make? Rayleigh smiled gently. Don't understand? Everyone shook their heads. Indeed, it is only natural not to understand. Seeing you all reminds me of my own past. Cultivation, in truth, involves inhaling energy into the body, regulating breath and circulation, refining chi to establish a foundation, and condensing the golden elixir. Shanks and Beckman responded. Still don't understand? Well, that's expected. Rayleigh continued. In simpler terms, cultivation means practicing until one reaches the path of immortality, refining one's body, honing one's abilities, and cultivating one's character to achieve the grand unity of heaven and man, even facing tribulations to transcend the void. For the first time, Shanks felt as though he might have gained some wisdom, yet perhaps not entirely. Could you simplify it a bit more? I feel like I understood half of it. This time, Rayleigh finally grasped Ike's joy. Well, in that case, come closer. Whether you can cultivate depends on your fortune. As Rayleigh spoke, he strolled forward with his hands clasped behind his back. The group wore expressions of confusion, except for Beckman, who seemed deep in thought. What an extraordinary means of becoming stronger. Chapter 76. Franmu activates the steel spiritual root. Earth-level technique. Super divine machine art. Just as Shanks and the others were about to leave, a figure suddenly materialized in the cave. What is this? The voice from behind startled both Rayleigh and Shanks, causing them to turn. Tom. Rayleigh smiled. Master Tom. Tom's eyes widened, his round face brimming with delight. Rayleigh, where's this? Shanks, you are really here? Uh-huh. After such a long time without seeing the master. How has he arrived here? Rayleigh wore a pensive expression. Were you also sent here by Ike to cultivate? He mused to himself. Given that lad's character, I expect more visitors soon. Tom appeared somewhat bewildered. It was one thing for the red-haired crew to be present, but Rayleigh was also here. Was this an illicit gathering of the Roger Pirates? Master Tom, Ike mentioned that we should experience cultivation. So we all came, the red-haired explained, apologizing, my apologies for not greeting you sooner. The fisherman surveyed the surroundings. So, this is a place for cultivation? The red-haired, with a hint of pride, introduced. Don't you feel completely at ease, rejuvenated and invigorated? Only then did Tom realize, it's quite different. In the pirate world, there was little distinction between fishmen and humans. The benefits of spiritual energy were universal to all beings. Tom blissfully closed his eyes. My body feels warm and comfortable. It's so delightful that I'm even speaking with an accent. The red-haired, clearly animated, leaned closer to Tom and inquired, do you understand what cultivation is? Let me tell you, cultivation is what? In a simple explanation, the red-haired interrupted. Rayleigh smiled, choosing not to interfere. He knew how quickly this lad learned when he was on Roger's ship. Before long, the iceberg and Kokoro from Tom's workshop arrived in succession. They had heard the commotion in the room and were about to investigate when, in a flash, they were transported here. The iceberg stood dumbfounded, while Kokoro curiously asked Mr. Tom, have we entered an illusion? Tom laughed heartily. Ah, this is not an illusion. It is a realm of immortals. Soon, through Tom's explanations, they understood that they had entered another world, a world where one could cultivate. The young iceberg was astounded. Cultivation? ISNT, this the information the world government is seeking? Have we suddenly arrived here? The red-haired questioned, did you not see Ike? The iceberg was confused. Ike? I was sent here without facing him. You will know shortly. Quickly, return Master Tom to us. Frankie's figure appeared. Upon seeing Tom, he became animated, gesticulating and exclaiming, Master Tom, how did you end up here? A little thief has invaded our home. You have no idea how vile he is. He attacked me upon arrival, using some sort of magic, and suddenly I found myself here. Hey, Iceberg, Kokoro, why are you all here? He had rushed home after noticing something amiss, only to run into Ike. Before he could finish his outcry, he was transported here. After a while, the newcomers understood the purpose of their arrival. Rayleigh addressed everyone. Well, this is the situation. I trust no one wishes to withdraw now. The red-haired chuckled. Well, I can hardly contain my excitement. Frankie clenched his fists, full of anticipation. If I could gain the ability to cultivate, I would forgive Ike. Iceberg, Tom, and the others were equally curious. Soon, the crowd followed Rayleigh to the talent steel. Although no testers were present, for cultivators instinctively guarded the four directions, despite having never been requested to do so. Is this the steel that allows us to cultivate? Rayleigh smiled at the crowd. Who wants to be the first? Everyone stepped forward in unison. After all, the allure of cultivation was such that even a fragment of information could drive the world government into a frenzy. Who would want to be the first to try? Rayleigh chuckled mischievously. It seems everyone is eager. Then let us start with the last person to arrive here. The red-haired one reacted with confusion, while Beckman maintained a neutral gaze. Jesus Burgess and Lucky Roo burst into laughter. What an unexpected order. Does that mean the captain will be the last? Fram leapt joyfully from the ground, exclaiming, "Yea, I'm the first." He wore nothing but a pair of shorts and, in an impromptu display, awkwardly adjusted himself. He bounded to the steel, and Rayleigh reminded him, "Place your hand on the steel." With unwavering confidence, Fram asked, "Is that all I need to do?" This seems too simple. He placed his hand upon it, and in an instant, a dazzling golden light intermingled with black flickered into existence. Subsequently, a vibrant halo coalesced, forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes. As the brightness gradually dimmed, the golden black light formed a rectangular pattern. This spectacle left Rayleigh momentarily dumbfounded. It was neither the elemental roots of gold, wood, water, fire, nor earth. Could it be a rare and unique root? The myriad colors signified exceptional quality. As Ike had mentioned, yet the emergence of the black golden pattern perplexed Rayleigh. After the pattern coalesced, a beam of light flickered and entered Fram's mind. In an instant, he grasped the essence of his cultivation. "Fram, you should now know your cultivation method and root. Share it with everyone," Rayleigh encouraged. Although he lacked Ike's insight, he knew that Fram must be aware of the method he had acquired. "I've never seen an exceptional root before," someone nearby remarked, while the red-haired individuals exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, impressive, truly remarkable." Fram remained in a state of shock, responding vacantly, "I think my root is the steel root. And the name of my technique is called the Super Divine Machine Formula, an Earth Tier method." Rayleigh felt a pang of envy. Not only was the root extraordinary, but the technique was also exceptional. Tom joyfully laughed. "Ah, well done. I didn't expect your cultivation talent to be so high." Unbeknownst to them, this root was intricately tied to one as destiny. Had Ike not appeared, and if events had unfolded according to the original narrative, Fram would have changed his name to Frankie and ultimately transformed into a cyborg. Steel would bind this man for life. In this world of pirates, where the laws of cultivation were incomplete, such an impossible steel root emerged. This root, when absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, could compress and refine it like steel. After reaching initial mastery, it would grant Fram formidable defensive and resilient traits. The elemental attribute leans towards metal, characterized by resilience and ruthlessness. Overall, Fram's future battles will exude a steadfast and unyielding nature. One might say he possesses a steel spiritual root, subtly hinting at the qualities of a weapon. Henceforth, he will exhibit an extraordinary affinity and mastery over various magical artifacts and spiritual instruments. The cultivation method he practices, the supreme divine mechanism, is uniquely remarkable, allowing him to simulate his spiritual power into mechanical forms for offensive maneuvers. For instance, he could transform his spiritual energy into a colossal steel fist to strike his foes or morph it into a propeller, instantly augmenting his speed. Akin to a swiftly navigating warship, deftly maneuvering in combat or conjuring fierce gales. It can be said that this is a combat technique heavily reliant on imagination. In Chapter 77, Tom, with an exceptional spiritual root, utilizes the divine with transformation, while Lakaru boasts dual spiritual roots with the Great Devourer technique. The red-haired individual inquired, "So, the appearance of multicolored light signifies strength?" Rayleigh elucidated the basics of spiritual roots and the tier of cultivation techniques to the group. In such a manner, Fram set a commendable precedent with his initial assessment. Fram, filled with pride, exclaimed, "Ha, indeed." The next to be evaluated was Kokoro, whose aptitude revealed a standard low-tier water spiritual root, accompanied by a simplistic yellow-tier technique. Rayleigh addressed the group, stating, "Possessing a spiritual root and technique already places you above many. In this realm of immortality, countless individuals remain unable to cultivate. Understand that once you embark on the path of cultivation, eternal youth is merely the beginning, not to mention enhanced combat capabilities and longevity. To cultivate is to reap immense rewards." Rayleigh solemnly cautioned Kokoro, simultaneously preparing the members of the Red Hair Pirates. Next was Iceberg. Upon testing, he was found to have an ordinary low-tier with spiritual root, yet the technique he received was of superior quality, a high-tier yellow technique. With diligent practice, he still harbors hopes for the future. Rayleigh encouraged Iceberg. The spiritual root merely denotes talent. It does not dictate future accomplishments. With effort, achieving the golden core stage is entirely possible. Iceberg politely responded, "Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh, for your encouragement." Fram, eager to showcase his superiority, was met with the next contender. "Tom, it's my turn. Go for it, Master Tom. You can do this." Fram transformed into a fervent supporter, fervently cheering him on. Tom laughed heartily, then raised his hand. Instantly, the stone tablet erupted with radiant, multicolored brilliance. "Oh, splendid. Truly, the world's foremost shipwright, even in cultivation, is extraordinary." All gazes were swiftly fixed upon the rotund fishman. As the light gradually permeated Tom's consciousness, he began to comprehend the nature of his spiritual root and technique. With exuberance, he proclaimed, "Ah, I possess a top-tier with spiritual root and have acquired a mid-tier earth-level technique, the divine with transformation." Expressions of astonishment spread among red-haired Jesus, Beckman, and others, with exclamations of "Truly remarkable, Master Tom, and I hope to reveal a top-tier spiritual root as well," resonating throughout the gathering. Beckman could not help but exclaim, "There's an inherent brilliance about you." "Jesus, boo, what does that mean?" "Beckman, it's remarkably impressive." Riley, after a moment of contemplation, interjected, "The spiritual wood and its roots are related to wood, perhaps connected to your identity as a shipwright. The vessels you craft are all made of wood." Tom laughed heartily, exuding confidence and composure. "I possess an intimate knowledge of timber. The gifted are often beyond reason, regardless of the type of wood. Once it enters Tom's hands, he can discern its age, material, and weight with a mere touch. Sometimes, he doesn't even need to touch it, akin to seasoned farmers who can, with a glance, identify which seeds are defective and which are suitable." Riley continued his praise. "The ships crafted by Master Tom are renowned for their resilience and agility. Now that he has awakened his cultivation abilities, the vessels he creates will undoubtedly be extraordinary. The wood element nurtures and sustains life. The spiritual wood and its roots embody vital energy, bestowing upon Tom formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities. With his affinity for wood, he will later be able to establish wondrous connections with various plants and trees. In simpler terms, Tom will be able to sense the condition and attributes of vegetation within several miles. As his cultivation deepens, he might even hear the whispers of trees, understanding their intentions. Moreover, with the technique known as the divine wood transformation art, he can cultivate powerful spiritual wood seeds. These seeds will take root and sprout within his meridians, gradually constructing a robust foundation of transformative spiritual power. What an extraordinary technique, Tom remarked upon reading the introduction. Upon reaching the first level of cultivation, he could employ a technique called wood spirit shaping. He could infuse his internal wood spiritual energy into various woods, endowing them with distinct characteristics and consciousness, even manipulating their forms at will. Flam was exhilarated. "What an incredible ability, Master!" He promptly retrieved a wooden board from behind him. "Master Tom, can you try bending this?" The crowd, Ice Mountain, could not help but shout, "Are you foolish? The master hasn't even begun his training." Tom laughed heartily, looking at Flam and saying, "Next time for sure, Flam." With a technique that harmonizes with his earth-tier cultivation, his combat prowess will not be lacking. In terms of offense, spiritual energy transforms into sharp wooden spikes and flexible vine whips, capable of attacking enemies from all directions. Defensively, the power of transformation activates, ensuring an endless cycle of vitality. Functionally, the Richwood's spiritual energy can bestow life force upon allies or himself, granting him the capabilities of a healer. Upon reaching the third level of cultivation, Tom will be able to merge his spiritual energy with his ships flawlessly, achieving spiritual vessels that sail through the skies. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, wooden ships can even defy the constraints of gravity, soaring across the heavens. Furthermore, during flight, the vessels can utilize what elemental spiritual energy to perceive their surroundings, automatically evading dangers as if endowed with sentience. One can only marvel at the power of this technique and the extraordinary nature of the spiritual roots combined. They promise a bright future. Next, haha, it's my turn. Lakiru stepped forward, placing a single hand upon the stone tablet. Soon, Riley began to decipher the information inscribed on the tablet. Medium-grade spiritual root. Why are there two patterns? The red-haired one curiously inquired. Does that imply the possession of dual spiritual roots? Rayleigh's expression turned serious. Indeed, Ike did not specify that one could only possess a single spiritual root. He carefully examined the patterns and then declared, "You possess both earth and fire spiritual roots. Such a monstrous talent you have amongst your crew. It has never been seen before," Rayleigh exclaimed repeatedly. The red-haired pirate grin was almost radiant. "Rayleigh-san, this is my newly recruited crew member." He laughed heartily. "Rakairu, you are the first to manifest dual spiritual roots. You truly live up to your reputation." "Hee, Captain, I certainly did not bring shame to the red-haired pirates." Rakairu grinned, his chubby face alight with joy as he confidently introduced, "The technique I have acquired is of the Xian grade, superior class, the Great Devouring Technique. This method draws spiritual energy predominantly through the mouth and nose, standing out distinctly among myriad spiritual techniques. In battle, I can exhale golden light from my mouth and nose, transforming enemy spells, spiritual energy, and even physical attacks into energy sustenance. My technique instructs that in the initial stages of training, one must chew on spiritual herbs and consume copious amounts of meat, and later on, even supplement with spiritual stones." "Hee, it seems I will be eating quite a lot in the future," Rakaira chuckled. "Well, in that case, we must work even harder to earn more," he added with a laugh. As this technique progresses, the spiritual energy becomes increasingly substantial, with the ingested food or spiritual stones storing energy that can be unleashed at critical moments. For instance, the first layer of the technique includes a move called Food Shadow Thousand Blades, which converts internal spiritual energy into countless shimmering spiritual blades, resembling delectable snacks like fried potatoes and skewered meats. The spiritual blades retain their offensive sharpness while enveloping the target in searing heat and corrosive effects. The burger-flying knife causes the struck target to ooze grease, impairing their movements as if they were ensnared in syrup. The hot dog chain can adhere to enemies, injecting them with fiery poison that drains their vitality over time. "Captain, my technique possesses a remarkable skill. The abundant golden body. It consumes vast amounts of spiritual energy to condense a golden fatty armor, tripling my size without sacrificing agility, making it quite suited for me." Rayleigh contemplated thoughtfully. The armor embodies the indestructibility of earth and the molten resistance of fire, a crucial asset when the tides of battle turn. Rakairu nodded in agreement. When activating this skill to withstand attacks, the armor erupts with golden oil, rebounding damage onto foes. Furthermore, during its manifestation, for every portion of spiritual energy consumed, the armor strengthens and enlarges, aptly described as growing fatter and stronger with each battle. Chapter 78. Archery and Strategy, Thunderous Shadow, Wine, Technique and Wisdom, See Spirit Strategy. In truth, there was another technique he had not disclosed. Genfief Cooking Thunder Technique. Infusing fire attribute spiritual energy into his firearm. The bullets transform into deep-fried fireballs, erupting into scalding oil upon striking the target, inflicting area burns on enemies. Once charged, the gun can also fire massive meatball-shaped spiritual projectiles, creating a powerful vortex of high temperature upon detonation, delivering both physical impact and spiritual shock damage. He intended to keep this as a trump card, to be unleashed at a pivotal moment, and would not easily reveal it. Cultivating in the realm of immortality is truly delightful. Rakairu smiled contentedly. Haha, now it's my turn. With a hand gesture, the noodle-haired Jesus released a burst of vibrant, multicolored light. Remarkable, yet another rare spiritual root. It distinctly resembles an eye pattern, akin to the keen gaze of an eagle, sharp and compelling, brimming with brilliance. So what do you think? The red-haired one inquired curiously. Jesus Bu absorbed the information swirling in his mind, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. A rare divine, archery, spiritual root. With the technique being of the earth tier, low grade, thunderous wind shadow technique. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. The divine archery, spiritual root belongs to the category of mutated rare roots. It possesses the dual attributes of thunder and wind. The formidable explosive power and penetrating force of thunder, combined with the agility and swiftness of wind. These attributes are paramount for an archer. The path Jesus Bu is destined to tread aligns perfectly with this spiritual root. Moreover, as he cultivates the wind shadow technique to profound depths, his extraordinary speed and agility will enable him to deftly maneuver in battle, evading enemy attacks with ease. I feel my perception of the surroundings sharpening, Layli inquired curiously. Has your observation hockey already improved? That is astonishing. Jesus bommereli similet enigmatijar. Earth-tier techniques are anything but ordinary. It won't be long before he can anticipate enemy movements in combat, providing precise foresight for his attacks. The spiritual energy cultivated through the thunderous wind shadow technique will carry countless fine threads of thunder and blades of wind, weaving through his meridians and dantian. This process will also refine his meridians and physique. Furthermore, as his mastery deepens, he will be able to condense the absorbed spiritual essence within his body into a mixed sphere of thunder and wind, equivalent to nurturing a potent core of explosive energy. When the time for battle arises, a deluge of thunder and wind arrows will erupt forth. These swiftly shot arrows of wind and thunder are numerous and exceptionally accurate, harboring immense impact and explosive force. Let us not forget, the thunder attribute also inflicts paralysis and burning effects. Once it strikes the opponent, it delivers both damage and control. Consider this. If the legendary archer Ho-E from the Game King of Glory can unleash paralyzing and burning effects with rapid attacks, would one not tremble in fear? My technique boasts numerous formidable skills. The wind shadow flash, when danger looms or rapid approach to an enemy is required, unleashes the spirit of wind, instantly amplifying speed manifold. Imagine, when an assassin approaches to strike the archer's figure flickers, leaving a mere afterimage in the enemy's gaze, at which point Jesus Bu could quip, "Eat my dust," maximizing the taunt. This maneuver, combined with his divine archery root, enables him to fluidly shift positions in battle, leaving his foes utterly helpless. As long as they fail to seize or control him, Jesus Bu can unleash relentless assaults. The thunderous divine sniper channels all the wind and thunder spiritual energy into his hands, condensing it into a colossal, lightning-infused spiritual sniper rifle. This thunder sniper not only wields immense power, with a range surpassing that of ordinary attacks, but also possesses the ability to automatically track the enemy's spiritual fluctuations. After his ascension, Jesus Bu is evolving into a merciless output machine. Upon hearing this, the red-haired one couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Vivid images danced in his mind. When Jesus Bu pulls the trigger, a beam of thunderous wind imbued with earth-shattering power will erupt forth, invoking fear from the heavens to the seas. One shot, and countless pirates will tremble at the mere whisper of his name. Truly. The man I have set my sights on is exceptionally formidable. Beckman, I can hardly wait to witness your prowess in cultivating the path of immortality. With a sense of urgency, the red-haired one urged Beckman to step forward at a measured pace. The onlookers displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Rayleigh too. gazed at Jesus and LeCroix, marveling internally at how Shanks possesses an extraordinary knack for choosing companions. Before long, Beckman's spiritual root was revealed. The resplendent hues of 7 colors had become somewhat familiar to the crowd. His was an exceedingly rare dual attribute spiritual root, embodying both wind and water. This was a variant spiritual root. The wind attribute enhanced his mental agility and perceptiveness, allowing him to discern situations and devise strategies in the blink of an eye. The water attribute, on the other hand, endowed him with a tranquil and accommodating mindset, enabling him to remain composed in the face of any crisis. Truly, you are remarkable. Beckman, the red-haired one, was grinning like a cat that had caught a fish. Rayleigh wore a contemplative expression. It was the first time he had heard of someone activating an intellectual spiritual root. Cultivating immortality is indeed full of wonders. As for the technique, it is a top-tier Earth-level skill known as the Wisdom C strategy. Beckman remarked with a detached demeanor. In simple terms, mastering it will significantly heighten my sensitivity to spiritual energy. This technique is predicated on one's own intellectual spiritual root, and the first step in its cultivation involves constructing a palace of wisdom within the sea of consciousness. Each room within the palace corresponds to a method of utilizing a specific spell or ability. During the initial stages of cultivation, he nourished the sea of consciousness with the wind and water spiritual energy he had cultivated, gradually solidifying the palace. As his mastery deepened, once the palace was stable, it began to autonomously absorb external spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual intelligence. For instance, he could condense spiritual energy into threads of thought to perceive subtle changes in his surroundings, or transform it into sparks of spiritual intelligence to awaken the potential within himself and his teammates. The red-haired one playfully urged, "Show us your ultimate move." Yes, yes. Do tell. The ultimate move, you ask? One technique is called spiritual deception, which, in essence, releases a power that confounds the minds of enemies. When activated, his eyes deepen to a profound abyss, and any adversary who locks eyes with him will be ensnared in an illusory scene. These visions are crafted from the fears and desires residing within the enemy's heart, compelling them to lose their sense of judgment amid chaos. Simultaneously, his wind and water spiritual power will disrupt the enemy's auditory perception, rendering them incapable of accurately discerning reality from illusion. How remarkably straightforward. There is yet another technique. Wind Spirit Swift Shadow, akin to Jesus' Wind Shadow Flash, yet distinct in nature. While Wind Shadow Flash resembles a teleportation, Wind Spirit Swift Shadow leans more towards rapid movement. In actual combat, Beckman will possess the ability to move swiftly, his figure elusive and unpredictable, allowing him to swiftly identify the enemy's weaknesses and deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, during this high-speed movement, he can imbue his weapon with water spiritual energy, amplifying both the power of his strikes and their freezing effect. As for the water curtain shield, a defensive maneuver, it is essentially a curtain of water. Beckman, though concise in speech, conveyed simply that this water curtain can not only withstand physical attacks, but also absorb and neutralize spiritual energy assaults. The curtain of water serves as a colossal energy buffer, capable of absorbing and dissipating the enemy's attacking force. Within this aqueous veil lies the essence of his intellect, enabling it to automatically adjust the focal points of defense based on the direction and intensity of incoming assaults, thereby optimizing its protective efficacy. Chapter 79, Red-Haired Shanks, the eternal scripture of the heavenly stage overlord, the devastating blood of the infinite tribulation, and the supreme mutated thunder root. The most formidable spiritual strategies of cooperation remained unspoken. This technique allows one to connect their own intellectual power with that of their comrades, creating a shared realm of consciousness. Within this domain, allies can distinctly perceive each other's thoughts and intentions, facilitating flawless coordination. For instance, he can direct his teammates' spiritual attacks to synergize effectively, culminating in a formidable combined assault that surpasses the capabilities of any single divine ability. Suddenly, All eyes turned toward Shanks. "Ah, finally my turn," he said as he stepped forward. Frankie, Tom, and the others looked on with curiosity and anticipation. With such formidable crew members under his command, it was reasonable to assume he, as their captain, would not lag behind. He then placed his hand upon the stone tablet. Instantly, it erupted with an unprecedented spectrum of colors, illuminating the heavens of the cave world. Shanks smiled. "Well, it seems my talent is quite remarkable." Rayleigh was left in awe. "Are they all this extraordinary? Am I to believe my own talent is the least impressive?" The brilliance in the sky even stirred his clone, Aike, who had just emerged from the depths of the underworld. Numerous cultivators of the chi refining stage in the vicinity also took notice. Floating in the air, he arrived, gazing at the stone tablet that displayed activity on both sides, exclaiming, "A spiritual root that defies the heavens, coupled with an extraordinary physique. Is this face of the king truly that impressive?" Rayleigh looked upward at a 45-degree angle. One cannot, or rather should not, be so excessively gifted. Court patted Rayleigh's shoulder. "Lion's dung surpasses bears. Admit it, the new generation is upon us." At this moment, the surrounding chi refiners turned their attention toward the spectacle. They were eager to discover the identity of the individual who could provoke such a significant response from the tablet. Upon seeing Shanks, merely a youth, they were astounded. Many possessed an otherworldly presence. Who were these individuals? They seemed to be acquaintances of Rayleigh. "I overheard that this straw-hatted boy appears to be the captain of that crew." "What? The captain is this formidable? Is he nearly on par with our Captain Aike?" "Nonsense. No matter how talented he is. Can his combat prowess truly rival that of our captain?" "That is true," the cultivators murmured amongst themselves. Court gazed at the stone tablet, marveling, "Goodness! He has activated the devastating blood of the infinite tribulation and possesses the supreme, mutated thunder root. It seems the ancestors are urging you to pursue cultivation. How should one put it? Truly, he is a man destined to elevate the conqueror's hockey to its pinnacle. His prowess in cultivation is equally impressive." At that moment, Shanks' technique began to operate autonomously, and an overwhelming aura emanated from his being. Dark lightning patterns flickered ominously in the air, exuding an intimidating presence. Above his head, an extraordinary phenomenon of blood and energy entwined appeared. With a smile, the red-haired man addressed the crowd. "As for my technique, it is the imperishable sovereign scripture. He. It is of heavenly tier. Beckman, Rayleigh, Jesus Burgess." Tom and Fram widened their eyes in astonishment. "Avant tier technique." Fram gave a thumbs up. "Impressive." Quake silently gasped in awe. "Truly abnormal." Shanks gradually absorbed the information from the technique, then slowly closed his eyes, directly activating his first ability, Sovereign Pressure. In an instant, a blood-red aura visibly surged around Shanks, emanating a formidable presence. Buzz, the Sovereign Thunder manifested, and those ordinary individuals nearby, who had not become chi warriors, turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Such terrifying conqueror's hockey. Rayleigh suddenly froze. In a blur, he seemed to see the figures of Shanks and Roger merging into one. A smile crept onto his lips. He began to understand why Roger had gifted his hat to Shanks. This young man's potential was astonishing. As the winds of destiny shifted, a place of power would undoubtedly be reserved for Shanks. Shanks gradually retracted his aura, scratching his head. "My apologies, everyone. I didn't control the intensity well on my first try." Quake waved his hand. "Your first ability already exhibits a semblance of domain pressure. Quite remarkable. Next." This move nearly rivals Ike's gravity field. Shanks grasped Griffin and said, "Shall we test it here?" The next move is called Thunder Affinity. It seems capable of summoning heavenly thunder. With that, he drew Griffin halfway, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning materialized from the sky, striking down towards Shanks himself. Quake couldn't help but inhale sharply. Goodness! Summoning heavenly thunder to temper the body? This could mean becoming stronger with each battle. Indeed, it seemed that way during combat. If I were injured, the speed of spiritual energy circulation within me would increase by 30. The technique also indicated that as I progressed, I could harness the power of lightning to create spatial rifts. The crowd marveled. Though we all practice cultivation, Why is the gap so vast? Heavenly tier techniques must possess more than just this. Your physique must harbor secrets. Yellow tier techniques merely allow cultivators to absorb, refine, and utilize spiritual energy, focusing on feasibility. Xian tier techniques, building upon this foundation, enhance the efficiency of absorption, refinement, and utilization of spiritual energy by several times, emphasizing practicality and ease of use. Upon reaching the Earth tier, not only is the efficiency elevated, but there are also terrifying special enhancements, making it both useful and requiring adept handling. Heavenly tier techniques are genuinely transformative. They demand no concern from you. They operate effectively on their own and will assist you in mastering their utilization. Shanks smiled and said, "Indeed, my physical ability, blood battle unyielding, means that the more my vitality wanes during combat, the stronger my physical resilience and recovery become. When on the brink of death, sovereign blood nirvana will trigger, instantly restoring me and elevating my combat power by an entire realm. However, it can only be unleashed once a month. Dominion resonance. Those I deem as allies shall receive my dominion's blessing, their attacks imbued with the residual might of thunderous calamity. Concurrently, the foes of my allies will bear the weight of my mental pressure. Those whose cultivation is inferior to mine shall find their will to fight extinguished. As for my techniques, each tribulation signifies a new realm. Every breakthrough demands a life or death struggle. Upon successfully transcending a tribulation, both body and soul undergo a transformative evolution, with the calamity's lightning manifesting as battle inscriptions etched upon the skin, enhancing all attributes. The fury of combat ignites the thunder, consuming battle intent to forge dominion blood calamity, capable of shattering myriad laws and fracturing the void. Furthermore, while indulging in wine, one can enter the carefree battle realm, where evasion rates are elevated by 50%, rendering one's attack trajectories unpredictable to foes. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he could scarcely contain the excitement, envisioning a myriad of techniques. Cultivating immortality is indeed a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Chapter 80, Ike's Trial of the Flying Vessel, Eagle Eye. Let us see if we can seize it. A technique crystallized in his mind. Clutching the griffin, he unleashed a sword strike that conjured 1,000 thunderous shadows. This move, aptly named Thousand Mountains, is an area of effect attack designed to annihilate legions of adversaries with a single slash, mimicking the captain's divine evasion, yet surpassing it in might. Simultaneously, a vision unfolded within his technique. He raised his hand, conjuring countless intricate bolts of calamity, dimming the heavens and earth. The blade of thunder cleaved the battlefield, creating an independent domain of lightning to ensnare enemies. Each formidable technique awaited his cultivation. As his prowess escalated, so too did his resolve. Harnessing the power of wine to command thunder, he grew increasingly fervent with each battle. Henceforth, the battlefield of the crimson-haired warrior shall transform into a tempestuous realm of thunder, instilling dread in all malevolent beings. Quark remarked with admiration, "The path of the sovereign crushes all deceitful arts. The might of thunder fears no specter or demon." This surge of strength for the crimson-haired warrior is nothing short of monumental. Now, you have begun to grasp the essence of cultivation. Quark's gaze swept over the assembly. Since you have acquired the techniques, cast aside all distractions and dedicate yourselves to training. Rayleigh added, "We must not squander the resources bestowed upon you by Ike." Quark raised a hand, and in an instant, everyone was lifted by ethereal energy. They gathered in a place rich with spiritual essence, seated cross-legged, commencing the operation of their techniques. These are the future talents of the immortal sex lineage. Having entrusted them to the Cave of Wonders, Ike knew they would not emerge swiftly. Unless they cultivated some degree of capability, he would not release them. In this interval, he summoned the void-crossing vessel. As he continuously infused it with spiritual energy, the craft in his palm gradually expanded. Being my inaugural vessel, its maiden flight is, of course, reserved for myself. Ascending into the air, Ike connected his power to the ship and maneuvered it directly skyward. Whoosh! As potent spiritual energy surged into the vessel. An exhilarating thrust propelled him forward, the wind roaring fiercely around him. Boom! The sound of sonic explosion echoed. Off we go. The vessel glided gracefully, piercing the heavens with Ike alone aboard. Due to the overwhelming speed, it trailed a long, sweeping tail of air. Unable to contain his exuberance, Ike roared to soar freely. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. It feels rather unethical. A thunderous sound erupted, prompting many citizens to shout in alarm. It's thunder. It's raining. Quickly gather the laundry. Some are puzzled, exclaiming, "There isn't a single dark cloud in the sky. How can there be thunder? Look, something is flying into the sky." Many instinctively gazed upward. How fast? What is that? On a certain street, the young, hawk-eyed Mihawk, having just set foot in the city of Seven Waters, raised his gaze. His keen eagle eyes discerned clearly. That vessel was ascending into the heavens. How intriguing. He continued to watch as the ship vanished into the sky within mere seconds. A flying vessel. Indeed, the city of Seven Waters was teeming with hidden talents. This sight made him ponder whether he should also construct a ship capable of flight. Meanwhile, naval intelligence officers captured several photographs. As intelligence personnel, they understood the gravity of the situation, especially upon recognizing the figure in the images. They swiftly picked up their communication devices. "Commander, we have discovered the whereabouts of the cultivator yak, right here in the city of Seven Waters." The naval headquarters, Crane, wore a serious expression. "Provide the specifics." The communication device relayed in a stern tone, "You must not approach him recklessly." A naval soldier, dressed in ordinary attire, replied earnestly, "Understood. Commander, in fact, we cannot get close to him. He has taken off in a peculiar ship. Set sail. Into the sky." The intelligence officers would never jest about such matters. Thus, they affirmed, "Yes, we have captured the photos. They will be sent immediately." Soon, Crane at the naval headquarters received the live images of Yak ascending. Upon seeing the bizarre shape of the flying vessel, she was once again reminded of the terror of cultivation. Yak consistently reshaped their understanding of him. How many more techniques of cultivation could exist? Crane sat in her seat, her brow furrowed with deep concern. The higher-ups were starting to pay attention to cultivation, yet there were still no leads. Offending a cultivator had significantly slowed progress. Subsequently, she approached Sengoku, directly stating, "At this juncture, the individual who understands cultivation best is undoubtedly Yak. To comprehend cultivation, we must start from this source. It is clear that only through him can we extract more information about cultivation." She was responsible for intelligence processing, receiving reports from all over the globe regarding so-called cultivation information. All clues pointed back to the 8-year-old Yak, which was her greatest headache. Sengoku furrowed his brow. "Do you have any plans? We must send someone to approach him." "Who will go?" Crane gently uttered a name and added, "No one is more suitable than him." Sengoku hesitated. "We cannot apply conventional reasoning to an 8-year-old child. Apart from him, no one else is suitable." "In that case, let us proceed." The higher-ups were pressing for clarity on cultivation information. For now, this was the only course of action. "Then I shall speak with him." In the skies above the city of Seven Waters, Yak effortlessly maneuvered his craft, flying as he pleased. Indeed, the magical vessel proved to be quite convenient. The vast sky is serene, with clouds drifting past my fingertips, creating a sensation of joy and comfort. The exhilarating feeling of the breeze is refreshing. Suddenly, he maneuvers the flying vessel into a steep dive. Behold, the ship that soared through the heavens has descended. Oh, what a magnificent craft! But where are the oars? And the sails? How does it move? It's utterly astonishing. Could it be a newly constructed vessel from a shipbuilding company? If such a flying ship exists, regardless of the cost, I must experience it. The crowd erupts into fervor. Flight, a dream even more elusive than sailing, ignites passion and fervent pursuit. My goodness, how is that ship accelerating so rapidly? Countless eyes are fixed on the vessel as it plunges toward the ocean. It's over. The ship is about to crash into the sea. It seems to be a failure. Alas, do not watch. Mihawk's piercing gaze captures the scene. His observation hockey radiating. On board, there is another individual. That person is deliberately directing the ship downward. What an extraordinary vessel. He resolves to investigate, wondering if he might seize it for himself. If he can acquire it, he need not toil so hard at rowing anymore. Mihawk hastens toward the ocean's surface, while Yak pilots the vessel through the tribulation, plunging like a cannonball into the sea. A tremendous splash erupts, generating a fierce wave. Yet, within the water, the tribulation vessel maintains its speed unimpeded. Countless tiny bubbles trail behind, elongating like ribbons. The streamlined, spindle-shaped bow cleaves through the water, unyielding even to the powerful ocean currents below, ensuring that the vessel's trajectory remains steadfast. Navigating through the sea is quite remarkable. Chapter 81. Yak. This is a celestial sword. Care to learn? Call me brother. Mihawk brother. One day, I must venture into space and the void. However, not at this moment. Although my golden core is sufficient to overpower all pirates in the pirate world, I'm still a novice in the face of the pirate planet. Who knows what lies in space? As for the void, that is even more daunting. Until reaching the tribulation phase, such thoughts should not be entertained. After sailing for a considerable time, Yak begins his return journey. As he surges through the surface of the sea aboard the flying vessel, countless droplets cascade around him. It's time to seek my beloved. Simultaneously, his consciousness perceives a swift, slicing attack approaching. Is someone lying in wait for me? Assuming it to be agents of the world government, he raises his hand, unleashing a torrent of golden, raging spiritual energy. The great sun Buddha palm strikes forth. Boom! Mihawk's body instantly tenses, sensing an unprecedented aura of danger looming. Faced with peril, the spirit of the swordsman sharpens to its utmost. Breaking waves, sword chi and haki violently erupt, unleashing a tempest of force that tears through the air. Buzz. His sword intent is instantly dissipated by the immense power of the palm strike. Boom! The force traverses through. Behind him, countless shipwrecks are obliterated by the impact, leaving indents of the palm upon the ground. Mihawk? The eagle eye, too, recognizes the individual who has struck at him from the vessel. The diminutive figure sends a chill through his gaze. Suddenly, he recalls the recently fervently discussed bounty notice. The devil Yak. As he spoke, his form wavered uncontrollably, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, being a swordsman, he adeptly braced himself with the black blade knight. The great sun Buddha palm is no trifling matter to receive. Even if the world's foremost swordsman were to arrive, it would not guarantee survival. Had it not been for Aike's timely intervention, Mihawk would have met his demise at that moment. What are you doing swinging your sword at me? Ike questioned, descending from the flying vessel. Simultaneously, under Mihawk's incredulous gaze, the vessel slowly diminished in size, retracting into his palm. Even with his aloof disposition, witnessing such a spectacle left him utterly astounded. A devil fruit user? I corrected. No, I'm a cultivator. You still Haven T, answer my question. He approached Mihawk with measured strides. At that moment, Mihawk's body endured immense torment. He felt that had it not been for his modest achievements in sword intent and domineering aura, he might have lost his life to that last strike. What a formidable cultivator. I could not withstand even one blow. The youthful Mihawk could only speak the truth. Ike, at a loss for words, remarked, so, you desire my void-crossing vessel? Such a pirate mentality. Mihawk replied earnestly and candidly, no, I seek your flying ship for the convenience of defeating more swordsmen and elevating my swordsmanship to the pinnacle of the world. I chuckled. Truly, Mihawk was an embodiment of sword obsession, a man born for the blade. To hone his swordsmanship more rapidly, he would stop at nothing. Ike was not angered. After all, he envisioned Mihawk as a future grand swordsman, a captain of the Cultivator Swordsman Brigade in his heart. With a gentle smile, he stated, no matter how many swordsmen you defeat or how much you refine your swordsmanship, your blade will ultimately remain an ordinary sword. Though his voice was youthful, his tone bore the weight of wisdom, exuding an extraordinary presence. Coupled with the fierce aura he had just unleashed, it subdued the young Mihawk. Mihawk's gaze sharpened. What constitutes an ordinary sword? The pinnacle of human swordsmanship is merely the severing of mountains and the splitting of seas, confined within a minuscule realm. The utmost limit achievable by human effort within that small space is what defines an ordinary sword. As Ike spoke, a vast surge of spiritual energy erupted, akin to a mountain, unleashing a tempest of debris from the shipwreck. The black blade in Mihawk's grasp slipped from his fingers, soaring towards Ike's side. True mastery of the sword lies within the celestial blade. Ike deftly commanded the black blade to glide smoothly beneath his feet, then stepped upon it, soaring through the air. For instance, this technique, sword flight, should you master it, you need not worry about traversing the vast ocean. He concentrated his spiritual power beneath his feet, and in an instant, Night became enveloped in a radiant sword of spiritual energy. As he surged forward, his form traversed the skies with blinding speed, leaving behind a cascade of afterimages, swift as lightning and thunderous as a storm. Mihawk observed intently, his expression grave. Sword flight is astonishingly swift. Ike halted midair and again manipulated the black blade, executing a rapid series of strikes. The fierce sword intent raged like a tempest, while the violent spiritual energy spread across the sky like an ocean. The remnants of the shipwreck on the ground, merely grazing the periphery of the sword-intent storm, were instantly shredded, transforming into fine debris. The celestial sword possesses the power to slay foes from 1,000 miles away with a single thrust. It can sever an enemy's head as effortlessly as plucking an item from a pocket. Ike, guiding the black blade of night, unleashed a speed akin to lightning, propelling it skyward with precision. Mihawk could not help but gaze upward, and in an instant, the radiant sword cleaved through the heavens. Wherever the blade's light reached, clouds were severed by its intent, as if the entire sky had been rent asunder, revealing a vast chasm of clouds hanging ominously above. Hawkeye's was entranced, witnessing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. At that moment, he felt that even death would be worth the sacrifice. What do you think? Mihawk's very soul seemed to tremble as he regained his senses, his heart racing, murmuring, "Celestial sword." Ike smiled and inquired, "Do you wish to learn?" Mihawk solemnly nodded. "Can you teach me?" Ike grinned mischievously. "Call me Big Brother and let me hear it." Mihawk, with utmost seriousness, paused before exclaiming, "Big Brother, what about integrity? What holds more significance than the way of the sword?" He possessed but one unwavering ambition, to strengthen his sword heart. Ike laughed heartily. "Ah, flexibility is commendable. Fear not, Ike will ensure you master it." With the might of 1,000,000 cultivators, he relinquished all his spiritual energy and returned the black blade of night to Mihawk. "I shall first assist you in stabilizing your injuries. My own energy can only provide rudimentary healing. The true remedy lies in my wife's healing fruit." He swiftly carried Mihawk, soaring towards Hancock. After a few rapid flights, he soon found her indulging in various delectable cakes at a dessert shop. "Hancock, I'm here for assistance. Please treat this young man." Hancock, savoring her treats, produced a handful of healing dandelions and handed them directly to Ike. "Here you go." She then offered him several slices of particularly delightful cakes, saying, "You must try this." Ike tossed the dandelions into his arms and effortlessly swept them into a pocket dimension. Delightful," he exclaimed, a smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to them, in a room several streets away, a man with shifty eyes scrutinized 2 photographs intently. One depicted Hancock, the other Robin, both taken surreptitiously. "Well done, my lad. They possess cash as well. If we capture them, their money shall belong to us." He revealed a self-assured smile, declaring, "I shall personally oversee this matter." With the boss in action, success is assured. Chapter 82. The slave trader targets Robin and Hancock. Ike examines the slave trader. Wherever there is light, shadows lurk. In economically depressed areas like Water 7, the shadows loom larger. Human trafficking, long unacknowledged by the world government, has never faced stringent crackdowns. Recently, the Navy had sent personnel to investigate, but astute hunters knew precisely when to hunt and when to rest. Upon discovering prime prey, they lay in wait for the opportune moment to strike. A plot targeting Robin and Hancock swiftly commenced. Robin was engrossed in her reading at the bookstore when an elderly gentleman approached her, attempting to strike up a conversation. "Young lady, could you do me a favor?" he asked with a kindly demeanor. Robin politely closed her book and inquired about his request. The man explained, with courtesy, that he was out with his young granddaughter, who had just entered the women's restroom and had yet to emerge. He expressed his desire to find someone to check on her, admitting he had asked many people who were all too busy to assist. If you feel uncomfortable, I completely understand, he added. With a gentle smile, Robin reassured him. It's no trouble at all. I can help. The old man's eyes brightened, a hint of cunning barely concealed, as he repeatedly thanked her, exclaiming, "Thank you, young lady. You are truly kind." As the bookstore door opened and a staff member brought over some juice, it became apparent that the little guest had vanished. The elderly man led Robin through winding streets until they arrived at a secluded alley. Confused, Robin questioned, "Are we almost there?" The old man smiled. "We are nearly there." Suddenly, he darted into a nearby alley, disappearing into the shadows. "Hey, where'd he go?" Young Robin remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. At that moment, several burly men emerged, their arms thicker than Robin's entire frame, wielding rusty steel pipes. "Little girl, who are you looking for? What happened to that old man?" They jeered. It dawned on Robin that something was amiss, and she instinctively took a step back, asking, "What do you want?" "What we want? We simply need your assistance." "Little sister," they replied, encircling her menacingly. "Come along with us. It will be just fine." A shadow loomed over her, and in a moment of desperation, Robin cleverly remarked, "Is it to help those in need?" "Indeed," they responded. With surprising eagerness, Robin said, "Then take me there." The men exchanged glances, their expressions filled with triumph at her compliance. They had never encountered such an agreeable child before, requiring no force on their part. "Be cautious. She might be playing tricks." One cautioned, "Fool, what kind of tricks could a little girl like her possibly pull?" Another retorted, "Hurry and inform the boss that we have secured our prize." Meanwhile, Hancock received a signal from his subordinate, Coney, who immediately approached him. The sight of Ike beside Hancock only heightened Coney's delight. "We've stumbled upon 2 little girls, and we'll throw in a pretty boy as well. It's a 2-for-1 deal. All exceptional children, sure to fetch a handsome price." He envisioned countless riches beckoning to him. "Ah, there you are. I've been searching for you." Coney feigned extreme concern as he approached Hancock. "Your companion has inadvertently landed in trouble. She has been captured by the Navy. We must leave at once." He grasped Hancock's hand, eager to depart. Aike immediately released his spiritual sense, confirming that the few ruffians walking alongside Robin posed no threat to her. He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, and his expression turned icy. What was initially intended to be a leisurely outing with Hancock was now overshadowed by a sense of foreboding. In the past, Aike might have indulged in a dramatic display, exclaiming, "What? Robin has been taken. She is our dearest friend. Where is she? Take us to her at once." Scoundrels are ubiquitous, after all. Suddenly, he leaned closer to the gold seeker, his internal energy swirling, his gaze sparkling like the stars as a captivating light emanated from him. The gold seeker's expression turned vacant, his eyes devoid of life. As he levitated into the air, Aike coldly inquired, "How much can a child be sold for?" "Around 100,000, or even up to 150,000 for a better one." "What? He is a human trafficker?" Hancock, astute as ever, quickly grasped the situation, finishing her cake in large bites, ready for battle at a moment's notice. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they witnessed someone ascending. Upon overhearing the conversation, they were struck with horror. Human trafficker. This man is a trafficker. The inexplicable disappearances of so many on the island were the work of traffickers. The populace seethed with righteous indignation, their eyes ablaze with fury directed at the gold seeker, wishing to devour him whole. "Damn it! My sister was taken by a trafficker. I will kill him." Some could not restrain themselves and attempted to rush forward, only to be held back by others. Aike coldly demanded, "What about those who were deceived by you in the past?" "They were all sold." Ike's gaze sharpened. "Where are they sold?" "To slave ships and to the nobility." "How many of you are involved in the slave trade and abduction operations?" "Over 100. Where's your stronghold?" "The warehouse in the northern part of the city." "Have any prominent figures in the city been involved in your dealings?" "The mayor is still involved." At this moment, the gold seeker's eyes began to glaze over. Aike, utilizing the soul-stealing technique for the first time, found it somewhat challenging to control his internal energy. After only a few questions, the man began to froth at the mouth. Suddenly, a chain lashed out, seizing his soul. Within the realm of the underworld, there were plenty of tortures to extract the truth from him. As Aike personally interrogated the man in the hidden realm, Mihawk gazed around in astonishment. Another newcomer had been sent in by Aike. A voice behind him echoed, causing Mihawk's eyes to widen. There had been no one behind him moments ago. When had this person appeared? His alertness was commendable. Rayleigh, noticing the sword on his back, regarded him with a hint of admiration. In these seas, few dared to wield a sword as a formidable warrior. His observation Haki sensed that the young swordsman before him possessed considerable skill. One's gaze never deceives. Such sharpness and brilliance were seldom encountered. Are you the one guiding me in my cultivation? Well, one could say so. Having retired, he found joy in observing promising young talents. It was one of his rare pleasures. He practiced meditation nearby. Rayleigh smiled and said, "Follow me." Soon, Mihawk acquired an understanding of the principles of cultivation. Is it merely enough to place your hand upon the stone tablet? Indeed. Chapter 83, Mihawk's Sword Heart, the Pure Sword Classic. Ike. This time, many lives will be lost. As Mihawk's hand rested upon the talent stone tablet, a myriad of colors illuminated both the front and back of the tablet. Rayleigh could not help but exclaim, another young prodigy with extraordinary potential. Mihawk, bewildered by the unfolding events, felt an inexplicable sense of something within him shatter, as if clouds were parting to reveal clarity. Rayleigh elucidated, "You possess an exceptional golden spiritual root, along with a unique physique known as the Sword Heart." He briefly educated Mihawk on the fundamentals of cultivating immortality, and in an instant, Mihawk comprehended. He had acquired the Earth-tier superior technique, the Pure Sword Classic, whose opening line, "The heart is like a sword. The sword embodies the path," resonated deeply within him, leaving him profoundly shaken. This technique requires the refinement of the sword heart and the condensation of sword intent. It inherently possesses the breaking illusions sword technique, capable of instantly dismantling an opponent's moves and harmonizing with the heavens